Chapter 551. My Queen Ina suddenly felt as though her body wasn't hers. There was a disconnect between her mind and body, as though one was being rejected from the other. It was hard to tell exactly which was happening, but the fundamental truth was that the disconnect made her feel as though her body wasn't her own. With a frown, Ina brandished her axe out of habit, just trying to do something she was familiar with. By now, she had long since lost count of the number of times she had swung her axe in her life. Leonel was always fascinated by her tanned skin, but wasn't that just the product of all the work she had put in ever since she was old enough to understand the cruelty of the world around her? There was nothing in this world that she was more familiar with than her axe. A swirl of universal force followed Ina's swing. For the first time since this oddity began, Ina felt as though she was back in her own body again. But, just when she thought it was all right to stop and her previous feelings had just been an anomaly, she felt the feeling come back the moment she stopped swinging her axe. In fact, now, due to the abrupt stop, the feeling was even more obvious than it had been before. It was like invisible shackles had suddenly been placed over her body. Ina's ability worked on instinct mostly and was only partially an actionable act taken up by herself, but at this moment that instinct seemed foggy. Whereas before she was certain of the next step she had to take to train her body and improve her axe, at this moment she felt confused and baffled. Did I overuse my ability? Did I run into a bottleneck? A bit of worry mixed within a deep frown took over Ina's features. Was this really the limit of her talent? A slight hint of anxiety bubbled up within her heart. Unlike Leonel, Ina couldn't just pull out a dictionary and get a read on her ability. She was only aware that her ability was good, but she didn't know anything about its growth potential, or even what stage it was at now. No, it can't be. It can't be. Ina's jaw steeled. Her talent was what she relied on to have a chance to avenge her mother in the future. If this was really her limit, she wouldn't be able to accept it. Ina's eyes reddened, a fury hidden within their depths. She refused to accept this. Even if this was the end of her road, she'd find a way to burst through it. The truth was that Ina didn't know how powerful the Brazinger family was. She didn't know how much effort it would take to take them down or what kind of backers they had. But to her, it never mattered. She would destroy them one day, no matter the cost. Ina? At that moment, Leonel's voice drifted to her ears, snapping her out of her thoughts. Leonel looked worriedly toward his girlfriend. Without her mask on, it was easy for Leonel to read her mood. He could see the cycle of emotions Ina was going through, but he couldn't understand what was wrong. Did something happen? Are you okay? What happened? Leonel scanned Ina's face and body as though trying to find any injuries she might have, but he didn't see what could be wrong. Leonel's gaze suddenly sharpened. The sight was subtle, so subtle that even he almost missed it. If it wasn't for the fact he had been determined to find out what was wrong with Ina, he would have overlooked it entirely. At that moment, a faint reddish-black gas hung around Ina's body. It was so faint that it seemed to blend in with Ina's tanned skin almost seamlessly. Leonel's gaze flashed, two golden pupils suddenly appearing to his back. If anyone else faced these eyes, it would feel as though they were bearing their very soul before Leonel. For a person, such a feeling should have been uncomfortable and off-putting. Yet, for Ina, she somehow didn't find anything wrong with it. In fact, her beating heart seemed to calm considerably. Beneath Leonel's shadow, she found peace again. However, while she felt at peace, Leonel's expression twisted, a flickering rage erupting within the depths of his gaze. The eyes of the snowy star owl were part of its wisdom branch. At this moment, Leonel had still yet to unlock the second tier of his wisdom branch lineage factor. As such, he could only use the most basic abilities of the snowy star owl's gaze, but that was more than enough for him to sharpen his gaze by several levels. The faint reddish-black suddenly morphed in Leonel's eyes. It formed into an illusory leech, latching onto Ina's body. At first, Leonel was infuriated, thinking that this was related to Ina's curse again. There was even a part of him that wanted to abandon Earth at this very moment and go explore fifth-dimensional worlds so he could find the thing she needed to be cured. But, upon second inspection, he found that the leech was connected by a faint line that shot into the skies. The line grew so thin and transparent that after a few dozen meters, even Leonel couldn't follow it any longer. This isn't her curse. What's going on? It seems that I've finally found you, my queen. The moment this voice entered her ears, Ina's expression froze, her body flexing so hard that it began to tremble. Several blood vessels ruptured, leaving a flower bed of crimson trailing up and down her mostly flawless skin. Leonel's head turned back to Ina. Seeing her reaction, he felt his heart froze over. It was as though the woman he cared for most was right before him, but he couldn't even protect her. She was no further than half a meter from him, yet it felt like she was worlds away, blocking her off from reality. Ina seemed to have rejected all outside influences, clenching her fists so hard that blood dripped from her palms. Go, bring me my queen, puppets. At that moment, the faint reddish-black line that extended from Ina's body thickened by several levels. In fact, with Leonel's gaze, he suddenly found that the city was covered in these lines suddenly. It was in that instant that Leonel understood that it wasn't just Ina affected by these leeches. And, unfortunately, the people of the capital were quickly learning this as well. Chapter 52, What If? Chapter 52, What If? The capital of the Ascension Empire was just as gorgeous as one might imagine. Even if you spent your whole life dreaming, building up a fanciful image of what it might be like, you would still find yourself stunned beyond compare. The capital of Earth was like a blooming flower, its lowest layer spread out like the petals of a lily, intricate lines drawing the roads and residences where there would have been the veins of a flower. The second layer of the capital of Earth shot upward like the trunk of an ancient tree. Its branches and foliage formed the quarters of the wealthy and noble. It rose into the skies taller than any mountain to ever exist on Earth, reaching heights never before seen. The final layer of the capital of Earth was like the canopy of this ancient tree. Even from down below, one could see the brilliant precious metals and gems that reflected the sunlight. But, compared to the astounding wealth, the nature captured the heart and refused to let go. The sparkling waters of falls sprayed into the air, leaving a perpetual rainbow hanging over the capital. Lush greenery perfectly melded into the high-tech society, making one feel refreshed with every breath. Stars twinkled in its sky, balls of lights hovering about seemingly without aim that made the city seem more like a fantasy land than a true place. And, in the center of it all, there was the palace. No matter where you stood in the capital, it was possible to see this magnificent building. It loomed over top like a protector, existing above all. It had the rounded edges of ancient Indian architecture, the feng shui of ancient Chinese botany, the grandeur of ancient American skyscrapers, the innovation of ancient Middle Eastern vision. It existed on a plane of its own and was the symbol of the Fox royal family. However, at this moment, a capital that had even taken the citizens of a fourth-dimensional world like Terrain aback was under siege from all sides. Of course, it had been like this for a long time already. However, those who surrounded the base of the capital, trying to gain a foothold on its large, curling petals, had never been able to make much progress at all. Though the capital was a gorgeous sight to behold, it was also an impenetrable fortress the size of an entire province. The beautifully formed flower petals at the base of the capital, each larger than the size of a main city, gave the people of Earth a perpetual higher ground advantage. By the time one got to the tree trunks of the second layer, one would have already exhausted much of their resources, only to have to fight another uphill battle. As though this wasn't bad enough, the canopy and the highest third layer was yet another challenge to behold. Without certain strategic points, the only choice to reach the highest layer would be to fly or climb. If one chose flight, you would be asking for death. And, if one chose climbing, you would be asking for death. The entire capital was practically a death trap, or rather, that's what it began as. The tides of the battle began to shift. For some unknown reason, the citizens of Earth began to feel sluggish and their abilities became less receptive to their calls. In fact, if it wasn't for the terrain advantage, the people of Earth would have been bulldozed over already. On a battlefield on a northern petal, Noah's expression changed. He pulled Jessica back from the blade of a soldier of terrain, his leg extending and blowing the soldier back. "What is wrong with you?" Noah frowned. He held onto Jessica's slender arm and spun her toward himself. But, even then, she seemed to react slowly. Jessica raised a hand to her forehead. I don't know. I don't feel too good." Noah looked around him, shocked by what was happening. He thought it was just Jessica at first, but soon the number grew. From Niall to Nika to even the members of the Dove family entourage, everyone's combat prowess seemed to plummet. There were a few that were doing better, but Noah couldn't tell why. As for those completely unaffected, there was only him and Tyron who didn't seem to experience any issues. Noah's expression changed. "Watch out." Niall's parry was too slow. He was used to relying on his ability to hold down his enemies, but for some reason he found it impossible to do so now. No, it wasn't that it was impossible, but rather that there seemed to be a disconnect between him and his ability, almost as though he was no longer as familiar with it as he used to be. His spear missed the mark and a sword suddenly ran through his shoulder, slicing through his ribs and lungs before plunging toward his heart. Niall coughed up a mouthful of blood. His control over his spear faltered, causing it to slip from his grip and clang to the ground. Damn it. Noah's fury rose, his body increasing in size as he punched the responsible soldier into a meat paste. The youth troop stood around Niall, watching his life drift away. Was he really dying? Despite all the dangerous situations they had been in, the youth troops had never lost a single member. Not once. Their talent was too great, and even when they ran into trouble, they always managed to find a way out of it. The closest any of them had ever come to death was when Niall faced Leonel, but, even then, they had been facing one of their own. Leonel was one of them. This was the first time their lives had ever been on the line against a person of terrain. "Retreat," Niall roared. I said, "Retreat." All across Earth, repeats of these matters seemed to wind on like the rerun of a sick movie. Earth had less people, but they made it up with their talent. Earth had weaker foundations, but they made it up with their talent. Earth was just a fledgling world, but they made it up with their talent. What would they do then if that talent disappeared? Chapter 53, Wash. Chapter 53, Wash. Leonel stood in silence. In the skies, the lines of red-black grew thicker, the leeches become less and less illusory. Leonel's gaze shifted down from the skies, landing on Ina, who still seemed to be immobile. Though it now seemed to be in part due to struggling against the puppet master's growing control, a large majority of it seemed to be fear. Leonel found it hard to believe that this was his Ina. Fear was never an emotion he had seen her display before, at the very least, not for the sake of an enemy. It could be said that the first time Leonel saw Ina's facade crack was that day in the bathhouse. He could still remember the path every tears that fell down her cheeks took. He remembered the exact hue of her reddened eyes, the way her wet hair had stuck to her face, the way she trembled through each and every one of her clumsy actions. The emotions she experienced that day were all seared into his mind. But that was that, and this was this. The Ina he knew charged into war with her axe brandished and her blade bloodied. She had no fear of the shyness she usually displayed and the valiant nature of a Valkyrie. But Ina, his Ina, stood here shaking simply due to a voice. Leonel remembered back to the time he asked Ina what happened that day. She reeled back, trying to pretend as though everything was fine. Yet he, instead of trying to understand where she was coming from, pulled back instead. He hadn't understood the fear she was feeling, the anxiety or the trepidation. He didn't grasp the fact that just recalling such memories were this difficult for her already, let alone having to relay them to someone else. Leonel took a step forward and caressed Ina's cheek. She still seemed to be lost in her own world, clenching her fists and staring down at the ground hard as though to push the emotions she was feeling away. She didn't want to experience such a reaction. She didn't want this puppet master to have such control over her, yet she couldn't stop her own visceral reaction. Even when Leonel touched her cheek, she didn't react until several moments later. It was as though the warmth of his palm couldn't reach her even through skin-to-skin contact. When Ina finally realized that Leonel was standing right before her, she looked up weakly, her gaze tinted with a slight red. Leonel could see the rage in them. It wasn't rage pointed toward the puppet master or even him. It was rage she pointed toward herself for being so weak, for allowing such emotions to have such a hold on her. I can't move again, Ina said softly. It doesn't matter, Leonel responded, his hand gently pushing back Ina's hair. I'll kill him. The words were simple. They hung in the air like a spring breeze riding the wind. There was no rage in Leonel's voice. There was only gentleness. Leonel had always hated to kill. But for Ina, he could speak such words as though they were nothing. Ina used what control of her body she did have to lean her head onto Leonel's palm. Her eyes closed and her breathing steadied. I want to see it, she said softly. Leonel smiled. As my queen commands. Leonel's voice carried a tinge of iciness that left Ina feeling completely at ease. To appear on his world, sending commandments down from above, speaking of taking his woman, the puppet master was truly tired of living. Ina smiled lightly, hearing Leonel's words. Compared to when the puppet master called her such a thing, she felt as though she was hearing the most soothing thing in existence. Leonel moved his hand away, ripping the tops of his robes off to reveal a muscular frame. He carried Ina onto his back, tying her to him. The warmth of Leonel's skin put Ina at ease. She rested her cheek onto his shoulder and back, her eyes remaining closed. She didn't want Leonel to see the look in her eye, the look that told the world just how furious she was at this moment. Leonel could feel that his body still hadn't properly recovered. It had only been a day since the battle at Dark Cloud Prison, so how could it? However, at this moment, he felt blood rushing through his every being. His heart thumped like war drums, his blood flooding through his veins and arteries like crashing waterfalls. By this point, the thickening lines that shot into the sky began to converge on Leonel's position. When Leonel saw who they were, he wasn't very surprised. In fact, his gaze was cold and indifferent, a fury within his chest slowly bubbling upward. The patrol guards of White City struggled, trying to break free of the control the illusory leeches had on them. But no matter how hard they tried, they continued to walk forward, each brandishing their own weapons. In a distant place, the puppet master sat in a vat of blood. The only adornment on its body was a familiar headpiece that hung from its forehead. The pressure radiating around it was palpable, reaching levels that shouldn't have been possible. Or at least, it didn't seem possible for the ignorant. The barrier between dimensions could be considered like a separation between mortality and immortality. A person of a higher dimension was like a god looking down on their subjects. Leonel's father had force-fed a lot of ancient entertainment down his son's throat. If the strength of a dimensional being were to be described through this lens, it would be most straightforward to say that at the lowest echelons, a dimensional being was essentially at the beginning of their journey, while at the highest, they were nearing godhood. What did all of this mean? This was all to say that comparing someone who had just entered the fourth dimension to someone a half step from the fifth was like comparing someone at the bottom of a world to someone at the top. If a fifth-dimensional being was a god to a fourth-dimensional being, then someone like the puppet master was a demigod. This demigod watched as Leonel strapped Ina to his back, a cold expression on its face. But that was when Leonel looked up into the sky, as though piercing his gaze through the veil to land on the puppet master. Leonel didn't speak any words, but his demeanor made it all as clear as possible. He was coming, so wash your neck. Chapter 554 just had, to Chapter 554 just had, to Leonel's gaze pierced through the skies, bronze runes flickering across his body. A tan sheen swept across his skin as though he had suddenly become a polished metal. Puppet master, huh? Leonel flicked his palm. A black spear with countless dangling chains appeared in his hand. Clang, 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 clang. Leonel looked down from the skies, a swath of patrol units converging onto his location. At first, they all showed some level of resistance. But very soon, their gazes became vacant, their eyes glazing over as their movements became more coordinated. Soon, they moved as though they were a single army. The possibility that Ina could be turned against him didn't escape Leonel, but he didn't put up any guards against her. This wasn't because he was a fool, but rather because he trusted her. Though there were few details about Ina that he understood, what he did grasp was her character. She was a woman he would be proud to have by his side. There wasn't a single selfish bone in her body. Since she opened her mouth to speak of wanting to see him take down the puppet master, it was because she was certain that she wouldn't be a burden, and in that, Leonel could trust. Watch carefully, then. This back of mine, these shoulders, these hands, Leonel felt his body flex, vitality pumping through him without end. They'll always be here to protect you. These were the ideals of a man. Leonel shot forward, a field of gravity erupting around his body, his gaze steeled, his heart freezing over. He no longer saw the patrolling units as humans. He saw them as numbers and figures, puppets that were standing in his way. Leonel's feet shifted, illusory wings appearing to his back as he shot forward with blinding speed. He appeared before the front line of patrol units, raising his spear into the skies. His back flexed, his arms bulged, a fury-laced aura skyrocketed around him, suffocating all those in his presence. With a single cleave, a patrol guard was completely bisected. Blood splashed along the ground, but there wasn't a single scream or shout. A deadpan expression covered the face of the deceased guard as though he hadn't felt any remorse even about his own death. Or maybe, the moment he lost his mind to the puppet master, he was already dead. A steamy breath left Leonel's lips, his gaze cold. He stood amidst hundreds of guards, his presence malevolent. His fists gripped around his spear's shaft, the flowing of his blood growing even faster. With another swing, Leonel reaped another life. His strike was so ferocious that his spear bowed beneath his strength, smashing the patrolling guard into the ground with mere wind pressure before his blade even reached his neck. Leonel's footwork accelerated, his movements becoming like flowing water. He danced through the organized army of puppets as though he didn't know fatigue, as though he didn't know pain. Every blow was just as powerful as the last, if not more powerful. His body fed off a seemingly endless supply of energy, powering through without end. The citizens of White City had no idea what was happening. They didn't understand why a civil war had suddenly erupted between the people of Earth, and many weren't entirely sure how to react to such a change. Should they be running? Escaping? Which side should they be fighting alongside? Was this maybe a trap? Within the dungeon, the obese merchant looked up and through the bars. He noticed the odd actions of the guards all the way up until they left their stations entirely. At first, he thought they might have been changing shifts, but it seemed that things weren't so simple. The lip of the obese merchant curled. So this is the trump card Terrain mentioned? Quite a trump card indeed. Leonel's spear clanged with every strike, a new life falling with his every swing. Blood flew about him like the droplets of a painting, his skin reddening and steam practically billowing out from his mouth with his every movement. His muscles were like tightened cords, his limbs like the instruments of a symphony. His expressions exhibited the focus of a starving artist, his offensive prowess embodying every ounce of their passion. It was as though Leonel wanted Ina to feel his strength, to feel his power through the endless thrumming of his heart. Leonel's spear pierced through a final head, hundreds of corpses lying beneath his feet. Blood caked his blade, dripping across his body as though he had just been beneath a rain of crimson. Another heated breath left Leonel's lips. A scorching heat billowed outward, boiling the air and causing it to crackle. Raging fire elemental force surged around Leonel, causing the temperature to skyrocket. He looked up into the skies, his irises flickering with a violet-red color. An icy portal began to open. A harsh clash of elements caused hurricane-force winds to kick up across the city. Slowly, a massive white wolf prowled out, a low, rumbling growl causing the hearts of those who heard it to seize. Behind it, knights dressed in armors of ice walked, brandishing polearm weapons of all sorts. At that moment, cracks of lightning suddenly shot across Leonel's dreamscape, his gaze shining as a blistering heat continued to crackle the air around him. The attack on the fort that had ended in a failure due to Leonel's action. However, the attack on Dark Cloud Prison hadn't ended in failure. Those two occurrences seemed to have nothing to do with one another, but there was a fine line of truth connecting them both, the puppet master. Those red-black lines. They carried with them a thick scent of blood, but it wasn't just any blood, it was the blood of people of Earth. Just like Leonel could see through the subtle changes in energy that separated people of different worlds, he could just as easily see through the subtle fluctuations of energy that were unique to the people of Earth as well. I see, those prisoners are dead, Leonel finally understood. The puppet master likely needed the thousands of Earthener lives to accomplish his goal, but he had failed to get what he needed with Royal Blue Fort, so he had to change his plans. Compared to attacking a fort where the people didn't want to escape, wasn't it easier to attack a fort where everyone wanted to escape? And they all fell right into his lap. At that moment, another portal appeared. This time, it was a red wolf followed by knights adorned in magma-like armor. Then, there was yet another. In this one, a sand-colored wolf followed by knights adorned in earth-like armor appeared, and then there was a final portal. In this one, a green wolf followed by knights adorned with illusory wind-like armor appeared. Leonel stood at the center of these four groups, Ina still strapped to his back. Corpses littered his surroundings, blood slowly dripping from the end of his blade and down his body. He closed his eyes, the thumping of his heart and the aching of his body playing in his ears. It seems Earth is in trouble, Leonel thought silently. In any other case, I might not care much. My top priority is Ina's safety and her happiness. I may very well have chosen to escape this world at this very moment, but you just had to piss me off. The ground beneath Leonel began to rumble. Chapter 55, Smooth Chapter 55-5, Smooth Leonel brandished his spear, blocking the swipe of a devastating claw attack. His body rattled and shook, his internal organs threatening to shear apart beneath the strain. However, his gaze remained cold and indifferent, as though the frigid energies of the White Wolf couldn't impact him in the slightest. The flickering runes across his body solidified. In that moment, whatever jarring inner injuries he felt weakened considerably, his gaze meeting the white-blue irises of the wolf before him, Little Blackstar. Leonel hardly finished his thought before an adorable little mink appeared by his side. After observing the situation, the little guy bore his fangs, his hair standing up on end. Leonel retreated as Blackstar sent a furious claw swipe forward, causing scythes of dark energy to tear through the air and forcing the White Wolf back. The Red Wolf appeared in Leonel's path of retreat, his teeth spilling over with billowing flames. It opened its jaws, a jagged row of glistening white being accompanied by a blistering heat. As though a dragon, its throat flexed and its chest expanded. Due to the size differences, Leonel could clearly see the ball of flames forming and building up. It bubbled like magma, causing a slight red glow to appear at the wolf's throat. The red-armored knights trudged forward, their polearm weapons sweeping toward Leonel as though they didn't fear the fiery breath of the Red Wolf in the slightest. The forward force of the Red Wolf's breath was so great that its body skidded backward, its claws leaving deep marks in the ground. Leonel watched as this ball of fire made its way toward him. It scorched the air, revolving at dangerous speeds and reflecting colors of red, orange, and gold. The air around it seemed to disappear into a vat of billowing smoke, the temperature of the surroundings increasing to the point where it seemed that anyone standing within its radius would be burnt to ash. However, Leonel continued to watch it as though he couldn't sense the numerous blade blocking his path or see the looming danger in the slightest. Just when it seemed that Leonel would be burnt to a crisp, he reached out a hand. In that instant, the fireball, which had already crossed speeds of hundreds of miles per hour, grinded to a halt, resting on Leonel's outstretched palm as though it was a normal ball rather than a 3-meter-tall monstrosity. Leonel's hand swiped across. As though an obedient pet, the ball of fire suddenly accelerated, shooting across the battlefield and slamming into the White Wolf. The sound of roars and whimpers sounded, the White Wolf losing more than half its vitality in an instant. No matter how hard it had tried to dodge, it simply couldn't. First, it had to deal with Blackstar's claw swipe, but before it could even do so, its own partner's attack suddenly bore down upon it, nearly taking its head off. A resonance softer than even an assassin's footsteps appeared to Leonel's back. Its actions were so swift and controlled that there wasn't even the slightest wind pressure associated with its actions. The green wolf's fangs glistened, biting down toward Leonel with every intention of swallowing him whole. It seems it didn't work. Though Leonel thought this, his actions weren't slow in the slightest. Hey! Leonel released his universal force, tapping into the Four Seasons realm once again and fusing it with the gravity field of his bronze runes. The instant he did, the minor uptick in gravity suddenly rose explosively. The speed of the green wolf plummeted, its open jaw crashing down into the ground with such force that its mouth snapped and its teeth cracked. Leonel had wanted to use the little mink's beast control ability to wrest ownership of these wolves away, but clearly this wasn't possible. The puppet master's control ability was far beyond that of the White Knight Leonel stole this ability from. In that case, he would just have to take another. Leonel suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the strain of using the Four Seasons realm impacting him once again. But he pretended as though nothing had happened, strong spear forces swirling around him as he slashed downward. Little Blackstar ripped its way out of the White Wolf's body, his little frame and once lush black fur coated in an eerie crimson. Take this ability for yourself. The moment Leonel's words finished, he completed his final slash. His mind was filled with images of a burly man with a chest packed with dense hair. He stood alone in the woods, a darkness pervading his surroundings. The chirps of birds set his rhythm and his beating heart stilled to a crawl. He rose an axe above his head, his muscles subtly writhing beneath his coat of hair. His movements were slow, but controlled, a beautiful rhythm hidden within them. Then he chopped down, splintering a thick piece of wood in two. Leonel's image and the image of the mane overlapped. His actions seemed to be fueled by nature's pulse, carrying a tempo that made them impossible to dodge. The green wolf's head was split in two in that very instant, its body vanishing into countless motes of light before much blood could be spilt. The little mink appeared to Leonel's side, grasping with his little claws and causing a shadow to form. Without hesitation, the little guy swallowed it. A strong wind suddenly enveloped the little mink, his body becoming surrounded with foggy green-black energies. With a leap, the little mink found his place on Leonel's head. In that moment, Leonel felt that the disconnect he had once had with wind elemental force suddenly vanished. In fact, the force-strengthening deviation had never been clearer to him than it was now. Float. Leonel shot into the air, dodging an attempted strike by the sand-colored wolf. Unfortunately for it, beneath the force field of Leonel's metal synergy lineage factor, it hadn't been able to use any of its abilities at all. In the blink of an eye, Leonel stood over 100 meters in the air. His cold gaze looked down toward the ground as a jet-black surfboard appeared beneath his feet. Leonel stretched out a hand, his internal sight connecting with the nodes of the city. A coldness pervaded the air, filling it with a lurking scent of death. Despite the fact they were puppets with hardly any emotions of their own, the knights and two remaining wolves below trembled unconsciously, the last bits of their humanity shining through in their final moments. Die. Space suddenly warped and twisted. By the time it settled back down, there was nothing but a crater left. However, this crater had edges so smooth that it caused one to shiver. Chapter 5-6 Patience. Chapter 5-6 Patience. Leonel breathed hard, his face paling somewhat. But soon he steadied himself, slowly descending. Within their homes, many peeked out to see what was happening after all the noise came to a stop. But all they saw was a singular young man, standing before a hole so smooth it reflected like a mirror. That's it. The longer Leonel stood before the smooth crater, the brighter his eyes seemed to grow. He completely forgot about his fatigue, a furious will billowing out from his thumping heart. Space was among the most dangerous force-strengthening deviation in all of existence. Just a slight modification to a force art meant to teleport had created such devastation. Let alone having a chance to survive, there likely wasn't a single atom remaining of what used to be of these puppets. The unfortunate part was that using the drawn force arts like this made it a one-use item. All the nodes in this area had been completely destroyed after just a single strike. It would be impossible to use the same tactic in this area. He would have to use a different location. The durability of the material simply couldn't hold up to multiple uses. But it was precisely because of this that this attack was so dangerous. Leonel looked up into the sky again, but now the only reddish-black line that remained was the one connected to Aina. Still, the puppet master was sorely mistaken if it believed it could possibly use Aina against him. Despite the fact he couldn't see the puppet master, it still felt as though his vision tore through space and time itself, his fury boiling through the fabric of reality. The puppet master sat in its vat of blood, its white irises flickering with rage. Those puppets of his that Leonel had just killed might not have been his most powerful, but they were his most useful. They had gotten a lot of work done for him in the past, and had taken a lot of effort to nurture to the point where they could retain some intelligence of their own. But now they were gone, and the puppet master couldn't quite understand how. How could his fire and earth elemental affinity be higher than my puppets? Others might not have quite understood what happened. But how could he, as the controller of these puppets, have been unaware? According to the usual team dynamic, the Earth Wolf would have the most area of effect impact, the Wind Wolf would pin opponents down, the Fire Wolf would be the main offensive power with the support of the Ice Wolf. However, from the very beginning, the Earth Wolf's attacks seemed to be useless. The puppet master hadn't quite understood what was happening, so it tried to probe the situation with the Ice Wolf, sending Leonel flying into the path of the Fire Wolf. It worked out perfectly. After calculating through Leonel's defenses, the puppet master had believed that he would end up dead, while Aina would end up severely injured. It was perfect. But none of this considered the fact that the Fire Wolf's attack would be absolutely useless. Not only was it useless, but it even knocked the Ice Wolf out of the battle completely. The last chance the puppet master had had was the Wind Wolf, who was able to silently appear behind Leonel, only for it to fall victim to an area of effect force field that nearly completely incapacitated it. From start to finish, they never had a chance. Leonel's only injury seemed to have been self-inflicted. How could the puppet master not be enraged? The worst part was that even after a long analysis, it still had no idea what that final attack was. The only thing it knew was that even if it had been in the range of that attack, it might not have fared any better. The puppet master wanted to stand and go deal with this situation personally, but it was well aware that it couldn't. As a variant invalid, the puppet master had strength that could rival even savants of the same level. The only difference between it and a savant was that while savants could improve by doing nothing but eating and sleeping, its path to improvement was several times more difficult than even humans. with its strength, especially coupled with the headpiece its queen so graciously bestowed upon it, dulling the senses of a world of people with population numbering in the mere millions wasn't an issue. In fact, even if the number was tens of times this amount, it still wouldn't have much of a problem. The issue, though, lied in the fact it couldn't move from this region. Not many knew this, but his puppeteering ability relied on blood. By accumulating enough blood from the people of Earth, he was able to lock down on their auras, thus giving him a much wider range. If it left this place, its senses would slowly dull until its control snapped. The puppet master took a deep breath. It had been lying in wait for thousands of years. It had patience his fellow invalids never had. This was why it was on the cusp of success while they were all dead. It couldn't allow itself to make a mistake in these final moments. I've already locked onto her aura. It will be impossible for her to escape me. It won't be too late to bring her to my side when the capital falls. The puppet master sneered, looking down toward Leonel's gaze, its face twisting into a sinister expression. Looming giants shifted to its back, their slight movements causing the ground to quake. It seems that he succeeded. It's unexpected, though, that this legion wouldn't try to kick the Empire while it was down. The puppet master turned its attention away from Leonel, looking toward another part of Earth. There, a battle no less important than the one at the capital was taking place. However, the combatants weren't the Empire and the cities. Rather, they were the Slayer Legion and the Powers. And, unfortunately for the Slayer Legion, due to the Puppet Master's interference, they were faring even worse than the Empire's warriors. Chapter 5T7, hello, Chapter 5T7, hello. The battlefield was the ocean's surface. Warriors swept across, brandishing their weapons as best they could without proper footholds. It was clear that it was much more difficult to use the water's surface as an anchor point than it would have been real ground. Blood flew, coloring the deep blue waters a grotesque shade of purple. But just as quickly as these pockets of color formed, they were washed away, blending into the deep liquid body as though nothing had happened. Are these the so-called talents of Earth? Is this supposed to be a joke? Rainred Solar's expression was plastered with a sneer. After he had learned that Ina, a woman he had lost to, was an Earthener, he had already had some pent-up dissatisfaction when it came to people of this world. No matter how talented Earth was, in their eyes, it was nothing but an upstart. How could it compare to their thousands of years of heritage? Did they have styles? Did they have force techniques of their own passed down by their ancestors? Did they even have their society built back to what it once was before the metamorphosis? At this point, Earth was nothing but a child having lost the backing of its parents. There were no higher dimensional worlds coming to coddle and hold them any longer. They were on their own right now, yet they were supposedly better than them? Since when had the dimensional verse become such a joke? Jilnea's look of disdain was no less. On the ocean's surface, her fall style was even stronger than it would be otherwise. Her every palm seemed to be able to reap another life, even if said life was over a dozen meters away. This battlefield had practically become a one-sided slaughter. The only issue with this is that if matters are really so easy, what are the odds the cities appreciate this favor of ours? Jilnea said offhandedly, reaping another life. Rainred's sneer deepened. Who cares what they think at this point? We're already here, aren't we? Since when have we feared what the cities think? Do we even need their opinion? At worst, we'll just share this new world with them just like we shared terrain previously. While the two spoke, Wheelis stood aside silently, scanning the battlefield with a hint of caution in his eye. As the one with the strongest sensory abilities among them, he could tell that these matters weren't so simple. There definitely seemed to be something wrong with the warriors of Earth, but he wasn't sure what it was. Is this the trump card of the cities? If that's the case, what's to stop them from using it against us? Jilnea, still sporting a look of disdain, sent a glance toward Wheelis. An ambiguous light flashed within her gaze, but she didn't say anything as she looked toward her distant father. Head Falls seemed to understand what his daughter was trying to convey, but his calm smile revealed nothing else. It was clear that he wasn't very worried at all. Nay, Hutch looked over the battlefield with a frown, a sharp aura twirling around him. As a warrior with so much experience, he was the most aware when there was something wrong with his body. And, at this moment, there was most definitely something wrong. Yet not only could he not seem to do anything about it, he wasn't even aware of what the main issue was to begin with. He found it completely baffling even with his years of life. So, this is the true dimensional verse. Hutch smiled bitterly, looking up at the sky to give his eyes a break from the carnage happening before him. He seemed to be the oldest he had been in a very long time, his wrinkles becoming far deeper and his eyes becoming more sunken. As old as he was, Hutch had never gotten a true taste of the vast universe before. He lamented that he was born too early, that his blade wouldn't get to taste the blood of worlds yet unseen. However, he was lucky enough that this old body of his managed to hold on to the end, to make it here. Now, he had a chance to live for longer, to live out those fanciful dreams he had had as a child. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. Who would have known that in one moment he would be speaking of the valiant Slayer Legion, and in the next, he would be watching his warriors die, one after another? There were no fanciful dreams to be found on this battlefield, no childhood fantasies, nothing that could bring a smile to his face. If Hutch's enemies knew that he was having such thoughts, they might very well be stunned to early deaths. This was Hacker Hutch, a man who should have long since become used to the cruelty of the battlefield. For a person like him, being shocked by blood and gore shouldn't have been possible, let alone being hurt by it. But this was very much different. The change was too abrupt. It felt as though what he had been looking for was right in the palm of his hands, only for it to be snatched before he could even think of making use of it. Hutch looked down at the blade in his hand. As the acting commander, it had yet to taste a thing from this battlefield. It remained silent, its bloodthirst restrained from the senses of those around it, the pitiful wails of Hutch's soul seemingly trapped within. I guess there's not much of a choice remaining. It's either we go all out, or we all die here. Hutch brandished his machete. With a single step forward, the waters beneath him rippled outward before becoming still beyond compare. None of the battle around him seemed capable of affecting his territory in the slightest. He was Hacker Hutch. If death was waiting for him, he'd be the first to say hello. Chapter 558, Third Chapter 558, Third. The situation at the capital only seemed to be growing worse. With the exception of Noah and Tyron, the fighting prowess of the Eartheners seemed to have hit rock bottom. In fact, the nerf on their strength had increased by several levels due to unknown reasons just moments ago. They were continuously driven backward, retreating again and again until it seemed as though they didn't have any recourse left. By now, barely half a kilometer to Noah's back, the thick trunk of the second layer could be found. Any advantage they had had from the higher ground provided by the first layer had completely vanished, leaving almost everyone on equal footing. Luckily, the branches of the second layer had gained some artillery units. Rains of bullets and arrows flew down from above, covering the terrain army. However, after finally gaining a taste of success after so long, the invaders seemed to have gained numerous second and third wins. They finally saw a crack in the armor that was the talents of Earth. How could they not take advantage? Their fervor reached new levels, their blood rushing through to their ears and their skin becoming flushed. War cries left their mouths one after another, bearing down on the capital with heavy steps. To Earth they were defending their home. It was only right they had a fire lit in their bellies. However, to Terrain, this was about their futures. All those who could fight on these battlefields were men and women who held astounding strength and power. They mingled with the upper echelons of society and saw Terrain for what it was, a dying world. If they wanted a better future for their children, for their families, for themselves, the only path forward was to take down Earth. There was no going back, there were no redos, this was the reality of the dimensional verse. It was a land where worlds fell every minute of every day. But by the same token, there were just as many that rose up. The question was whether it would be Earth or Terrain. Pincering the capital from two sides, there were two cities. Whereas every other province only gained the focus of one, the capital was worthy of double this. Understanding this much, it was no wonder then that the Slayer Legion was in such a bad position. The balance of power on Terrain with the cities versus the powers. However, there were only 3 powers for 12 cities. The Slayer Legion was essentially facing half of Terrain's strength all on their own. Of course, things were actually more complicated than this. For one, the Slayer Legion wielded more strength than it seemed. Though their overall strength was less than that of the Empire, the difference wasn't exaggerated. As a hidden trump card of the Ascension Empire, it was only right that they wield a certain amount of strength. Secondly, the cities wielded more strength than they displayed to the powers. Since they had been planning this invasion for so long, how could they waste their resources on a civil war? The truth was that if the cities wanted, they could have wiped the powers from existence whenever they wanted. It was just that the benefit wasn't worth it. If one were to take an objective look at it, 2 cities were enough to give the powers an intense battle to the death. 3 cities were enough to give them a 60% chance of winning. 4 cities almost guaranteed victory at an 80-90% probability. This was all to say that the capital was under a tremendous amount of strain already, and it only made it worse that the 2 cities attacking it were among the most powerful. One was obvious. Kiafir City, the city in the lead of this invasion, took the helm at one cardinal direction, but the second city was also easily recognizable. In fact, its aura was even somewhat suppressive of Kiafir City simply due to the sheer imagery it portrayed. It had tall, steel-black walls filled with sharp spikes that would make scaling them impossible. Just the walls themselves stood at double the height of any other city wall to this point, and its aura was just as dark, billowing black smoke jetting out from buildings hidden behind the tall walls. It was impossible to tell where this smoke was coming from unless you had a vantage point from the sky. But, just judging by the heavily armored brutes that made up their army, one would think that they were being churned out of factories, which would more than explain the billowing black smoke. The footsteps of these warriors were heavy, their every step causing the earth to quake. Each and every one of them wielded a polearm weapon, as though afraid they wouldn't seem manly enough. Even the exceptions to this wielded massive great swords the size of their bodies. It was simply an army right out of nightmares. They didn't blink an eye in the face of death. Their forward momentum was dauntless and impossible to stop, and their strikes were powerful and relentless. This was the army of Black City, a city that Leonel would recognize well, not because he had laid eyes upon it, but rather because he was familiar with their young heir, Jeffrock Black. Jeffrock stood atop the city walls, the complicated feelings he had been holding on to having long since vanished. His head reflected beneath the sunlight, his dark armor becoming scorching beneath the heat. Today, this capital falls. To now, they had only been sending out foot soldiers. But now, their true assault would begin. On the opposite side of the province, Kiafir City's gates began to slowly open as though in perfect sync with Black City. Sharp sword auras soared through the skies, filling the capital with the sound of crossing and sharpening blades. The elites of the two cities slowly marched forward. At the head of one army, there was Jeffrock and his father, City Lord Black. At the head of the other, there was Honored and his father, City Lord Kiafir. All four looked toward the city as though watching a beast on its death throes. However, it was at that moment that the situation changed again. Space distorted, a third city appearing in the sky. It crashed down with a force that could destroy mountains, landing on the ground and sending a quaking force throughout the capital. Its gates soon opened, row after row of soldiers marching toward the capital from a third direction. Hargrove City had appeared again, and it reeked of blood. Chapter 559, Do Not Unlock. Chapter 559, Do Not Unlock. Do Not Unlock. I'm sorry, mistakes were made. The Fairy King's 11th son seemed to have trouble breathing, but he eventually shook his head and grit his teeth, his words eventually coming out in a steady flow. According to reports, Littlest Sister recently used her name to access one of our vaults in Osiris through the Mercenary Guild. She withdrew a small sum for unknown reasons, but regardless, she should be in Osiris right now. The Fairy King frowned. Osiris? Wasn't that the dream world formed by the Mercenary Guild? Why would his daughter be there? Unless she found her life partner, the Fairy King asked with a dark expression. We can't be sure, but after some digging we did find that she entered with a human boy. Find out this boy's information, the Fairy King replied, his voice tinged with a hint of cold. Osiris was a dream world. This essentially meant that it couldn't count as a location. Even if they knew she was in Osiris, there was no telling what world she had gone off to and where she was connecting to Osiris from. Since, in all likelihood, she was connecting to Osiris by proxy of this life partner, then the best way to find her was to find him. Then they could make a complicated matter simple. We've already tried, Father, but the Fairy King's expression grew colder. But what? A chilly aura gripped the meditation room, refusing to let go. The information is sealed off. Then contact someone to unseal it. The Fairy King spoke of violating the core laws of the Mercenary Guild as though they were nothing. This was precisely why Ryu had known not to trust it and why he didn't dare to use his own bank accounts even after reincarnating. In the martial world, rules were only followed by the weak. The Fairy King might not have been a sky god, but just how many sky gods had there been in Cultist clan history? Plus, with his current status, he could just barely carry just as much sway as a sky god could. This was how heavy his every word was. Something like unsealing classified information of a singular individual was no problem at all. This, Elifarin's 11th son, hesitated again. What's the problem? Speak. Father, I already tried requesting such information already. Unfortunately, the information is sealed, even beyond what our word can unseal. It's likely that this boy has joined a faction. The Fairy King's expression flickered, a light of fury deep within them. A faction? Who cared? A damned faction dared to stand in the way of information about his daughter. Were they tired of living? Father, the situation is more complicated. The boy has joined the faction of the Saintly Weapon Sky God. That man has always been an eccentric and is practically impossible to contact. There's no telling where he is now. He has no subordinates, so the only person we can contact to release this information would be him personally. There aren't even any members running his faction at all. Our hands are tied. The Fairy King's expression twitched several times. It was clear his anger had reached the point of imploding, but he didn't know where to vent it. A sky god with no fetters, like the Saintly Weapon Sky God, was the most difficult to deal with. If such an existence was offended, who could bear the rage of a sky god without worries? The only thing that stopped sky gods with grudges against one another from acting indiscriminately were their families and descendants. No one wanted to see their hard work of countless epics come crashing down before their eyes. However, what if a sky god didn't have such worries? Why him? The Fairy King's brow furrowed. As far as he was aware, the Saintly Weapon Sky God had only joined the Mercenary Guild due to convenience. After all, their restrictions on their members were practically non-existent. Logically, such a person shouldn't accept anyone into their faction. So, how had this boy been accepted? Husband. At that moment, another woman walked into the meditation room. But compared to how the others were treated, no one dared to get in the way of this woman. Everything from her gait to the slight swaying of her hips exuded perfection. This woman was other than Elifarin's first wife, his queen, and Ailsa's mother, Sacia Cultus. Sacia only had 2 children, one elder son and one youngest daughter. Unfortunately, her son had died to an incident that occurred long before Ailsa's birth, so it was clear that even in comparison to the Fairy King, Sacia was even more concerned about the whereabouts of her daughter. Sacia, is something the matter? Elifarin's expression softened considerably. He stowed away his coldness with an unnatural swiftness the moment he laid eyes on his wife. "Where's my Ailsa?" Sacia said softly. Though her demeanor was elegant, her expressions seemed to carry a slight sickliness to them that made one want to protect her with all their might. Elifarin took a deep breath. "I will find her." Sacia smiled somewhat bitterly. She had heard these words many times before, but they never came to fruition. "Little Ayasa just doesn't understand," Elifarin sighed, rubbing his temples. Life partners seemed to be a great tradition of the fairies. But the truth was that this was only a responsibility of the commoners amongst fairies. Fairy royalty were far too valuable to simply hand away to an unknown life partner, and this was especially so for Ailsa. Not only was Ailsa the child of the Fairy King, but her mother was of a background that even the Fairy King himself always remained silent about, and, as important as these matters were, Ailsa was also the most suited to take up his position once he chose to retire. With her talent, she shouldn't even be very far from having the strength necessary to accomplish this either. But after Ailsa found the notes left behind by her elder brother all those years ago, her feelings toward life partners seemed to take a complete turn around. Before them, as her parents could even comprehend the changes occurring to their daughter, Ailsa had disappeared to places unknown and had already been gone for over 9 cycles of 100 million years. Chapter 560, Voice. Chapter 560, Voice. The appearance of a third city placed the already reeling capital even further onto its back foot. There were 4 city lords that stood above the rest. By some wisp of luck, Earth had managed to get rid of one of them in City Lord White. However, that unfortunately left 3 still remaining. And now, these 3 had all aimed their weapons toward the Ascension Empire's core. Hutch brandished his blade, his unkempt gray hair whistling in the wind like dried strands of straw. Blood caked his body, his rusted blade especially dripping with copious amounts. He crossed the battlefield with a certain level of confidence to him. Everywhere he passed, time seemed to distort and slow, only for another life to be reaped. His presence alone seemed to stop the continuous defeats the Slayer Legion suffered. Rainrid's sneer finally thinned seeing such a scene. Even at such a distance, he could feel danger emitting from Hutch's blade. He felt that he would stand no chance beneath it, a reality that he simply couldn't fathom. This Hutch had at best recently broken into the 4th dimension, while he himself was already in the 5th tier of the 4th dimension. There shouldn't be anything that could bridge such a gap. Was the difference between their abilities really so drastic? Worlds like Terrain, which were lacking in talent, often placed great emphasis on their force cultivation. This bred the illusion that one's diligence was far more important than the talent one was born with. However, it was just that, an illusion. Between 2 people who had vastly different levels of talent, force cultivation was almost irrelevant. Leonel himself was continuously battling foes many times stronger than him in terms of foundation, and he never once paused to think about what tier they had reached. Rainrid shook his head. It wasn't just ability, it was that damned machete. He didn't know what magic the old man had pulled, but the skill with which he used that blade was beyond comprehension. It should be the 4 Seasons realm, but why was it that there were no obvious signs of the 4 Seasons then? Seems like it's about time. Rainrid was startled out of his thoughts, only to find that his father, along with Head Falls and Head Mirage, had appeared by their sides at some unknown time. Seeing such a scene, Rainrid's lips curled up again. He hadn't known why his old man and the others hadn't stepped onto the battlefield yet. But, now that they were here, this farce could finally come to an end. Which of these heads wasn't firmly in Tier 7 or above? Hutch's actions took a tremendous amount of pressure off of the front lines. With his level of training, the restraints this odd debuff had on him was limited. Much like Aina could regain control of her body using her axe as a medium, Hutch could fulfill this and then some. Unfortunately, not everyone had such a medium. Or, more accurately, not everyone could tap into it to the extent that Hutch could. Existences like Monet and the other new generation Supremes had received training since their youth, but with Earth still in the 3rd dimensional stage, communicating with universal force was hundreds of times more difficult back then. Hutch was practically the only one who could reach such a stage without issue. And even then, had he been born in a higher dimensional world, his achievements would still far outshine what he could accomplish now. "Damned brats," Hutch growled. "I told you all to not forget your training regimens after you gained your fancy new abilities, but what did you all do? Now look at you." Fury colored Hutch's gaze red. He screamed at the corpses floating on the water like a madman, his aura blazing. Monet bit down on her teeth hard, brandishing her fiery whip as she tried to support Hutch along with the other elites. But it was clear that her flames were even weaker than they had been when she met Leonel, despite the fact they had long since evolved to be tens of times stronger. Hutch's machete raged like a tornado of blades. His actions seemed no different from a butcher hacking meat, yet his crude style somehow became inescapable even to these well-trained soldiers of terrain. Die! Hutch's billowing roars shook the battlefield, his shouts laced with anger. The veins across his wrinkled body pulsed, his strength seemingly fueled by his fury. Just as he was cutting through the front line of the enemy troops, 3 figures came dashing out of the army, each moving with such speed that the waters beneath their feet sliced apart as though a large blade ran through the surface. The closer one got to the 5th dimension, the larger the differences between tiers became. The difference between a Tier 5 entity like Rainrid and a Tier 8 one like his father was akin to the vastness of the universe. It was simply like comparing a well-trained soldier to a man approaching godhood. Facing 3 such existences all at once, Hutch couldn't help but feel his hair prickle, his reddened gaze locking onto those before. To his back, there were thousands of weakened soldiers, each relying on these frail old shoulders of his. To his front, there was suddenly an enemy more powerful than any he had ever met, each of them with towering auras that had long since locked onto him. It seems that the cities have finally entered their end phase, Headfalls said emotionlessly. Unless we want to watch from afar as they claim the capital for themselves, it's probably best that we move this along. Head Solar and Head Mirage rose an eyebrow, but didn't say much else after hearing this. Headfalls stretched out his palm. Head Solar grabbed at air, causing a 2.5-meter-long halberd to appear. As for Head Mirage, she brought out an oddly flowing whip that sometimes appeared as is, and at other times unfurled as though a silky cloth. They had all decided that Hutch was the greatest threat on this battlefield, so he had to die first. Near the back line of the army, fighting alongside the other youths, Aloran slaughtered enemies that appeared before him with even more ease than his grandfather. At that moment, a talisman on his person suddenly lit up, and a voice drifted to his ear. Chapter 561, Familiar Face. Chapter 561, Familiar Face Elerin continued to battle as though nothing had happened, brandishing a machete no different from his grandfather's. Even as he battled, his lips moved almost imperceptibly, but it seemed that even the youths right by his side that continued to fall to the strikes of the enemies, or even the soldiers that fell to his blade, couldn't hear a single word he was saying. Not far from Aloran, there was another familiar group of youths. But these few were so ragged and beaten that even with his senses, Leonel might not recognize them at all. Among them, there was Roaring Black Lion, Seer, Falling Leaf, Thunderous Clap, and many more. By now, though, they hardly looked like themselves. Roaring Black Lion had deep gashes through his blackened body. His lion's roar continuously rocked the battlefield, debuffing their enemies and strengthening his squad. But, every time he bellowed, ignoring his injuries, blood would fly from the bloody gashed tracing along his enormous body. Chasing Wind and Flowing Wind, 2 opposite sides of the same coin, did their best to protect him alongside Thunderous Clap. They knew well that if not for Roaring Black Lion helping to level the playing field, they would have fallen long ago. Ho-ho, are these the geniuses of Earth? I've heard so many great things about you all, but to think you'd be put in such a pitiful position against a mere few foot soldiers. Rainrid's voice drifted into the ears of the youths. Without having to worry about Hutch, crossing the battlefield to reach this point had been almost too easy. Rainrid curiously eyed the youths on their last legs, his eyes no different from a predator eyeing his prey. Jilnia and Wheelis had gone off to other sections of the battlefield already, so he felt quite happy that he had this place to himself. Tell me, have you heard of a talent by the name of Ina Brazinger? Where is she? If you answer in a timely fashion, I won't mind taking you in as servants. After all, once Earth is conquered, we'll need quite a few sows and studs, so I can't possibly kill you all, right? Rainrid's eyes scanned over Chasing Wind and Flowing Wind, his eyes especially locked onto Flowing Wind's scantily clad body. He had to say, this fiery young lady truly knew how to entice a man. Though they still wore their masks, Rainrid believed in his intuition. This was definitely a beauty. Not a single person answered Rainrid, their steely gazes locked onto him like ravenous wolves. They had never heard of this Ina Brazinger before, but even if they had, they wouldn't sell her out to this piece of shit. Not answering? Rainrid's voice gained a tinge of murderous intent. The sudden change to his aura made the battlefield freeze over. The soldiers of Terrain had long since known to stop attacking so as to let their young heir have his fun, but even they couldn't help but shiver. Rainrid's strength was undeniable regardless of his character flaws. His rage alone seemed to slow the force in the region to a crawl. However, the youths remained silent, their jaws clenched. Ho ho ho, Rainrid chuckled. Just when it seemed that Rainrid would have to take action, a woman's voice called out anxiously, We've never heard of her, I swear. Please don't hurt me, I'll be a servant. The nervous chattering of the voice cut through whatever momentum and solidarity the youthful group had. Numerous gazes snapped over to the one who had been responsible for making them all seem so weak, only to find another familiar face on the end of it all, Pisces. Looks of disgust colored Roaring Black Lion in the others' faces. A few months ago, they got word that Leonel had defected from the Slayer Legion and was now a wanted criminal by their ranks. He even appeared alongside several Ascension Empire officials they were previously tasked to kill. When they found out the reason that he ended up being chased away, they learned that one of their Supremes had asked him to hand in a treasure of his. This all left them baffled because they were certain that the Supreme had never personally laid eyes on the treasure because not only was Leonel not a part of their district, but he had also only recently joined their legion to begin with. Leonel had only been able to participate in 2 events, one of which was a tournament and the second of which was Project Hunt. Since he hadn't used the dictionary during the tournament and had only brought it out to save their lives on the island, that could only mean that it was someone who told the Supreme about his treasure. After reaching this point, they ran into a dead end. There were dozens of them who had survived. Finding out which one it had been was almost impossible. But among the group of surviving youths, there was a young man with a deduction ability. According to his calculations, there was a 97% chance that the traitor who divulged Leonel's secrets was other than this Pisces right before them. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't reprimand a Supreme with their standing. The best they could do was ostracize Pisces and make their displeasure known. But who would have known that it would come back to bite them? Pisces was among the most powerful on this battlefield due to her water-related abilities, but she hardly raised a finger to protect anyone but herself. Her selfishness caused their casualties to be far beyond what they should have been. And now she was betraying them all again. Even if they didn't know who this Aina was, they felt it was a matter of principle, and Pisces had spit in the face of it again. Oh? Rainred tilted his head, curiously observing Pisces. Seeing that her figure was also enticing, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Come over here. Pisces trembled, but eventually moved forward, allowing her chin to be caressed and her mask to be slowly removed. Ah, a beauty indeed. Rainred grinned, lightly playing with Pisces' blue hair. You don't know an Aina, huh? No, I've really never heard of her. She isn't one of us. As she spoke, Pisces became more determined and firm, allowing Rainred to do as he pleased and even inviting him to do more. Pisces was just a small talent. She didn't know the truth behind the Slayer Legion, so she had no idea the Empire was on their side. All she saw was a devastating losing battle being fought against a world many times more powerful than them. She had no intention of going down with the ship. Rainred dragged a finger along Pisces' exposed collarbone. If not her, have you heard of a certain Leonel Morales? Pisces and the others froze. Originally, Leonel had used the name Indomitable, but in order to make them trust him more and allow things to go more smoothly, he had both removed his mask and exposed his name to them. Pisces' lip curled into a sweet smile. Yes, I have heard of him. Burse. The pent-up rage everyone had for Pisces' actions boiled over. But before Roaring Black Lion could even finish his words, his throat gurgled, filling up with blood. He looked down toward his broad chest, laying eyes on the bloody hole that appeared where his heart should have been. Flowing Wind shrieked as the others watched on with wide eyes. Roaring Black Lion fell into the waters, dead. Chapter 562, late Chapter 562, late somehow, even compared to the other bodies constantly falling on the battlefield, Roaring Black Lion's was especially resounding. Maybe it was because his body was so large. Maybe it was because he was their previous beacon of hope. Or maybe it was because he was the first to die in such cruel fashion. There wasn't a long drawn-out battle, no final valiant words, no last gaze of defiance. There was nothing but a wave of a hand and an abrupt gurgling noise. Then there was the splash. They had never thought that a sound so benign could ring through their souls with such harshness. His body slapped against the ocean waters, his blood pooling into a fog of liquid violet. But this time, the change to the waters didn't seem keen on dispersing so quickly. It continued to thicken, growing dense to the point the violet turned toward red before reaching a dense blackness that perfectly suited the call of death. Noisy. Rainred shook his head, cleaning out his ears with a finger. Roaring Black Lion's voice was indeed booming, especially with his ability. Unfortunately, it was grating on the ears. Rainred didn't have the patience to deal with it. The youths looked at Roaring Black Lion's corpse, their bodies trembling. It felt as though their hearts were being ripped out from their chests. Compared to the other youths of the Slayer Legion, this group was especially close. They had all survived the events of the Force eruption together. They had learned to lean on one another for strength and companionship. Even though they had had some clashes between each other back then, it had ultimately brought them closer. And yet, someone they had just been fighting side by side with was dead, just like that. His body swayed in the waters, his bestial form slowly shrinking back to reveal the face of an ordinary young man. He had dark skin and thick hair. His face had gone slack in his death, but it was enough to accentuate his sharp features and charismatic aura. This was the first time any of them were seeing Roaring Black Lion's face. The last time his mask fell off after a transformation, it was Leonel who helped him cover up before others could lay eyes on him. But somehow, seeing his face now hit them all harder than a truck, he just looked so normal. A young man of not even 20 years of age, dead on the whims of a madman. You've heard of him, you say? Where is he? Rainred turned his attention back to Pisces. Though he spoke these words, his eyes continuously scanned her body as though he couldn't be bothered with the response. In truth, it really didn't matter much if he found Leonel now or later. The result would be effectively the same. There was still time before Valiant Heart Mountain's admissions activated, and it was highly unlikely Leonel would be able to leave Earth. The tickets to other worlds might be an easy matter for well-established worlds. But to fledgling worlds like Earth, their value was no less than that of a Tier 9 black treasure. According to reports, as expected, Leonel had relied on Terrain's teleportation channels to make it back to Earth, which meant whatever talismans he had used to come to Terrain in the first place were used up. If not for this, why would he risk entering a city of Terrain? It would have been safer to not do so if he could help it. Ultimately, there was no place for Leonel to run. He would land in his hands one way or another soon enough, along with Ina. Pisces hesitated. This, I'm not exactly certain of where he is. He was expelled from our Slayer Legion and placed on our wanted list. Rainred frowned when he heard these words. Wasn't this as good as telling him nothing at all? What was the use of saying she knew him, then? Sensing the change in Rainred's mood, Pisces panicked somewhat, a cold sweat matting her back. She racked her brain, practically flipping it over again and again as though to wring out the dregs of her memory. Luckily, her efforts paid off. Her eyes lit up, something finally clicking. I know. I'm not sure if he's there now, but I heard that he once caused a big commotion at Royal Blue Fort. He used to be a famous football player and was well known in the province. In all likelihood, he has some close ties to the people in Royal Blue Fort. Rainred's expression softened. Oh, is that so? Pisces nodded hurriedly. She was practically as obedient as a kitten. Royal Blue Province? We received some information about that province. How convenient. It should be really close to dislocation. Rainred mused, rubbing his chin and looking across the battlefield. Seeing Hutch in such a sorry state and how everything seemed to be turning in their favor, he realized that his services probably wouldn't be needed on this battlefield for much longer. Soon he'd be able to take his own personal troop to this Royal Blue Fort to see what was happening. If he could find Leonel, then good. Ina probably wouldn't be far away. But if he couldn't find Leonel, well, this little girl made quite an interesting point. Since that province was his home, there probably weren't a small number of people who had connections to him over there, right? After Rainred finished his musings, he looked toward the remaining youths. They stared daggers at him, each of them with hearts filled with endless fury. However, as furious as they were, Rainred's next words made them feel as though they had been plunged into the depths of hell. Well, there's not really a point in any of you existing any longer, right? Rainred flicked out with his fingers again, causing several more geniuses of the Slayer Legion to fall. Flowing Wind stood frozen in time, a bloody smile hanging on her lips. Though it was a smile, it was filled with bitterness. You know, if this was a movie, you'd be swooping down right about now. Don't you think you're a bit late, handsome? Flowing Wind's consciousness slowly faded to black, her last thoughts being of Leonel's face. Chapter 563, crumbled. Chapter 563, crumbled. So what are you trying to say exactly? Aloran swung his blade down again, a mark of complete indifference on his face. He reaped another life with ease, the bloodiness of the battlefield seemingly having nothing to do with him. I'm saying that it's not yet time. You're a smart boy. Do I really need to repeat myself? It isn't that I don't understand what you're saying. It's more so that it doesn't make much sense. If now isn't the best time, then when else could possibly be? Looking at the state of the battlefield, Aloran thought that the caller on the other side must be pulling some sort of practical joke. The casualties the Slayer Legion had tallied up to now numbered in the several thousand, and these were among their elites. These sort of warriors couldn't just grow on trees. To make matters worse, Aloran was certain that the capital was on its last legs as well. The last reports they received detailed the three cities having all the momentum in the world to storm their way to the third layer, having already breached the second layer. By all rights, if this wasn't the appropriate time to act, then when was? Were they supposed to wait until Earth already fell into the hands of another? The time isn't right. The voice responded. If you're abandoning me, just say so. Aloran said plainly, his expression not even fluctuating. There's no need to beat around the bush like this. I hope you remember that you all are the ones who approached me first. With or without you, I will accomplish my goals. This is a new world order, and there's an entire universe waiting to set the stage for talents like me. I don't need fair-weather helpers who won't show their faces. The voice chuckled, clearly not minding Aloran's words. You're misunderstanding, Aloran. Also, you sound very mighty currently, but you seem to have forgotten that you weren't the first to complete their zone, you were second. And that's just of this generation. As Earth continues to grow and evolve, and things settle down to the point people begin to have children again, the talents burst with each successive generation will only grow more and more talented. So, before you begin puffing out that prepubescent chest of yours, you should remember that you aren't even the best on your own world. It isn't quite time for you to be thinking of the expanse of the universe just yet. Aloran didn't seem to be enraged by these words either, his expression completely even-keeled. He didn't seem to be insulted in the slightest. In fact, at the moment, he felt that he had already said all that needed to be said. There was no need to continue this conversation. Just as he was about to hang up, the voice spoke again. The young are so impatient, but sure, I don't mind tossing you a bone. We aren't abandoning you. We aren't making a move because it truly isn't time to do so just yet. You forget that we have talents of our own that have hardly stepped onto Earth's stage. According to our analysis, Earth hasn't quite reached the brink just yet, at least not for another few hours. Only when our victory is guaranteed will we move. Until then, sit tight and don't die. After saying these words, the voice cut the call, leaving Aloran to his own thoughts. Not long later, Aloran looked up, his machete reaping another life. Since it wasn't yet time, it seemed he would have to put in some effort. After a while, his eyes landed on Rainred. With every flicker of his fingers, another young elite fell, no matter how hard they fought. It wasn't that Dispatch wasn't talented. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Puppet Master, 3 or 4 of them would have been enough to take on Rainred to a standstill. But, with the sluggishness they were experiencing, not even the several dozens of them that there were could even put up a fight. By now, among those that remained, Flowing Wind and many others had already died. Of those that Leonel would even recognize, only Thunderous Clap and Chasing Wind remained. But it was clear that if they were any more unlucky, their lives would be next. I guess you'll do. Aloran thought indifferently, flickering across the battlefield. Hutch took long, steady breaths, blood drizzling out between his lips. By now, the normally bouncy old man was pulling himself thin. When facing those weaklings, the suppression on his abilities meant little. He could still reap their lives with ease. But now, it became obvious that his weapon mastery wasn't allowing him to ignore the suppression. Rather, he was siphoning some of his strength away in exchange for a smaller amount of suppression. This was effectively still weakening him considerably, but there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't defeat these 3 before him, the Slayer Legion was finished. As bad as the situation on the Slayer Legion's battlefield was, the situation at the capital was far worse. In fact, the 3 cities had already bulldozed their way through the second layer. They were so comfortable in their position that the cities had been teleported forward once more. From the base of the capital, the cities moved to the second layer, laying upon the thick branches of the ancient tree-like space. The youths continued to fight, but the death of Nile was still fresh on their minds. To make matters worse, more than just Nile had died to this point, it felt as though their own legend was crumbling before their very own eyes. Noah protected Jessica to his back, a stoic expression on his face. Every time Jessica tried to step forward, he would send another glare in her direction. You can control beasts from here. He would growl, his face showing about as much emotion as he usually would over the course of an entire year. Noah breathed heavily, his blue saber laying across his chest as he blocked the blow of 3 sword strikes at once. His knees wobbled. It wasn't because the strikes were too heavy, but rather because his legs were simply too tired. This battle of defense had already been fought for over a half day. Even with his stamina, he was simply reaching the end of his rope. In the distance, he locked eyes onto Jeffra, who was slaughtering as he pleased, swinging around 2 hammers like a madman. Every body that made contact burst into a rain of blood and gore. I need to take out the strongest of them, to give everyone a chance. Noah took a deep breath, trying to find a second wind somewhere deep within. He was the prince of an empire. This was his world. He wouldn't allow them to trample upon Earth as they pleased. Noah looked up. As the legend went, there wasn't a single place in the capital one couldn't see the palace from. But even now, it remained completely unmoving. Was his grandfather going to wait until they charged through the gates to finally do something? Noah dug deep and roared, pushing the 3 swordsmen back before slashing them apart. He looked up one last time as though trying to find the courage he needed to face this enemy. But what he saw this time was completely out of his expectations. In his line of sight, blocking his view of the palace, a young man had suddenly appeared in the skies, a young woman wearing a blue-veined mask strapped to his back. He stood silently, but somehow the eyes of most on the battlefield couldn't help but drift toward him, his cold eyes sending shivers down their spine. Leonel didn't seem to notice how many eyes were on him. His gaze swept through the second layer, landing on Hargrove City. Without a word, his figure flickered, appearing above the city walls in a flash, landing atop the gates with a resounding bang. Before anyone could react, the city's gates crumbled before erupting into a pillar of flames that shot into the sky, lighting up the battlefield. A single man stood amidst the wreckage, his gaze filled with a furious light. Chapter 564, Towering. Chapter 564, Towering flames shot into the skies, lighting up the darkening battlefield as though the sun was rising from the north today. The battlefield seemed to pause, shock coloring the faces of everyone present. Destroying the gates of a city wasn't so simple, let alone the materials needed to construct it. The force arts protecting it alone would be enough to give a headache to even the most powerful city lords among the people of Terrain. Even if that was ignored, the sudden appearance above the battlefield and the subsequent almost suicidal actions left everyone in a daze. However, they hadn't even been able to register all that happened before a roar shook the skies. "Get the hell out her!" Leonel's infuriated bellowing resonated in the ears of everyone. It was only at that moment that everyone came to a subtle understanding. Leonel wasn't here to be a savior. Someone had pissed him off, and that person happened to be within Hargrove City's walls. It was only at that moment that whatever few guards of Hargrove City that remained finally reacted to the change. The truth was that with their charge, the elites of the city were currently on the front lines and no one had been paying attention to the skies. Even if they had been, Leonel's appearance was simply too sudden. Without the slightest sound, he had crashed down from the skies, obliterating their defenses as though they weren't there. How could the flaws of Terrain's force arts escape Leonel's notice? Warriors converged on Leonel from all sides, what remained of the archers that hadn't toppled from the walls aiming their bows toward him. If there was one advantage Terrain would always have, it was numbers. Though they had sent many of their elites forward, how could their cities be completely unguarded? Leonel's gaze flickered with wild fluctuations of violet and red. A dense violet-bronze fog hung around him, his runes shining so brightly as they marked his body that it was hard to look directly at him. At that moment, Leonel's surroundings became a land of scorching heat. He embodied the fire domain style, the temperature around him reaching unprecedented levels. Leonel's mind spun, countless calculations taking root as he simulated just as many possibilities. His gaze flashed when he finished, his arms raising up as though he was commanding the movements of an orchestra. Little Tolliver appeared, separating out into numerous droplets of mercury. The sight was especially gorgeous. Leonel stood amid a tidal wave of flames, his body sparkling with golden lights and droplets of silver hovering around him. His movements commanded the obedience of the world, his rage seeping into the hearts of all those who laid eyes on him. In their minds, he was the one and only truth. The debris around Leonel was suddenly engulfed by Little Tolly. Simultaneously, Leonel conjured the spells for Sword Light and Fire Spear. Leone had never put to words the sort of enlightenment Lionel had given him, but if he had to summarize it, he would only need one word: freedom. He could simulate the world in his mind. He had precision the likes of which even computers of the 25th century could only dream of. But who said he only had to simulate reality? Why couldn't he dig into the recesses of his mind, tap into the fantasies of a man, and force creations that could shake the world into being? Who said he couldn't forge weapons on a battlefield? Who said he couldn't fuse light and fire elemental spell arts into one? Who said a single man couldn't bring a city to its knees? Even as thousands of soldiers converged onto Leonel's position, gorgeous javelins began to form around him. They used the metallic base of the city's gates and fused the flames of Fire Spear into its foundations, strengthening the already powerful one-star Magus art. Its blade resonated with a golden halo, formed of an illusory golden sword that twinkled beneath the darkness of night. In one breath, there were just 3 of them. In the next, the number doubled, then doubled again. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens, then hundreds. They floated in the skies beneath Leonel's control, waiting for his orchestral rhythm to reach its peak. "Since you insist on being in my way, die." The blazing spears of fire and light tore through the night sky, leaving streaks of flames and gold in their wake. The warriors charging toward Leonel suddenly found themselves pierced through. The bolts were so swift that they hardly felt a thing before their innards were completely burnt to ash, shock coloring their faces even in death. But, as though that wasn't enough, even after claiming one life, the Delthi spears didn't pause, reaping more lives before suddenly erupting into a cacophony of explosions. Each bomb was so resounding that the very foundations of the city quaked, taking hundreds of lives with every tremble. Leonel stomped down his feet, hard, violent surges of earth elemental force erupting from his body as he forced the trembling grounds to concentrate their attack, splintering the earth and causing the deaths of thousands more. His every action was cold and indifferent, his calculations so deadly that even it seemed capable of directing every ounce of energy toward the death of more. Leonel stood like a god amidst the carnage, the crackling of flames sparking around his body as though to reflect the synapses of his mind. Those watching on couldn't believe what they were seeing. The gates of Hargrove City stood in complete carnage, a single man having reaped the lives of thousands in what didn't seem to be more than just a few minutes. Is this the real him? Noah's gaze flickered, his expression impossible to read. However, all this said, Noah still felt that something was off. Rather than being content with such an achievement, Leonel seemed to be growing angrier. "You've brought my queen to me." The voice easily swept over the battlefield despite not seemingly being very loud. It was as though this man was whispering into all their ears. Leonel was so infuriated he grinned, his smile carrying a darkness that swallowed his surroundings. "I'm going to enjoy killing you." Shackles that seemed to be weighing Leonel scattered, a bloodthirsty aura washing over the capital. Chapter 565, Towering 2, Chapter 565, Towering 2. Leonel's murderous intent seemed to fuse with his domain of flames, causing a mere rise in temperature to suddenly become a land of red. Following the puppet master's voice, the rumbling of the earth suddenly grew as giants rose in the distance. Their bodies were completely nude, but they had no reproductive organs to speak of. It was difficult to tell if they were puppets formed of corpses like the rest, or if they were artificial beings handcrafted by the puppet master itself. These giants crashed through the city, seemingly not minding the carnage they were causing in the slightest. There were most definitely normal citizens of Hargrove still remaining, but their lives weren't considered for even a moment. In fact, in his fury, Leonel didn't even pause for a moment to think of them. With a thought, the debris around him was formed into spiraling spears once again, launching toward the slowly walking giants. Bang, 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 bang. A deluge of explosions erupted across the bodies of the giants, causing them to stumble and slow. However, the damage was negligible. Let alone suffering injuries or being impaired, Leonel's attacks didn't even leave behind any scorching marks. Soon, 12 giants appeared, each of them standing over 20 meters tall, their steps heavy. They had no eyes, no ears, no clothing. Their skin was a dull brown color, and other than their humanoid forms, there didn't seem to be anything else that was human about them. However, each and every one of them carried a stifling aura. Even those several kilometers away, barely able to observe the situation, felt as though their hearts were being weighed down heavily. They couldn't help but wonder, if these giants had stepped onto the battlefield, would they even stand a chance? Each and every one of them exuded the might of demigod, standing on the precipice of the fifth dimension. Their hollow faces and steady gait, even in the face of so much damage, sent shivers down one's spine. Compared to the elemental wolves and knights, these giants were on a completely different level. The soldiers of Hargrove City that managed to survive Leonel's initial barrage backed away in fear, many looking on in horror. However, many unlucky ones could do nothing as they watched the large feet of the giants stomp toward the ground. The air pressure of their feet descending alone sent the warriors tumbling into the earth, pinned down and left without a choice but to watch on as their deaths approached from above. Some weren't even so lucky. Pinned down with their faces against the ground, they could only cry in agony, trying their best to move. Their pitiful struggles only made their inevitable deaths worse. Sometimes hope only bred more pain. By now, the elites of Hargrove City had reacted to the situation. Many had thought of turning back, but after seeing the response the puppet master had in store, they paused. Was there even a need to act any longer? Even one of those monsters could wipe out the capital on its own, let alone 12 of them. Jiroc's hammers had long since come to a stop. With his strength, it was a simple matter to lay eyes on Leonel from so far away. He didn't know when, but that indifferent back had begun haunting his dreams, so much so that he hadn't even needed to see Leonel's face to know it was him the moment he appeared. Back then, when he dedicated his life to Leonel over their bet, he had every intention of following through. But he soon learned that his resolve wasn't as strong as he thought it was. Yet, instead of taking his life or even cursing him, Leonel simply didn't speak another word to him. He had cut off their relationship so easily it was as though they had never met, as though they were strangers. Jiroc's nerves steeled, his fists clenching around his hammers. They were enemies now. Leonel's death was in his best interest. In fact, the sooner Leonel died, the better. Remembering the horrible pressure that emitted from Leonel that day, Jilnia laid a hand on Ina. The Reaper's skeleton hand seemed to grip at his throat. However, of that mattered. The legend that was Leonel would come to a close right here and now. Leonel stood amidst the carnage, facing the pressure of 12 giants. His knees couldn't help but creak and whine beneath the pressure as though they had every intention of bending. However, his back remained ramrod, his cold gaze not even looking toward the 12 giants making their way toward him. If others could see anything but his back, they'd be able to realize that Leonel had hardly spared the giants a glance from start to finish. From the very beginning, his gaze was locked onto the center of the city, every fiber of his senses latching onto the city lord's mansion in the distance. With every passing moment, the stomps of the giants grew more frequent and harsher. It felt as though the whole world might collapse at any moment. But all Leonel could hear was the thumping of his own heart, the flood of his own blood, the crackles of his own bones. No, there was something else he could hear. He could feel Ina a heart against his back. He could feel its erratic beating, its trepidation, its fear. Leonel knew Ina well. He might not understand the smallest details of her quirks, but he understood her character. What she feared wasn't the strength of the puppet master. His Ina wasn't a coward who needed to be carried into battle like this. What she feared was the lack of the control, the loss of the pursuit of her destiny, the idea that someone else could snatch her autonomy away without even giving her a chance to fight back. What she feared wasn't the variant. What she feared was her own weakness. Leonel had no doubt in his mind that if the puppet master allowed Ina to move at this moment, her fury would be no less than his. The carnage she wrought would be no less blazing, the blood she spilt no less unending. However, right now, she couldn't move. That right had been snatched from her by a bastard who still didn't even dare to show its face. Since that was the case, he would show her. With him around, even if she was too weak, even if she was on her last legs, even if she couldn't move, she would never have a thing to worry about. Bang! The 12 giants stepped into a range not even 10 meters from Leonel. The force of their steps sent a wall of wind in his direction, nearly tearing the clothes from his body, but he remained completely unmoving. For the first time, Leonel looked away from the City Lord mansion and locked onto the giants, his cold gaze sweeping by them with a world of indifference. Piss off. The words shot through the silent battlefield, resonating with the hearts of all those who heard them. At that moment, the ground the giants stepped upon suddenly warped and twisted. Just as they were about to take another step forward, this time to reap Leonel's life, something snapped. The world trembled, space itself bending and squeezing into a self-imposed eruption. In the end, all that was left was a hole with edges so smooth one could see one's own reflection. Leonel stood amidst the carnage, his back still straight, his gaze still piercing. Not a single giant was in sight. Chapter 566. Towering 3. Chapter 566. Towering 3. Silence. There were many kinds of emotion silence could portray. There were comfortable silences, stunned silences, even murderous silences. But when one was faced with a sight they never thought they would see in their entire lives, it was then that a silence that marked the soul for a lifetime was bred. This was the kind of silence that grasped at one's thoughts and laced one's dreams, the kind of silence that refused to be forgotten and couldn't be ignored. And at the center of it all there was a young man with fury lighting his eyes. To his back there was the person he cared most for, the light of his path forward being lit by her emotions. Leonel took a step forward. He crossed through the barrier of fluctuating space as though he couldn't feel the danger, raising up into the skies as though a deity looking down on Earth. For a moment he seemed to overshadow even Ascension Palace, standing on a plane that superseded thought. G.E.T. hell out here. Leonel's booming force shook the capital, the earth beneath him quaking. Buildings trembled and fell, collapsing in on their own structures as though autonomous beings shaking in fear. Leonel's palm flicked over, a bow appearing. His back flexed, gaining a strength no weaker than treated metal. He pulled back, crackling streaks of light and whistling winds surrounding him as his self-crafted glove poured strength into his strike. 3 streaking arrows tore through the skies, sending a barrage toward the City Lord's mansion. Bang! 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 The outer walls shattered and collapsed, the once majestic abode crumbling in on itself. But Leonel didn't seem intent on stopping. Universal force swirled around him, fueling his every strike. Every twang of his bowstring shattered the sound barrier, sending harsh winds whipping about. It was a relentless assault from above, a completely one-sided slaughter. Every guard tasked with protecting the mansion couldn't seem to do a thing. Even if they weren't directly pierced through by Leonel's strikes, the aftermath wasn't something they were equipped to handle. Many of them had only barely stepped into the 4th dimension. What chance did they stand against the Four Seasons realm? Leonel surged forward as though a one-man army. It was hard to pick out just how bloodshot his gaze was beneath the violet hues of his irises, but it was there the less. Anaya's story replayed in his mind again and again. The torture she experienced was like a knife skinning the surface of his heart, peeling away layers of his humanity. Just as Leonel was about to enter the range of the mansion, his senses locked onto an impending danger. Rage lit his heart to a new level. Even now, others still planned on interfering. In that case, they could die too. City Lord Hargrove tore a path back to the city the moment he saw the 12 giants being so easily controlled. However, even then, he didn't manage to make it back until his mansion was long since destroyed. Had he not made it in time, the Puppet Master really would have had to move. Once that happened, the situation on the battlefield would have completely flipped. Even though this wouldn't be the end of it, after all, with the Puppet Master's strength, dealing with a singular Leonel shouldn't be a problem. Hargrove wasn't off-put by Leonel being unaffected by the Puppet Master's spell in the slightest. With the way the Puppet Master manifested its ability this time, it relied on the blood of Eartheners. As long as one of Leonel's parents, or even just a single person in his lineage, wasn't of Earth, the hold the Puppet Master had on him would severely weaken. Though this might be a small surprise, it wasn't too much so with how many had been eyeing Earth all this time. As far as Hargrove was concerned, this didn't matter. If the Puppet Master personally set sights on Leonel, he wouldn't be able to escape being controlled. The only reason he didn't want the Puppet Master to step out was because it would then be obvious who was causing the people of Earth to feel so weak. Even though the Puppet Master could easily regain control after going back, it would become more of a headache. At this moment, they were still reliant on Earth's ignorance. The tide of battle might shift if the people of Earth knew to focus on the Puppet Master. Simply put, this kid had to die. Hargrove flicked a palm, causing a javelin to appear in his hands. His body bowed and his arm whipped forward. Bang, bang, the air seemed to shatter as the weapon tore through it to reach Leonel. The accuracy of Hargrove's throw was spine-tingling. It felt that no matter how Leonel turned to dodge, it would still cause him to suffer. This was other than Hargrove's ability. He called it stunning accuracy. His every javelin throw would land in a spot so perfect it would feel impossible to deal with. On this battlefield, he had already lost count to the number of lives he had reaped with his marksmanship. He had earned his right to be amongst the 4 strongest city lords of Terrain. However, what happened next made him feel as though all his pride was being trampled by a pair of cold violet eyes. Leonel grasped at the air, causing 3 arrows to appear. He knocked them simultaneously and fired them all at once. 2 arched oddly in the air, while 1 flew mind-numbingly straight. The first collided with the tip of the javelin. It was so perfect that neither weapon deviated, clashing head-on in the air. However, after no more than a split moment, the arrow shattered, its strength far too weak. In fact, the collision was so brief that it seemed to have been instantly obliterated. In the next moment, the remaining 2 curving arrows met the point of the javelin together, forming a tri-point in the skies. But soon, they too were instantly shattered. One would think that Leonel would be flustered by this point, but he hardly reacted, his next arrow already knocked. This time, he fired 2 in quick succession, but neither seemed to be as perfect as the first 3, barely missing the tip of the javelin and gliding along its side. However, it was these very strikes that sent a cold shiver down Hargrove's spine. The path of the javelin deviated, gliding by Leonel's head. Just when it seemed that Leonel would allow it to go, he retracted his hand from his bowstring and grasped at the flying javelin, barely grabbing the end of its polearm. Leonel looked toward Hargrove from above, the piercing nature of his gaze seemingly bearing the latter's soul for all to see. Bow in one hand, javelin in the other, his torso flexed, his right arm cocking back. The energies of the world seemed to sing, universal force bearing down. Leonel flung the javelin downward, concentric circles of exploding air nearly ripping its body apart. In those final moments, City Lord Hargrove could only think that this was the first time he was truly seeing stunning accuracy. Check comment section for explanation on sudden change of schedule. Chapter 567, Towering 4, Chapter 567, Towering 4. Just when Hargrove felt as though he had no choice but to accept his death, a streaking swordlight tore its way through the skies, clashing against the descending javelin and forcing it off its path. It was clear that compared to Leonel, who needed several arrows, this swordmaster only needed 1 attack. Even after he had been saved, Hargrove stood frozen in place, unbelieving of what had just happened. In that instant, Leonel hadn't suppressed him with strength. Objectively, even with the help of universal force, Leonel's strength was at most approaching his, but it most definitely didn't surpass it. It was as though he had stretched out his neck asking to die. For some reason, he acknowledged Leonel as a superior, and felt that going against him was no different than blaspheming a god. The realization made him burst out into a fit of cold sweats. Just who was this boy, and what was this aura that perpetually exuded from him? Leonel shifted his gaze toward the source of the swordlight. His patience was running as thin as it could. Every time he was close to accomplishing what needed to be done, someone else would interfere, and every time it happened, his bloodthirst would reach deeper into a hellish abyss, digging toward a level of murderous intent that solidified beneath the night sky. Honored raced across the battlefield as his sword zipped back to his side. A flicker of a frown graced his usually indifferent face. However, after a moment, his jaw steeled. In a flash, he made it to Hargrove's side, looking up toward Leonel, who was still in the skies. In the distance, Noah's frown deepened. We need to help him. Nika, one of the few surviving members of Leonel and Noah's troops, whispered, her voice almost coming out like a whimper. Among the geniuses, her ability was the least conducive to battle, but that ironically left her somewhat better off. After all, she was used to battling from the weaker position. But now, seeing Leonel alone in the distance, and noticing that more were suddenly converging in that direction after acknowledging his threat, she still felt that they should risk it to do something. Unfortunately, even as she said the words, she knew how foolish it all was. The reason Terrain could continuously send reinforcements to Hargrove City was because the city was to the back of their charge. It was one thing to send people backward, but if they wanted to help Leonel, they would have to cross the defensive line of all these armies. It was simply impossible. Plus, even if they could reach Leonel, could they even afford to do so? The battle had slowed to a crawl due to the commotion, but that didn't change the fact they were in a terrible situation. It didn't even make sense to think of helping Leonel when they couldn't even help themselves. At that moment, many more were converging onto Hargrove City, peeling away from the front lines and going to provide support. Even if Anared and Hargrove had gone, there was still City Lord Black and Anared's father remaining. These two alone had already been giving the capital more than they could handle. Still, at that moment there were 3 familiar figures watching on from Kiafir City. Compared to Hargrove City, their walls were the picture of peace without a single earthener within several kilometers. Sil and Rie frowned when they saw their brother going off to battle Leonel. Compared to the past, this confrontation was much different. It was very likely that one of them would die. Normally, they wouldn't think Leonel would stand a chance. But the death of the 12 giants was seared into their minds, refusing to let go. Among the 3, the only one that remained indifferent was the young mistress, Anared's fiancée. There's no need to worry. There's no suspense to this battle. Era spoke simply. Sister-in-law, you're worried about the attack that took out the giants? Yes, will brother be all right? Sil clenched her teeth. If she had to choose between Leonel and her brother, wasn't the choice obvious? Plus, Syl looked toward the girl strapped to Leonel's back. Hadn't he made his choice very clear too? There's no need to worry about that attack. It's very circumstantial and requires preparation. I didn't expect Leonel to be so skilled in force arts, but unless he has another earthquake-like event to rely on like in his initial attack, he won't be able to do as he pleases. And, even if he did, Honored should have long since seen what I've seen. He won't allow him what he needs to succeed. It was only after hearing these words that Syl managed to calm, looking back toward the battlefield with her hands gripped against her chest. Rie stood by her side, her gaze twinkling. But no one knew what was going through her simple mind. If you leave now and agree to marry my sister as you were meant to, I can give you a path for survival. Anared said plainly, the rhythm of his heart extraordinarily steady. However, that woman on your back needs to die. Leonel didn't respond for a long while, looking down toward Anared with a gaze just as steady, an expression just as indifferent. Eventually, his gaze shifted back toward Hargrove. The city lord still seemed shaken by Leonel's earlier display, the beating of his heartbeat having yet to slow. With me here, you won't be able to kill him. Why even waste your time? Anared continued to speak, his habit of saying too many words for a supposedly cold person seeping through again. This is the third time. Leonel's voice carried a bone-chilling cold to them. His aura was decidedly dark, carrying an oppression that was almost tangible in the air. The first time you insulted her, you were saved by the attendants of Brave City. The second time you insulted her, you were saved by the savants of Earth. And this third time here, who do you think will be able to save you this time? Clang, 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 clang. Before anyone could understand what Leonel meant, his bow had been swapped for a spear. Even more quickly than that, a siege crossbow appeared, hanging in the air as though it had always been there. Anared's expression changed, but it was already too late. A siege crossbow appearing at near point-blank range was devastating. He dove out of the way instinctively, his body rolling along the ground and completely losing his indifferent aura. Anared scrambled along the ground, the shackles on his strength being loosened one after another. Without a choice, he released all of his trump cards, his aura climbing to a level even faintly surpassing the 12 demigod-level giants. However, the results were completely outside of his expectations. The crossbow blasted through Hargrove's body. For a moment, the city lord looked down at himself, an incredulous expression plastered on his face. But in the next moment, his body imploded, the force winds of the bolt tearing him apart from the inside out. The last thing the city lord saw was Leonel's flickering silhouette, ignoring both him and Honored as though they weren't even worthy of his attention. He appeared above the city lord mansion, his aura billowing, his presence towering. This is the third and final time I'll say this. Get the hell out here. Leonel's roar sent rippling waves through the skies, more than 50 siege crossbows appearing in the sky around him as he bombarded what remained of the once proud mansion. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 568, Towering 5. Chapter 568, Towering 5. The moment Leonel's barrage began, the atmosphere seemed to shift. As though the earth had cracked open and demons from the depths of hell were clawing their way forward, a pervading coldness hung in the air, latching onto their veins and making them feel as though their blood was rapidly freezing over. A massive, illusory hand of crimson shot up from the ground, tearing through the debris like it was nothing but scraps of paper. The hand charged for Leonel, causing him to have to cross his spear across his body to block. Leonel was sent flying, his body arching through the air for over 100 meters. His internal organs shook, his stomach caving in and his ribs cracking. Blood flew from his lips, his eyes bulging. A violent fit of coughs rang out from him, but as though if it mattered, Leonel reoriented himself in the air, landing heavily on his feet so that Ina wouldn't be harmed. As he wiped the blood from his lips, the section of ground the mansion once stood upon split under the strength of the hand, making way for a man tainted by blood to make his presence known. The variant invalid was completely nude, the only coverings of its body being the blood trickling down its skin. Its bare feet landed on the ground softly, but even that seemed to resonate with the hearts of all. Their minds and bodies seemed to separate from one another. It was an out-of-body experience that made them feel as though they were third-party viewers of their own lives, watching on from a bird's-eye view. But, rather than being awed by the realization, most felt their chests gripped by fear. This man, dripping of blood, was a nightmare. It was only then that the people of Earth suddenly found their minds shooting back into their bodies. A bout of dizziness took hold of them before they realized the sluggishness they had been experiencing completely vanished. Jessica's expression changed. "Your Highness, my body." Noah, who had been completely focused on Leonel, frowned. But when he turned back to see a sea of pleasantly surprised faces, he couldn't help but be taken aback. At first he was confused. But soon, thinking of something, his gaze lit up. Could it be? All across Earth. Eartheners who had felt as though their bodies were out of their control suddenly began to exhibit their true strength. Noah's gaze toward Leonel's back, even as the latter wiped blood from his mouth, turned several levels more complicated. There were no fools on this battlefield. They all understood that this was no coincidence. Even as the expressions of the people of Terrain turned ugly, the momentum of the people of Earth flipped on its head. Noah took a deep breath, the second wind he was looking for suddenly filling up his chest. It didn't take him but a moment to realize that this wasn't just psychological. The healers and buffers of Earth had regained their strength, extending their range of effect by several fold. Noah's jaw steeled. He had seen how powerful the strike that just landed on Leonel was. This was the first time in the battle that Leonel had suffered any sort of injury. This battle, they had to win it fast. Noah clenched his fists, suddenly roaring into the skies. His chest expanded beneath his ability, his throat hardening under the same effects. The blood of the warriors of Earth boiled. All this time they felt as though they could do nothing. But, gazing at that back in the distance, they felt as though the cold running through their veins had been replaced by burning lava. Charge! Noah's voice boomed. Within Hargrove City, Leonel wiped the last of the blood from his lips, spitting at the ground to clear his mouth. He looked up, his cold gaze locking onto the puppet master. His spear's tip gently pressed against the ground, the chains jingling about as they dangled. With a single swipe, more than half of his siege crossbows had been destroyed. Beyond that, it took just a single attack to injure him to this state, despite the fact his body was forged of Tier 1 fourth-dimensional metal. But, as surprised as Leonel was, the puppet master was even more so. Though, considering its inhuman expressions, there was hardly a change. The puppet master had expected to kill Leonel in a single strike. But not only had it not, it felt as though it had just punched a steel fortress. In fact, its strength hadn't impacted Ina in the slightest. Had Leonel been willing to allow the strike to dissipate naturally, he wouldn't have broken any bones in the slightest. But he had no intention of allowing Ina to be harmed. He would allow her to watch to the end as he buried this puppet master to the depths of hell it belonged in. In the distance, Anared slowly picked himself up from the ground, a hint of humiliation coloring his features. Even now, Leonel dared to garner himself more enemies when he was right here. However, what he didn't know was that Leonel hadn't spoken those words to trick him. He had meant every last syllable. This time, he shouldn't dream of escaping. Leonel's free hand flipped, causing an herby ore to appear in his hand. Just as quickly as it did, it crumbled to dust, the essence being absorbed into his body. Leonel's cracked ribs mended in the blink of an eye, his body even growing a tick more powerful. He let the ash fall between his fingers, watching as they were swept up into the wind. Clang, 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 clang! The tip of Leonel's spear, which had just barely graced the ground, suddenly sank into it. As though a hot knife through butter, the lightest touch left a scorching mark across the ground. A dense domain of black chains surged to life around him, its oppressive might reaching palpable levels. Leonel gazed at the puppet master, as though trying to sear its image into his mind. 5 minutes, Leonel said plainly. But it was clear that he wasn't speaking to either one of Anared or the puppet master. 5 minutes, and I'll wipe him from existence. Aina's cheek rested on Leonel's back and shoulder. Hearing such words, she felt as though the erratic beating of her heart was finally slowing. Chapter 569, Towering 6, Chapter 569, Towering 6. The words stunned Anared. However, before he could even think of reacting, Leonel had shot forward, his spear ringing. The puppet master felt as though its dignity was being tarnished, or rather, it had enough understanding of human nature to understand that this was how it should be feeling. But whether it experienced emotion in this way or not was another matter entirely. What it did feel, though, was that Leonel was wholly irrational. Even if its ability was set aside, just its strength of force alone was enough to squash Leonel into a meat paste. The difference between them was impossibly vast. Though it was surprised that Leonel had survived its initial strike, it was only that. That hit, even if it was being generous, was only casual. Plus, it had to make sure not to use too much strength to not end up killing Ina as well. At this point, all the puppet master wanted to do was end things as quickly as possible. It had no intention of allowing this to continue. It could already sense that the tide of the battlefield was changing. The headpiece the puppet master had stolen from Ina suddenly began to glow, strong waves of mental strength gathering. The feeling was intoxicating, as though the whole world was at its fingertips. The puppet master couldn't help but close its eyes. When Anared gathered himself and saw Leonel's actions, he couldn't help but be baffled. Fool. Leonel appeared just 2 meters from the puppet master, his spear shooting forward like an obsidian flood dragon. Its tip quivered ever so slightly, overloaded by Leonel's strength. At that moment, the puppet master's eyes snapped open, the brunt of its mental prowess bearing down on Leonel. It's over, Era said plainly. Even from here, she could feel the fearsomeness of the variant invalid. To have an ability that could cover an entire world was the marker of a deity amongst men. To try and face such an ability without any protection to speak of was the epitome of foolishness. The puppet master's gaze locked onto Leonel. It didn't even try to dodge the spear. In its mind, the spear would come to a stop at its own volition soon enough. Since Leonel had such a sturdy body, it didn't mind taking him in as a puppet. Leonel would definitely be useful in this regard. The priority now, though, was to regain control of the Eartheners. It had already exposed itself once. It couldn't allow such information to leak out. If word that Terrain was working with an Invalid was released, the powerhouses of other worlds would finally have an excuse to act, and this would no longer be a simple matter to deal with. The only good news was that variant Invalids were so rare that not many could claim to have been in the presence of one. Without time to properly inspect it, the Puppet Master probably looked no different from a human powerhouse right now. Still, the sooner it returned to its hiding spot, the better. This should be over now, right? Bang. The Puppet Master suddenly felt its chest caving in. A blade pierced through it about 3 inches, only to be stopped by the strength of its bones. But it felt as though it had been hit by a train, its body bending into the shape of a U as it was sent flying backward. The Puppet Master flew through the air in silence, its gaze flickering with astonishment. What had just happened? Anared and Era went stiff, their eyes widening. Leonel pounced after the Puppet Master, his face still the picture of rage. His spear descended from the skies, sending the flying Puppet Master careening into the ground below. The impact was so harsh that a tsunami of earth spread outward with it as the center, collapsing buildings and homes in every direction. Leonel dove down again, the fire in his gaze only growing with each strike. Despite the fact the sturdiness of the Puppet Master's body was enough to cause despair in anyone else, Leonel didn't seem to notice. His spear whipped about the skies, the force of his strike so great that it bowed beneath the pressure, curving and snapping back to attention like bamboo. The Puppet Master's body became like a small sailboat amidst a raging tide, facing up against Leonel's fury as though he couldn't muster up any resistance. Every time Leonel cut into the Puppet Master's body, he would remember another line of Ina's story. He was almost thankful that the Puppet Master's body was so sturdy. He didn't want it to die so fast. He wanted it to feel every ounce of pain and despair she had. He wanted it to grasp at hope where there was, to sit on the edge of despair knowing that the only path forward was death. The flames of the world seemed to react to Leonel's rage. His affinity was so high that it poured in of its own free will. In that moment, even a 3-star Magus didn't have a chance at casting a single spell. All the flaming rage of the world seemed to kneel before Leonel. Leonel roared, his hair being lit in a fiery blaze. If it wasn't for his astounding control, even Ina would have been burnt to a crisp. PCHU. Leone's raised spear suddenly came to a grinding halt. Amid all the scorching heat around him, he suddenly felt an ice-cold chill sink into his body, piercing through his nerves and latching onto his mind, refusing to let go. The Puppet Master laid on the ground amidst a pile of rubble, barely inclined upward. In fact, even its head was nowhere to be seen, covered by several slabs of rock. However, its hand had still shot upward, piercing through Leonel's stomach. Blood dripped down the Puppet Master's hand and arm as it slowly pushed itself up, its face shoving the heavy slabs away. Even after its face was exposed, it didn't stand up immediately, looking toward Leonel, who still had his spear raised and then at its hand's place within the latter's body. It pulled its hand out, a geyser of hot blood following its motion. A tinge of red colored the variant Invalid's gaze, as though it had only now finally woken up. It stood. Standing on the rubble, its body towered over Leonel, a hint of excitement on its face as it sniffed at the blood coating its hand. It raised its head to the sky, a manic laughter shaking the night sky. Its foot shot up, kicking Leonel away. As though a bolt out of a gun, Leonel's body shattered the sound barrier, shooting backward like a comet. The variant Invalid's laughter continued to ring, its tongue running across its bloodied arm. More, he howled into the sky, shooting after Leonel. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the streaking Leonel, his foot blasting downward. A massive crater formed, waves of earth and clouds of dust rolling in all directions. Chapter 570, Towering 7, Chapter 570, Towering 7 blood flew from Leonel's lips like a jet. However, he still spun before he hit the ground, crashing into the earth face first. He slammed his fists downward, still keeping a tight grip on his spear as he tried to propel himself upward. But he still wasn't quick enough. The air was kicked out of Leonel once again, the left side of his rib caving in as a foot found its way to his side. He shot across the skies once again, slamming through several buildings. Any human in Leonel's position would have long since been smashed into meat paste. The strength of the Puppet Master was simply beyond anything Earth had seen to this point. Every step of evolution for an Invalid might have been several times more difficult than their human counterparts, but the result was a monster so powerful it held no weaknesses. The Puppet Master might have had an ability that gave it great mental strength, but its body and force usage was no less powerful. Even after Thing All Out, Leonel only barely managed to cause the variant to suffer a few nicks and scratches. The truth was simply devastating. Leonel coughed out another mouthful of blood. His bare chest was completely covered by his own blood, even more leaking out from the wound in his stomach. What rich blood, so warm, so rich, so splendid. The taste of Leonel made the variant feel as though it was walking on a cloud. It was like a strong wine, burning its throat and warming its belly. Its body seemed to be lit on fire, but it had never felt better. Just a few mouthfuls already had it feeling like it could break into the fifth dimension at any time. It hadn't ever experienced such a feeling before. It had never felt that a breakthrough would be so easy either. It had thought that it had tasted the peak of delicacies after sampling Ina's blood, but it had never been so wrong before. Now it wanted more. If Leonel's blood was so good, what about his flesh? The puppet master suddenly began to fantasize about gnawing on Leonel's tendons, stirring his bone marrow into a soup, spreading his brain matter onto a plate, and using it as a dip for his fingers. The more it thought about it, the greater the fire in its belly became, and excitement flushing its face completely red. sh crossbows responded to Leonel's command. Of the original more than 50, not more than 10 remained. But Leonel still used his chain domain to aim them, all firing for the puppet master's vital points. The puppet master looked up, suddenly finding several bolts flying toward it. But it only stretched out a hand, an illusory arm of crimson energy forming once again, swatting at the air. In the blink of an eye, the siege bolts that could pierce through the walls of even the most fortified cities were smacked away as though annoying flies. Their flight trajectories were altered, whizzing and whistling through the night skies until they tore through what remained standing of Hargrove City's buildings. Leonel coughed again, another mouthful of blood flying from him. He weakly stood, his gaze somewhat vacant. He stretched out his spear before him, the rattling of his chain domain still ringing true. Clang, 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 clang. In the distance, the happiness of the Earthener army had long since faded into an almost rabid desire for success. They fought harder and faster, almost forgetting that they had already been fighting for a day. Not many knew that Leonel was a prince. After weaseling his way out of the ceremony he was supposed to receive for his achievements, what should have been his debut became hushed chatter amongst the nobles. But at this point it didn't matter. In the mind of all those who laid eyes on that back of his from the distance, all they saw was a young man fighting with his life on the line for their sake. If Leonel's actions had really only been about getting revenge for Ina, is this the approach he would have chosen? At the very least, shouldn't he have dealt with Honored first so there wasn't a constant looming threat to his back? It was obvious that despite his words, he had risked it all to bring the invalid out sooner than it would have otherwise. Just those few precious moments saved hundreds more from succumbing to their fates. Such a hero couldn't be left to die alone. Noah clenched his jaw, the youths to his back fighting with more fervor than they ever had before. They had to break through enemy lines. They had to reach Hargrove City. Leonel gripped his spear, blood sliding between his fingers and coating its black body. The drizzle of crimson snaked through the chains, dropping to the ground in small droplets. Universal force shook Leonel's surroundings, his vacant eyes seemingly gazing at empty space. The puppet master's flushed excitement only grew. Its feet stamped hard on the ground, crossing the final distance between the two in just a few breaths. It rose a hand high up, clawing down toward Leonel. This single strike would not only take a large portion of Leonel's face away, but it would also hook into his collarbone, ripping the front of his body away from the back. It was the kind of vicious strike that reaped lives with overwhelming strength. But Leonel sidestepped it, the flat of the puppet master's nails just barely grazing the tip of his nose as he struck out with his spear. The puppet master reacted quickly, parrying Leonel's pierce with the back of its hand and reaching the other toward Leonel's throat. With a flicker, a black chain darted out from Leonel's chain domain, rebounding against the puppet master's claw and giving Leonel time to lean his head to the side and sweep his spear for the puppet master's waist. A scorching heat followed Leonel's sweeping motion. The puppet master frowned, not understanding the changes going on before it. But its reaction was swift. Instead of dodging, it took a step forward. In this range, the blade of Leonel's spear missed it as its polearm crashed into the puppet master's hip. The strike should have been enough to shatter bones and splinter flesh. But the variant was completely unmoved, booming a knee directly into Leonel's open wound. Leonel coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body curling as it flew through the air once again. Even though Leonel had lost the quick exchange, the puppet master's head tilted, its eyes, which had once been tainted with hunger and bloodlust, dimming. It was certain that it had wanted to devour Leonel right here and now, so why did it kick him away again? Chapter 571, Towering 8. Chapter 571, Towering 8. Leonel flew backward at an astonishing pace, but he simply seemed to glide through the air at the end, sliding across the ground on his own 2 feet when he made contact with the earth. His eyes still vacant, Leonel looked down at the hole in his stomach. It hadn't gone all the way through, and with the sturdiness of his physique, he could flex and keep his inner organs from spilling out. In fact, after perfecting his metal body foundation, his vitality had reached inhuman levels. Even if the wound had gone all the way through him, he would likely still be able to fight. His mind went through several and different calculations before a spark lit his free hand. He pinched at his wound, searing it closed as though he was welding metal rather than his own body. Without looking up, Leonel sidestepped, illusory golden wings seemingly forming to his back. Bang! The puppet master landed to his side, its expression flickering between thirst and rationality. Eventually, thirst won out, and it surged toward Leonel again. A flurry of exchanges erupted between the two, the puppet master sending out 4 or 5 strikes for Leonel's every one. But, as though he was playing a game of chess, Leonel's dodging would always put him in the perfect position to countercome the 5th strike. Unfortunately, the moment he did attack, he would be sent flying once again, the wounds on his body accumulating at an alarming speed. Leonel picked himself up from the ground again, searing a wound on his shoulder closed. His spear spun in his hand, suddenly swinging backward. What once were his vacant eyes lit with fury once again. The puppet master swatted Leonel's spear aside, causing a violent, rebounding upsurge to travel up the latter's arm. It felt as though his arm might shatter at that very moment, but he stood his ground, his hips fighting against the momentum and completing his turn to face the puppet master. Reacting quickly, the puppet master sent a palm strike at Leonel's chest. But Leonel managed to cross his left arm across it first. The horrible sound of a bone splintering in two sounded as Leonel's forearm bent beneath the pressure. However, as though he didn't notice what happened, Leonel raised his right arm into the air, striking down with his spear with all the strength he could muster. Unfortunately, a kick of the puppet master found him before he could even make it halfway. The difference between their speed of attack was simply too drastic. Oddly enough, it felt like Leonel's combat experience was greater, but in the larger scheme, even that didn't matter. As though watching the replaying of the same movie, Leonel was sent flying again, his body twisting in the air to protect Ina. Interesting. I believe I understand now. Your ability must be mental as well. It's no wonder you protected yourself from me. Well, no. Even then, it's still quite baffling. I can only say that the people of Earth have more talent than even I previously guessed. The bloodlust within the puppet master's eyes had long since faded. After several exchanges, it felt as though it was tightening a noose around its own neck. Battling with Leonel was like sinking into a quagmire. Your every step only brought you deeper into his world. It was quite ironic. The puppet master had lived in the Mountain Sands range for most of its life, a place known for this very ability, but it still felt like Leonel was far more deserving of such a title. But it doesn't matter much. You're too weak. Why you chose to come here is beyond me, and even if you had the strength to face me, the puppet master's foot stomped down, its body accelerating to a breakneck pace. Its body alone seemed to arch like a bow and crack like a whip, streaking through the broken rubble like a comet. The speed the puppet master touched upon now seemed to be a completely different level to before, as though it was simply toying with Leonel previously. In a blink, it appeared to Leonel's back, a sinister light in its eyes. Wouldn't I just need to target my queen? Another flicker of rage crept by Leonel's once vacant gaze. Helplessly, he could only spin his body once more. But, having lost the initiative, it only took 2 exchanges for him to be sent flying once again. However, seemingly intent on not giving Leonel any room to breathe, the puppet master accelerated again, appearing to Leonel's back once more. As though bouncing him around an illusory sphere, the puppet master hit Leonel back and forth between itself, every strike causing the red light of its eyes to glow fiercer. The sight of Leonel being beaten and battered seemed to reverberate through the hearts of the Eartheners. Their gazes glazed over with rage, causing them to charge with greater fervor, but the distance was simply too great. Damn it, do something! Noah roared in his mind. For the first time, he doubted his grandfather. Why was it that even now he refused to act? Noah had always known that his grandfather cared little for his life, but he had always accepted this. As his grandfather had said back then, his father wasn't as good as Leonel's mother. His mother couldn't even look up to Leonel's father, and he wasn't as good as Leonel. At least that had its own explanation. It was logical. He simply wasn't worthy enough. But then what reason was there to not help Leonel? Was he still not good enough? Why? Noah's furious roar rang through the battlefield, his body expanding to over 5 meters tall, his skin shimmered like diamond, his blue blade swinging about madly. Bang! The puppet master landed a heel from above, practically ignoring the single-arm defense of Leonel's spear and sending him spiraling toward the ground. Bang! Leonel foolishly landed on his feet. A sharp pain traveled up his legs, almost shattering his knees. His body reflexively knelt, his knees heavily slamming against the ground. A massive crater was dug out around him, his right fist landing before him to stabilize his body as his left arm hung limply. At that moment, he could barely hold his spear within his palm. A violent cough took what seemed like another liter of blood from his body, his hair hanging heavily before his face, completely hiding his expression. The puppet master descended from the air, landing no more than 10 meters from Leonel. Considering his speed, such a gap was no more than the blink of an eye. By all measures, Leonel was at the end of his rope. Iris stood atop the Kafir city walls, indifferently looking down. This time, she didn't speak. There was no need to say any words. The result was clear. In this world, having too much before you have the strength to protect it is also a sin. Onred had similar thoughts, having long since left the region of the battle to avoid the puppet master's rampage. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air as Leonel continued to look at the ground. By now, he couldn't afford to use his dreamscape battle sense any longer without wringing himself dry. His body was on its last legs, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment, and he could hardly even push himself up to stand. Yet even now, there wasn't even the slightest speck of dust on Ina's body, let alone an injury. I think that's about enough. I hear tenderized meat is exceptional, and you are most definitely ready. The puppet master licked its lips, a slight intoxication on its face. 4 minutes and 58 seconds. The puppet master frowned. 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The puppet master's tongue paused, a hint of Leonel's blood sliding down its chin. Leonel raised his head up, a cold indifference that Era and Honored would never forget gripping their souls. Chapter 572, Towering 9. Chapter 572, Towering 9. The puppet master froze and looked into the skies. But by the time it wanted to move, it was already too late. Its thoughts were maybe just as confusing as the situation itself. A city? Before the stunned gazes of those watching on, the ground around Leonel and the puppet master glowed for just a moment. A strong seal of space locked down the region, rendering the puppet master completely immobile. It could only stand in place, its eyes fixed onto the skies. A city appeared, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the skies as though it too was locked in space. The spatial fluctuations of the two cities, one above and one below, pushed and pulled against one another as though they were magnets, sealing an entire expanse of tens of kilometers. Leonel coughed, his body moving with incomparable slowness. However, the fact he could move at all made Anored and the puppet master's eyes widen. No matter how hard they pushed and pulled, they couldn't move a single inch. This situation made Vice's ability seem like nothing more than child's play. As though this alone wasn't bad enough, those outside these two cities couldn't seem to approach either. It was like a massive barrier of space had completely locked the region down. Even Honored, who stood on the city walls just a few meters from freedom, couldn't seem to cross the final steps. However, it was only after one looked at Leonel that they realized something was off. On Leonel's chest, a crude breastplate had appeared. In fact, one would be hard-pressed to call it a breastplate at all. It was incredibly thin and was filled with perforations, as though it was chainmail rather than a true breastplate. If one looked even closer, it would be possible to see that these perforations were actually intricate and delicate patterns. If it had to be described, it was like someone cut out all the veins of the human body and displayed it in its usual three-dimensional structure. If other Force crafters had been there, they would have been shocked and awed by the spectacle. If it wasn't for the blood and grime ruining the image, this would have maybe been the most beautiful craft they had ever laid their eyes upon. Leonel pushed himself up to stand, his body quite weak. He even swayed, seemingly about to fall over any time now. From afar, he truly seemed to have reached the very end of his limits. Yet, he continued to walk, his spear scraping along the ground. The grating sound of metal played through the silent city. In fact, the entire battlefield had come to a grinding halt, everyone's gaze completely focused on the two cities. However, Leonel didn't seem to notice. He made his way to the puppet master, his visage expressionless. Even seeing his own blood dripping from the latter's lips, he didn't even have the slightest reaction. His right arm flexed, his spear beginning to slowly draw runes into the ground around the puppet master. The puppet master struggled, its veins bulging along its neck. But nothing it tried to do seemed to work. Even though there was no effect on its ability at the moment, what use did that have against Leonel? The runes completed and the forest art lit up. A scorching flame suddenly erupted around the puppet master. The variant wanted to scream, feeling its body being slowly cooked from the outside in. But, as though he couldn't see a thing, the tip of Leonel's spear lit up with another flame, lightly piercing into the variant's body. His movements were slow and deliberate, the muffled cries of the variant freezing over the hearts of those who watched on. Black smoke began to emit from Leonel's lips as though his inner organs were being charred. But, once again, he didn't seem to notice as he pressed into the invalid's body with yet another scarlet flame. From start to finish, Leonel didn't speak a single word. Even when the variant invalid had been burnt to ash, leaving nothing but a pile of black soot, he remained completely indifferent as though these matters had nothing to do with him. Motes of light suddenly appeared above the pile of ash. They were so large that they far outstripped even Leonel's own body. After a moment, they swept into him, giving the young man who seemed to stand at the center of the world an even more dazzling radiance. With a flip of his palm, Leonel's spear vanished, a surfboard appearing to his feet before he slowly rose into the air. With movements as nimble as he could muster with just a single arm, he brought Ina down from his back, a light smile gracing his features. Ina buried her head into his chest. She had so many words she wanted to say, but of them seemed to want to make themselves known. She simply held on to him with all her might, her small hands clawing at his exposed back. Leonel used his one good remaining arm to pat her on the head, his heart filled with warmth and affection. Leonel controlled his jet-black surfboard, gliding to the edge of the city. Whether by accident or intentional, he slowly passed over Honored's head. Even now, the air couldn't move. Leonel could see the look of the Caafir family city lord in the distance, a gaze that could very well kill. He could see the fear and horror coloring the gazes of those three women who stood upon the Caafir family city walls as well. However, a single cursory glance was all he spared them. He looked down at Ina, who was still buried in his chest, before speaking to Honored, who was straining to look up at him from below. There are some words that should never be spoken, because no matter what, you'll have to pay the consequences for them. Ira's expression changed. Leonel's words were soft, but everyone seemed to hear them, just like everyone had heard Honored speak of killing Ina. Leonel. Era's words practically came out like a screech. Be very careful with your next actions. There are some people you can't afford to provoke. Leonel continued to stroke Ina's hair as though he couldn't hear the shrill cries. You all like dropping cities, right? Leonel replied softly. Leonel glided out of the range of the two cities, standing high in the skies as he towered over the masses. Under the horrified gazes of the people of Terrain, the floating city began to descend, accelerating until the wind pressure alone seemed capable of ripping them apart. Honored watched as the city fell upon his head, his indifferent expression finally giving way to despair in his final moments. Bang. Chapter 573, A Single Person. Chapter 573, A Single Person. Honored's death was like a sledgehammer to Era's mind. Even after the city fell, an irrational part of her wanted to believe that it was still possible for him to be there, still possible for him to appear before her just fine. It couldn't be said that the two were a normal couple by any means. Honored was so focused on becoming worthy that he hardly spent any time with her, and Ira was too prideful to ask for more of his time. But at the end of the day, they were fiancé and fiancée, two people tied to one day be husband and wife. For Honored, it might have been an uphill battle to claim her hand. But he had already been so close to the peak, so close to gazing at the horizon from the other side of the mountain. But reality was cruel. Just when he was nearly there, just when Earth was about to fall, just when he had almost earned the right to call her his wife, Leonel appeared. He stood indifferently in the skies, his entire focus ironically on a woman of his own. He hadn't even spared a thought for Era's threat. At that moment, Era's roar suddenly sounded through the battlefield. It carried a pain that cut deep, the kind of wounded cry that could only appear from a beast wrestling its death throes. However, in maybe the greatest irony, even that was drowned out by what happened next. The city gates of White City were suddenly slammed open, their loud beang reverberating through the battlefield. Knights of Camelot, charge! King Arthur's voice resounded, Excalibur pointing to the skies as he urged his white steed forward. Syl and Rhee collapsed to their knees, tears falling like an endless rain down their cheeks. They stared toward where their brother had been just a moment ago, completely shell-shocked. To Leonel, Honored was an annoyance that didn't know his place, a man who threatened the life of his Ina more than once. However, to these women, he was a protective brother and husband. He was a man who confronted Leonel because he believed he had done his sister wrong. Even in his final moment, his thoughts of killing Ina were only to seek revenge for Rhee's true mother. But this was the way of the world. Two opposing viewpoints could make an enemy of two innocents. And for Leonel, with how much he cared for Ina, he simply couldn't bother to listen to Inared's reasoning. Anyone who wanted to harm a hair on her head deserved to die. Ira glared hateful toward Leonel in the sky. Strong bursts of energy seemed to swirl around her, but something even stronger restricted her body. She bit down on her lips so hard blood dripped down from her fair chin, staining her once white dress with droplets of crimson. Before Leonel could even think of turning his blade toward her, she crushed a bracelet on her wrist, vanishing. Leonel finally sent a glance in that direction, his brow not even furrowing. If she wanted to target him, that was fine. It was just that she should know he didn't like to lose. If she wanted to target Ina, however, he wouldn't mind sending her to the same place her fiancé had gone. Leonel gazed toward the palace and then the battlefield below before aiming his surfboard toward the distance. He had done enough. Now, he just wanted to check on his friends. The war for Earth completely flipped on its head. It was the kind of sudden change one read about in fairy tales. But, unlike such tales, the deaths were very much real. Some died without graves, their families having long since left them and their names forgotten to history. Some died valiant deaths, protecting what they cherished to their backs and leaving the earth with heads held high. Many of these were people even Leonel had come to know. As astounding as his victory was, the deaths of those like Roaring Black Lion and Flowing Wind couldn't be reversed. They would rest for all of eternity. A certain figure rushed over the ocean waters, his breathing coming out in huffs and puffs. Every heave he took seemed to come with another drizzle of blood pouring out from yet another hole in his body. Fear colored the face of this figure, whatever arrogance he had once had vanishing with the wind. All he could think of was running for his life. Despite the fact that there was nothing over his shoulder, he kept looking, panic evident in his eyes. Whatever had caused him to feel such fear had clearly left a shadow over his heart that wouldn't be disappearing anytime soon. If Leonel or Ina had been there at this very moment, they would have easily recognized this young man as Rainred, the young heir to one of Terrain's powers. As for why and how he had ended up in such a state, maybe only those on the ocean battlefield could have given the answer to that. Land. Rainred's eyes lit up. All this time running across the ocean's surface, he had felt as though he was rushing across pins and needles instead. The ocean was so wide and expansive, but there wasn't a single place to hide. At least on real ground, there would be forests and caves to make use of. All he knew was that he had to get away from that monster. Rainred had no idea the situation on the battlefield had changed. The truth was that he had run away long before Leonel forced the puppet master out of its hiding spot. I'm not running, right? I'm just allocating my services to another battlefield. That's right. Rainred shuddered when he thought of the deaths of Jilnia and Wilson who had come to help him. And then there was that damned old man. He was on his last legs, but he actually managed to stop his father from splitting away to help him. Rainred grit his teeth. They were just delaying the inevitable in his eyes. A single person couldn't possibly change the tide of this war. Earth was finished. Finally stepping on land, Rainred's sharp senses grasped onto the sounds of battle from tens of kilometers away. Checking his surroundings, Rainred quickly climbed up the side of a dilapidated building to lay eyes on a massive domed fortress in the distance. A sinister glow lit his eye. That was right. Wasn't this that royal blue fort that Pisces Whore spoke of? Chapter 57-4. Grin. Chapter 57-4. Grin. Leonel and Ina soared through the skies. Though it would have been faster if the surfboard entered its shuttle mode, Leonel decided against it. For one, the cockpit was too small for two people, and he didn't feel alright leaving Ina alone at this moment. And, secondly, even though they might be able to squeeze in with how small Ina was, he wasn't confident in driving that monstrosity with just a single arm. With its speed, even a half degree of deviation would fling them off course by tens of miles. So, Leonel sat cross-legged on the surfboard, gliding through the air with Ina balled up in his lap. Even now, she hadn't said a single word. Leonel gripped an orby ore in his good remaining hand, greedily absorbing its essence. The good news about his metal body was that he could heal himself even more effectively now just by absorbing the essence of metals. Since the foundation of his body had been built upon orby ore according to his father's instructions, for now, only orby essence had this healing effect on him. But now that he could branch out, whatever metals he used to build himself up from now on would expand his repertoire of healing ores. It had to be remembered that the most powerful ability of Metal Body wasn't in the astounding defense it provided to the user, but rather in the boost to affinity. Members of the Morales clan were able to absorb various ores and fuse them with their very being. Essentially, if Leonel really wanted a wind affinity, he only needed to absorb enough wind elemental ores. Usually, humans could only accomplish this feat with a very select number of extraordinarily rare ores, but Leonel and those with his lineage factor didn't have this restriction. In fact, as mentioned previously, Dimensional Cleanse spoke of one such vein-type ore to use in strengthening nodes and nodal passageways. But Leonel could take his own path in this regard. In fact, his current nodal system was far beyond the strength of what was theoretically mentioned in Dimensional Cleanse. Of course, there were still weaknesses to this ability. For example, if Leonel only absorbed fourth-dimensional wind elemental ores, his abilities would be capped at that level. In addition, he couldn't just skip levels and absorb a ninth-dimensional ore unless he wanted to die an early death. If he wanted to build an affinity, he had to slowly and steadily absorb essence of increasing rarity and strength. This, however, was where the Morales clan Divine Armor ability came into play. Unlike with Metal Body, where one had to steadily build a foundation, the Divine Armor didn't need such forward thought. Leonel could build an armor of darkness now and just as easily build one of light at another time. The only restriction was in his bodily strength. It was these two abilities in tandem that made the Morales clan so powerful. Leonel had already settled on his first divine armor. It would be centered around his spatial type domain ore. As for the forward progress of his metal body, Leonel had no intention of doing something as silly as building a new affinity for himself. According to his father, the best use of metal body wasn't in creating new affinities, but rather in leaning into the ones you already had. Leonel suddenly coughed lightly, wisps of black smoke coming out from his lips again. Ina's eyes reddened at this sight, her lips moving with a sound beneath her mask. Eventually, she finally squeezed out a word. Idiot. Leonel was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh uproariously. Unfortunately, that laughter soon followed with coughing so harsh it seemed like he might cough out a lung at any moment. A very cool idiot though, right? Leonel grinned, his usually white teeth covered in soot. Considering that such blackness could only come from his charred inner organs, the sight alone was enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. "Aye, a little," Ina finally whispered. Leonel smiled so hard it seemed his skin might splinter. "Still, don't do it again." "Aya, I can't even show off a little bit without getting reprimanded? Is this what that old man called married life?" Ina blushed profusely, but it was all hidden beneath her mask before rolling her eyes. "Where's my husband exactly? I can't seem to find him anywhere." "Ah, my heart," Leonel grabbed at his chest. This blow, it was far more fatal than anything the puppet master landed. Ina giggled. At some unknown time, her mask slipped off and she planted a kiss on Leonel's cheek. Seeing it come off, one could finally lay eyes on her face. Though they had long since dried, one could still see the salty streaks her tears had left behind. She hadn't said a word during Leonel's battle, but that didn't mean it hadn't felt like every blow that landed on him had instead landed on herself. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't move. All she could do was watch. Maybe that was the puppet master's way of playing a sick joke. Even in those final moments, he never released his control over her. Leonel's pain faded into another smile, but when he wanted to dive in for more, Ina dodged, causing his attempts to also land on her cheek. "We're in public. Have some propriety," Ina reprimanded. Leonel coughed on his own breath, looking down at the expanse of empty land beneath them. When had his Ina become so cruel? Ina's laughter filled his ears. She snuggled into his arms, a content smile on her face. However, before she could get comfortable, she realized that there were some uncomfortable bumps on what should have been Leonel's bare chest. She looked, only to find that odd breastplate still there. "What is this?" she couldn't help but ask. "Oh, this?" Leonel snapped out of his second bout of hurt. "This is the skeleton for my divine armor. It's actually pretty fragile. I probably should have put it away, but it was so comfortable I almost forgot it was there." Ina raised an eyebrow. What about that looked comfortable? Leonel smiled meaningfully. If it wasn't for this armor, he would have never locked space like that using the pull and repulsion of 2 teleportation arrays. If he didn't have it, he would have been just as helpless to move. That was just one of the weaknesses of his plan. The second weakness was the 5 minutes it took to implement. If White City didn't appear in the perfect location, the spatial lock would have never come into effect. The calculations were so complex that even for Leonel, they took 5 minutes to accomplish, and he had to experience Hargrove City personally. Well, technically it took closer to 7 minutes, but he had fought those giants first. "I'll show you the finished product in a few weeks," Leonel said, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. Just as Ina wanted to respond, her head snapped toward the distance. Leonel's gaze narrowed, the sound of battle drifting to his ears. Chapter 575, Illogical Pride. Chapter 575, Illogical Pride. Fuck. "Young Miss Swan, how can your Swan City be this useless? You've made no progress at all." Rainred appeared on the battlefield, cackling. He didn't have a flying treasure like Leonel, nor did he have any ability to do so on his own, so he could only stand atop one of the province's many collapsed buildings, using laughter to push away the very fear he had been feeling for so long. He had no idea about the changes to Earth's people, and his only knowledge of them was in battling them in a weakened state. So, seeing the mighty Swan City struggle so greatly against a single fort that wasn't even comparable to half, the capital gave him a great sense of amusement. Of course, a portion of his hearty laughter was reserved due to the fact young Miss Swan had rejected his advances many years ago. So, seeing her struggle despite the fact the Swan family was supposedly so powerful left him in a good mood. Knowing Rainred, though, it was obvious things weren't so simple. A union of a city and a power would never happen, so really he had only wanted to have some immoral fun with young Miss Swan, and as the young heiress of such a city, how could she allow her purity to be tainted in such a way? Rainred may have twisted the matter in his mind, painting her as a stuck-up bitch. But the reality was very far from this. Still, Rainred wasn't exactly the picture of gentlemanly ideals. Was it really so surprising he had such thoughts? Swan City had always been a rival to Keifer City. Although their current city lord wasn't a match for the dead Anared's father, Syl and young Miss Swan were always at a head. In fact, Leonel had witnessed this personally. With such strength, it was no wonder Swan City was tasked with handling Earth's third-ranked province, Royal Blue. Unfortunately, what was previously an easy battle had suddenly become difficult to even keep a foothold in. In fact, it didn't seem like it would be long until Swan City was being sieged rather than the other way around. Young Miss Swan's attention had been focused on her father, who was battling valiantly below, wearing his signature white armor. But, hearing Rainred's voice, many on the battlefield couldn't help but look in his direction. The young heiress frowned. When did the powers get to Earth? Down on the battlefield, Milan, Joel, and Raj stood valiantly. Having been given positions as generals by the Secretary Marquisette, they filled their roles in better than anyone would have thought. Of course, if they were asked why, their simple answer would be that whenever they were stuck, they'd only have a single thought: what would Cap do? This simple-minded approach had actually placed them among the most effective generals of Royal Blue Fort. That said, their success was also in large part due to the cooperation of the nobles. After Code Black was implemented, they no longer dared to hold back lest the titles their families had fought to keep hold of for centuries suddenly vanish under their leads. Who's this dumbass? Raj's booming voice suddenly caused his troops to erupt in laughter. Their morale was already extremely high at the moment to begin with. Hearing such jeering right now made them feel as though they were on top of the world. Rainred was too far away to hear these words, since Raj hadn't enhanced his voice with force. So, the latter kept boisterously laughing in his own world. After a moment, he calmed, sneering as he looked down on the battlefield. I'll give you all one chance. Hand over all those with affiliations to Leonel Morales, and I'll consider letting the rest of you live. Rainred's gaze lit with murderous intent. He had been humiliated more today than he ever had been before. He needed something to vent, and this Leonel would have to take the brunt of his rage. At that moment, numerous figures on the battlefield suddenly halted, their fiery gazes all landing on Rainred at once. In that instant, Rainred felt as though he had been plunged into a vat of ice. Several hundred meters separated him and the battlefield, yet it was as though a blade was being held at his throat. Rainred froze. By the time he recovered and shook his head, his fury had lit once again. Who the hell were these bastards to make him feel fear? Rainred suddenly growled, force surging around him in tidal waves. It seems the Swan family is so incompetent that they've allowed you to grow arrogant. I'll kill you all the same way I killed that Black Lion and the other bastards of the Slayer Legion. You killed who? It was then the battlefield came to a grinding halt. Compared to when Rainred spoke Leonel's name, this was like a completely different animal. Let alone the soldiers of Royal Blue Fort, even those of Swan City felt like all the oxygen had been sucked away. In the skies, a surfboard with two individuals sitting upon it appeared seemingly out of thin air. They hovered above Rainred, the coldness that suddenly pervaded the battlefield emitting from them. If before Rainred froze, this time he couldn't even stop his body from trembling. His knees grew weak, almost collapsing completely. He had felt this feeling before. That day when Jilnia battled Aina, he had sensed it then too. Back then, he didn't even dare to breathe. But now, Jilnia had long since died at the hands of that dark-skinned, blue-eyed bastard. There was no one but himself to take the brunt of this assault now. Rainred's mind roared once again. This was the third time, it was already the third time he had been humiliated today. He looked up and his gaze landed on a face he wanted to rip apart. His fear gave way to a sneer, but it seemed that even he didn't realize his knees were still trembling. But he had completely lost his rationality to his pride. That's right, I killed them. That whore Pisces was a nice help as I dug out their hearts. There was even some bitch among them who was mumbling your name even as she died. I bet you cared quite a bit for her, huh? What are you going to do about it? In Rainred's mind, these words had come out forceful and powerful. But all everyone on the battlefield heard was a long, drawn-out sentence laced with trembling stuttering. Even when he yelled with the last of his energy near the end, it was in a voice 3 octaves too high to have possibly come from a man. Chapter 5076, Survivor's Guilt. Chapter 5076, Survivor's Guilt. Leonel couldn't put his fury into words. Even seeing Rainred's pathetic display did nothing to make him feel better. Just months ago, he had been with these young men and women, fighting to keep their lives, growing friendships, talking about life. Yet, no amount of anger would bring them back. Nothing he did to Rainred would appease him. Leonel was so agitated that he began to cough violently, the injuries that had yet to heal from his battle with the puppet master flaring up. Soot and char-covered air surged out from his mouth. His coughing became so violent that blood began to appear once again, sending his body into complete disarray. Leonel? Aina worriedly placed a palm against Leonel's chest, her expression warping. The headpiece that had been in possession of the puppet master was burnt to ash by Leonel. He knew well that Aina wouldn't want to have anything to do with a treasure tainted by that thing, nor did Leonel need it. It might have been a quasi-bronze treasure, but it simply had no ability to boost the strength of Leonel's mind, which already had a fifth-dimensional foundation. Though it seemed as though the puppet master's mental strength was beyond Leonel's due to the range of its ability, this was a misconception. Leonel was well aware that the puppet master used a few tricks to accomplish such a feat. Plus, the current Leonel could create such treasures on a whim as long as he had the ores necessary. This aside, Ayana's birthday present more than covered for her weaknesses. It allowed her to see the true state of Leonel's body, and the reality made her expression warp. To say that Leonel was injured was an understatement, and maybe the worst part about it all was that most of it was self-inflicted. Leonel purposely made use of his Scarlet Star Force in those final moments. Without it, it would have been impossible to burn such a powerful existence to ash. Unfortunately, even in such a measured and controlled fashion, the use had practically turned Leonel's insides into a charred mess. Not a single one of his inner organs were spared. If it wasn't for the insane amount of vitality the complete metal body provided, along with the fact Leonel's body had entered the fourth dimension, he probably would have formed a second pile of cremated remains beside the puppet master. Leonel's body had already been in a terrible state, but he had practically pushed himself over the edge. The overbearing nature of Scarlet Star Force wasn't just a legend. Seeing Leonel's state, many began to realize something was wrong, especially with how his murderous aura seemed to have deflated. Having regained much of the control of his body, Rainred suddenly realized that his previous actions weren't as valiant as he had thought. His temper flared once more, but this time he wasn't foolish enough to voice it again. He had already embarrassed himself enough today. Now, he just wanted to vent. Leonel looked up from his coughing, his eyes completely red. He somehow felt that he should have been there, but it was simply impossible for him to be everywhere at once. He didn't even know the Slayer Legion was taking part in this battle. It was an irrational guilt that weighed even heavier on his consciousness than before. This wasn't the first time Leonel had felt survivor's guilt, but this time still hit him like a sledgehammer to the chest. Leonel's red eyes locked onto Rainred as though projecting the gaze of a wounded beast. It made one feel that no matter how injured he was, he would still find a way to take Rainred down with him, even if it meant having to rip the latter's throat out with his teeth. The murderous aura came back like an endless tide. This time, it was tens of times stronger, Leonel's irises reddening entirely. Flickers of flames licked across his body as though prepared to erupt at any moment. "I'll kill you." The words dripped with venom, frying the nerves and fraying one's senses. However, before Leonel could move, Ina gripped his wrist hard. "Stay," she said sternly, meeting Leonel's reddened gaze as though she couldn't sense his murderous intent. Even at this moment, she seemed to be the only one completely unaffected. Ina leapt from the surfboard, her hand reaching out into empty space only for a golden red axe to shoot into her palms. Rainred felt as though he was swimming in a quagmire, hardly able to budge an inch. But seeing that it was Aina who actually dared to attack him like this, he roared, trying to expand his chest until his fear dissipated. However, the Aina he knew before was completely unlike the one now. Before Rainred could react, Aina had descended onto the building, her axe slashing downward. An arm flung into the skies, followed by a shrill cry. However, that wasn't the end of it. The mere blade wind of Ina's axe traveled through the building beneath their feet, splitting it in two. Rainred fell to his knees, grasping at his empty shoulder socket. "You ugly bit!" Rainred's cry was cut off by yet another arm flying, taking with it yet another slice of the collapsed building. Just as Aina was about to finally land, her leg angled forward, the sole of her feet slamming Rainred's face into the steel and concrete below. The entire building collapsed as Aina and Rainred followed it to the ground. But, unlike Aina who stood on Rainred's head, the latter had his face buried into the rubble. Bang! The distant armies watched this scene in apprehension. Was this the strength someone should have in the fourth dimension? The only thing they had to comfort themselves was that, though Earth had evolved, their buildings were still in the third dimension. They wouldn't have been part of the strengthened. Aina could have crushed Rainred's head to a pulp, but instead she wrenched his head up from the ground by his long black hair, fury coloring her face. Aina slammed her axe into the ground, running her free palm across its blade. Her blood trickled like gorgeous rubies. Beautiful seemed like the last word you'd use to describe such a thing, yet her life's liquid truly reflected like the most pristine gems. Reinrad's face was completely destroyed. His nose was so bent it had gone flat, his teeth shattered like glass, and even his jaw seemed to have been dislocated. He wanted to cry out in pain, but he couldn't even make a sound without feeling even more pain. His moans came out in whimpers, his body trembling. But this was just the beginning of his torture. Aina yanked his broken jaw open, half ripping it from its hinges completely. Her blood fell down what remained of his throat, causing him to shudder. She released her grip, letting him fall to the ground and watching on coldly. Soon, Rainred began to writhe, his body violently convulsing. Even without his jaw and much of his tongue, he finally found the strength to cry out. However, his cries were distorted, reaching up into the skies as though he was a dying beast. Chapter 577, Finger, Chapter 577, Finger Rainred's shrill cries bore into the soul of all those who heard them. He wanted to claw at his throat, anything to get that foul blood out of his body, but without his arms, he had no ability to do so. He wiggled against the earth, trying to use the dirt, gravel, and concrete in place of his hands. Blue veins surged through his body, crawling up his neck like grotesque worms wiggling beneath his skin. Bang, bang! He bashed his head against the ground, his own face deforming even more even beneath the strain. Aina picked her axe up from the ground, using the buildings as leverage to leap back up to Leonel, who was still in the sky. They both gazed down toward Rainred, but neither spoke a single word. Leonel's teeth clenched hard. Even after Rainred accidentally pierced through his own throat with a sharp bit of rusted steel, he still didn't feel like it was enough. He watched with a cold expression as Rainred bled himself dry, his convulsions and gurgling cries etching themselves into the memories of all those who heard them. Just as his life was about to fade, Leonel reached out a hand, a strong surge of soul force tearing into Rainred's mind. At that moment, shrieks only Leonel could hear resounded. Even in the last minutes before his death, Rainred experienced pain the likes of which he never thought possible. All of his pride and haughtiness had long since vanished. If he could have, he would have begged and pleaded. Leonel closed his eyes, watching the final moments of those he once thought of as friends, knowing they wouldn't be coming back. Pisces. Leonel's heart trembled. He wanted to see blood. Hutch's body floated face first in the waters, 3 corpses pooling around him. He struggled up, but his body was simply layered with too many injuries. Under the suppression, the pain he had experienced at the hands of these 3 was unimaginable. But even then, he managed to take one of them down even before the puppet master relinquished his control. After Leonel succeeded in drawing that bastard out, the battle should have been easy. But by then, the old man had already suffered too many injuries. He had no choice but to go all out near the end to eventually squeeze out a victory. That final effort left him without anything left. He could hardly keep hold of his machete or even flip himself face up, let alone stand. The old man flipped over eventually, his wounds spurting with blood. He didn't have the courage to look around, but he was sure that the death count wasn't small. Unfortunately, this battlefield didn't gain the support of the Empire like the capital had. I'll just take a nap. If the old man was honest with himself, he really wasn't sure if he'd wake up from this one. Grandfather. Hutch continued to float in the water, facing the slowly rising sun, but he didn't have the strength to open his eyes. In contrast, Elorin was still wearing his pristine white tracksuit. There didn't seem to be even the slightest speck of dust on him. His hands were buried in his pockets, looking up at the rising sun as though he was doing it alongside his grandfather. Whether he was aware that Hutch's eyes were closed or not was unknown. After a while, Elorin crouched down, Hutch's weak snoring traveling to his ears. He grabbed onto his grandfather's machete. Even in such a state, it took him no small amount of strength to pry it free. Elorin looked from the blade to his sleeping grandfather. Though his arm and wrist were incomparably steady, his index fingers trembling gave him away. He had always had a habit of holding onto a machete with just 3 fingers and his thumb. His index finger pointed parallel to the blade. In his youth, his grandfather had tried to beat this habit out of him, claiming it destabilized his strikes. But, even after so long, Elorin had never managed to get away from this habit. As he grew up, he found breaking out of this habit only became more difficult. Elorin rose his grandfather's blade to the latter's throat, the trembling of his index finger only growing. In all of this, though, he looked no different from a youth kneeling by his only remaining family. His face was expressionless, his gaze steady. However, the trembling of his index finger only grew. The blade rested against Hutch's neck. Just a little pressure and one of the body's most vital arteries would be cut. As a veteran of war, it was simply impossible for Hutch to not sense something with the end of his life so near. But there were 2 factors holding him back. The first was that he was simply too tired. He had no strength to speak of left. And the second was that there were few people he trusted more than his own grandson. At that moment, Elorin suddenly looked off into the distance. A surfboard shot through the skies, a furious aura being carried along with it. The sea's surface alone seemed to boil beneath this might, the stilling water's surface suddenly beginning to churn once again. Elorin's wrist shifted, placing the blade down on his grandfather's chest. "Someone come and help my grandfather." He spoke emotionlessly. In swift movements, what remained of the medical units made their way to the old man's side. It soon became obvious that Hacker Hutch had entered a deep coma, but his vitals were stable. They couldn't help but look toward Elorin in reverence. There was no way the old man should be in such a stable situation. The only explanation was that Elorin had done something. However, very soon, not many could focus on Elorin at all. Or, rather, it was as though their attention had been split in 2 directions, no one knowing who the main character of the current situation was. The surfboard came to a grinding halt. Leonel's fury bubbled forth. Pisces, get the hell out here. Chapter 578, first chapter 578. First, the appearance of Leonel threw the heavy atmosphere of the Slayer Legion off. Those who recognized him were already surprised enough, but those that didn't were shocked by the sudden change. Was it another enemy? But if that was the case, why did he call out for a single person? However, there was no person who reacted more violently than Pisces herself. How she had managed to survive to this point was a story in and of itself. But after Elorin joined their battlefield, playing the role of victim was easy enough. The truth of the matter was that she hadn't technically betrayed the Slayer Legion. Neither Aina nor Leonel was a member of their legion, so selling information about them didn't technically put her in the wrong. Beyond this, most of the witnesses to her folly were dead. Having died at Reynard's hands, there were few to even speak on what she had done in the first place, and, even if they did, she would have to be placed on trial according to the rules of the Legion. By the time such a trial began and ended, even if she was found guilty, the punishment would be exceptionally light. Because, once again, she hadn't truly betrayed anyone of the Slayer Legion. Pisces could just as easily argue she was simply trying to get Reynard to lower his guard for the sake of a surprise counterattack, while the counterattack itself was no longer useful considering Elorin's interference. Even beyond this, the few surviving members that remained in Thunderous Clap and Chasing Wind might have bred a dislike for Pisces after what she did to Leonel, but would the others of the Slayer Legion feel this way as well? This might be evidence to them to be distrustful of her, but to the other members of the Slayer Legion, she had granted a great service. In fact, in their eyes, the evil character wasn't Pisces, but rather Leonel himself, who refused to hand over such a treasure for the sake of the greater good. And now, with Hutch having sunk into a coma, there wasn't even a person remaining to speak reason. However, Leonel didn't care about any of this. It was precisely because he knew there would be no justice if he didn't appear personally that he had come here. Thunderous clap and chasing wind, who had had near-dead expressions by this point, suddenly lit up hearing Leonel's voice. In some way or another, this young man had been in their thoughts for months since they last saw him, and now he had suddenly appeared to redress their grievances. But as soon as their gazes lit up, they dimmed down once more. Even though the Slayer Legion had been decimated, there were still tens of thousands remaining on this battlefield. Beyond this, there was no way they would allow an outsider to kill Pisces before them all, even if she was truly in the wrong, let alone the fact there was no real tangible evidence that she was other than their testimonies. And, even in that case, her actions wouldn't warrant a death penalty. Now, Leonel's own life was in danger. They didn't know how he had managed to learn of what happened, or if he was only here because Pisces had caused him to be hunted down, but regardless of what it was, this matter wouldn't end so simply. Leonel. Supreme Monet slowly rose, nursing a limp left arm that had been thoroughly bandaged. But, even now, her gaze was lit afire, the air around her crackling. Her abilities had been severely hampered due to the environment. But, even now, she remembered the humiliating words Leonel had spoken to her all those months ago. In fact, because of how many had died under her command, her prestige in the Slayer Legion had taken a massive dip downward. Of course, how would she ever deem to blame herself for such a thing? In her mind, she had long since held Leonel responsible. Catchers pulled himself up, his empty arm sleeve waving about in the salty winds. He could no longer take out his rage on Hutch without becoming a traitor to the entire Legion, but that wouldn't stop him from taking it out on Leonel. Badger's gaze locked onto Leonel, fury from Mayfly's death causing his silver wings to tremble. The waters beneath his feet separated, strong winds spreading apart in all directions. It seemed as though if he was left to his own devices, he wouldn't be satisfied until a tsunami was formed around him. The surprise about Leonel's arrival soon gave way to a surging tide of animosity as those who had grudges with him locked on. Any fatigue they felt was washed away with the low tide, seemingly prepared to pounce at Leonel at any moment. If it wasn't for the stifling murderous intent and Leonel's blatant disregard of them, maybe some would have already attacked. At that moment, Pisces finally breathed a sigh of relief. She finally realized that she would be safe. So what if Leonel was pissed? What could he do in the face of so many elites? He had only brought 2 people, and he himself seemed to be in a sorry state. His face was so pale that it seemed as though he might collapse at any time. It was at that exact moment that Leonel's senses finished scanning over the battlefield and landed on Pisces. Pisces felt as though her head had been dunked into a vat of ice. Her body shivered, goosebumps raced across her skin, her knees almost completely giving way as she nearly collapsed. Leonel shot forward, his actions quick and abrupt. No one had expected for him to suddenly dive into an army full of hostility toward him. However, just as Leonel was about to reach Pisces, a figure suddenly and silently appeared before her. He stood indifferently, his hands in his pockets and his white tracksuit still being just as spotless. Leonel's senses flickered, his surfboard coming to a grinding halt. Get the hell out of my way. Leonel's voice dripped with cold, causing Ellerin's brow to furrow. This definitely wasn't how many normally reacted to his presence. As though finding a pillar to lean on, Pisces snapped. Show some respect. Pisces spoke in a shrill voice. Young Supreme Ellerin is one of the 4 heroes of Earth. He was the second fastest in clearing the first zones. Pisces' knees went weak when Leonel's gaze swept over her, but she managed to glare back, her lip curling into a sneer. If that's the basis of your confidence, just take your own life now. Second place? Leonel's growl traveled across the battlefield. Who the hell do you think was first? Chapter 579, Decree. Chapter 579, Decree. A stunned silence gripped at Pisces' throat. It wasn't just her. The mystery of who first was had pervaded the people of Earth and their enemies for a long time, but no one had managed to find the truth. At this point, one might wonder how it was. Everyone was so certain about the positions of Aloran, Noah, and the mysterious 4th individual. The truth was that the so-called heroes of Earth were only chosen among the youths. One had to remember that Leonel's first entry to a zone was vastly different from all the other instances. He was first transported to another world before falling into a coma for several days. Only after this was he able to enter a zone of his own accord. If one thought about it, this was completely different from any other experience Leonel had had, and there was a reason for this. This mysterious world they had been taken to was the core of Earth. The only ones allowed to enter this space had been youths mature enough to make their own decisions, but immature enough to not have reached their full potential yet. As for what criteria a world used to come to this conclusion, it was impossible to tell, but the more talented a world, the more accurate its judgment would be in this regard. Ultimately, only youths chosen by the world would gain this chance. This was where the mysterious fog of that time came into play. Back then, among the youths who had fallen into a coma with him, Leonel received by far the smallest portion of this fog-like energy, while Ina received the vast majority. This mysterious energy was a very special type of universal force known as world force. Its role in that instant of time was to aid in the awakening of one's ability to their greatest potential. So then, one might ask why it was Leonel received such a small portion. The answer was obvious. Leonel's ability had awakened long before the metamorphosis. He simply didn't need this energy. If it wasn't for his father locking his ability away in his youth, it would have grown far beyond the measure it was at currently. However, such a powerful existence on Earth too early wasn't a good thing either. Leonel's presence alone would have sped up Earth's evolution by too large of a margin. Beyond this, there were various reasons why evolving a powerful ability on a weak world would be a detriment to Leonel as well. Ultimately, Leonel awoke far earlier than everyone else as a result of this, and as such cleared his zone long before. How did others know the order? That was by judging who exited first. However, when receiving his rewards, Elorin learned that he was actually second. This was the hidden truth. The overseers of that treasured world of white weren't as tight-lipped as one would expect, but Uncle Montez never spoke of Leonel. So, while others found various channels to learn of who second through fourth were, no one ever learned who first was, until this very moment. "You're lying," Pisces screeched. Laymen might not understand the value of the four heroes, but those of the Slayer Legion were painfully aware. On any other world, these four would be the pillars that upheld the world spirit. However, on Earth, even though there was no world spirit to split, these four represented the four most talented youths of their world. But what was truly the most shocking to Pisces was that she had no idea Leonel didn't have a fourth of the world spirit. If it was such widespread knowledge, there was no way Terrain wouldn't have stumbled upon this information. So, in the face of such words, it felt as though she was facing a man capable of grasping the fate of their world. Leonel didn't bother to respond to Pisces, his gaze locking onto Elorin. For this man to force him to stop his forward momentum despite his rage, there was no doubt that he was radiating a large amount of danger. But Leonel had no intention of letting these matters rest so simply. If he did nothing, he felt as though his heart would burst from his chest. His blood ran even hotter now than when he used his Scarlet Star Force. "I won't say it again," Leonel said coldly, looking into Elorin's blue eyes. Elorin silently scanned Leonel. This man was first? Elorin had always trusted his intuition, and his intuition told him that Leonel wasn't lying. In fact, if Leonel wasn't in such a rage-induced state, he might have not even bothered to speak such words. The members of the Slayer Legion can't be casually dealt with by outsiders. Outsiders? Leonel's sneer deepened to the point of being overcast by darkness. "According to my simulations, there's a 97% chance the Slayer Legion is a hidden card that reports directly to the royal family." Elorin's pupils constricted into pinholes, staring toward Leonel with a tinge of extra alertness. "If you were an independent organization, not only wouldn't you be at a head with the hidden families, but you would also have allied with Terrain instead of battling them to your near deaths. So try me again. Tell me how this prince of the Empire is an outsider." Pisces and others who had been in the dark felt as though bells were resonating in their minds. Leonel had no idea he had just revealed a secret kept for centuries, nor did he care. Today, Pisces would die. Elorin regained his calm after a moment, his gaze becoming indifferent. "Unfortunately for you, Prince, even if such a thing were true, it would have been a secret maintained for hundreds of years, and we would be an organization that only reported directly to the Emperor himself. You, even as a prince, for the crime of revealing such a matter, would be executed. That's how the story would go, no?" Leonel's expression only became colder. However, just as he was about to attack, the world suddenly trembled, the sound of a shattering barrier radiating down from the skies. The energies whined, reality bending and twisting beneath an inconceivable might. And then, a voice that traveled to all corners of their fold of reality spoke to them all. Under the decree of Shield Cross Stars, Leonel Morales is to be classified as a Tier 4 fugitive, found guilty for the crime of colluding with a variant invalid. The fugitive has 2 hours to hand himself in, or his charges will be increased to Tier 3. The bounty is set to 10 awaken kilograms of 5th-dimensional herbe. End of Book 3. Chapter 5080, Shedevil Chapter 5080, Shedevil half a day ago. Era stumbled out of a teleportation gate, her knees feeling weak. A mixture of emotions seemed to ram against her skull, causing her to keel over, the contents of her stomach emptying out before her. She heaved and coughed, her elegant demeanor twisting to nothing every time she remembered Anared wouldn't be coming back. After a long while, when her heaves reaped nothing but dry coughs, she stood, wiping her mouth with her forearm. If those who wrote tales of this goddess-like woman were to see her now, it was hard to tell how they'd react. Ira took a look around the world she was on currently, but after a moment it became clear that it would be hard to call this place a world at all. Rather, it was an asteroid floating aimlessly in space. If it wasn't for the force arts protecting her from the cold, and especially the fearsome astral wind force, she would have died 100 different ways by now. Her appearance hadn't gone unnoticed. This was a small relay hub, the location of which was usually only known to bounty hunters and the like, so it could be said that their alertness was as high as it came. Plus, considering the small size of the asteroid, they would be far too incompetent to miss the sight of a grieving and vomiting beauty. The hub was made of nothing more than what looked like a gas station. As for what kind of vehicles it fueled, it was hard to tell, but from the outside, it didn't seem to be as important as it truly was. Era stumbled forward, the change of gravity not helping her case in the slightest. But she still managed to make it to a dwarf-like man who seemed to be napping. The short man reclined on a chair, his face covered by a newspaper. Even after Era got close, he still didn't react. "Give me a communication channel," Era said coldly. The dwarf-like man shifted slightly, a single groggy eye peeking out from behind the folds of his slipping newspaper. But before he could speak, Era slipped a ring off her finger and threw it at him. The man seemed to finally awaken, snatching the ring out of the air with movements that were far too nimble. Without a word, he hooked his finger toward a narrow wooden outhouse that exuded a foul stench. Iris stumbled toward it without a word. She didn't seem to give a damn about the smell as she barged in, not even glancing toward the filth filling the toilet bowl. She reached for a rusted phone hanging above that seemed to have appeared from thin air. With nimble fingers she dialed numbers in quick succession, her demeanor becoming calmer and calmer by the second. It was as though every number she clicked sealed away another portion of her soul, chaining away emotions that she had just worn out in the open. "Hello." It seemed to be a greeting, but the voice on the other side seemed as distant as possible. "Commander Scythe." "Ah, Miss Ira, it's surprising that you've called me directly this time. Finally had enough of manipulating my subordinates?" Ira didn't seem to react much to this accusation. "It seems you have quite a lot of time on your hands, despite being a quadrant overseer. Paying attention to a little world like terrain is beneath you, don't you think?" "Normally that would be so, but who asked them to be so lucky as to be so close to Earth? Are you sure that's the only reason?" Ira sneered. "Or is it more related to a certain Leonel Morales?" Scythe's voice took a long pause, not responding immediately. But when he did, his voice carried a bone-chilling cold. "Sometimes knowing too much isn't good, Miss Ira. There's a reason men don't like women who are too smart for their own good. Then I'll be a good little girl for you and speak on things that may or may not be true." "I'm just a woman after all. How could I know any of these things for certain?" Era replied just as coldly. "First, it may be true that Leonel is the first hero everyone has been looking for all this time, and it may be true that no one has been able to confirm this due to the fact his assigned overseer has kept their mouth closed. This may mean that he is extraordinarily favored, and this just might mean that for this overseer to resist temptation, despite the price for such information, that they are at the very least from a higher sixth-dimensional world, most likely a seventh-dimensional world." Scythe grew quiet, but the slight creaking of the phone beneath his palm didn't escape Era's notice in the slightest. It was quite obvious that this was the first time Scythe had made such a connection. This was about as good as Leonel having the favor of a seventh-dimensional world. For him to step into such a matter, he was no different from the pawns he had been using from Terrain's headquarters all this time. Anyone who understood politics knew that the purpose of keeping Leonel's title secret wasn't to hide the title itself. Rather, it was a silent warning, a hidden blade in the darkness. The purpose from the very beginning wasn't to hide the title, it was a beacon to not touch a hair on his head. "Then what might you suggest?" Scythe Era's lip curled, a cold light flashing within her gaze. "There are some crimes that no amount of status can protect you from. That's bullshit, and you know it," Scythe said coldly. "Try and manipulate me again, and I'll leave this call immediately." Era's smile didn't fade. "Fine," she said lightly. "How about this then? The universe is a vast place. How possible do you think it is to pay attention to every corner? I have a certain variant invalid that thought too highly of himself, and you have control of a certain quadrant in a small corner of the Milky Way. Why don't we form a partnership? You don't have much of a choice, right?" Scythe fell silent. How ironic. Just minutes before this call, he was thinking of how to use his subordinates as scapegoats. Now he was in their shoes. That was true. The higher-ups of Shield-Cross stars might not care to offend a seventh-dimensional world, but what about him? This must be what they call karma. And now, if he wanted a way out, he would have to make a deal with this shed of eel. Chapter 581, Split Skies. Chapter 581, Split Skies. Aina looked up into the skies, a picture of rage on her face. It wasn't long before the flickering lights in the clouds coalesced into an image of Leonel. The image seemed to carry no life, as though it was a clone of Leonel rather than a depiction of him. But there was no doubt that this was in fact Leonel. By some magic, this singular image was viewable all across the spherical planet. A simple look upward was enough to gaze upon it. Rather than a wanted poster, it felt as though Earth was being branded for Leonel's sins, almost like it was their burden to deal with such a traitor. Leonel, too, looked into the skies. For some reason, all his rage, all his anger seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. It was as though he was a completely different person, expressionlessly gazing at the skies as though the image above wasn't of himself. He stood there in silence for a long while. For some reason, despite hearing the name and seeing the face, those of the Slayer Legion didn't move to immediately apprehend Leonel. It would be fine if they weren't aware of the value of 10,000 kilograms of herbe ore, but they were most definitely aware. There were no conversions for 4th and 5th dimensional herbe ore. Simply put, even all the 4th dimensional herbe ore in existence couldn't be pulled together to buy even a single 5th dimensional ore. Of course, things weren't so exaggerated. There were certainly some powers that would find a certain amount worth it, but all the most powerful worlds would never trade downward. What did this mean? It essentially meant that 4th dimensional treasures could only be bought with 4th dimensional herbe ore, while if one wanted 5th dimensional treasures, only 5th dimensional herbe ore could buy them. What did 10,000 kilograms of 5th dimensional herbe ore represent? It represented multiple 5th dimensional treasures. Not just multiple, but multiple high-grade 5th dimensional treasures. Even with all of Earth's talent and the support they received, there was not a single 5th dimensional treasure on their world. Yet, even with such temptation, for some reason, it felt like there was an invisible force field around him that even Aina couldn't break through. He stood there silently, looking into the skies with a blank expression. The rage in his blood cooled, the wild beating of his heart slowed, the fury that had a steel grip on his mind dissipated. Is this what power is? Leonel thought to himself. To be able to say whatever you wanted, regardless of what the truth was, to trample on the efforts of those beneath you for the sake of your own benefit, to brazenly look down on the weak, sneering with a face of victory as though daring them to do something? Leonel had never felt smaller, and it was ironically while watching such a large projection of himself. Leonel suddenly began to laugh. In the silent atmosphere, it was truly jarring. A young man who was already the center of attention became even more so. His laughter was one part sorrowful, one part self-deprecating, and a final part as though he truly found all of this to be funny. That was right, seeing his face up there after putting his life on the line to eliminate a threat that may very well have ravaged this galaxy in the future was outright hilarious. Aina looked toward Leonel a bit worriedly. She wasn't sure how to console him. It felt like Leonel's worldviews were crumbling before her eyes, but she didn't know how to put the pieces back together. If Leonel had reacted any other way, she'd feel much better. If he was uncaring, she'd be uncaring too. If he was furious, she would brandish her axe to redress his grievances. But how was she supposed to react to this laughter? Leonel mumbled, his voice somewhat hollow. At that moment, the skies suddenly split apart. A platform of black appeared, slowly making its way out. On just a cursory glance, it looked no different from a military ship to be docked in the ocean, prepared to launch fighter jets. Except this ship took the skies as its waters and its fighter jets were instead replaced by row after row of soldiers. What once was a uniform Leonel thought looked quite cool, now looked no different from rags in his eyes. He felt his stomach churn laying his eyes on such a formation, not out of fear, but rather disgust. Leonel didn't move. He didn't really think there was a point. His sensitivity to space was magnified several times over thanks to his part-completed divine armor. He could tell that their fold of reality had been completely sealed by some inconceivable strength. Beyond that, a world seemed to be vast with plenty of places to hide, but Leonel somehow felt that Earth had suddenly become extremely tiny. As though a noose was tightening around his neck, he simply stood there, laughing. By the time his laughter faded, the massive airship had completely exited whatever void it had come out from. At the helm, Commander Scythe stood, his face still the same pale, placid color. He looked like a man who always did everything by the book, and the warriors to his back seemed to believe this as well, having no idea what schemes their supposedly respected leader was pulling. However, it was at that moment that the color of the world seemed to shift. From the vibrant colors of dawn, only shades of black and white remained. A dignified voice filled the skies. It sounded one part ancient and filled with wisdom, while simultaneously holding the momentum of an undefeatable war god. It was the kind of voice that ingrained itself onto the soul, never to be forgotten. To enter my domain and demand the head of my grandson, how brazen indeed. A hand appeared. It must have been at least 10 kilometers tall and 5 wide. It swirled with the only colors that remained of the world, appearing above the massive flying ship like a deity descending from above. Boom. The flying ship shattered into several pieces, what was left of it crashing to the ground below like a rain of meteors. Earth is not a world you can step into as you please. Chapter 582, Imperial, Chapter 582, Imperial. The change was so abrupt that hardly anyone knew how they should react to the suddenness. In one moment, devastating pressure was hanging over Earth, and in the next, it was as though it had been washed away by the warmth of a protector. The life and death of the warriors who had just been valiantly riding the airship were completely unknown. Many the only person who was aware of the answer to the question, aside from the men themselves, was Emperor Fox. The hand slowly faded from the skies, but the voice of the Emperor didn't, hanging in the air for just a moment longer. Leonel, you've avoided this old man for long enough, don't you think? These words lingered, reverberating through the minds of all those who heard it. Leonel himself didn't move for a long while, as though he couldn't hear the words of this grandfather of his at all. Instead, he had the same thought for the second time that day. In fact, this time, it reverberated in his mind with an even greater fervor. Is this what power is? Leonel suddenly felt a small hand slip into his. This time, it didn't wash away all the discomfort he was feeling, but at the very least, it gave him something to lean upon somewhat. His gaze shifted from the skies to the petite young lady standing to his side. Something about her presence gave him the room he needed to breathe easier. Leonel squeezed her hand lightly. Little Blackstar. At that moment, a shadow suddenly blazed a trail by Leonel's side. Before Pisces could react, she found a hole where her heart should have been. The little mink flashed, appearing to stand on Leonel's shoulder with a beating heart in his hands. It looked toward the shocked Pisces, its little paws digging into the dripping heart. Pisces watched on in horror, her body visibly trembling. Why me? She never thought that a small bout of jealousy would really lead to her death in this way. She had just wanted to grow stronger. Wasn't she allowed to want such a thing? Ironically, Leonel ended up adding his own strokes to the cruelty of this world. Leonel and Ina rose into the skies, leaving over the horizon. But, from start to finish, Aloran didn't make a single move. The other Slayer Legion members who hated Leonel's guts could only watch on in fury. But, after seeing the Emperor's prowess, and even hearing that he had specifically stepped out to protect Leonel, which of them would truly dare to move at this point? However, hidden within his pockets, Aloran's index finger continued to twitch, illusions of slicing the little mink in two replaying in his thoughts. The palace was just as grand as Leonel remembered. Though he had only appeared before it for a moment previously, it was most definitely enough for him to never forget the impression it had left on him. And, despite the fact he was enraged at the time, it most definitely left a grand impression. If it wasn't the overwhelming presence of the palace, Leonel would have found it far more difficult to ignore the fact a battle was still raging on below. Of course, this battle wasn't as explosive as it had been when Leonel first stepped foot onto it, with what remaining just being petty skirmishes, but it was a battle the less. Leonel almost felt bad for flying over it without lifting a finger to help, but something told him that he couldn't delay going to see his grandfather this time. Though it seemed that everything had already been handled, Leonel was far from naive enough to believe this. The moment Leonel stepped foot into the highest layer, he felt as though he had entered an all-new world. Despite the fact a war for a world was occurring below, the main core of the capital seemed completely unaffected. It was hard to tell how someone of Terrain would react to seeing such a thing. But, then again, they probably had their hands full wrapping their minds around the strength Emperor Fox just displayed. When Leonel landed before the palace, he found that the roads paved of wealth that led to its doors were lined with warriors, each exuding a dangerous aura. It felt that if even just 10 of these men and women stepped toward to the outside world, the war would be as good as over. Yet they all stood here, valiantly guarding the entrance of the Emperor's home. At the side of the grand doors, a spectacled man stood, his hands clasped behind his back. The only word Leonel could think of when he looked upon him was disciplined. The man was so cleanly shaven that Leonel could almost feel the suppleness of his skin with his eyes alone. His white gold hair was done up in an elaborate royal style, and his emerald eyes hid behind a pair of glasses that seemed carved of diamond. His dress was immaculate. Even with his senses, Leonel couldn't find a single wrinkle on his person. This man frowned slightly when he saw Ina by Leonel's side. But, as though receiving some sort of order, he decided to ignore it. Without a word, he turned into the palace, leading Leonel and Ina through the grand halls. From start to finish, his steps were even and measured without even a centimeter of deviation. For a man like Leonel, who was used to seeing the world as an accumulation of numbers, this was baffling. Soon, Leonel and Ina were led into the depths of the palace, only to make their way through another opening and find themselves in what seemed to be yet another world. Chirping birds, rushing waters that glittered of rainbow colors, and lush greenery. The entire garden seemed to breathe with vitality, inhaling and exhaling to the rhythm of the world. At the center of this garden sat an old man Leonel couldn't take his eyes off. No, he almost felt that it was inappropriate to call him old. This supposed old-timer was brimming with more vitality than even Leonel himself. Imperial Father, I have brought them. The spectacled man bowed reverentially even as Leonel raised an eyebrow. It was only now that he understood that this almost too well-groomed individual was his uncle. Chapter 58-3, this time. Chapter 58-3, this time. Leonel quietly observed his grandfather. This was the first time he was meeting the man, yet he somehow felt a sense of familiarity with him. At first, Leonel thought that this was his dream force dragging up memories for him once again. But, after a while, he understood that this wasn't actually the case. Dreamforce helped his memory to be near infallible. Yet, even with it, his recollections of the man before him were blurry at best. Something like that seemed impossible to Leonel. With the presence of this man, how could he possibly ever be forgotten? He had an air that seemed to outshine the sun itself. It felt as though, even if he was in the depths of space, without even the slightest hint of light, he would still radiate with his own brilliance. The longer Leonel observed him, the brighter Emperor Fox's amiable smile seemed to become. He felt more and more satisfied with every passing second. Leonel's uncle, however, frowned at the current situation, standing before the emperor without a word or even an attempt to bow. This was no small amount of disrespect. If it was anyone else, the prince would have long since lashed out. But this time he refrained for no other reason than the fact Leonel was his nephew. That said, that didn't stop his impression of Leonel from taking a large dip downward. Bowing in this situation was more than about showing respect to an emperor. It was also a means of showing respect for your predecessors. But clearly Leonel didn't have this modicum of respect. Leonel, however, wasn't thinking so far. It was just that after his experience with King Arthur, he had gained a dislike of kneeling and bowing. In addition, he hadn't grown up in the same culture as this uncle of his. Leonel had never bowed to even his own father a single day in his life, but this was also part of the reason he hadn't taken kneeling or not kneeling very seriously in the past. In fact, even now, Leonel didn't think kneeling was a big deal. It was just that he had gained a subtle dislike for it, the same way someone might not like a flavor of ice cream. There was no need to do it if he didn't care for it, the same way there was no reason someone wouldn't go out of their way to eat a flavor of ice cream they weren't fond of. Soon, the odd atmosphere was suddenly broken by Emperor Fox's laughter. It seems you've grown up well. You're still quite weak-minded, but you shouldn't be very far from a breakthrough in that respect. You're only in need of a little push. Leonel's brows rose. What was any of that supposed to mean? He wasn't quite sure if he was being honest. Was he weak-minded? Well, he couldn't exactly be objective in answering this question. But from an outsider's perspective, the answer was most definitely yes. Leonel had yet to truly mature yet, and his reaction toward Shield Cross Stars coming after him in such a fashion only painted this truth clearer. However, despite the fact he was practically blatantly insulted to his face, Leonel didn't have an adverse reaction. Emperor Fox's gaze shifted to Ina, a light smile on his face. Despite the fact she had put her mask back on, she still felt as though she was being seen through completely. She couldn't help but shiver slightly, her grip on Leonel's hand tightening. The action startled Leonel a bit. This wasn't because Ina used too much strength, but rather because he had almost completely forgotten she was by his side, as though his grandfather had become his whole world. The Emperor chuckled. There's no need to be nervous, little girl. Though I know about your family, I'm also aware that you want to see them destroyed just as much as I do. In such a case, why would I do something to a young lady my grandson has taken a fancy to? For some reason, despite the words of comfort, Ina's grip on Leonel's hand only tightened as though trying to remind him not to forget her again. Emperor Fox turned his attention back toward Leonel. So, you've angered Shield Cross Stars? Leonel remained silent for a while, but in the end he could only nod. That was the only explanation for what had just happened, right? Emperor Fox chuckled. Shield Cross Stars does indeed have the capital to ignore the wishes of the Morales clan to a certain extent. But I'm afraid that they didn't enter this situation knowing they were facing a potential heir. They are still treating you as a normal talent of Earth. However, they seem to believe that you gained favor of a much larger entity. Unfortunately for them, this belief leaves many loopholes in their approach. Leonel's gaze brightened slightly. It seems you understand already. Emperor Fox said with a light smile. Your strength isn't small, Leonel finally spoke. A grandfather hearing such words from his grandson should be grinning ear to ear, but why is it that I don't feel as happy as I should? Emperor Fox's teasing words were clearly aimed for Leonel. Though Leonel's words seemed to be praising him, they carried a hint of melancholy and a blaming tone. But how could they not? The Emperor's words had an obvious hidden meaning to Leonel. He was saying that Shield Cross Stars was making use of their subordinates as scapegoats to deal with him. When it came down to it, they would just hand over the culprit and wipe their hands clean. But by taking this approach, they had to veil their movements. What did this mean? It could mean anything from only releasing information about Leonel to a small segment of the universe to strong-arming a weak world like Earth into handing him over. Clearly, the second option had failed, so they would very likely progress to the former, all to maintain the illusion that these were the actions of a rogue subordinate and nothing else. However, the reason they had failed in their first attempt couldn't have been clearer. The Fox family was far more powerful than they had initially thought, but that truth left another elephant in the room. Once again, Emperor Fox had so much strength at the tips of his fingers, but he was more than content with allowing those he could have protected to die one after another. And this time, people Leonel once called friend were among them. Chapter 584, The Weak and the Strong. Chapter 584, The Weak and the Strong. Another silence fell over the gardens as Leonel didn't respond immediately. But it was clear that this was less about Leonel not wanting to respond and more about him being uncertain of how to. His grandfather had just saved his life. There was no way around this. This was the truth of the matter. Was it truly so easy to spit in the face of someone who had done such a thing for you, especially when your personality was like Leonel's? But at that same time, Leonel had been growing such animosity for this very same grandfather of his for so long. Yet, just when he had the opportunity to give the man a piece of his mind, this happened. It was as though the world was playing a joke on him. That said, Leonel also didn't feel right just welcoming this grandfather with open arms. All of his actions ran diametrically opposed to everything Leonel stood for. If you have such strength, why do you never do anything with it? Leonel finally spoke, his gaze matching his grandfather's. He didn't particularly have any anger to speak of. In fact, it was currently just as emotionless as it was when he was in the midst of battle. But maybe, in some ways, this was exactly that. Just another battle. What Leonel didn't expect after he said these words, though, was for a stifling aura to suddenly envelop him. However, it became very clear, very quickly, that this aura wasn't from his grandfather, but, rather, from this silent uncle of his. Still, this aura that felt like a wall of water became a drizzle just as quickly as it took for Leonel's grandfather to raise his hand. Emperor Fox's smile never faded even as he lowered his hand. He continued to observe Leonel the same way he always had. Yet, for some reason, despite the fact there wasn't even a hint of change in his smile, Leonel still felt as though the situation had completely shifted. When Emperor Fox finally spoke again, a slight cold breeze seemed to sweep the spring gardens. To ask someone else why they didn't use their own strength as they please, don't you find this to be very weak? Leonel matched his grandfather's gaze, but didn't say a thing. However, that didn't mean that a certain Ina wasn't enraged by such an answer. If it wasn't for the fact Leonel hadn't released her hand and she knew that they weren't safe to lash out in such an environment, she would have long since done so. I expected more from you, Emperor Fox said lightly. This isn't a world where you can say such things. Not only is it the pinnacle of foolishness, these thoughts will one day get you killed. Leonel once again didn't lash out at these words. He replied simply and just as emotionlessly. It's foolish to ask you, as an emperor, to protect your citizens. Emperor Fox put up another hand preemptively. This time, he sent a look toward his son, warning him that this should be the last time he should waste his time doing such a thing. The Imperial Prince swallowed his rage and stood in place, his back ramrod straight and his gaze locked onto Leonel. If others who knew of his personality were here, there was no doubt that they would be shocked beyond belief. This was a man who was known for his stoicism no matter what the situation. For him to have lost his temper not just once, but twice, and even in such quick succession, it could only be said that this man was truly protective of his father, even if the one he was protecting the Emperor from was his very own nephew. The weak do not have a voice. They do not have the right to demand, nor do they have any right to direct the actions of the strong. Leonel indifferently listened to these words. Didn't he already know this? Existences like the Empire and the Slayer Legion made it as clear as possible. Those with strength could survive, while those who were weak could only scramble for scraps. Hard work? Perseverance? It didn't seem to be worth a damn in this world. If you weren't born with backing, talent, or both, you were finished. In fact, Leonel would have long since died dozens of times over if not for having such things in his corner. However, he felt that this was wrong. Why was his life more valuable than others? Why was it that he could stand here while his friends had to be buried? Emperor Fox replied simply. However, before Leonel could even think of responding, he continued. Such words won't get through to you. And, quite frankly, I hate explaining myself the most. An air of suffocating majesty filled the garden. Even Leonel couldn't help but feel his knees buckle somewhat. This sort of presence, it was far beyond his own. If it wasn't for a worthless pride that had bubbled forth from within him, unwilling to give in to his grandfather's ideals, he may very well have fallen in that very moment. However, you are my grandson, yet I have never been a part of your life. Consider my next words as payment for this missed time. After this, you can consider our relationship as neutrally as you please. The pressure bore down on Leonel. Sweat poured from his back, his spine trembling. You must blame me for the Paradise Island incidents. Yet, why is it that you don't assign the same blame to your father? Was he not knowledgeable about the situation? In fact, he's quite a bit more powerful than I am. If he wanted to, he likely could have waited until the metamorphosis began and slaughtered every invalid on the planet before going on his way. But I guess that much is just a small matter. What about the things he left behind for you? I'm sure they would help someone much weaker than yourself protect their lives. Why is it that you've kept it for yourself? If the Slayer Legion had those treasures, I'm sure less people would have died and your friends would have been saved. I guess that much can be passed off as a small matter as well. But in addition to not doing your best to help the Slayer Legion stave off casualties, you just murdered a young lady who was only trying her best to survive. Wasn't she among the weak you think the strong should protect? Or is it that the weak you refer to only encompass the people you think are deserving? After all, you are one of the strong. Supposedly. Chapter 58.5, Try Chapter 58.5, Try Leonel felt as though his grandfather's every word was grating on his soul. But he still stood there, his mind wrapped in a steel cage, clearly unwilling to accept the things he was hearing. A part of him would have rather ignored it all. As quick as Leonel's mind was, if he wanted to come with excuses to ignore valid points, he could run circles even around this grandfather of his. His mind was simply too nimble and quick, and, as expected, that was exactly what he did. In no more than a breath of silence, he had already come up with several rebuttals. His father? Wasn't he just restricted by the same things the hidden families were? How could he have interfered if he had rules he wasn't allowed to break? His treasures? If he had handed them in, would they really have helped his friends? Trusting Supreme Monet with his things, would that have really been an intelligent thing to do? Pisces, that backstabbing bitch, was she really the same as the weak? Why should she be categorized as such? The worst of it all was the fallacy of Emperor Fox's argument. He and Leonel weren't even remotely in the same position. One of them hadn't even known of their noble status until a few weeks ago, while the latter was an emperor of a world. There was a very clear dividing line in their responsibilities. There was no way Leonel should care more about the citizens of Earth than their emperor. Even if Leonel was the most selfish individual there was, so what? His burden wasn't the same as this supposed emperor. Why were they even being compared? However, in the breath it had taken Leonel to think of these things, Emperor Fox had continued speaking as though he had never taken a pause to begin with. Those were the last words I'll say on the topic. If you feel that you would be a better emperor, I am right here. If you can defeat me, the throne is yours. Imperial Father! Leonel's expression finally cracked, replaced by something other than indifference for the first time. This man before him felt like rolling hills that extended to infinity, like an endlessly rising land that shot into the skies, like a lurking beast slumbering as though there was nothing that could gain his interest. Emperor Fox ignored his son. But the weight of this crown isn't something you can carry. You're weak. And worst of all, you don't seem to know that you are. The Emperor looked toward Leonel as though he could see through him completely, even down to all the rebuttals he had at the tip of his tongue. But, true to his word, he didn't speak a single word about the topic again. It seemed he wasn't lying. He really did disdain to explain himself. If Leonel felt like he could still squirm his way around his words as though this was a debate rather than real life, that only meant that Leonel was even weaker than even he realized. He had already explained things once. He wouldn't do it again. He had no need for the useless and foolish. The matter of shield cross stars, Emperor Fox continued, you will be safe as long as you are on Earth. My dignity isn't something that can be encroached upon, shield cross stars or any other. The indifferent declaration seemed to cause the winds to shift. It felt as though the world itself acknowledged the Emperor's words as infallible. Leonel couldn't help but think that it was precisely this old man who had earned the world spirit before he was born. But he had no way of confirming such a thing. Then again, the thought that he could display such power without the world spirit was even more shocking. So, shouldn't he just accept this? When you leave Earth, though, you will be on your own. I doubt that shield cross stars will be as blatant as they have been to this point, but with the death of that Commander Scythe, their approach will be more subtle this time. Leonel didn't even know who this Commander Scythe was. But, for some reason, hearing his name made him feel as though he was falling further and further into this quagmire that was his grandfather. Those who understood the backstory of this matter would most definitely be shocked beyond belief. Commander Scythe had been biding his time to strike at Leonel, yet he had died, just like that. As though that wasn't shocking enough, Commander Scythe was a fifth-dimensional existence. The bounty on your head won't be changing, nor will your fugitive status. That said, that only matters to those who know of it. When it comes down to it, you will have to protect yourself. Leonel felt as though his head was spinning. He had a bounty on his head, but only some people knew about it. He had a fugitive status, but it only mattered to those who knew of it. What did any of that mean? Was he a criminal, or wasn't he? Would he be hunted down, or wouldn't he? What was the truth? The crux of the matter was that, as Era had alluded to, the universe was a vast place. Even with shield cross stars acting as the police force of the dimensional verse, even they didn't move as one unit. They were split into countless quadrants, which were even further separated into several overarching factions. Commander Scythe's quadrant was on full alert, the very same quadrant Terrain and Earth were located in. Logically, as a person who was now a Tier 3 criminal, Leonel was only just shy of the true scum of the universe. Yet, due to Scythe's actions in deploying the decree, Leonel's status had become more like a ticking time bomb than a falling meteor. If anything, maybe Leonel's most immediate threat was Era. Unfortunately, Leonel didn't have enough information about the universe to complete such thorough analysis. Even to this point, he had no idea how powerful shield cross stars was. He could only find time to interrogate the dictionary. But he was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even react as he was being escorted out the palace. Even to the end, Emperor Fox really couldn't bother to explain himself in full. The fact he said anything at all was only a testament to the fact Leonel was his grandson, nothing less, and definitely nothing more. However, as Leonel stood in a daze at the palace gates, his uncle seemingly couldn't continue to bite his tongue. Try not to die, he said coldly. And, while you're out there, try and think of why, in a war of such concentrated force, not a single invalid horde appeared from start to finish. The words were like a bomb going off in Leonel's mind. His head snapped backward, but all he saw was his uncle's back view and two large doors slamming shut. Bang. Chapter 586, right? Chapter 586, right? Leonie sat within the lab setting of the segmented cube, his mind absent. His only company was little Tolly, but seemingly having seen through its master's mood, the little guy was a lot less joyful. It was quite an odd situation to be in. The war for Earth was likely coming to a close even as he sat here. The nightmare that had haunted Ina had been killed by his own hands, and a bounty that should have been hanging over his head was effectively neutered for the time being. Yet, Leonel couldn't find it within himself to be happy in the slightest. In fact, he felt a nagging insecurity eating away at his heart, refusing to let go and filling his chest with a heavy darkness. Uncertainty. It was dangerous enough for a normal human to allow such an emotion to rule them. To fear the unknown and one's future path more than the idea of not taking a step at all was as good as allowing one's life to come to a grinding halt. In a normal world, the worst that could happen would be living out a life of mediocrity. One would become a normal man, wallowing through life with a woe-is-me attitude that wouldn't fade even with age. Such a person would be a perpetual victim for the rest of their lives, blaming their failures on the actions of others, and never undergoing any sort of introspection about what personal decisions might have led to their current situation. However, in a world like this, in a new world order where killing and death was just the product of another normal day, such apathy was the root of more than just failure. Left alone with his own thoughts, Leonel spun his own counter-arguments in his mind over and over again. At one point, his numerous thoughts split into two streams, attacking one another from opposite sides as though determined to completely destroy the other side. The more Leonel thought, the more he realized just how flawed his previous thoughts were. His father was restricted the same way the hidden families were restricted. Was that really true? The hidden families were in a completely separate space, while his own father could appear on Earth itself. Were they really restricted by the same rules? Was that possible? How convenient was it for him to rely on a set of rules he wasn't even aware of to absolve his father of any guilt? It was laughable at best. At worst, he was a terrible kind of hypocrite, the kind of bastard that would shame one for killing, then turn a blind eye when a friend's committed the same atrocity. And what about his treasure? Even if he didn't give it to Monet, what was stopping him from giving it to someone else? If he had handed it over to Hutch, an old man he somewhat trusted, what kind of result would there have been? If Hutch had the dictionary, how much easier would his battle against the three heads have been? Would he have been struck down to the point he was in a coma? And if his battle against them was easier, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to end it earlier and save more lives? According to what he saw from Reynard's memories, it was precisely because Hutch had been occupied that he became bold enough to travel into the depths of the army and eventually kill Roaring Black Lion and the others. If he had been less selfish, would they have died? The most complicated of Leonel's thoughts revolved around Pisces, this girl he hated with all his heart. But if he broke it down to the foundation of why it was he disliked her so much, wasn't it purely because he couldn't stand the fact she survived while those he called friend could only be buried? What was Pisces' worst crime? If Leonel was being objective about it, the worst thing she had done was point Reynard toward Royal Blue Province. This action could have led to a catastrophic outcome had Leonel not dealt with the puppet master. Yet, even then, Reynard hadn't been targeting Royal Blue Province at all when he ran away from Ellerin. The province just happened to be the closest piece of land. Regardless of whether he found out this information from Pisces, he would have found out eventually anyway. Just like he had asked for Leonel from those of the Slayer Legion, asking the same question to those of Royal Blue Fort would have had the same impact. However, if Leonel was the most honest with himself, what infuriated him the most about what she did was the most benign action. She had tried to get his treasures taken away. If he broke down that action, sure, it was rooted in a certain selfishness on her part. But wasn't his rejection of Monet's request also rooted in selfishness? He had no obligation to hand over his things. This much was true. But if he accepted this premise, what right did he have to dislike his grandfather's actions? Of course, to Leonel, this was about more than just the fact the treasures had value. Tied to these treasures was also the fact his father had entrusted him with them. They could be considered to be the last bit of his parents that he had with him. If he took it one step further, these treasures represented his chance at reuniting with his family. It represented a path toward the strength he would need to save Ina. These all sounded like noble matters. But what was more demanding? For him to hand over a treasure that would allow him to accomplish his own selfish goal, or for the strong to risk their lives to protect the weak. If he felt that it was wrong for the Slayer Legion to take away the last piece of his father that he had and cut off his path toward saving Ina, then how could he also not feel it to be wrong for him to expect others to lay their lives on the line for strangers? These thoughts ultimately led to the final nail in Leonel's coffin. The reasoning he had clung to was that his obligations weren't the same as his grandfather's. One of them was a newly minted prince, while the other was the emperor of a world. How could they be equated? Leonel had no obligation to be selfless, but wasn't this the role of a ruler? However, the words of his uncle rang in his mind again and again. No invalid hordes, not even a single sighting. If an invalid horde interfered in the war, Earth would have been finished. When comparing the talented versus the untalented, which would the invalids prefer to target? The people of Earth would end up being attacked from two fronts, completely unable to counter. Even Leonel wouldn't be able to do anything to change this. What right did he have to question Emperor Fox? Chapter 587, Share, Chapter 587, Share Leonel didn't have any answers. He lost himself in endless tinkering, working his way toward the completion of his divine armor. The space-rending abilities of the terrain cities had given him exactly the enlightenment he needed to comprehend the core intricacies he needed to complete his first armor. But, whereas this matter would have given him great satisfaction in the past, knowing that he had come a step closer to bettering his father in force crafting, currently, he completed every step with an almost eerie monotony. Surprisingly, though, this very monotony, the disconnection of his emotions, made his every action even more perfect than they would be usually. He completed everything with a level of precision that existed beyond the realm of humans. Aina entered the lab setting with a hint of worry on her face. Leonel never restricted her movements, so she could enter any location of the segmented cube just as easily as him. Looking at Leonel's back, she wasn't really sure of how to comfort him. The only thing that Aina was sure of was that she didn't want Leonel to change. She didn't want him to become as cold-blooded as the rest of this world. She had said as much when the two were in the Joan Zone together. In fact, that moment between them back then was maybe the most honest she had been with him up to that point. However, now, Leonel was stuck in a dilemma he didn't know how to bring himself out of. And it was exactly this sort of matter that Coach Owen had been so worried about. A person without purpose was easily swayed by others. If Leonel had a one-minded pursuit, a dream that was rooted in himself and no one else, how could the words of others so easily sway him? In fact, knowing Leonel, having such an aspiration, would make him an untamable monster, an existence the likes of which existed above all others. But at this moment, Leonel still didn't know exactly what that was. And, as though this wasn't bad enough, he wasn't even looking for it. As the saying went, one didn't know what they didn't know. It was impossible for Leonel to see through his shortcomings if he wasn't even sure of what they were. But, ironically, if he was told of what he needed to look for, it just might have the opposite effect. Something like searching for the purpose of one's life was a monumental task. There were many people in existence that would never find this purpose for themselves. And, at this moment, it was unknown whether or not Leonel would be among these individuals. The little mink hopped into Aina's arms, making small, worried purring noises. But even with the slight commotion, Leonel didn't turn back. He was so engrossed that he probably didn't even notice that Aina had entered to begin with. Aina sighed, not sure of what to do. Her gaze drifted from Leonel's back to the numerous snow globes on the wall. Even now, there were still hundreds. Some were filled with beast carcasses, while the others were filled with various herbs. Though Aina didn't recognize much of the herbs, after her ability had evolved with Earth's metamorphosis, she found that she could somewhat read the life signatures of living beings she came across. Aina wondered if this had to do with the life affinity those trial overseers of Valiant Heart Mountain mentioned. But she wasn't sure. Though she had heard of a blood affinity before, she had never heard of a life elemental affinity. Yet she had both. Regardless, this ability to read life signatures allowed her to extend her ability. Now, not only did she know the perfect way to train her body to break its limits, she also knew what to consume to help break these limits as well. The extension of this ability also gave her an instinct on how to combine and mix certain materials to benefit herself. Such a breakthrough made Aina realize that if she wanted to maximize this new ability of hers, she would have to spend some time reading many beast and herb compendiums. In the past, the only reading Aina had done was for school. Outside of that, she didn't waste even a moment of time on anything other than training. In fact, although she had wanted to go and watch Leonel's games, she never had because she felt time was simply too precious. But now, this studying would benefit her future, so she no longer had a choice. Leonel said that he never had much of an appetite when he was younger. Aina bit her lip out of habit as she scanned through the snow globes. Leonel never really put two and two together, but the nutrients packed into his father's vomit brew were so numerous that it would have been impossible for him to have any appetite. If anything, he had been overeating his whole life. I wonder how many delicacies he's missed out on. Aina was the opposite. She had always loved food and often ate a lot of it. Leonel had kicked himself for not realizing she needed more food. But the truth was, that wasn't his fault. Aina had purposely suppressed her own appetite in the Joan Zone subconsciously, maybe because she was worried about how Leonel would react. However now, if she didn't have enough to eat, Leonel would practically stare her down until she did. With his senses, it was difficult for her to fake being full anymore. The memories, albeit from a short time they had been together, brought a smile to Aina's face. She looked back toward Leonel's back, but he had still not reacted to her entrance. After a hint of hesitation, she looked to the snow globes once again, seemingly having come to a decision. I've never cooked before, but Aina's meals had been handled by Yuri for as long as she could remember. She had zero experience cooking, which was also why she always let Leonel handle it. Though Leonel's cooking lacked flair and could only be described as mediocre, it wasn't terrible, so the effort always brought a smile to her face. Aina reached out and began picking out ingredients from the shelf of snow globes, her mind spinning as it came up with several ideas. Though her mind was filled with such thoughts, her heart was focused on something else entirely. All she wanted was to share her love of food with the man she liked. Chapter 588, Menace. Chapter 588, Menace. Leonel's hands were as steady as a rock, his gaze measured and sharp. He seemed to be able to see through everything with a glance, the faint image of a snowy owl hovering to his back. Even after more than a day, Leonel didn't seem to realize the special state he had entered. It was as though he had completely forgotten about the world, as though everything else had been destroyed and all that was left was a man, his metal spirit and his craft. Auspicious air hung around Leonel, its density increasing with every moment. Shockingly enough, Leonel had yet to bother to waste any time on healing himself. His body was just as injured as it had been before his meeting with his grandfather. But at the same time, it made the process all the more awe-inspiring. Forgetting the world was one matter, but this had reached the level of even forgetting oneself. To be able to move and act as though anyone else in his situation wouldn't be at the brink of death was baffling indeed. However, the truth of the matter was presented for all to see. It had reached a point where even Ina herself simply assumed that Leonel had been healed. After all, there was nothing about his actions that seemed to point toward injury in the slightest. The auspicious air became heavier and heavier, growing to a point a dense, dirty gold hung in the air. It had much of the color of a mustard yellow, with a tinge of a noble gold that betrayed its distinctiveness. At an unknown time, the air grew so heavy that cracks began appearing along the lab-setting floors. But what was maybe most shocking was a certain unmoving snow globe began to show signs of being awakened. Unfortunately, Leonel had yet to realize that the acceleration of Earth's evolution toward the fourth dimension wasn't the only reward for perfectly completing Camelot's trials. With a blank expression, Leonel picked up an intricately carved forearm brace. Little Tolly peeled away from the structure, revealing it in all its glory. It shimmered with a beautiful black-silver color. It was formed in several layers, giving it a sharp appearance. Its presence alone seemed to make space warp and quake. However, despite its beauty, Leonel didn't react much to its appearance at all. He absent-mindedly pressed it into his right forearm. As though by magic, Leonel's body flashed with bronze runes, and the bracer sunk into his skin, vanishing as though it was never there. Leonel reached toward his work table again, but before he could grab anything, he found that there was nothing left to do. His blank expression slowly recovered, a hint of fatigue hiding behind his pupils. At that moment, a wall of thoughts Leonel had done his best to ignore these last few days began to resurface once again. Leonel grasped at his forehead, a light headache taking hold. A deep sigh left his lips. As much as he wanted to lose himself in a world of crafting again, he had used up all his materials. Unless he raided Camelot's vaults again, there wouldn't be anything left to do. And even if he was that shameless, well, let's just say that King Arthur would probably rip his own hair out if he saw the state of his precious treasure vaults. Leonel didn't quite know how he ended up using so many materials. His original plan didn't require so much. He had wanted to use the others for future crafts he had in mind. When he dug into his memories of what had happened, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His previous best craft was only formed of less than a dozen parts. But this armor was formed of 97. He had thought that he would have to muddle through it for a few weeks, but he had never thought of finishing it all in less than 2 days. Still, rather than feeling proud, he really just wanted something else to throw himself into. Leonel was in a classic state of running away from his problems. Was this what normal teens called procrastinating? It felt worse than just that, though. Leonel had never been one to procrastinate, mostly because he was always good at setting his mind to something and doing it. If not for this, he likely wouldn't have forgotten himself in crafting so easily. My current spear wouldn't pair well with my divine armor. It might be time to change it. If others heard Leonel's thoughts, they would think that he was an ungrateful second-generation nouveau riche. One had to understand the value of a quasi-bronze treasure. Leonel seemed to go through them as though he was drinking water, but such a treasure was the pinnacle of the fourth dimension. Even in the highest fifth-dimensional worlds, a youth like Leonel would scratch and claw for the right to wield such a weapon. Yet, Leonel thought of casually changing his because it simply didn't suit him. Leonel still didn't have a full grasp of the dimensional verse, though, so his face portrayed a very punchable shade of innocence even as he spoke such shameless words. Even if Leonel had known, though, it wouldn't stop him. He immediately sent his mind into spear domain. Not even a quarter hour later, Leonel came out with a new spear. He only tried to stand with it, yet it nearly sent him crashing down to the ground. Oof, I thought 50 pounds was heavy, but this one is over 5,000. This spear was clearly crafted to be heavy. Its body was over 2.5 meters long, and its spearhead was a three-dimensional monstrosity of over 3 feet long alone. Though there was some taper to the spearhead to give it the semblance of a blade, it still had a width of over half Leonel's palm. No matter how Leonel looked at it, though it seemed to be a spear, it would be better used as a blunt weapon. With some work, it would definitely be a good hammer. Leonel shook his head. This one is no good too. Leonel entered spear domain again, ignorant to the fact he was becoming a menace to society. Chapter 58-9, Small Mountain. Chapter 58-9, Small Mountain. The practically blunt spear had a domain similar to Leonel's chain domain, but rather than using chains, it caused fluctuations in weight. Depending on how it was used, it could actually be quite useful. But ultimately, it was just another movement-restraining domain that focused on the physical. However, as Leonel began to travel through the spear peaks, he came to realize that this focus on physical restrictions was a running theme amongst the quasi-bronze spears. The next spear Leonel picked up had 2 heads. He stood immersed in the feeling of its domain, grasping it much quicker than he had with his chain domain. In fact, it almost came with too much ease. Leonel had a feeling that this was because of the completion of his spear embryo into true spear force thanks to his comprehension of the complete 4 seasons realm. But he didn't spend much time thinking about it. This domain, as expected, was another restraining domain, but this one focused on the wind element. The style of this spear peak and many of the spears that formed its base was swiftness. Controlling the flow of wind in battle could allow one to do a countless number of things. But what Leonel saw as the most potent use would be in controlling momentum. Snatching the tailwind of an opponent and adding it to your own, under a protracted battle, someone with this domain would be near invincible. The lethality of such a weapon on a battlefield would be undeniable. Still, Leonel felt that this spear wouldn't meld well with his divine armor either. Not to mention the fact he didn't have a wind elemental affinity, this sort of restraining type of battle style wasn't resonating with him at the moment. Somewhere deep inside, he wanted something more destructive, something he could truly release with. However, every spear Leonel came across seemed to tell the same story. A gravity domain, a water domain, a vine domain. Leonel walked through the spear domain as though it was his own backyard. He had completely forgotten that even taking a single step in this world used to deplete him down to his very core. Now, he traveled from peak to peak, not finding anything he could use. By now, Leonel had conquered over a dozen quasi-bronze peaks, but he hadn't found anything he wanted. The truth was that the number of such treasures in spear domain was practically endless. Even after hours of walking, even to the point of ignoring all the foundational spears, Leonel still hadn't come anywhere near the end of them. Leonel believed that there were easily tens of thousands of quasi-bronze peaks. Let alone quasi-bronze peaks, there were probably just as many quasi-silver peak and beyond as well. This treasure seemed to treat such spears as though they were a dime a dozen. And in fact, they were, at least here anyway. It was no wonder Leonel took them for granted. Quasi-silver, Leonel looked up toward the distance. He had grasped a quasi-bronze spear before his soul force was even in the 3rd dimension. Now that he was at the peak of the 4th dimension with his soul force, why not try for a 5th dimensional weapon? Leonel stepped forward, crossing through the rolling hills with slow steps. The graveyard of spears around him seemed to get particularly silent at this moment. Maybe even the creator of Spear Domain couldn't have imagined a day where someone within the 3rd dimension would have the gall to stroll through their world in such a way. However, compared to the past, it couldn't be said that Leonel was still unqualified. One had to remember that strength of mind was only one aspect of traveling through Spear Domain. The most important factor was most definitely one's comprehension of the spear. The first time Leonel had come here, he had barely formed spear force. The fact he could take a single step at all was a testament to how strong his mind was. But now, Leonel had fully grasped the 4-season realm. Though this wasn't perfectly tailored to the spear, it could be said that the spear, and every other weapon, was perfectly tailored to it. The combination of this comprehension and Leonel's strong mind made the journey forward surprisingly easy. Even when it began to grow difficult, a sharp spear force appeared around Leonel, slicing through the presence of the spears around him. The clashing of blades sung in the air, but Leonel's steps didn't pause. By now, the spears around him had completely morphed. From wooden and half-broken, they began to sing with their own sort of majesty. In fact, they quickly rose from the lower black levels, jumping to Tier 5 through Tier 6 and past Tier 7. By the time Leonel got to the range of the quasi-silver peaks, there were nothing but bronze-grade spears around, each radiating a palpable aura even beyond that of his chain spear. This is the true 5th dimension, Leonel thought about where he had sensed this before, only for his mind to flash to thoughts of a massive flying ship ripping through the barrier of Earth's fold of reality. So that's where he was in the 5th dimension, but suppressed. Leonel shook his head, still not wanting to think of such things. He basked in the aura of these spears, still not realizing the kind of treasure trove that was before him. As far as Leonel was concerned, after completing his divine armor, he now had the skills to begin crafting bronze treasures. All he needed was the material to do so. However, even for him, a quasi-silver treasure was leagues away. He neither had the strength necessary to claim one from a zone, nor the skill necessary to craft one. In Leonel's eye, all he could see was a single silver light standing tall atop a spear peak. But unlike the rolling hills of the quasi-bronze peaks, this one looked like a small mountain, stretching over 100 meters tall. Leonel's gaze glowed. He had finally found something else he could throw himself into. Chapter 590, Kitchen. Chapter 590, Kitchen. Leonel appeared in the lab setting, his chest heaving. He sent a gaze toward the silver spear in his hand, shaking his head at how crazy he was. He felt like he could have really died climbing that mountain. The presence of this spear made him feel suffocated, let alone the fact its polearm alone was over 3 meters long. It could only be described as a monstrous weapon. Even now, it was shining too brightly for Leonel to get a good look at it. Leonel squinted, but all he could barely make out was the fact this spear was also double-sided, similar to the Wind Domain quasi-bronze spear he had run into previously. In addition, this spear seemed to be able to split into 3 portions connected by chains. Of course, Leonel couldn't see any of this very clearly. He had only gotten the faint vision of the spear when he first touched it. Outside of that, he had nothing else to pull from. Leonel could feel that the spear was struggling against his grasp as though it had a mind of its own. Clearly, it felt like Leonel wasn't worthy of it. In truth, Leonel couldn't blame it. The normal way to use spear domain would be to slowly master the spears that surrounded the base of the spear peak. The comprehension of these spears would give one the insight necessary to comprehend the domain of the spear at the peak. Only then would one then gain the acknowledgement of the spear in question. But Leonel had bulldozed his way to the top, relying on a combination of his mental strength and his 4 seasons realm. He really had no business wielding such a spear. Beyond this, there seemed to be a qualitative change in weapons after the bronze grade as well. While Leonel's 4th-dimensional weapons were only good for their quality and sharpness, effectively, this spear seemed to be able to affect change in the surroundings. Some of the force arts that formed its foundation seemed to flash into existence from time to time, making their displeasure known. "Shut up," Leonel said faintly, cursing the spear as he fell into a deep sleep. "You idiot. ECS, sleeping on the floor. What were you thinking?" Leonel could vaguely sense his body being hauled out of the lab setting. Before he knew it, he was being thrown into a pool of water. He shot up in confusion, his fatigue vanishing into a feeling of surprise. However, by the time he had shot to the top of the pool, the culprit had already vanished. Leonel wiped his face, sliding his hair back from his eyes. In the end, he chuckled and shook his head. How long had he slept? A few days, probably? It was no wonder Ina just tossed him into the water like this. Spear? Leonel blinked, looking around him to find that his spear was nowhere to be seen. He sent his sight into spear domain, only to find the spear back on the spear peak. Leonel shook his head, but he didn't mind too much. Whenever he entered spear domain, he would reappear where he had been last, so, at the very least, he didn't need to climb that mountain again. He could just snatch the spear whenever he wanted. If it's double-sided, could it still be called a spear? Leonel shook his head. It didn't matter much. During his time in spear domain, he had seen many weapons that he'd have a hard time classifying as a spear, but he found no real point in thinking about it too much. After he cleaned himself, Leonel walked out of the bathhouse to suddenly catch a whiff of something, his tongue involuntarily watered, his steps quickening. He had hardly been to the place he was headed in. Though he knew the abode setting had everything a normal house would, the kitchen simply wasn't a place he frequented. But this was the first time Leonel could remember smelling food that made him feel as though he was floating on air. Of course, Leonel had smelt good food before. It was just that he never had the appetite to match, so it never really hit him like it did now. And, even after his appetite had returned in full force, well, 90% of Earth was nothing but collapsed buildings and vast ocean now, so where would he have a chance to smell such delicacies? Leonel rounded a corner and appeared within a luxurious kitchen. If a chef could see this place, they would definitely curse Leonel for wasting such treasures. But it truly wasn't his fault. Much of the things in this place, Leonel had no idea how to use. It was all a mixture of extremely high-tech and ancient cooking devices that left his head spinning. On one corner of the room, there was an oven that looked more like a planetary destruction weapon, but on the other side, there was a stone oven that looked like a place one might have cooked pizza with 500 years ago. Of course, what Leonel didn't know was that with every upgrade of the segmented cube, not only did the cleansing waters improve, but so did the gardens and the kitchen as well. The devices in this place could burn even a beast on the verge of entering the 5th dimension to a crisp. In fact, with some creativity and patience, it could even cook true 5th-dimensional beings as well. This might not sound like a big deal, but if one thought of the dimensions properly, it was like giving mortals the power to cook gods. It was insane that Leonel hadn't seen this place's value before. Of course, in the middle of this large kitchen, there was a petite young lady wearing her hair up in a bun. Beads of sweat fell down her face as she bit her lip, her expression the picture of absolute focus. Leonel seemed to get lost in her efforts. As hard as he had worked to forget things these past few days, just this seemed enough to make him ignore the rest of the world even if it was collapsing around him. Seemingly sensing something, Ina turned toward Leonel with a bright smile on her face as she wiped her brow, the high temperatures of the stove she was working over causing wisps of water vapor to rise from her skin. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 59-1, Feast. Chapter 59-1, Feast. Leonel should have been taking in what the rest of the room had to offer, but truthfully, he couldn't take his eyes off of Ina. Everything from the beads of sweat falling down her face to the apron clinging to her curves made his heart stop. Ina's smile faded into one of confusion. What's wrong? For a moment, Ina became worried. In truth, she had taken Leonel's things without asking, and even started using the kitchenwares and appliances too. Though Leonel had said to treat this place like her home, had she maybe gotten a little too comfortable? She blushed in embarrassment, trying to figure out how she should apologize. Though Leonel never spoke about his parents, Ina had gained a few tidbits here and there, definitely enough to know that this place was left behind by his father. After all, she had been there when Leonel first got the segmented cube. For all she knew, this place was very important to Leonel, but now whatever sentimental value it might have had was washed away by her cooking. But, before she could form the words of apology, she found a large shadow enveloping her. Leonel hugged Ina tightly, seemingly not feeling much from the heat around them at all. At his current level, it might as well have been a slight breeze tickling his skin, and nothing more. Ina was stunned for a moment, but when she realized what was happening, she panicked. You're going to burn yourself. Leonel pulled back and grinned, his smile beaming. Clearly, though, he didn't take Ina's warning very seriously. In truth, even Leonel didn't quite know why he was so excited. There was just something about the current situation that felt right. Of course, if he said this aloud, Ina would probably beat him to death. He might as well have put his foot in his mouth saying that she belonged in the kitchen. Still, even though he chose to keep these words to himself, he still beamed beside himself, unable to stop himself from feeling happy for the first time in several days. Leonel looked around, only to find a large steel table filled with delicacies. Each had a small cut in them, making it obvious that someone diligent had gone through and tasted each and every one. You did all this? Leonel asked. Seeing that Leonel wasn't mad at her, Ina's smile returned. But before she could answer, a hint of panic colored her features. She had almost forgotten something important. Ina ignored Leonel's question, dashing to the stove and flipping a pan. What looked like an elaborate omelet, expelling a rich fragrance, flipped in the air to reveal a golden brown base that seemed crisp just to sight alone. Ina breathed a sigh of relief before rushing out of the kitchen, pan in hand. Leonel blinked in confusion before hurrying after her, but what he found at the end of her run was something that left him even more stunned than the kitchen had. Unlike the kitchen, Leonel had been here several times. In fact, he frequented this place. However, he had never seen it look like this. The dining room of the abode setting was large enough to comfortably feed a family of 8. But, at the moment, every stretch of table was completely covered with a plate or plates of food. Ina stood on her tippy toes, carefully sliding the omelet onto a layered dish as though crowning her final achievement. Ina wiped her brow with a forearm again before smiling lightly. It was only at that moment that Leonel understood that all the dishes that took up the steel table were nothing but experiments. Leonel's heart couldn't help but warm. He had no idea how much effort Ina had put into trying different combinations of beast meat and herbs to eventually come up with all of this, but he was quite frankly left stunned. What are you just standing there for? Ina looked toward Leonel. Eat. And so Leonel did. He hardly remembered the first bite, but he most definitely lamented the last. He had thought that maybe like those comedic animes his dad always made him watch, he'd have to pretend to love Ina's food to make her feel better, but the reality was completely outside his expectations. Not only did the food look and smell good, it was so delicious that Leonel felt as though he was ascending to another realm. And, in fact, in a way, he was. It was even to the point where even the injuries he hadn't bothered to heal to this point, as though a badge to remind him of something, had begun to heal on their own. Ina watched on with a smile on her face, her elbows on the table and her hands cupping her face. Though she too had a great appetite, after all the taste tests she had done over the last few days, she was as full as could be at the moment. If Leonel knew this, he would probably be even more stunned. With all the tiny bites he had seen before, just how many test dishes would she have to have made in order to be full? However, Leonel was so engrossed in eating that he didn't even realize that Ina didn't have anything for herself. It was only after he had his last bite that he looked up at her as though he was looking at a monster. Leonel's gaze locked onto Ina, seemingly not wanting to waste time looking at anything else. Ina blinked. I'm not part of the feast, you know. Leonel was stunned out of his shock into a fit of laughter when he heard these words. And why not? He grinned slyly. Ina shook her head and mumbled under her breath. Men, maybe Savan was right, you lot can never be satisfied. Leonel coughed and held his chest. Another fatal blow. Ina giggled, seemingly pleased by Leonel's reaction. But after a while, her expression grew to one of worry, scanning Leonel. Are you all right? Chapter 592, you know? Chapter 592, you know? Leonel sighed, hearing Ina's question. Quite frankly, he didn't know how to respond. Was he all right? Well, technically, there wasn't anything wrong with him. His life wasn't in danger. His future wasn't exactly bleak. Truthfully, he didn't have very much to worry about at all. Of course, if the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross-Stars heard these thoughts of his, it would be hard to tell how they would react. After all, no one had ever had such a nonchalant response to being designated a Tier 3 criminal. To put matters into perspective, to even be labeled a Tier 9 criminal was enough to have bounty hunters breathing down your neck. To leap from a Tier 4 criminal to a Tier 3 was the equivalent of being a felon that could be sentenced to consecutive life sentences. Leonel was quite literally only short of individuals known for destroying worlds, solar systems, and galaxies. This was how serious this matter was. Yet, Leonel hardly spared a thought toward this matter. In fact, ever since his conversation with his grandfather, it was all that had been on his mind. He couldn't find a reason to care about anything else. If it wasn't for the fact that Leonel had already sworn to himself to find a cure for Ina, he might have had no other purpose but to lounge around in depression at the moment. Maybe the harshest truth of it all was that Leonel didn't feel that this matter was even as serious as that. Depression was often something a person couldn't control, an imbalance in the chemicals of the mind that caused up and down swings in mood. Leonel couldn't say he was going through such a thing, but what he did know was that he felt everything that had once been in his control was slowly but surely slipping away. Leonel sighed again. I just don't feel like I have as much of a grasp on things as I once did. I find it laughable that I thought I understood anything to begin with. Ina gazed toward Leonel, unsure of how she should answer. She didn't feel as strongly about certain things as Leonel did. The deaths of the common folk of Earth, she didn't spare them a thought. There were some things about this cruel world that she was just numb to. If it wasn't for the fact it was someone she cared about feeling this way, even to this point she might not have spared a thought toward those matters. However, at the same time, she didn't want Leonel to keep running from his own thoughts. She was herself while he was him. They would never be the same. While she found it easy to ignore such things, Leonel wasn't the same. That said, Ina felt that there was something off about how much Leonel cared, almost as though he was trying to cling to ideals that weren't his own while he ran from an even larger problem. Unfortunately, maybe the one things Leonel had never told Ina was about his conversation with Coach Owen and the truth surrounding his birth. Whether by coincidence and subconsciously, or on purpose and consciously, she didn't have the final piece of the puzzle that she needed. Did you always know how to cook this well? Leonel shook his head, quickly changing the subject. Ina realized what he was doing, but there were some things that couldn't be pressed. If Leonel didn't want to talk about it, forcing him to do so would only make him shut down. No, Ina replied with a smile. Usually it was Yuri who always took care of the cooking. I was bored, so I thought I would try my hand at it. Ina waved off her efforts with a hand, but Leonel's silent smile seemed to see right through her. I think it's more than just that, Leonel said after Ina began squirming in her seat beneath his gaze. There was something special about your cooking, as though it had its own unique flow of energy. It was definitely beyond anything I've ever eaten before. Ina couldn't help but smile at such praise. Just that sentence alone seemed to make all her efforts worthwhile. I'm not sure. I only relied on my ability to tell me what combinations would work well. In the end, this was the product. Your ability evolved? Ina nodded. Beyond self-healing and my training intuition, I can tell what resources I need to consume to improve myself. Leonel's gaze glowed. Even without knowing much about the dimensional verse, Leonel felt that this ability would most definitely be exceptionally rare. If just a few days of experimentation allowed Ina's cooking to have such effects, what if she put in more effort than that? Have you ever thought about becoming a force pill refiner? Leonel suddenly asked. Force pill refiner? Ina was stunned. They were called a lot of things. Force pill refiners, alchemists, potionsmiths, elixir crafters. In truth, their products didn't always come in the form of pills. Sometimes it was elixirs and potions, sometimes it was ointments and topical creams, and yet other times it could come in the form of brews or food. Though they came in many different variations, their core principles were similar enough to be lumped into a single group. But, much like languages across worlds, they often had different methods of communication to accomplish the same goals. This was why Leonel was so certain that if Ina could do this, translating her ability to create pills, elixirs, or ointments wouldn't be too large of a leap. Even if she only wanted to focus on food, it wouldn't be a major loss, albeit a waste of her talent. Ina smiled. You know about such things? Leonel almost blushed if it wasn't for the fact his skin was so thick. Ina wasn't wrong. Usually, it was her teaching him about things like this. He was about as ignorant as it came when it was in regards to matters of the dimensional verse. It could be said that the only reason Leonel knew about this profession at all was due to the introductory crafting lessons his father had given him. But you're right, Ina continued after teasing Leonel. I think that learning more systematically rather than relying on my talent will help me improve faster. In Ina's mind, all that mattered was if she could grow stronger. Becoming a force pill crafter was definitely one such method. It would definitely help her self-training reach a completely new level. Just as Leonel was about to respond, his ring began to vibrate. Valiant Heart Mountain? So soon? Chapter 59.3, Teleportation. Chapter 59.3, Teleportation. Leonel and Ina's gaze met, both clearly able to see the other's surprise. However, after a moment, they found it easier to accept. When Leonel spoke with Sael, the overseer of the Brave City trial at the time, he learned that Valiant Heart Mountain would be teleporting all its candidates at once in order to save on costs. Though Leonel didn't think much of it at the time, it was clear that Valiant Heart Mountain wasn't in the best of positions at the moment if they were penny pinching to that extent. But Leonel didn't care much. He already had a great distrust of organizations. The only reason he was going was because of Aina. At least, this way, he could make sure she wouldn't have to deal with any injustices. Of course, Leonel also had no idea that Sael had already reported him to the higher-ups of Valiant Heart Mountain, causing a fissure to appear in upper management. The details of this matter, though, would be left unknown to Leonel for a long while. But it seemed that those of Valiant Heart Mountain saw this as an opportunity as well, not having any idea that the supposed Morales clan heir they were banking their futures on was completely ignorant to his status. "I guess we should prepare." Leonel finally spoke. Aina nodded. "I'm going to go change." Aina stood up and hesitated, seeing all the dishes that lay empty. She couldn't just leave them here. Leonel grinned. "Let me watch you change and I'll wash the dishes." Aina blushed furiously, glaring at Leonel. Pervert. Leonel laughed as Aina ran away, picking up the dishes that were left. "Is there a dishwasher?" Leonel asked the dictionary, hoping for the best. Luckily, he wasn't disappointed. After rinsing the dishes a bit and stuffing the machine full, Leonel turned his attention to his own clothing change. Stripping off the tatters that remained of his clothing, he slipped on the white hammer pants given to him by Sael and tightly wrapped the cloth belt around his waist. Leonel couldn't help but grin. He felt like he was Aladdin, so where was his genie? Shaking his head to get rid of his childish thoughts, Leonel adjusted the cloth belt so that its end dangled between his legs, revealing the hidden ancient patterns. Finally, he pulled out the Egyptian-like neckwear. Heavy, Leonel thought, as he had the almost solid piece of black steel in his hand. The neck piece alone was at least 50 pounds. It had quite the heft to it. Aina walked in to find Leonel changing in the kitchen. Toward such a scene, she really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't he have his own bedroom? What was he doing? Then again, now that she thought about it, Leonel's room had become the place the two of them slept in, so maybe it couldn't really be considered his rooms anymore. Aina blushed slightly, but quickly shook her head to tease Leonel for his ridiculous choice of location. Unfortunately, before she could, Leonel stood his full height, his back view enveloping her vision. His tanned skin seemed to emit a slight sheen of bronze. The definition of his back and the way it flexed slightly with his every movement made Aina flash back to moments when her hands ran across those deep trenches. It was the kind of back she could rely on, the kind she had laid upon as Leonel stomped out her worst fears. Aina blushed from something other than embarrassment, turning her head away and pretending as though she hadn't seen anything. Why did Valiant Heart Mountain have such a provocative dress code? What Aina didn't know was that as she looked away, Leonel sensed her presence and looked back only to have the same exact thought she had had. The only difference between the male uniform and the female uniform was a second cloth band that wrapped around the chest. But this one was white to match the pants rather than being the same black as the cloth belt. However, this only served to leave Leonel short of breath. He had understood ever since that day in the bathhouse why Aina also wore that loose-fitting military garb. But seeing her wear such a thing practically stopped his heart. The way her pants clung to her hips, the subtle but feminine definition of her abs after every breath, the way her chest cloth elegantly curved to display those two delicacies that Leonel could still faintly feel on his palms, Leonel had seen his fair share of women who were even more scantily clad than this. But only Aina could make his heart flutter. Aina jumped, but she couldn't run away before Leonel's hands were already on her hips. The blush on her face had still yet to vanish, making her all the more alluring. Wait, the teleportation is... Leonel's lips sealed her own. Aina's eyes widened, but after a moment, she seemed to fall victim to Leonel's advances. Her hands found their way to that very back she was dreaming of tracing, her eyes closing as she lost herself in another world. Leonel pulled back, grinning. Aina's eyes slowly opened, only to feel as though a devil was smiling down at her. Aina looked away, trying to avoid his gaze. But what she saw in her surroundings made her want to dive back into his arms before finding a hole to crawl into. What should have been the segmented cube's kitchen had suddenly become the midway point of a mountain larger than anything Aina had ever seen. At the mountain pass, there were two pillars, each over 100 meters tall and inscribed with the images of war and roaring beasts. Their presence alone, despite being so far away, made the gates of Brave City seem like nothing more than child's play. However, what had Aina wanting to hide away wasn't the mountain, nor the pillars, nor even the floating islands in the distance. It was the fact that there were suddenly thousands of youths around them, each at this very same mountain pass. Leonel laughed at Aina's flustered reaction. Isn't this what she gets for teasing him all the time? He finally got a bit of revenge. Ah, it tasted sweet. Now that he thought about it, she tasted quite sweet too. He almost wanted another taste. However, his good mood didn't last very long. If I had a face like that, I'd be looking for a place to hide too. Chapter 59-4, Women. Chapter 59-4, Women. Leonel's expression darkened. Aina's own, which had just been filled with embarrassment, almost instantly became as still as a lake. If it wasn't for the fact that she had just been so animated, one would think that she was nothing more than a statue, a puppet that was completely unaffected by the outside world. A cold wind swept through the grounds. In truth, not many were paying attention to the situation. Though Ina and Leonel had just appeared out of seemingly thin air, so had everyone else who had come to this place. In fact, even to this very moment, there were still more youths popping up, looking wide-eyed toward the massive pillars on either side of the mountain pass. With this concentration of people, there were no doubt several conversations happening at once, especially since those from similar worlds had been teleported to the same spots much like Leonel and Ina. This was all to say that this singular sentence hardly traveled a few meters before getting lost in the hustle and bustle of the excited youths around them. In fact, it was very likely that the person who spoke these words didn't even mean for Leonel and Ina to hear them in the first place. They were just mocking and jeering from within their friend group. Yet, at that moment, Leonel's gaze turned toward the voice, easily able to pinpoint it amidst the sea of noise. The young woman who had spoken was dressed in an attire identical to Ina, as were all the women accepted into Valiant Heart Mountain, though there seemed to be a very poor ratio of men to women in this place. There were at least 5 or 6 males to every 1 female. Unlike Ina, though, this young woman seemed to lean into her sexuality. Her cloth belt was extremely loose, allowing her pants to just barely hang from her hips. At the same time, whereas Ina's cloth wrap was large enough to even cover a portion of her belly, this woman seemed to have chosen to fold her own as narrowly as possible, causing 2 round protrusions to be just barely visible from the bottom. It was most definitely this heavenly flavor of underboob that had caused males even from other worlds to flock around her like a den of wolves. Even those males who weren't as confident in their strength observed her from a distance, trying to sneak a few more peeks in as they bet on how many rounds of battle she could last without exposing a little nipple. Leonel gaze made the young lady accidentally bite her tongue, her pupils trembling slightly. As expected, she really hadn't thought that Leonel would hear her, but seeing his reaction made her feel as though her head had been dunked into a vat of ice. When she saw that Leonel was a man, though, she seemed to shake herself awake. Maybe she would have been scared if Ina was the one exuding this kind of pressure, but what male would deem to harm her? Maybe his world is filled with ugly women or something. To be so handsome yet pick out such a tramp, is he blind? The young woman stuck her chest out more prominently as though to provoke Leonel into dropping his seething rage. Originally, the young lady had only commented offhandedly, not planning on confronting Ina personally. After all, she wasn't a fool. She had no idea the kind of background these people had, nor did she understand anything about their tempers. Plus, on top of that, she was a genius in her own right. She wouldn't be so bored as to go out of her way to bully someone without cause. But now that her offhanded joke had been accidentally heard, she also had no intention of backing down. This was Valiant Heart Mountain, a place where the strong thrived and the weak got eaten. If she showed weakness now, her future was practically finished. However, the glaze over effect her ample breasts and outrageous curves usually had seemed to fall completely flat in the face of Leonel. With a step forward, Leonel's minor action seemed to cause the ground to quake. In an instant, what was a situation hardly anyone paid attention to had suddenly become the center of focus. The young lady's expression changed, not expecting Leonel to suddenly react like this. Before she could think of how to react, though, several men stepped forward to block Leonel's path just as Ina grabbed onto Leonel's forearm. Leonel frowned and looked back. "You cause trouble everywhere you go," Ina said lightly. "Just leave it alone, it's not a big deal." Leonel's brow furrowed. Ina's lip curled. "What? You suddenly gain a little bit of strength and think it's okay to hit women now? Should I fear for myself? Maybe I should just forget about us." By the end of her words, Ina looked as though she was on the verge of tears. Leonel didn't know what to say. Sure, he had learned throughout his youth to never put hands on a woman, but that was back when their strength couldn't be compared to a man's. In this new world order, even this petite Ina's physical strength was greater than his own. Leonel was a very logical person, so the moment the foundation for his protective spirit toward women was no longer there, he likewise had no qualms about hitting and even killing them. In fact, he had already done so with a fair few from Joan all the way to Pisces. Where was the justice? How was he getting bullied for trying to defend his own woman? Leonie shook his head. You win, don't cry." Leonel's switch from murder machine to simping boyfriend was so abrupt that hardly anyone knew how to react. However, no one felt it more acutely than the young lady herself, who suddenly had a massive weight taken off her shoulders. If it wasn't for support she got from another rare female and friend, she would have collapsed. When she looked back up, her gaze was filled with resentment as she gazed toward Leonel's back. She clenched her fists, her eyes practically spewing fire. Seeing such a scene, the men who had gathered to protect her didn't seem intent on backing off after being instigated by Leonel. Chapter 595 Appeared. Chapter 595 Appeared. Leonel held his hands together while appeasing Ina, an ingratiating smile on his face. He didn't even spare the group behind him a glance. Or, maybe, he was truly entirely focused on Ina to begin with. Ina smiled slyly, seemingly enjoying Leonie's display. Wasn't this what he got for teasing her like that? kissing her in front of so many people. What a bad guy. All right, I'll forgive you this one time. Leonel beamed as Ina flicked a palm to reveal her blue-veined mask. She slipped it on, feeling more at ease now that the itchiness of her face was dying down. She had taken the mask off previously because she was worried about it being harmed in the kitchen. But the truth was that Leonel's crafts weren't so fragile. After all, he had designed it to have great defensive prowess. But the care she took for the gift spoke volumes about how much she appreciated it. Of course, those who had been paying attention had no idea that Ina was putting on her mask simply to alleviate the discomfort of her curse. To them, she had been ashamed by the young lady's previous words, and had now chosen to hide her face. Such a scene provoked the sneers of the men who had been trying to prove themselves to the young lady. To get angry at such a beauty for a woman that looked like that, had someone kicked this guy in the head when he was younger? Clearly, they were dissatisfied with how Leonel was ignoring them and even turning their back to them. But they still felt that it was no longer appropriate to lash out. Still, they marked down Leonel in their minds. The moment they learned of his background, as long as he didn't have the capital to wield such arrogance, they would let him know the consequences of trying to impress women. Obviously, they hadn't sensed the irony of their own thoughts. "Miss Balthorn, are you all right?" The young lady who had helped Balthorn withstand Leonel's gaze and helped her up spoke. Despite having been admitted into the same organization, the young lady still didn't dare to be disrespectful to Balthorn. In fact, when she had made that comment about Ailsa, the young lady had even politely laughed along with the rest. The men sheathed their weapons and surrounded Balthorn as well, trying to radiate outward with a manly presence. They were all aware that Balthorn's background wasn't small. In fact, her family was a preeminent powerhouse of their quadrant. Amongst those who had come, she was most definitely amongst the most well taken care of. She was Balthorn Valinor, the young mistress of the Valinor family. The Valinor family was among the three most powerful on planet Krars, a world on the brink of entering the fifth dimension and with the potential of a sixth-dimensional world. If Leonel had heard this, he would have faintly recognized the name. In fact, among the prisoners he had taken from White City, there was a man who claimed to be from planet Krars X10, a subsidiary of Krars. Back then, Ina had told Leonel that Krars was among the most powerful worlds of their quadrants. As for how large a quadrant was, Leonel had no idea. He only assumed that it was at least a few solar systems worth of space. But it was much vaster than this. Every galaxy would have at most a few hundred quadrants. Though this seemed like a large number, if one considered the enormous size of a galaxy, if a quadrant could be worth a single percentage of its size, it would be grandiose beyond imagining. At the very least, if Leonel's ancestors of the 21st century tried to cross such a distance, even their entire lifetimes wouldn't be enough. In fact, even 100 generations wouldn't be enough either. For Krars to be among the dominant forces of a quadrant, there was no doubting its strength. That said, for Balthorn to be sent to Valiant Heart Mountain, an organization that was facing such struggles, it was clear that she wasn't very important to her family. Still, compared to the background of these young men, she was light years ahead. If they could gain her favor and become her husband, they'd feel as though they had lived a fulfilled life. "I'm fine," Balthorn said somewhat weakly, her heart still beating erratically. "There's no need to worry about that coward, Balthorn. I just checked, but that weakling is still in the third dimension. There's no threat from him. I could kill him as easily as slaughtering a chicken." Balthorn's eyes flashed when she heard these words. "Third dimension? You idiot. That only means he's even more talented than you. Do you think Valiant Heart Mountain has fallen far enough to let people in just because? If that was the case, why would I bother with coming here?" Balthorn bit her lip, suddenly feeling annoyed by all the flies buzzing around her. Seeing Leonel's attention completely focused on Ina, she bit her lip harder. The dichotomy between the kind of love the two women were receiving was striking to the point of being stifling. The young lady by Balthorn's side, Hennerin, gazed between the former and Ina, but in the end remained silent. In the distance, a young man watched all of this just as silently. Compared to the youths brimming with vitality around him, he seemed to have already placed a foot in his coffin. He was skinny to the point the line of his spine and his ribs were sinking against his skin. His complexion was pale to the point of being deathly, and his back curved somewhat as though his head was too heavy to carry. He gazed toward Leonel for a moment before shifting back toward Balthorn. His tongue ran over his lips as he stared her up and down, his eyes focusing on her chest for an obscene amount of time. But what was maybe more grating was the fact his tongue, rather than being a healthy pink, was a dull gray. At that moment, the tall pillars of the mountain pass quaked, and a portal opened within them to reveal several figures. It seemed the big shots of Valiant Heart Mountain had finally appeared. Chapter 59.6, 12 hours. Chapter 59.6, 12 hours compared to the dress of the youths. The elders of Valiant Heart Mountain weren't dressed much differently at all. In fact, there were only two differences one could point out. The first was the color of their cloth belts. What dangled between their legs wasn't the black of the youths, but rather a striking red. At least, most of them wore this red as though dyed by centuries of blood. The old man that led them, though, wore one of copper, as though the blood that had once drenched his had rusted over with age. The second difference was a shawl draped over their shoulders. This matched the color of their cloth belts, giving them a more dignified appearance than the kids below. The old man's exposed torso was just as hollowed out as the pale young man from before. But, though his body seemed worn with age, his back was as straight as a javelin despite the fact he simultaneously used a walking stick. The atmosphere fell into silence as this group of 5 walked forward. One could feel the difference between realms of existence when standing before the powerful. Though these 5 elders had yet to speak a word, it felt as though there was a mountain weighing down on them all, as though they wouldn't be satisfied until they all kneeled in deference. Though the dimensions felt like power levels, this wasn't the case. In fact, only talents like Leonel and Ina would feel this way, like crossing dimensions and evolving to a higher state of being was no different than crossing any other barrier. However, to middling existences, the barrier between dimensions was akin to heaven and earth. There was no doubt that each and every one of these elders stood as a 5th-dimensional entity, a barrier that more than half of those here would never even cross, let alone travel so deeply into. This was a strength that they idealized, that they aspired to, that they respected from the deepest recesses of their hearts. Sisha. CS. Stop playing around. Leonel felt a strong elbow to his side and coughed lightly. He looked up to see what all the commotion was about, only to find that no one dared to even breathe too harshly. When he saw the elders at the very front, he raised his brows. Leonel felt like a refreshing breeze was wrapping around his body. Unfortunately, he couldn't enjoy it very much because he seemingly only now remembered that he was still injured. Though Ina's food had helped him along, he was still only about 70% of his normal self, which was a miracle unto itself considering the state of his inner organs previously. Now that Leonel thought about it, Ina's food was definitely not enough for such a drastic improvement. Was he missing something? Oh, Leonel suddenly remembered the odd state he had entered when he was completing his divine armor. Back then, he had vaguely felt an energy integrating with his body and improving it. If it wasn't for the fact he hadn't been swallowing any metal essence at that moment, his metal body might have already improved to tier 3 or 4 by now. It was only now that Leonel understood that that feeling must have come from the energy he absorbed from the puppet master. Due to how powerful Leonel had become, he had almost forgotten that defeating invalids could improve his strength. But this wasn't really his fault. He was so powerful, but Earth only had 3rd-dimensional invalids to deal with. Those existences could barely move the needle for him. Yet, he had gone from 3rd-dimensional invalids to a variant invalid on the verge of entering the 5th dimension. The difference was striking. It was no wonder the puppet master's residual energy had such a great benefit to him. In fact, now that he was paying attention, Leonel could tell that he had only absorbed about 20 or 30% of the energy. Unfortunately, his body was too injured to absorb any more or improve any further. It seemed he would have to focus on healing. By now, his healing branch ability could allow him to heal back to a perfect state immediately. But it seemed a waste to use in this situation considering how long it took to recharge. Forget it, I'll be patient for now. The elders scanned the crowd in silence, allowing the youths to soak up the feeling of being in their presence. This wasn't just for the sake of showing off their might. It was also to give them a goal to aspire to, while also making their authority unquestionable. Every organization was built from the bottom up. The more obedient and simultaneously ambitious their fresh blood was, the better. But in this crowd of serious youths, the one individual with an absent-minded gaze couldn't help but stand out. It also most definitely didn't help that there was a small clearing around this person, and also that this person was far taller than most on average. Several gazes landed on Leonel. The change should have been enough to shock him awake. But Leonel continued to be lost in his own world, as though his daydreaming was far more important than anything happening here. Of course, he wasn't doing this on purpose. What these elves thought should have been obvious, pressure was like a spring breeze to Leonel. If it wasn't for Ina pinching his waist and startling him, he probably wouldn't notice at all. Seeing the gazes of the elders, Leonel smiled lightly and stood at attention, respectfully keeping his hands to his sides. There was truly nothing about his actions that the elders could pick out, but their lips couldn't help but twitch regardless. The old man at the front swept his gaze over Leonel one more time before he began to speak. "Do you all see those pillars to my back?" The shuffling of necks resounded through the mountain pass as they all looked upward. "These pillars are the foundation of Valiant Heart Mountain. You all might not understand now, but this is our home, our lifeblood, our heart. You all may think that since you have made it here, you can be considered members of our Valiant Heart Mountain. However, to me, unless you can walk through these gates on your own, you will never be. Even if you die before my eyes, I'll never raise a finger to help you. Luckily for you brats, my methods were deemed too cruel, so you have 3 years to walk through these gates on your own 2 feet. That said, even if I don't have my way, I also have no intention of letting you all go so easily. Below this mountain pass, there are numerous beasts. Some of them are tagged, while some of them are not. These tags carry the teleportation talismans you need to enter the mountain peak without crossing these gates. There are 3802 of you here. There are exactly 1901 tagged beasts. Among these tags, there are 10 golden tags that will allow you one trip to the Valiant Vault. You have 12 hours. The wind around the youth suddenly stilled to a crawl. Chapter 59-7, Disappointing Choice. Chapter 59-7, Disappointing Choice. The atmosphere froze for just a moment before the youth suddenly erupted into movement. What once was an orderly field of promising geniuses became akin to a mosh pit. But, in this context, with the strength of the people in question, it felt as though this mountain that Valiant Heart had called home for so long might collapse. Earth cracked, air crackled, the sounds of shouts of anger and pain sounded as the so-called geniuses fought and jostled for position, each trying to make their way down the mountain faster than the last. In what felt like no more than half a minute, over 90% of the field had been completely dispersed. As for those that remained, they had long since been trampled by the crowd to the point of being on their last breaths. There was no doubt that amidst all the chaos, some had taken advantage of the situation to get rid of some competition. However, true to his word, the old man didn't raise a single finger, watching these youths with broken bodies bleed out without a single word. Aside from a sweep of his gaze, he spared them nothing more, even as some of them begged and pleaded. Still, there were a few that seemed to stand out, geniuses who had kept their calm even in the face of such harsh elimination requirements. There was the pale youth who was, even now, still intently staring at Balthorn. There was a burly young man with twin short sabers strapped to his back. Juxtaposed to his size, they felt more like curved daggers than saber-like weapons. There was a young woman whose hair was pulled into 2 ponytails that combined down her chest. And, finally, there was Balthorn herself. Each stared at the gates intently, unwilling to take their eyes off of it. Of course, with the exception of the pale youth. Among these youths were Leonel and Ina, who hadn't moved from the very beginning. But, rather than having done so out of curiosity, their reasoning was far different from the norm. Rather, Leonel had begun teasing Ina before she could even think of the next step she wanted to take. But, after a while, Leonel raised his head to take a look at all the carnage. With furrowed brows, he raised a hand. Grand heel, strong light elemental force descended from the skies, falling onto the bodies of the youths who lay bleeding out on the ground. If they were really left for just a few more minutes, it was likely that of them would survive. This minor action caused Leonel to once again become the center of attention. The old man raised an eyebrow, but he couldn't exactly become mad at Leonel's actions. After all, there was no rule against this. Light elemental force? The gaze of the elders and youth sharpened. This was no longer Earth, where there were talents at every corner. In such a place, Leonel's light elemental force stuck out like a sore thumb. There wasn't a soul here who didn't understand just how rare light elemental force was. The youths who had been focused on the 2 pillars looked back toward Leonel, a hint of seriousness in their expressions. But Leonel simply cast Grand Heal again and again, lamenting the fact his healing capabilities were still severely lacking. It was only after the last person's life was no longer in danger that he came to a stop and turned his attention toward Ina. What do you think? Leonel was only here to follow, truthfully. He had come here not because he wanted to, but because of Ina. So, he would let her take the lead. The easiest method is to just cross the gates on our own, Ina replied. Leonel looked around. It was clear that they weren't the only one with this idea. Even that woman, Balthorn, was standing here in preparation to go about the same thing. The whole idea of finding then fighting beasts just sounded like a hassle. If one didn't have acute senses like Leonel, you were practically relying on luck. What is your goal for coming here, though? What do you want to accomplish? Ina's gaze sharpened. To become as strong as possible. Leonel grinned, Ina's resolve even making the small hairs on his skin stand at attention. In that case, let's go catch some beasts. Ina blinked, looking at Leonel with a hint of confusion. Wasn't looking for the beasts a waste of time? Why was Leonel suddenly talking about going after them now? However, Leonel didn't explain, taking Ina's small hand and leaving a streak of gold in his wake as he dashed into the forest. The old man raised an eyebrow, watching Leonel's back retreat. But in the end, he shook his head. He had thought that he had run into a talent, but this one actually made the same choice as all the others. This action alone considerably dulled whatever surprise Leonel's light elemental force had given them. They were called Valiant Heart Mountain for a reason. Talent was secondary to them. What was most important was what was within a person's heart. If Leonel wasn't willing to fight and put his life on the line, what worse did his talent have? The youth seemed to agree with the old man's assessment. They had thought that they met another rival, only for him to be a coward. It was quite disappointing indeed. Ironically, it was only Balthorn who looked toward Leonel's receding back with an eyebrow raised. That man, what was he thinking? Unbeknownst to Balthorn, she had already become curious about Leonel. A woman's mind was complex indeed. Why she would feel such a way about a man who had been moments away from killing her just a while ago was beyond normal human understanding. Unfortunately, before she could think any longer, the burly man with twin sabers stepped forward, his heavy steps causing the ground to quake. My name is Inkaf Miadan. I don't need your tags. I will climb up this mountain on my own 2 feet. His roar caused the birds in the surroundings to shoot into the skies. Who knew when they would be confident enough to return to their nests? Chapter 598, Bear? Chapter 598, Bear? Incath's feet stomped forward as he began to make his way up the mountain, his eyes completely focused on the pillars before him. Though the elders of Valiant Heart Mountain stood between the pillars, the youths themselves were a ways down the mountain, a few hundred meters from the foot of the gates, in fact. From their position, sensing the pressure of the gates was impossible. So, in the beginning, Incath sensed nothing and continued to walk forward and up courageously. However, the instant he crossed the 300-meter line to the gates, a roar suddenly shook his mind. It was so loud and sudden that blood began to ooze from his ears. Despite this, Incath remained on his own 2 feet, his expression finally growing serious. This roar had no tangible owner. In fact, it looked as though he was the only one to have heard it at all. The elders at the top continued to stand there as though nothing happened, and the youths to his back who had yet to make a move were only watching him without saying a word. It wasn't until blood began dripping from Incath's ears that the latter group began to feel like something was wrong. However, it was at that exact moment that Incath began to laugh, beating his fists against his brawny chest until his dark-ish skin became red. A strong surge of force erupted from him as he shot forward. A barrage of bestial roars assaulted his psyche, making his every step heavy and his every movement labored. But he continued to charge upward, his muscles rippling with vitality and ferocity. The young lady with twin ponytails braided to combine at her chest blinked with curiosity. After a while of watching, she too stepped forward, Irilana of the Phaex tribe. She spoke softly, neatly patting her hair down as she too began to walk up. Balthorn and the pale youth didn't move for a long while. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'm going to dig your eyes out," Balthorn said coldly. The pale youth began to cackle. "Your tits are practically out for all to see, yet you don't want me to look. Is there no justice in this world? You want to die?" Balthorn turned toward the pale youth, her proud chest swaying with her movements like a rippling tide. "As long as it's by your hands, I think I'll enter my coffin with a happy expression on my face." Balthorn scoffed. "I don't like scrawny men." The pale youth continued to cackle. "Let me guess, you like tall, bronzed, and handsome men who already have girlfriends?" Balthorn's glare became sharp. However, toward such a response, the pale youth's cackling only became louder. In fact, it seemed to take so much energy out of him that he just might keel over and die at any moment. Though she didn't respond, her lack of one only seemed to make her more guilty. Women, women, women. I'll never understand them. Those brats that were flocking around you like a pack of hyenas just ran off, swearing to get you a tag or die trying. Yet you're standing here thinking about a man who would have killed you for another woman. What should I call you exactly? Balthorn's sharp gaze gave way to a curling smile. What should you call me? How about a beauty you can gaze upon at your own risk, but can never touch regardless? With these words said, Balthorn strode forward, clearly having no intention of waiting for those white knights of hers to retrieve a tag in her stead. As for the trouble they got into trying to do such a thing, she didn't care either. Balthorn Valinor, she said simply and sweetly. Bowing once, she stepped onto the mountain pass. Wait for me, beauty, the pale youth finally moved. As though a shadow, he appeared by Balthorn as though he had always been there. My name is Radless, the pale youth spoke. But it seemed that his words were aimed more for Balthorn than the elders above. Aina followed after Leonel with a raised eyebrow, but in the end, she didn't say anything to stop him. As far as she was concerned, Leonel wouldn't do anything to harm her. Plus, even if they fell behind by a step, it didn't really matter much. They were young, and time was on their side. Who was better and who was worse would be clear soon enough. The two hopped through the trees, streaking past groups of confused youths trying to find beasts to tackle of their own. Among these groups that they passed by, there were no small number of them that were already locked into their own fights to the death. There were over 3,800 participants, but only 1,900 beasts. Even when one found a beast to attack, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be 10 others fighting you to do the same. In a lot of ways, this sort of trial was even more difficult than the trial above. Leonel shook his head as he watched the carnage beneath him. But this time, he didn't raise a finger to help. This was different from before. These were men and women fighting for their futures. Who lived and died here would be up to themselves. After a long while, Aina finally couldn't help her curiosity any longer. What's your goal? How will this help? She continued to allow Leonel to pull her along, seemingly enjoying the feeling of his hand enveloping her own. But she still didn't want to be kept in the dark. Shh. Leonel used a combination of Camelot's silencing spells to achieve the effect of sending his voice directly to Aina once again. The two came to a grinding halt atop a tall tree. Down below, there was what appeared to be a large black bear. It had the characteristic tough fur and large, round body. It even had the rounded ears down perfectly. The only difference was that instead of having light fur around its snout, its own had a fiery shade of red fur. In fact, its eyes were the same striking crimson as though it was prepared and ready to tear anything down at any moment. This? Bear? A bear? Aina asked within Leonel's bubble. Leonel grinned. You see, a bear. But I see our first golden tag. Ina's eyes widened, suddenly understanding what Leonel wanted to do. Chapter 59.9, Manly Man. Chapter 59.9, Manly Man. Seeing Ina's reaction, Leonel grinned and suddenly jumped down from the tree, a massive spear suddenly appearing in his hands. This spear was other than the one he likened to a hammer. But in this situation, it was perfect. Leonel's eyes flashed, a golden domain spreading out around him. In that instant, not only did he become 10 times heavier, but so did the over 5,000-pound spear in his hand. The red-nosed bear suddenly sensed something. It looked up into the skies, a snarl taking over its features. It rose to its hind legs, roaring to the point of foggy, spittle-filled breath assaulting Leonel. A strong red force erupted around the bear, its body growing in size as its fur stood on end. It swiped a paw at the descending Leonel, imagining smashing this pesky human into meat paste. But at the instant spear and paw met, an overwhelming strength assaulted the bear. Its bones creaked and groaned before reaching their breaking point and suddenly snapping. A cry of pain left the beast, but its crimson gaze only seemed to become even more so. Leonel shifted his weight until it was as light as a feather, landing on the ground with subtle steps before shooting forward. He gripped the massive spear with both hands, his palms and fingers not large enough to even wrap all the way around its shaft. Yet he wielded it as though it was no different from an extension of himself. Leonel sent a strong sweep across, pressing down on the injured beast. At that moment, he suddenly winced, feeling the fine cracks in his ribs he had been ignoring to this point. His attack slowed by just a margin, allowing the red-nosed bear to erupt with an even stronger red force. The beast's healthy paw swung downward, coated by a blazing energy. The air and the surroundings heated up, the billowing roars of the bear tearing through the forest's canopy. The two attacks collided. Leonel's feet sunk into the soft soil, his knees bending and buckling. This beast's strength was no small matter. Leonel could tell why the old man had chosen it to be among those that carried the golden tags. By Leonel's estimation, this beast was at least as strong as a city lord of Terrain, which was about tier 6 of the fourth dimension. Of course, Terrain wasn't exactly known for its talent, so its standard of tier 6 was much lower than that of other worlds. Still, this kind of beast was difficult for Leonel to defeat without using the Four Seasons realm, activating his runes, or using his dreamscape battle sense. Without the help of these factors, Leonel believed that he was actually far worse than this bear. He was only now bridging the gap thanks to two things. The first was his ability. Even without Dreamscape battle sense, Leonel's senses were far beyond what most could even aspire to, let alone claim to have, so his reactions and calculations in battle were perfect. The second was the most obvious, his weapon. Leonel was using a quasi-bronze weapon, a treasure a half-step from the fifth dimension, against a beast in the middling fourth-dimensional realms. There was no wonder he was able to stand his ground. If this was all, things would be fine. Leonel would still be confident in defeating this beast without tapping into his true strength, but, unfortunately, he was still injured. Just as Leonel was about to clash with the bear again, a shadow suddenly fell from the skies and landed before him. The shadow seemed to only shift slightly, but the roaring of the bear came to an end just as quickly. Leonel, who had been about to prepare himself for a tough battle, sighed and lowered his spear. "You know, you could have at least pretended that it was difficult," Leonel mumbled. Ina looked back innocently, her eyes blinking behind her mask. "Is your ego so fragile? Every man's ego is fragile." Leonel defended himself. Ina giggled. "All right, I don't mind taking a step back then. You go." Leonel was about to puff up his chest in pride when he suddenly thought of something and turned a gloomy eye toward Ina. Unable to hold it back any longer, Ina burst into a fit of laughter, clenching at her stomach. "Go on now, manly man, do your job." Disgruntled, Leonel could only step forward. Kneeling beside the beast's corpse, and to the tune of Ina's laughter, he began to cut open the beast's stomach and dig his way through before he finally found the golden tag he was looking for. He stood and tried to turn toward Ina, but she scurried away before he could even approach. She pinched at her nose, still unable to stop her laughter. "Do you feel more manly now?" Leonel looked at the bloody, organ-littered, half-eaten, food-covered mess in his hand, half wanting to cry and half wanting to vomit. This girlfriend of his was too cruel. Ina and Leonel shot through the forest, easily finding one golden tag after another. It seemed as though they had a cheat of some sort. The reality, though, wasn't that far from the truth. As the old man had said, each tag was capable of teleporting the one who claimed it past the mountain pass. But the unspoken truth of this was that any beast with this tag was likewise marked by the force arts necessary to allow such teleportation. After realizing this, for Leonel, the matter was simple. His internal sight didn't have a very large range in this world. There was no doubt that this place was a fifth-dimensional world, and as such, not only was the space in Leonel's spatial ring smaller here, but the range of his internal sight was only a few dozen meters to 100 meters at most. However, the fluctuations in these force arts caused small ripples in space. Normally, one wouldn't be able to sense these ripples at all. Not only was the space elemental affinity even more rare than the light elemental affinity, but even if you had it, it was unlikely to be very strong. Leonel, however, had just completed his divine armor, giving him space elemental affinity no worse than almost anyone within the fourth dimension. Though this affinity would be useless to him after he outgrew his divine armor and was somewhat weaker without summoning the armor itself, this still remained true. Using this affinity, Leonel could easily pick out these tiny changes in space, and once he locked onto a beast, it was a simple matter of using his internal sight to see whether the tag was gold or not. Beyond that, since he knew that the gold tags would only be in beasts of certain strength, he could just as easily not waste time scanning beasts that were too weak. Like this, Leonel and Ina tore through the mountain range, easily grasping all 10 gold tags without the slightest hint of effort. Well, the effort was minimal on Ina's part. As for the poor sap that was Leonel, he would have to take at least a dozen showers before he felt clean. Chapter 600, Rustling, Chapter 600, Rustling. There's got to be a better self-cleaning spell than this, Leonel sighed, looking down at himself with a helpless expression. He really got taken advantage of this time around. Though he had already tried to cast several water elemental cleansing spells, his water affinity was so low that it hardly made a difference. To make matters worse, in this fifth-dimensional world, as someone who had yet to touch upon this barrier, affinity was even more important. The higher tier the world, the more it took to move its force. So, all of Leonel's attempts resulted in a light drizzle of water that made Ina sputter with laughter. Still, this didn't stop the two from easily taking down the 10th beast. Now what? Ina asked. Standing over the massive deer with steel-like horns lying beneath them, Leonel pondered for a moment. With these tags, teleporting to the core of Valiant Heart Mountain shouldn't be a problem. Having them in their grasp meant that their task was basically complete. However, before Leonel could answer, a rustling of leaves caught his attention. Under normal circumstances, Leonel would dismiss it as passing wind. With his senses, it was unlikely for anyone to approach so closely without him noticing, least of all those youths who had chosen to come after these tags rather than challenge the mountain pass directly. But, for the first time in a long while, Leonel felt a tingling in his spine. He remembered this feeling well. It was the feeling he got whenever the primitive man's consciousness warned him of something. By now, Leonel had lost count of the number of primitive male and female consciousnesses he had consumed the lives of. Originally, he hadn't thought it would have a great impact on him going into the future, but the more he absorbed, the sharper these instinctive reactions of his became. Ironically, when he was in his cold and calculating battle style, these instincts were dulled considerably. But, whenever he was relaxed and not expecting much, exactly like he was now, those feelings would fire off. Ina seemed to have noticed that something was off as well. Previously, with their senses, they could make out the battles that had been happening in the distance. Considering the number of young geniuses versus the land they had to work with, it was no surprise that the next closest group wouldn't be more than a few hundred meters from you. But at this moment, they heard nothing. Leonel's lip curled. It seems we have company. At that moment, Leonel wished he had a beard to stroke, but just as always, his face was as bare as a baby's bottom. Do you think you can scare them off with your scent? Leonel coughed. His lack of a beard already ruined his cool moment, but this was just a nail in his coffin. Where was the love and support? Ina giggled, underlaid an increase in the shuffling grass. I wonder, though, if this person has an ability that can cut off my senses, why is it that they've left behind this shuffling grass? Leonel thought aloud. It was clear that neither he nor Ina was taking this matter very seriously, or, rather, it seemed that they weren't. The truth was that both had already gone on high alert. Everyone participating had already seen the disregard the elders had for the fallen youths. There was clearly an unspoken rule that anything went during these trials. Even if one or two people wouldn't be difficult to deal with, what if it was dozens? At that moment, as though a veil had been undone, the surroundings were filled with hidden shadows. Beneath the shade of the trees and the foliage of the greenery, Leonel counted the movement of at least 30 individuals. They surrounded the couple from all sides, and though Leonel couldn't clearly see their faces just yet, there was no doubt their intent wasn't to exchange niceties. Leonel didn't seem too surprised by this outcome. There were too many people here. Hiding the actions of both he and Ina were almost impossible. There was no doubt that they had been sighted jumping around the forest many times. 1 or 2 battles would have been fine. After all, there were only 2 of them, so they obviously needed to fight 2 battles to get enough tags. But after the 10th, only a fool wouldn't be able to catch on to what was happening. The only thing Leonel was actually disappointed in was not sensing them previously. But, after some thought, he realized that whoever planned this was quite clever in their own right. For Leonel to be able to so easily pinpoint the golden tags, it would have been obvious to anyone observing that he had great sensory abilities. In that case, how could they not come prepared to deal with this? When the faces finally came into view, Leonel raised an eyebrow. He recognized a few, namely the young lady who had been by Balthorn's side, Henorin. But following her were several youths that had been flocking around Balthorn as though she was a goddess. Somehow, though, despite how rowdy these youths were, Leonel got the faint feeling that they were following Henorin's directive. It was an odd feeling indeed, especially considering the young lady was in the middle. the group lightly clasping her hands together at her waist as though she didn't plan on raising a single finger. Despite Leonel's feelings, though, the one who stepped forward wasn't Henorin at all, but rather a young man who had threatened to skewer him with a weapon for the sake of Balthorn not even a few hours ago. The sneer on the man's face could make a baby cry. Leonel was certain of it. You know why we're all here. Let's not beat around the bush. I've already let you go once and have no intention of doing it again. Hand over the tags you've collected and you might leave this place unscathed. Leonel sighed inwardly. You really couldn't underestimate this world of abilities. Even the weaklings could catch you off guard if they were lucky enough. That said, Leonel yawned beside himself. Though he had just awoken from a few days-long rest, not long ago he had a massive meal right afterward, then proceeded to battle in this damned forest for the next few hours. With how weak his body was currently, he already felt like taking another nap. Let's go. Leonel spoke to Ina. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. But, just as quickly, it froze. A black surfboard appeared to Leonel's feet and he grabbed at Ina. Instinctively, Ina wanted to dodge. I'd rather fight to the death, she protested. But Leonel grinned, giving her a massive bear hug as they shot into the skies. Bye, Leonel waved. Chapter 601. Stay. The youths were absolutely stunned. A flying treasure? What kind of joke was this? Of all the ways they expected things to end, this was the very last. This wasn't because they were too stupid to consider it a possibility, but rather because wasting time considering such a thing would have been exactly that, a waste of time. One had to understand that everything changed when one rose in the dimensions. Just like there were some airplanes that couldn't rise above a certain altitude without stalling, the same logic applied to the flying treasures of the dimensional verse. The flying treasures these youths were used to were only tier 4 or 5 black-grade treasures at best. These kind of flying treasures would hardly rise 10 meters into the air in a fifth-dimensional world. Knowing this, why would they even consider this to be a problem? They had no way of knowing that Leonel had a tier 9 black-grade treasure. He was easily able to rise up 20 meters before he even began to feel some resistance. The young man who headed their mission, a youth who went by the name of Emerald, was just as shocked as everyone else, but he also reacted quickly. Shoot them down. Unfortunately, by the time the words had come out, Leonel and Ina were already 25 meters above the ground. Not enough. Using the trees as cover, Leonel weaved in and out of the foliage, making use of the terrain to protect both himself and Ina. However, in the back of his mind, he was already planning to improve this surfboard. He could feel that it was working hard just to keep him this high off the ground. Any higher, and it might collapse entirely. Luckily, the forest landscape was in Leonel's favor. Getting out of range of the youths below was a simple matter of planning a path and following suit. Not only was Leonel able to pick out those with long-ranged abilities, he was also able to project their lines of sight in his mind as well. After that, avoiding them was as easy as breathing. Not having expected such a result, Emerald hadn't even prepared a large core of ranged units. He could only watch as Leonel shot through the skies and disappeared. Damn it. Emerald punched a thick tree hard, yet despite his strength, barely a dent was made. He looked no different from a mortal of the third dimension completing the same exact action. Henorin's eyes narrowed as Leonel disappeared over the horizon. But she didn't pursue. She could tell that these matters were already as good as over. Ina wheezed and dry-heaved under the chorus of Leonel's laughter. Karma is a beautiful thing. Ina glared at him through her mask, but dry-heaved again just as she was about to come back with a smart reply. You know, you should probably take your mask off if you want to vomit, just saying. Leonel grinned, but in response he only got another glare. The two landed in the same mountain pass they had been in when they were first teleported to this planet. Truthfully, Leonel had just wanted to teleport to Valiant Heart Mountain immediately, but Ina insisted that being baptized by the pressure of the pillars was good training. The elder of Valiant Heart Mountain had been in a good mood. Though he had said that he wouldn't accept any youths who could cross these gates and that they would have 3 years to do so or be kicked out, the truth was that he said that every year. These pillars were actually a portal to Valiant Heart Mountain's sacred land, and only disciples of the highest standing even had a chance to enter that place. Of course, at the moment, this portal wasn't active. So, even if these youths managed to cross it, it wouldn't be much more than a symbolic victory. But the elder was also aware that the earlier these youths crossed this trial, the more benefit they would gain from it in the future. So, during every acceptance ceremony, he would tease the youths in this exact way, forcing them to walk up the mountains. Those who were able to make it even halfway were rewarded by him. Not only would they gain his favor, but he would personally kill the beasts that held the golden tags and hand them over as a reward. The truth was that the beasts were just a bait, especially the golden tag ones. For one, amongst the beasts, there were many without tags at all. The smart youths who were more confident in their strength would think of targeting the more powerful beasts. It made sense. The more powerful a beast, the more likely it would have a golden tag. Though this might be true, the reality was much harsher. Though the elder had followed these rules, he had also left behind several dummies. Some of these dummies didn't have tags at all, while most only had normal tags. The elder thought himself to be quite clever. He believed that only youths with the greatest courage would choose to challenge the mountain pass, while the others weren't worth considering at all. Of course, he didn't even consider the fact that battling beasts and putting your life on the line against the most powerful of them was also a form of courage. But, given his age, he had long since been set in his ways. And it especially didn't help in changing his mind that the youths from this year seemed to be far more talented than the norm. It couldn't help but bring a bright smile to his face. Incath had crossed the 80% mark already and was just 60 or so meters from the pillar. Ironlow was not far behind, being less than 5 meters from the back of the hulking giant, and this was most likely due to the fact she had started a step later. Balthorn was struggling the worst of the four of them. Droplets of sweat beaded down her pretty face and blood leaked from her lips as her every step seemed to cause her no small amount of damage. But she continued to trudge forward. "Just be my girlfriend and I'll carry you up. Come on." Radlis almost seemed unaffected. If it wasn't for the fact his back was hunched just a little bit more, others would think he really was immune. But at the moment, Balthorn wanted nothing more than to cut off his tongue. The elder suddenly looked up to find Leonel and Ina landing in the opening, his brow furrowed with confusion. "You stay here. You're still injured." Ina said strictly, "I'll go. This isn't very important to you anyway. You just want to get away from the stink, don't you?" "Yes." Ina held nothing back. 60, no love in this world. Ina felt glad she was wearing a mask at that moment. If not for it, she wouldn't be able to hide her smile. "All right, I'm going." Under the stunned gazes of everyone, Ina suddenly began to sprint up the mountain pass. Chapter 6002, Bonus Points. Chapter 6002, Bonus Points. Leonel's lip curled into a smile, but he didn't chase after Ina. She was right. His body really was in no condition to deal with such pressure. Though the other youths couldn't sense it by standing where he was now, Leonel's senses were too sharp not to. Those pillars made Brave City look like nothing more than a joke, and Leonel was absolutely certain that this was only a fraction of the strength these pillars could display. It seemed like nothing more than a coincidence that the elders were standing before them like that. But Leonel had a feeling that if they were to move away, let alone traveling up so far as those four had already done, they might not even make it 10% of the way through. That said, as long as those elders kept nerfing the mountain pass's oppression, Leonel had the utmost confidence in Ina. As though blazing a trail, Ina shot up the mountain, making it from Leonel's side to the 300-meter mark in the blink of an eye. She seemed to embody the perfect form of a sprinter with her every movement. There was no wasted energy, no unnecessary movements. She almost felt no different from a machine designed to kill. Though Leonel could replicate this feat by undergoing several calculations before deciding just which form of running suited him best, Ina was different. She needed to rely on nothing other than her talent and intuition, leaving her in a realm all to her own. The elders thought that Ina was clearly overestimating herself. To have little to no regard for the mountain pass in such a way, even sprinting up as though it was a race rather than what it truly was, a fight to the death. They could only conclude that much. Even Incath had slowly crossed this line of demarcation before slowly building up momentum. But Ina didn't even take a deep breath before crossing over the line. Of course, one reason for this was because Ina's senses were considerably dulled due to her curse. In fact, if it wasn't for her sight and hearing being so abnormal, her sensory perception would be no better than a normal human's. So, truthfully, she didn't sense the line of division as clearly as everyone else did. But, on the other hand, it hardly mattered. Ina shot through the line. Her first step sunk her body so low that it seemed as though she might trip over and fall, the pressure bearing down on her shoulders relentlessly. But she recovered quickly, her thigh bulging with strength as she sprung upward. As though a blade cutting through a curtain of falling water, she sliced through, leaping forward 10 meters in a single bound. Leonel's lip curled more prominently. One would have thought that it was him accomplishing such a feat rather than Ina. But, in his mind, there was little difference between the two. The elder's eyes widened. To recover so quickly after a change in gravity without faltering, and even more importantly, without hurting oneself was, well, the elder could only say that it should have been impossible. In that instant, he was certain that Ina should have, at least, broken her planting leg. But her muscles recovered and protected the bones they surrounded as though they had a mind of their own. The time they had to react? It was other than the split moment between Ina raising her foot and it landing on the ground. It simply didn't make sense for a young girl at the beginning stages of the fourth dimension to have such fast reaction time, and it was even more impossible for her to have honed such instincts so quickly. But, even as the elder was lost in his shock, Ina had already barreled through another 40 meters, crossing the 50-meter mark with no sign of slowing down. Her body crackled and popped, her bones threatening to fracture and break. But, to Ina, this sort of trial was nothing. She was a woman who trained herself by breaking her own bones, rending her inner organs, and sweating until what came out was nothing less than streams of her own blood. Such tortures, such horrors, they meant nothing. She faced the howling beasts in her mind as though she had something to prove, as though there was nothing more important to her at this very moment than to face them boldly and confidently. The fear she felt when facing the puppet master was a blemish she had long since seared into her heart. It wasn't a humiliation in the way a man might feel it. Ina just felt as though she had let herself down. That was the first time she had ever faced true death, the first time she had realized that her talent wasn't enough to leap over the final hurdle. While Leonel had to deal with such a feeling upon entering his first zone, Ina most definitely did not. She had been training ever since she was a youth. To her, her first zone was nothing more than a formality. It could be said that this was the first time she had had to face the fear of not being strong enough, of being inadequate. It was quite the feeling indeed. Because she had lost control of her body and had been unable to move, she had no way of telling herself that she had faced the trial bravely. As such, the feeling of helplessness and self-blame only seemed to cycle and grow. Leonel watched Ina tear her way up the mountain, a light smile still on his face. He knew well that the scared little girl he saw that day wasn't his Ina. Unfortunately, unable to move, she hadn't been able to prove that clearly to herself. This time, Leonel was content to take a back seat and allow the limelight to shine on her. His smile suddenly spread into a grin. If my girlfriend is so amazing, doesn't that mean I get bonus points? Chapter 603, Goal. Chapter 603, Goal. Radlis and Balthorn looked back in confusion. In truth, of the four youthful geniuses had been paying attention. Or rather, they simply didn't have the luxury to do so. Walking up the mountain pass was difficult enough. How could they have time to waste on looking back? But at a certain point, it simply couldn't be ignored any longer. The rushing winds, the trembling grounds, the second oppressive aura that seemed to be bearing down on them from the back, they simply couldn't continue to pay attention to the path before them any longer. When they did finally look back and see what was happening, their eyes couldn't help but widen in shock. By now, Ina was already no more than 10 meters behind them. But just as quickly as they gazed back, they were level just as fast. And, even faster than that, they were surpassed. Radlis and Balthorn stumbled. Their loss of concentration made them feel as though the pressure on their bodies had been multiplied several times over, and in the end, they all but fell to their knees. Ina blazed a trail by them. To an outside observer, she was only sprinting as fast as a normal human, a speed that was less than impressive for a fourth-dimensional existence. However, in the face of these youths, she might as well have been flying. A gaze of determination lit Ina's every step forward. Even though her speed was continuously slowing, she seemed to show no intention of stopping. She pushed harder and harder, her steps eventually becoming so heavy that miniature cracks began to appear beneath her feet. At some unknown time, Leonel had crossed his arms, his fingernails digging into his biceps. But at the same time, the smile on his face didn't fade, almost as though to keep up a strong front just in case she looked back. Ina entered a 50-meter distance from Incath. Then 40. Then 30. Her arms and legs moved in unison as though swimming through a tide of heavy water. Though her face was blocked by a mask, the weight of her determination alone painted a broader picture than what her expression alone could bring across. Even Leonel had underestimated just how much this matter meant. He had only come here for Ina's sake, but it wasn't until this moment that he truly grasped the kind of determination it took for a young woman to send herself across the universe alone and without backers. Ina had never thought of coming to Valiant Heart Mountain with Leonel. In fact, maybe she thought that after being sent to Terrain, she would never see Leonel again. It might have been cruel, especially since at the time she hadn't even been aware of if Leonel managed to survive or not. But Leonel couldn't find it within himself to blame her for this. The relationship between he and Ina was still nothing more than a teenage infatuation. However, the weight Ina carried on her shoulders was far more than just this. She carried the betrayal of her family. She carried the scars of a little girl. She carried the death of a parent. Leonel couldn't blame her if she placed these things ahead of him in importance. It would be nothing short of selfish of him to not understand. Maybe, in a way, to Ina, the act of ignoring her feelings for him was just another form of sacrifice, another hardship she had to face to reach the day she could lay down these burdens. That drive, that will to reach a goal no matter what you had to sacrifice. Though Leonel couldn't understand it, he respected it down to the depths of his heart. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd ever have such great drive. Would there ever be something he was willing to give up everything for? The thought made him shudder. Did he really have to give up the things that he loved for the sake of such a goal? Leonel looked up into the skies. Even if there comes a day where I have such a goal, I would never be able to do that. No, Leonel shook his head. He didn't feel as though he was expressing his own thoughts properly. He had emotions deep within him, emotions he knew existed but couldn't quite place a label on. At that moment, Leonel suddenly smiled. Ina said it best. We men are selfish and always want more. And the man I want to be doesn't just want more, he wants everything. Even if there comes a day where I have such a goal, even if it forces me at an impasse where I must choose between the things that I love, I'll cut a path down the middle and take both. I don't like to lose, after all. Leonel's aura shifted, a breeze kicking up around him. For a moment, the elder atop the mountain pass took his eyes off of the blazing Ina and couldn't help but gaze upon the inconspicuous youth standing amidst a vast nothingness. Even with his years of experience, he didn't understand why he had looked at Leonel in that moment. In fact, even if he asked Leonel why, the young man wouldn't be able to answer either. Leonel's thoughts seemed to have been formulated into words and coherent thought, but the truth was that he didn't think those phrases and sentences just now. In fact, his mind was quite blank at the moment, not exuding anything close to a coherent stream of consciousness. The current Leonel was still not able to put these emotions into words. Rather, those words represented nothing more than a raw, unrefined ambition, the first budding of a sprout yet to be properly watered. Maybe even Leonel didn't realize it at that moment, but he suddenly felt free and unbothered. He was content to bide his time and wait for the moment that small bud bloomed forth. Aina gave a resounding cry into the skies, her axe appearing in her seemingly delicate hands as she slashed downward with all her might. She tore into the ground beneath her feet, hooking her blade into the soil and using it as an anchor to shoot forward. She leapt through the air, landing 3 meters ahead before swinging her axe downward once more and repeating. Her momentum was relentless, her mind blank of all thoughts but the image of the pillars before her. Under the stunned gazes of all those that could witness it, she crossed the final line, her long black hair whipping about beneath a furious aura. The whites of her eyes rolled forth as she roared into the skies, the carvings of the pillars suddenly beginning to glow. Chapter 604, Recruit. Chapter 604, Recruit. Aina's roar caused a shockwave to tear a path across the mountain pass. For a moment, the illusion of a woman much taller than her seemed to envelop her small figure. However, this lasted for but a moment before a strong surge of force fell from the glowing pillars, enveloping her body in a rain of light. Leonel snapped out of his thoughts, the strength of his fingers digging into his forearm growing to the point he nearly drew blood. He had no idea what was happening, and if it wasn't for the fact he wasn't sure what he'd do even if he stormed his way up, there was no way that he'd be able to sit idle for so long. The elders standing amidst the pillars suddenly all sported frozen expressions. Whatever shocked looks they had just had seemed to be ramped up several-fold. The 4 geniuses who had been surpassed by Aina suddenly found that continuing forward had become impossible. One after another, they fell to their knees, a look of abject horror on their face. Even Inkath, a man who didn't seem to understand anything that could be solved without brawn, felt his heart trembling. However, though these geniuses fell, each and every one of them kept their eyes level. It was as though each was holding on to the last bit of their pride, unable to allow themselves to fall to the point of not even daring to look. Aina's body had completely disappeared within the lights. The pulsing of the twin pillars grew more heated, reaching a level where even the elders could no longer think of holding back the pressure themselves. Unable to hold back his thoughts any longer, Leonel flicked a palm, causing a familiar silver disc to appear in his hand. Valiant Heart Mountain was a place maybe more fanciful than even Leonel expected. Beyond the mountain range, there sat an all-new world, the kind the people of Earth could have maybe only dreamed about. Valiant Heart Mountain was split into 7 peaks, each of which seemed to thrum with a heartbeat of its own. These peaks were all surrounded by floating islands. But, compared to the Paradise Islands of Earth, these islands exuded an air of oneness with nature rather than capitalistic greed. They had lush greenery viewable even from the ground below, a land that shone a faint sheen of gold and hovered in place without the slightest hint of technology. But what was maybe the most awe-inspiring were the waterfalls that fell from their edges. These waterfalls fell in steady streams, sparkling with and refracting the light of a high violet-colored sun that hung in the air. This refraction gave the water a gorgeous purple hue that played on the fantasies of all. But this wasn't all. These waters fell from the skies and into long, rushing rivers along the peaks they orbited. The seamless transition between the waterfalls in the clouds to the rivers running along the earth made everything look as though it was crafted by the hands of a mighty deity. Still, as beautiful as this scenery might be, those that were here had long since gotten used to it. The hustle and bustle of Valiant Heart Mountain didn't seem to stop even in the face of such sights. But maybe this was the human condition. Even in higher dimensional worlds, ignoring the miracles of nature seemed to be ingrained into our very souls. At that moment, though, among one of the peaks of Valiant Heart Mountain, all things seemed to have come to a stop. As with many other powers, Valiant Heart Mountain was divided into several factions. But this particular peak, known as Founding Peak, was a location not of a particular one of these factions, but rather the gathering place of the most powerful members of Valiant Heart. In recent days, this location had been rife with debates, each speaking over the other about the direction the organization should go in. But, at this moment, they had suddenly fallen into an eerie silence. In fact, not a single soul seemed to be speaking. They all stopped what they were doing, simultaneously looking in a singular direction. At the base of this mountain, there was a section reserved for the future leaders of Valiant Heart Mountain. In truth, they only spent time here as a symbol of their superiority and used it to organize members of their faction. If this location was to be strictly compared to their normal training locations, it was severely lacking. The base of Founding Peak simply couldn't compare to the peaks of the other 6 peaks, despite the fact the peak of Founding Peak was unmatched. Someone activated the Founding Pillars? It was unknown who spoke these words, nor did it particularly matter. All these youths who had gained the right to set up camp at the base of Founding Mountain were all preparing to accept the new influx of talents into their factions at this exact moment. However, not one had ever expected this particular outcome. Though these youths were separated by several hundred meters, even kilometers in some cases, not a single one hesitated. Without regard for the rules, or even the overseeing elders, they all sent their most trusted subordinate out. They all only had a singular goal, to recruit. At the peak of Founding Peak, there was a single core group that stood above all the rest. It was a group of 3 men and 3 women, each that had been in silent meditation all to their own. At the core of this group, though, there was one more man. It was this man who sat upon the tallest floating island, not moving even while thick white clouds passed through him, causing fine sprits of water droplets to drizzle across his bronzed skin. He opened his eyes somewhat lazily, staring into the distance as though he could peer through the mountains and the thick forests to gaze upon the pillars directly. When the man saw what was happening, his apathetic expression became one of pleasant surprise. The reason he hadn't cared initially was because he was certain that the one to activate the pillars would have been that child he had been warned about all those months ago. But seeing as it wasn't him, a pleasant surprise indeed, it was only after the lights began to dim that Leonel breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, it didn't seem as though there was anything seriously wrong with Ina. At least, not initially. The moment Leonel thought Ina would be fine, she fell to the ground on all fours, unable to hold on to her battle axe anymore. A violent fit of coughing took hold of her. Leonel's gaze sharpened. He immediately understood that something had aggravated Ina's curse again. He could even see the mask he had crafted her begin to bulge as her scars became more aggravated. But just when things seemed as though they would get out of hand, Ina's mask began to glow. A strong pulse of cool cleansing waters was sprayed over her face again and again. Ina gripped at the earth with her fingers, leaving small trails as she balled her hands into fists. Soon, the pain she was racked by slowly ebbed, her ragged breathing becoming more even. Leonel took a deep breath. He could only be relieved that the contingency plans he had left in place worked. Leonel's gaze suddenly shifted from Ina's back to the distance. Beyond the pillars, several auras converging at speeds he couldn't hope to keep up with under normal circumstances were coming. Leonel felt that there were some of them that were even more powerful than the elders who had come to preside over this entrance ceremony, a fact that gave him no small measure of pause. It didn't take much thought for Leonel to connect their appearance with the commotion Ina had caused. Just as Ina was picking herself up, the 6 auras had already come into range. The elder who had led this event from the beginning looked back and frowned. "You all aren't allowed to be here." "Hee, Elder Tobus, there's no need to be so uptight." The young man who spoke was almost 8 feet tall. He was easily the tallest individual Leonel had ever laid eyes on. His posture was terrible, his back arching forward to the point he appeared to be a foot shorter than he truly was. But his exposed torso was filled with an unprecedented amount of power. Leonel thought that he was in good shape, as he had been all his life, but this man had muscles bulging out of places he never thought possible. His limbs were long and lanky, his legs almost taking up a third of his body and his reaching past his knees, though that was likely in part due to the fact his posture was so terrible. Elder Tobus glared at the youth and the few that had come with him. He knew exactly who these youths were. In any other situation, he would be grinning ear to ear that his valiant Heart Mountain had such talent. But here, they were clearly stepping over a line. Hephaestus. Unfortunately, before Tobus could reprimand the young man any more, Hephaestus had already turned his attention to Ina, who had long since picked herself up. "Ooh, a little girly. Hey, little chick, what do you say to joining my hero peak? Important announcement below. Be sure to read it." Chapter 605, No Need. Chapter 605, No Need. Ina stood somewhat weakly. Her body had hardly gained its bearings when she was suddenly asked this question. She sent a look toward Hephaestus, her gaze placid. The truth was that Ina had heard about Valiant Heart Mountain from Yuri. As a result, she had a small understanding of it. If not for this, why else would she prepare a ticket to Terrain to come here? That said, it could also be said that Ina had no choice but to choose this place. Valiant Heart Mountain was the overlord of this quadrant and several other quadrants. Only the most well-established worlds with the strongest foundations could afford to send their youths to other organizations outside of their jurisdiction. For Earth, a place where even a ticket to a world considered to be relatively close by, like Terrain, cost a Tier 9 black-grade treasure, it was obviously an impossible dream to think of traveling so far. With their foundation, Ina didn't even want to think about what it would cost to go to a place other than Valiant Heart Mountain. This was all to say that Ina had heard of Hero Peak before. In fact, she had heard of all 7 peaks of Valiant Heart: Founding Peak, Hero Peak, Brave Peak, Justice Peak, Honor Peak, Loyal Peak, Respect Peak. One wouldn't be surprised to find out, then, that the brave city Leonel and Ina took their trial in was constructed by Brave Peak. Other various peaks would have their own testing means. That said, just because they were tested by Brave City didn't mean that they couldn't choose to join another peak. The various city establishments were just a way of parsing the burden of recruitment. In the end, Valiant Heart Mountain was still a singular entity. The youths who had come with Hephaestus immediately wanted to say something to cut him off. How could they just allow him to say and do as he pleased? They didn't want to make their trip a worthless one. But, before they could, Ina spoke. "Are you the strongest?" It was a simple sentence. Spoken in 4 words, it seemed to speak 1,000. There was no other question Ina wanted answered, no other that was more important to her. This and this alone was all that mattered. Hephaestus was stunned by the question for a moment before he began to laugh uproariously. "You hear that, you bastards? This little girlie will be joining Hero Peak. You weaklings can all take a step back." The expressions of the others' youth soured immediately, but they said nothing to refute. There was no doubting Hero Peak's strength. In the last 20 years, there had been no singular peak able to supplant their rule. Hephaestus turned his attention back to Ina. Though his posture was terrible, his body exuded a bestial strength that made his bones pop and crackle with his every movement. Not only is Hero Peak the strongest, we have been the strongest for the last quarter century. We have the strongest warriors, the best facilities, and the most resources. On top of that, our leader, the hero Raelian, is the strongest of the 6 leaders. If even that isn't enough for you, even me, as a mere little vice leader, could wipe the floor with some of these other so-called leaders. Hephaestus grinned from ear to ear, towering over the petite Ina. "There's no better choice than us." Ina looked up at Hephaestus, her gaze somewhat distant and emotionless. She didn't seem moved by his display. Hephaestus felt smaller in comparison to the puppet master, but with her poor senses, Ina couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or not. "Okay," Ina said plainly. Hephaestus scanned Ina up and down, sending a curious look toward her mask, but he seemed even more shocked by her demeanor. Even that old fogey Tobus wouldn't feel so comfortable before him. "You heard her, old man." Hephaestus turned toward Elder Tobus. "She made her own decision. You saw that I didn't force her, right?" Hephaestus's toothy grin made it hard for Tobus to refrain from rolling his eyes. The reason these brats weren't supposed to be allowed to interfere at this juncture was because it was too easy for them to influence the decisions of these youths by underhanded means. And even in the case that didn't happen, there was precedent for fights breaking out during recruitment. As such, it was usual policy to allow the youths a few days to soak in the atmosphere of Valiant Heart for themselves, and then choose a peak that was right for them. In such a situation, the youths would have to pass an exam of sorts, far different from Ina, who seemed capable of joining without such a thing. But it was thanks to these rules that a relative peace was able to be kept in what would have otherwise been a violent few weeks. Since Ina had made her own decision and didn't seem to be pressured in any way, though, there was no reason for him to interfere. From what he could see, whether he stopped her here or not, Ina would end up joining Hero Peak regardless. Though there were many rules in Valiant Heart, there was one ultimate rule that ruled all others: strength. Since Hephaestus and Ina had the capital, they could do as they pleased. At that moment, Ina looked back to meet Leonel's gaze, but all she found was a young man grinning with 2 thumbs up by the sides of his cheeks. He looked so happy, almost as though it was his own achievement rather than hers. Ina couldn't help but think that he looked quite goofy, a sight that made her sputter with laughter. Hephaestus and Elder Tobus were taken off guard by the sudden change in the valiant young lady. They didn't even know a person with such a demeanor could laugh in such a way. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow as he looked toward where Ina was looking. In the end, he chose to not bother with the exchange as he swept a glance over the 4 geniuses kneeling along the mountain pass. Hero Peak has no need for losers. This will be our only recruit during this recruitment cycle. Hephaestus's disposition completely changed. It felt as though the mountain above had fused with him, his lofty air looking down with an undying arrogance. Chapter 606. Take them, Chapter 606. Take them hearing these words? Ina frowned. She had expected Hero Peak to be relatively exclusive, but she hadn't worried about it. With Leonel's talent, was there really anything exclusive enough to keep him out? If there was a test, there would be no issue, but from what Hephaestus said, there would no longer be a recruitment test. In truth, Hephaestus's actions weren't exactly wrong. Over the past few years, having even one person pass Hero Peak's exam was already a blessing. He was already content with having found Ina, so he didn't feel that there was even a need to waste resources testing anymore. Every exam took up a sum of wealth from Hero Peak, and there were no shortage of people who would come despite knowing they had no chance of passing. This would result in Hero Peak's expenses being far greater than they would otherwise be. Usually, this could be solved with a simple screening process, but this took resources to build up as well. This was especially so since Hero Peak emphasized not base power, but rather potential. This was exactly why a comprehensive exam was more appropriate than having a screening process. But now that Hephaestus had found a recruit, and especially with the precarious situation Valiant Heart was in currently, why waste these resources? It would be much easier to reach their goals if they saved as much as they could and reinvested it into the talents that actually mattered. Even if Ina could guess much of these things, though, she didn't want to leave Leonel behind. At least for now, she didn't feel like making such a decision was necessary. She had yet to reach such a crossroads. And, even if this wasn't about her feelings and she could shed them all away to think about this as logically as possible, The resources Leonel had access to were likely impossible to find in Valiant Heart. Just his cleansing waters alone, which could keep her curse under control, was a rarity impossible to explain. Every time she tried to tell Leonel just how valuable cleansing waters were, he would point to the toilet bowl in his abode setting. It was mildly infuriating. Of course, Ina didn't think of Leonel in terms of the resources he could provide. She had gotten used to being by his side over the past near year. She didn't want to leave him so soon, even if they would technically be in the same place. "Can't you hold one more test?" Ina suddenly asked. Hephaestus frowned when he heard these words. Instead of his gaze shifting to lock onto Ina, it instead swept over her briefly before locking onto Leonel in the distance. He had ignored Leonel previously for obvious reasons. If he looked down on a young man and woman like Inkaf and Irlana, who had made it more than 80% of the way up, why would he even deem to speak to someone who didn't even start? This young lady might have been talented, but she didn't understand the weight of an expert's words. Since he had already said that they wouldn't be accepting anyone else, wouldn't he be a joke if he suddenly took those words back not even a few seconds after he had stated them? "Listen, little chick, you might be a bit talented, but it seems you haven't understood something. Now that you've joined Hero Peak, you are at the bottom of the totem pole. Even the servants that sweep the floors are above you. What makes you think you can ask something like this of me?" From start to finish, Hephaestus didn't look at Ina. Rather, he had his eyes locked onto Leonel as though he was giving a silent warning. Ina's brows furrowed. She most definitely didn't like being spoken to like that. She couldn't be considered to have a temper, nor was she as prideful as Leonel, but that didn't mean everyone didn't have their own bottom line. He could have walked up the mountain pass just like I did. It's just that our world was in the middle of a war, and he got heavily injured during it. His body isn't in any condition to withstand such pressure. Hephaestus's aura sharpened. This little girl actually still dared to talk back to him? A man who backs away from a challenge just because he's a little hurt? You think that this is enough of an excuse? Hero Peak has no need for such weak-willed trash. Hephaestus's gaze swept back toward Ina. Since you don't seem to know your place, that's fine too. From now on, even if your little boyfriend recovers and has some strength, he won't be allowed to join my Hero Peak. It seemed that this little girl didn't understand the meaning of hierarchy. Just because he was here to personally recruit her didn't mean that her standing was suddenly the equivalent of his. In addition, according to the rules of Valiant Heart, the transfer from one peak to another was considered an internal dispute. The unsaid truth was that now that Hero Peak had laid claim to Ina, there was no other peak that would dare take her now, lest they want to become more acquainted with what internal disputes might mean in this context. Ina's gaze flashed with fury when she heard these words. Seeing the situation going south, Leonel began to walk up the mountain pass. Unfortunately, since the pillars had recently given a large blessing to Ina, it would take some weeks before they could recover to their original strength. At the moment, walking up the mountain pass was only slightly more difficult than walking anywhere else within this fifth-dimensional world. It was akin to a 5% boost to gravity. It wasn't long before Ina felt a hand on her shoulder, stopping her from gripping at her axe, which was nailed into the ground beside her. Leonel smiled. "It's not a big deal. As long as this vice leader doesn't use underhanded tricks to make your stay at Hero Peak more difficult than it needs to be, it's the best place for you." Hephaestus almost laughed at these words. How many brats were going to challenge him today? Did they want to die? Bulging veins suddenly popped across Hephaestus's right hand. It seemed like with a thought he'd pierced Leonel's heart through completely. But at that moment he felt Elder Tobus's aura lock onto him, causing him to slowly calm himself. Hephaestus sneered. "Everything on Hero Peak is earned through merit." "Good," Leonel said plainly. Somehow, this answer only infuriated Hephaestus more. Leonel shook his head, cutting Ina off and taking out 10 golden tags. "Take them." Chapter 607, Lucky. Chapter 607, Lucky You. Ina didn't know how to respond. "Keep half of them." Leonel shook his head. "I don't really need anything from their vaults, honestly. There's nothing they can provide that I can't build. Especially considering the best weapon the vice leader of the strongest peak has is only tier 7 black. If you don't find anything you want, just trade the tags in for some ores you like and I'll build something better." Ina was speechless when she heard Leonel say these words. In truth, the Leonel she knew very rarely got angry. Even when she teased him to oblivion, he only retaliated in the most benign of ways. The only time she had ever seen him truly enraged was with the Puppet Master and the Rainrid Pisces situation. But those things, in her opinion, were warranted. This was all to say that Ina didn't know that Leonel could actually be so petty. Hearing his words, even Elder Tobus couldn't help but frown despite the fact he had practically just saved Leonel's life. Did someone kick this kid in the head? A tier 7 black-grade treasure was about the best one could expect a 4th-dimensional entity to wield. Only 5th-dimensional existences might begin to wield tier 8 and 9 black-grade treasures. At least this was the case in this part of the universe. Only 6th-dimensional worlds had a large number of bronze-grade treasures. Likewise, only 7th-dimensional worlds had a large number of silver-grade treasures. No matter how you sliced it, it looked as though Leonel was making an immature comment about something he hardly understood. The words alone made whatever impact gathering 10 golden tags might have fall flat. Of those here, maybe it was only Ina who understood how truthful Leonel was being. Let alone a Tier 7 black-grade treasure, Leonel could already begin constructing Tier 1 bronze-grade treasures, each of which would be exponentially more powerful than even a quasi-bronze-grade treasure, of which he had no small number of. Leonel simply didn't care about what Hephaestus or Elder Tobis thought of him because he never cared to join this organization in the first place. If Leonel had to pick out one reason he didn't try to convince Ina of taking a different path, it would have to be because of the segmented cube. This was the first time Leonel had stepped foot into a fourth-dimensional world, so this was also the first time the segmented cube could begin to absorb fifth-dimensional force. Albeit slowly, the segmented cube was working its way toward entering Phase 3. Once it did so, Leonel would be able to heal Ina. Leonel slid the tags into Ina's hand. Oh, also, Leonel suddenly thought of something. Take this with you too. The tags were sucked into the jigsaw-like cube. Soon, all that was left on Ina's palm was the segmented cube itself. All right, off you go. Seeing that Ina didn't seem apt to leave, Leonel laughed. He leaned into her ear and spoke softly. Even if the others tried, they wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying, but that didn't stop Ina's neck from flushing red. Do you think that there's any barrier in this place that can stop me? The words were simple, no more complex than Ina's question for Hephaestus, but they reverberated with Ina deeply. Okay, Ina said lightly, taking the cube. Hephaestus didn't say anything. He simply turned and walked away. What only he and Leonel seemed to be aware of was the fact there was a strong killing intent locked onto the latter from start to finish. Yet Leonel had hardly reacted. The cause of this matter was clear. This wasn't about how strong Leonel was or wasn't. It was simply about a man deeming his word as more important than the word of any other. Hephaestus didn't care what reasoning Leonel had. Since he had spoken his word, he wouldn't take it back. This was exactly the same reason why he hadn't booted Ina out from Hero Peak. Leonel smiled and waved as Ina disappeared into the distance. It was only after she was gone that his gaze became cold and the atmosphere seemed to become frozen. When did I become so murderous? Leonel thought to himself. If it wasn't for the sake of Ina, he really might have killed Hephaestus just then. Leonel felt as though his inhibitions against killing were loosening each and every day. Would there really come a time where he reaped lives like cutting weeds? He didn't really like the feeling. If he killed Hephaestus, what then? Wouldn't he be cutting off Ina's path? And where would he find another fifth-dimensional world to station himself in? Leonel had learned a lot about the dimensional verse in recent times, more than enough to understand that traveling up a dimension was no simple task. At the very least, with Earth's current infrastructure, the price would likely near a silver-grade treasure. This was obviously something Leonel couldn't afford. If he was forced to leave this place too soon, he didn't know when he'd be able to cure Ina. Brat, you're too impulsive. Leonel, who was lost in his own thoughts as though there weren't others around him, was suddenly startled awake. Leonel raised an eyebrow. He was impulsive? If the old man knew what was going on in his mind, he'd realize just how much prudence Leonel had shown just now. Whether or not Leonel could actually defeat Hephaestus was unknown even to him. But what Leonel was sure of was that Hephaestus would suffer greatly if he had to battle him. Elder Tobis shook his head and looked back toward the other faction vice leaders. But it was clear that of them were very interested in the youths that remained. If they wanted to join, they could take the exam like everyone else. And while they would allow this for the 4 geniuses to Leonel's back, it was unlikely that they'd make room for Leonel himself after what they just saw. Youths should learn to bide their time. What good does your killing intent do you now? Leonel raised an eyebrow at these words, but he didn't say much as he made his way up the mountain pass. His killing intent? Hephaestus should be happy that he restrained it. Chapter 608, target, Chapter 608, target. Hey, wait up! Leonel looked back with a partially confused look, only to find a lanky and pale man following after him. This was other than Radless. As for why he had quit chasing after Balthorn for the sake of catching up to Leonel, maybe only he knew the answer to that. Yes? Aya, no need to be so glum. I know your girlfriend just got snatched, but there are plenty of women in the sea. Leonel's lip curled. She didn't get snatched. Radless caught up, slowing down to walk beside Leonel. They say denial is the first form of acceptance. Just don't stay bogged down in it for too long. It's all right. With your looks and my humor, we have the chance to be the lady killers of the freshman class. Just look at that sexy lady over there. Radless hooked his chin over his shoulder, sending lewd looks toward Balthorn. She's already infatuated with you. Just forget about that girl. Leonel shook his head. How was he even supposed to respond to this exactly? Inketh, Irilana, and Balthorn lagged behind. Since they couldn't join any factions, they had no choice but to wait a few days until the exams were opened up. Only then would they be able to pick a peak a join. The atmosphere around them was clearly much less enthusiastic than Radless. In fact, they were quite downcast. Who would feel great after being looked down upon in that fashion? They had all come here with great aspirations, only to feel as though it had been dashed. By now, it was clear to them that they'd just be playing background for Ina in the future. Such a reality left them feeling down. The one with especially complex feelings about this was Balthorn, especially after the words she had spoken about Ina. Who cared what Ina looked like if she had strength? In fact, in this world, all beauty got you was constant harassment and the right to be used as a pawn by your family. Not only did Ina had strength, but she was also never have to worry about such a thing. It felt like Balthorn was still scorning Ina for her scars at the moment, but the truth was that she was jealous. Jealous she didn't have such strength. Jealous that she didn't have such freedom. Ah, it seems you still don't get it. You're a little slow, so let this more intelligent brother of yours explain. Radlis wrapped an arm around Leonel's shoulders, standing to the tip of his toes. Leonel raised another eyebrow. I'm slow, Radlis coughed lightly. How do I put this delicately? Well, anyone who thinks Tier 7 treasures can drop like pies from the skies is definitely a little bit slow. Anyway, the truth was that everyone assumed that Leonel must have made a massive mistake. Maybe his world had a different ranking system for weapons. This wasn't rare in primitive worlds who had only just evolved. So, it was possible that Tier 7 in Leonel's mind was maybe a Tier 3 or 4 weapon. In fact, in some cases, there were worlds so misinformed that they gave third-dimensional weapons the ranking system for fourth-dimensional black-grade weapons. Radlis believed that Leonel was likely from a latter world, or else it was impossible that he would say such a thing about a Tier 7 treasure. That was the only possible justification. Anyone who could treat real Tier 7 black treasures in such a way wouldn't even bother to come to a place like this. They'd be from a sixth-dimensional world, or at the very least, a world close to it. Radlis continued on quickly, as though not wanting Leonel to respond. He definitely had an odd way of trying to spare feelings. Listen, man, you can't trust women too much. They're vindictive little demonesses. Your girlfriend likes you now, but when she sees all those tall, handsome men from Hero Peak, all of which will be stronger than you, by the way, well, it's in their nature to be swayed. Leonel was speechless. Why did he feel like he was talking to James again? Leonel sighed when he thought of that name for the first time in a long while. He hadn't really spent a lot of time at Royal Blue Fort during the war, so he had only had an idea of who was on the battlefield. Thanks to that, he knew that his teammates were fine. But James hadn't been on the battlefield, so he had no idea where he was. Though Leonel had promised his coach to James another chance, truthfully, he didn't know if he wanted to. I know what you're thinking. Your girlfriend isn't exactly, let me not speak on another man's affections. But you should know that there are no shortage of powerful and handsome men from Hero Peak who also happen to be very rich. They can probably afford certain treatments that you cannot. Hearing Radlis's endless rambling, Leonel was at a complete loss. Not speak on another man's affections? What exactly had he been doing then, for the last 10 minutes? He had talked so much that they managed to reach the top of the mountain, only to cross a curtain of force and be greeted by an entirely new world. Leonel took it all in with a single glance. If he was in the mood, he might have been quite impressed by what he was seeing. But at the moment, it could be said that if it wasn't for his usually easygoing personality, he would have kicked even Radlis far away by now. Listen, man, it'll all be fine. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Leonel tuned Radlis out. Was he worried about Ina? Not even a little bit. He didn't have to put up a false sense of bravado about it either. All he knew was that if it took even him 5 years and the world almost ending in order to get her to open up to him, well, he could only say good luck to those who deemed to try. That said, after their attempts failed, he wouldn't mind teaching them their place. Not long after the group crossed into Valiant Heart Mountain and took in the city around them, they were met by another group who seemed to have been waiting especially for them. That should be him, the one with the long goldish bronze hair. As soon as one of them confirmed, the group of 5 all converged at once. Their target? Leonel, without a doubt. Chapter 609, Cheeky, Chapter 609, Cheeky Hephaestus continued on in a good mood, leading Ina toward Hero Peak. Ina suddenly looked back, as though she could sense that something was wrong, but she continued to move forward as though nothing had happened. Hephaestus seemed to sense this small action, causing his lip to curl. But it was then that Ina said something that made his eyes narrow. Next time, send stronger lackeys, she said, seemingly to no one. Ho-ho, didn't you say your little boyfriend was injured? But now I should be worried? In truth, with how arrogant Hephaestus was, something like sending lackeys to deal with a junior was beneath him. However, what was even more beneath him was personally taking action. So, he chose the path that would best soothe his currently seething rage. If not for getting caught red-handed, he would have never even bothered to respond to Ina at all, especially considering the entire reason this began was due to his authority being questioned. He could be 10 times more injured, and you would have still needed to send someone stronger, Ina replied blandly. At the moment, Ina was feeling quite guilty. She knew Leonel well. If it wasn't for her telling him to stay put because he was injured, he wouldn't have even cared about his body's state in order to climb the mountain pass. This wasn't because he felt the need to prove something to Valiant Heart, an organization he put not stock in, but rather because that was just the kind of person that he was. But now, there was already no taking the things that happened back. Hearing such words, Hephaestus suddenly began to laugh uproariously. They say love is blind, but this must be a worse case of foolish love. That's fine, though. I'd really like to see how long you can continue to love a weakling after I'm done with him. Since you want to be smart, I'll make certain he can never raise his head high in my valiant heart mountain. There was no doubt that Hephaestus was repeating the same words Radlis had spoken, but not as blatantly. And it was even more obvious that Ina's words had once more provoked Hephaestus. That said, this time Ina didn't seem to react with the same guilt at all. Rather, her face, hidden beneath her mask, had gone back to being expressionless. Go ahead and vent, she thought to herself. Yip, yip. The little mink jumped out from the segmented cube and into Ina's arms, baring his little fangs at Hephaestus. It was only after Ina soothed him that he finally began to calm down. Leonel stood in opposition to a group of 3, his eyes lazily scanning them. It was obvious by their words that he was their target, and toward such a thing, he could only say that the vice leader of Hero Peak was maybe even more petty than himself. This Hephaestus didn't even wait an hour, let alone the few days someone else might have, before sending his goons after him. But Leonel truly didn't mind. In fact, behind his apathetic expression, he was holding back a grin that could have gone from one ear to the other. I don't know how fresh meat like you managed to offend the bigwigs, but how do you plan on settling this? The leader of this gang of 3 seemed almost too lazy to deal with Leonel. He held no personal animosity toward Leonel, and he even felt that dealing with a freshman was far beneath him. It wasn't until one entered Valiant Heart that they truly understood the distance that separated those who had joined quadrant-ruling organizations and those from small worlds who could at best call a corner of a quadrant their home. Just in terms of taxes collected, Valiant Heart had a number of resources that could drown out any world in their wealth alone. With these resources came millennia of foundation building, an endless store of knowledge and techniques beyond anything someone from a smaller world could possibly understand. If Valiant Heart Mountain were to be ranked using the official metrics of the dimensional verse, as an organization overseeing number quadrants, they were a bronze-grade organization at worst. If Earth was put on this same scale, they wouldn't even qualify to be known as Black Grade. Are you from Hero Peak? Don't. Balthorn tried to speak out before Leonel could finish his sentence, but it was already too late. She took a sharp intake of breath before looking at Leonel's side profile. Is he really that slow? Even if he got beat up to the point of having half a foot in the coffin, that's the one question he should have never asked. As expected, the moment the leader of lackeys heard this, he froze for a moment before a sinister smile crept onto his face. You have a lot of guts, calling out Hero Peak's name in vain like that. Do you think the likes of Hero Peak has the time to deal with bottom feeders like you? You seem quite offended for someone who isn't from Hero Peak, Leonel replied evenly. The lackey's jaw clenched, the murderous intent in his gaze deepening. If others really found out that Hero Peak was stooping to such lows, it would be a blight on their prestige. Though the words were unspoken, the burden for such a rumor spreading would definitely be on his head. Not only was this Leonel a fool enough to offend Hephaestus before even stepping into Valiant Heart, but he was even trying to drag him down with him. If Leonel insisted on this narrative, this small scuffle that would have likely ended after a small beating would grow to the point of the entire peak pitting themselves against him. Ahaha, hey buddy, pal, Radlis patted Leonel's shoulder. It's been nice knowing you. I think I see a beauty over there. Radlis dashed away, hiding into the accumulating crowd. Incath, Irilana, and Balthorn frowned, but they too didn't want anything to do with this situation. Though there was no chance in joining Hero Peak now, there were no shortage of individuals who had defected from their own peaks to join them later. Still not saying anything? Leonel continued as though he didn't notice these youths distancing themselves from him. He hardly knew them, so why would he care? Wheeler, we need to shut him up. One of the 3 called out to the leading lackey. They couldn't allow Leonel to say anything more. Agreed. Wheeler nodded. We'll see if he still has the cheek to say such things after we're done with him. As though by tacit agreement, the 2 behind Wheeler shot forward. Chapter 610, Too Fast, Too Swift. Chapter 610, Too Fast, Too Swift. Leonel's gaze flashed, sliding into a boxing stance with incomparable ease. He became as light as a feather on his toes, his breathing syncing with his actions. His bronzed hair fluttered with his movement, rebounding into the air as he hopped to and fro. The instant it fell back down to his back, he shot forward, his speed blazing. Despite the fact that he was pincered by 2, Leonel protected the side of his face with his right and sent a straight left forward. A whipping kick shot for Leonel's right hip, even as the young man on the left seemed content with simply blocking his straight. From the perspective of the lackeys, this would be over quickly. Just one of them was more than enough to deal with a freshman. The only reason they had even chosen to send 2 was due to the accumulating crowd. Leonel had shown that he wasn't intelligent enough to not speak what shouldn't be spoken. So, when dealing with such people who didn't understand fear, the best course of action was teaching them exactly that. Bang! The kick was fast and sturdy. Without wasted movements, it perfectly made use of the young man's torque. Even his planted leg tore a rotating hole into the ground, a sharp wind following the trail of his assault. However, when his leg actually came into contact with Leonel's right arm, it felt as though he had just kicked at a steel wall. Leonel winced slightly, feeling his fractured ribs rattling upon impact. But his straight left never stopped. With perfect form, his fist blew past the guard of the young man's forearms, connecting with his nose with a speed too fast to react to. Leonel could feel a satisfying crunch beneath his knuckles, a bloody spray launching into the air. What was a face of soft and fragile skin and bone worth in the face of Leonel's fist, which might as well have been a steel brick? The instant Leonel connected, he turned his attention toward the kicker, his hips shifting. His speed was so fast that he had already closed the distance between them before his leg even lowered. Unbalanced and unable to protect himself, the young man could only watch as Leonel retracted his left hand and landed a right hook right into his ribcage. It felt as though all the air within his body was expelled at once. An audible snapping noise sounded, followed by a muffled cry. With muted thuds, two seniors fell at once, one clutching their chest and the other their face. As though completely unsatisfied, Leonel had already shot by them, not minding their reaction in the slightest. While they looked down on him, in his mind, one punch was already more than they deserved in the first place. Leonel closed the distance between him and Wheeler. Though shocked, the latter reacted quickly, his expression turning solemn. Leonel shot a fist forward, only for it to be met by Wheeler's. Having learned his lesson, Wheeler coded his own in as much force as he could muster, bearing down on Leonel with absolute strength and power. Leonel reacted calmly. His mind drifted to the times he had utilized the incomplete Four Seasons realm for his fists. He imagined the way the force had flowed around him, the way it melded with his attacks with perfection, without him even thinking about it. His force matched the flow in his mind, his simulation so perfect that one would almost think that he had begun to use universal force if it wasn't for the fact it was very clearly just of the third dimension. Bang! Both Leonel and Wheeler took a single step back, but whereas the latter was stunned, Leonel had already shot forward, closing the distance once more. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged a flurry of blows, Wheeler using whatever means he had, while Leonel used nothing but his fists. Leonel's movements were sharp and focused. If he only had to throw a single punch to neutralize a combination, he would do so. It almost felt that everyone was watching a combat puppet battle. His style was that immaculate. However, while Leonel was growing more and more focused, Wheeler felt as though his arms and legs might just shatter at any moment. Fighting Leonel may have looked like fighting a combat puppet to the people outside, but to him, it felt exactly like that. It was as though Leonel's limbs were made and formed of the universe's most precious materials. Wheeler roared. The longer this fight went on, the more people who would accumulate and the more humiliated he would be. The truth was that hardly anyone knew his face. He was nothing more than a glorified janitor of Hero Peak. Hephaestus wasn't exaggerating when he said that Ina's standing was now below even the floor sweepers. However, if this blew up too much, the more resourceful youths would definitely find a way to connect this back to Hero Peak. Spikes began to grow off Wheeler's arms, enlarging to the point they arched over his fists and protected his knuckles. A strong corrosive energy hung in the air, bearing down on Leonel. To Wheeler, it didn't matter how strong Leonel's defenses were. Before his corrosive force, it was all meaningless. However, what Wheeler didn't expect was that Leonel hadn't gone all out either. The instant it seemed as though Wheeler didn't want to be humiliated any longer, illusory golden wings seemed to appear to Leonel's back for just a split moment. It was so brief that the vast majority of the crowd didn't even notice. With a flick of his palm, a spear appeared. It was bland, even having a wooden pole. If it wasn't for the feathers strapped to its polearm, it wouldn't have any character whatsoever. This was other than the primitive woman's spear. Wheeler went stiff as he suddenly felt something sharp pierce through his leg. After a moment of lag, he roared out in pain, stumbling and falling to his knees. Leonel's piercing motion was too fast, too swift. Before anyone could react, all four of Wheeler's limbs were rendered useless. He stood amidst three collapsed seniors, his visage expressionless. Chapter 611, Valiant Hall. Chapter 611, Valiant Hall. Leonel whipped out his spear, his wrist flexing. The droplets of blood that remained sprayed outward, leaving the spear spotless, and whether by design or accident, landing on the three moaning and groaning before him. Inkath, Irilana, and Balthorn didn't quite know how to react to such a scene. They had been planning on distancing themselves, but Leonel had reacted so quickly that they were somehow still to his back. Their vantage point was by far the best of everyone else. But it was precisely because of this that they could hardly believe what they had just seen. Wheeler and the other so-called seniors were all Tier 4 at worst. This number sounded benign. After all, even the city lords of Terrain had been more powerful than this. Their average strength had been around Tier 6, while the most powerful of them, like City Lord White, had been Tier 7. However, it had to be understood that strength across worlds was looked upon differently. The truth was that true geniuses spent the most time within the fourth dimension, slowly accumulating the strength of their bodies. In the dimensional verse, the third dimension was technically the beginning. But the reality was that it was more like a spark. The fourth dimension was where the flame was slowly nurtured and grown. The fourth dimension would lay the foundation of the body into the future. So, usually, geniuses would wait until their force spilled over into the next realm, rather than forcing their way through like the city lords of Terrain had. As a result, Tier 4 to these seniors was likely no worse than Tier 6 to those city lords. In comparison, Inkath, Irilana, and Balthorn were all still suppressing their force at Tier 1. Unfortunately, they couldn't even use this as an excuse because Leonel hadn't even stepped into the 4th dimension yet, of course, of this mentioned abilities. But Leonel had taken 2 out before they even got a chance to use theirs, while he abused his speed to stop Wheelor from making use of his. It could be said that with this one fight, Leonel was already considered to be the strongest newcomer and was even a match for upper years. At that moment, before the stunned crowd could even process what they had just seen, Leonel put his spear away and began to move. Pulling out a rope of beast tendons from who knows where, Leonel tied a single ankle of each one of these so-called seniors and began to drag them. Too caught up in their own pain, the groaning seniors could only protect themselves from worsening their injuries while being dragged through the crowd. Leonel stopped before a thick tree near the city gates. If there was one thing Valiant Heart Mountain had going for it, it was the fact that its city wasn't completely disconnected from nature. Even such a thick tree, which would easily take 10 men to wrap around it, was still standing here proudly. Leonel took out another spear. This one had an exceptionally long blade that took up a third of its body. In reality, it almost felt and looked more like a glaive than anything else. Still holding onto the rope with one hand, Leonel began to slowly carve into the soil around the tree, careful not to harm its roots. It would be a shame if such a beautiful ancient tree died. No one understood what Leonel was doing. And, unfortunately for the trio of seniors at his feet, no one dared to stick their nose in this mess. They were still unaware of exactly what was happening, but what they did know was that a youth of not even the 4th dimension had just demolished 3 Tier 4 experts. From the conversation they had overheard, it was clear that this young man was a freshman, yet he already wielded such strength. In their minds, anyone with such power would most definitely not come from a common background. Yet this young man had also said something about these lackeys being from Hero Peak. Who would want to get caught in the battle between 2 giants? At this point, they could only hope that the boy's background was as exaggerated as they thought it was, or else his life would be pretty much forfeit. Although killing between fellow disciples was prohibited, if one understood the cruelty of the world, there were a lot of things one could do before reaching that extreme. And, in a lot of ways, those things were even worse depending on the type of person that you were. Considering how prideful this young man seemed to be, there was likely little doubt that he would likely be a person exactly like that. At that moment, someone gasped. Everyone snapped out of their thoughts at once, only to find that Leonel had launched the 3 into the air, hanging them all from the thick tree upside down. Leonel tied the final knots tightly. He wasn't very familiar with the most difficult to undo knots in the past, but one would be surprised just how comprehensive the lesson plans his father left behind were. Leonel doubted that there would be anyone who could undo this knot in Valiant Heart. Their only option would be to cut them down, but if they thought it would be so easy, they'd be sorely mistaken. Taking a step back, Leonel admired his handiwork before nodding to himself in satisfaction. Make way. At that moment, a young woman pushed her way through. Not far behind her, Radlis seamlessly blended into the crowd once again, but Leonel didn't miss that small hint. He couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed that Radlis hadn't just run away after all. The crowd began to murmur. They recognized this young woman. This wasn't because she was famous, but rather because of the unique runes drawn across her cloth belt. She was a member of the only true neutral faction of Valiant Heart Mountain, Valiant Hall. They were the peacekeepers of the organization and handled disputes between disciples. They were also designated with the task of recruiting disciples. And this final role was what Leonel knew this woman the most for. She was other than Sale, the young woman who had recruited both himself and Ina. Chapter 612, all the same. Chapter 612, all the same. They say that Hero Peak was the most powerful peak, but the true reason for this was because Valiant Hall never involved themselves in any resource disputes. If not for this, even if Valiant Hall wouldn't be the most powerful, they would definitely be a close second or third to Hero Peak. When Sale made her way through the crowd, something that was not too difficult considering her stature, she suddenly felt a massive headache coming on when she saw that the core of this commotion was Leonel. God damn it, she screamed in her mind. This was exactly what she didn't want to happen. And, of the elders of Valiant Heart who were against accepting Leonel, this was exactly what they had worried about as well. If they accepted him into the organization, what would they do when he ran amok? How were they supposed to reprimand the potential heir of a 7th-dimensional family? They could hardly hold on to their place among bronze organizations. They had no right to even think of facing the ire of a gold organization. In the end, their only recourse was in ignoring Leonel while he was here and hoping that he went away faster. In their minds, a genius like Leonel wouldn't be with them for very long. As long as they held out for a year or two, he would likely get bored of the girl he was chasing, or maybe he would even win her heart, then he would go off toward other adventures. Of course, they had also considered that this was potentially part of the coming trials all Morales clan heirs had to face. But that world was so far from them that they only understood tidbits that they could pick up from rumors. Though Sale had believed this to be the case, after speaking to more knowledgeable elders, she realized how ridiculous her previous assertions were. They, as a mere fifth dimension organization, had no chance in stepping foot into such a war. If they did so, they would only be asking for death. This was ultimately why the decision was made. They would ignore Leonel. They wouldn't ask him for help because they were well aware that he had no way of helping them. This decision is what resulted in Leonel's current situation. Aside from Sale, the two Valiant Hall members that had come with her that day, and the highest echelon members of Valiant Heart, no one else was aware of Leonel's true identity. And the truth was that other than well-learned individuals like Sayel, who also happened to have had the benefit of seeing much of the world, no one would be able to deduce Leonel's identity either. It could even be said that if it wasn't Sayel specifically who had gone that day, maybe, even to this point, no one would know Leonel's true identity. After all, there was a reason even to his death. Anared didn't recognize Leonel even after he used his bronze runes. Leonel smiled when he saw Sale. Long time, no see. Long time, no see your head. Sale grit her teeth. This damned playboy chased a girl all the way here and he still hasn't given up yet. Now he's causing trouble I've got to clean up. How are we supposed to keep the prestige of Valiant Hall if we're lenient with him? Come with me, Sale eventually said coldly. Leonel raised an eyebrow. What for? Sale felt like her head was about to explode. This damned brat, couldn't he understand that she was trying to be lenient? Though Leonel hadn't killed anyone, battling disciples outside of designated areas was also grounds for punishment. Within the crowd, Radless scratched his head at a loss. He had gotten a Valiant Hall member to help Leonel. But who knew that he would actually beat those three seniors before he could even get her here? It seemed that his help was more of a detriment than anything else. Radless sighed. Pops always said to keep your nose out of everyone's business. If those who knew Radless heard him say this, they'd probably bash him over the head. Maybe he should listen to his father more. But it was clear that he had never taken these words very seriously. What Sayel didn't know, though, was that Leonel really didn't know. From his perspective, he wasn't in the wrong considering he was attacked first. But now, Sayel hadn't even asked what happened before asking him to come with her. He was attacked first. Yea, those greasy seniors tried to put paws on our handsome little junior brother. They deserve to be hung up a tree. Yea, yea. Radless dashed through the crowd, cupping his hand over his mouth and forming different voices. He was seemingly exceptionally proud of his female voice. Little junior brother, if she bullies, you can come to me tonight. Big sis with soothe your aching limbs. The crowd seemed to grow more and more rowdy. Sale frowned when she heard these things. You were attacked first? Shouldn't you have checked that first? What's the point of asking now? Leonel replied somewhat coldly. Sale felt a headache coming on. Wasn't this brat playing wronged little brother a bit too well? Damn it, you're the potential heir of a monstrous family. Can't you at least act like it? Sale's expression darkened. But in the end, she pinched her brows and sighed. Forget it. Wasn't this the way of the universe? The powerful did as they pleased, and the little people like her had to pick up after them. Who are the freshmen for this round? Me. Radless dashed out of the crowd. Beautiful lady, I was so scared. You're too fast, you left me so far behind. How could you do that? Sale sent Radless a glance, causing him not to dare cross the half-meter mark between them. But his sly grin never disappeared. Not long later, with a hint of embarrassment, the remaining three also made their presences known. All right, follow me. To ensure that nothing else happens, I'll lead you to finish the remaining procedures. Sale turned to leave before sending one last glance back. Luckily, she stopped herself before she looked all the way back and bit her teeth hard. She had to pretend as though she had forgotten about the seniors left in the tree to appease Leonel. Or else, who knew if this shameless young master would make a small matter even larger than it was? Unfortunately for her, as bad as her impression of Leonel was, Leonel's impression of her was even worse. These damned organizations, young masters, they're all the same. Leonel and Sale shook their heads. As their backs disappeared into the city, news spread like a wildfire. The humiliation of members of Hero Peak suddenly became a hot topic. Chapter 613, Stay Put. Chapter 613, Stay Put. Leonel followed behind Sale, casually looking through the city at the feet of the Seven Peaks. Though he had previously described this city as small, the truth was that this was only an illusion. It felt quite quaint due to all the nature in the surroundings. But for a city to be at the base of 7 separate peaks, its size didn't need to be explained. This space was taken over by the youths of Valiant Heart. Since a single round of recruitment brought in over 1,000, it wasn't a surprise that they managed to fill in all this space. But Leonel could also tell that there were quite a number here that weren't members of Valiant Heart. Though the city didn't have tourists, what it did have were many traders. It only took a silent walk around the city for Leonel to understand what was happening. Valiant Heart was likely only one protected corner of this fifth-dimensional world. Beyond it, he was sure that there were countless resources. It was at this very city that these resources could be traded. It seemed that Valiant Heart gave quite a bit of freedom to its disciples and students. But Leonel was also sure that they took their fair share of taxes from these transactions. So that's how these factions are competing, huh? Sayal and the others had no idea how much Leonel had picked up on a single pass-through of the city. He could clearly see that the shops and various establishments he passed through were separated into 6 avenues. There was no doubt that these 6 represented the 6 peaks. It seemed that there was a lot of tension in the underbelly of this organization, but this also bred a competitive fire that could fuel later generations. The question was, could this fire be turned off in the face of a common enemy, or would Valiant Heart eat itself alive? This is Valiant Hall. Sale finally led the group to the core of the city. Before them, there was an ancient building that seemed to be the cross of a world center and Roman architecture. Leonel thought it was a shame that they didn't have pyramids considering their style of dress, but he doubted that anyone here would even understand what he was saying if he brought it up. He found it curious, though. Though this large building had quirks that existed outside of what one would expect from Roman architecture, it was still eerily similar. Leonel wondered which came first. Was Earth influenced by outside powers? This is where you will register yourselves and become official warriors of Valiant Heart. So that's what they call themselves? Sale led them to be registered one by one. It turned out that the spatial rings they were given not only acted as the life-saving treasure Sale once mentioned, but also acted as their form of identification. Leonel found the number of functions they could pack into such a small device to be quite fascinating. Though he had always said that the more parts a craft had, the more complex it was. There was also another second direction of complexity, and this was incredibly small and miniature crafts that managed to pack a lot of things into a small volume. Leonel wasn't certain which was more complex as a whole, but what he did know was that he had already built a craft with many parts, but he had yet to do the opposite. This left his mind spinning with a lot of untapped potential. Leonel was absent-mindedly registered, barely paying attention as Sale led them around the city once again. This is the location of the Valiant Vault. Usually there are only 3 methods of entry. The first is the golden tags you all should have gotten during the entrance exam. The second is by any number of peak rivalry events that happen over the course of the year. And the third is by breaking peak records. Of these methods, the easiest is definitely the entrance exam, so I hope you all took advantage. I hear that if you accumulate 10 golden tags, you can even trade for a tier 9 weapon. 100 golden tags will get you a quasi-bronze weapon. And though it's nearly impossible, there is a rewards of a tier 1 bronze treasure if you accumulate 1,000 golden tags. Sale thought that her words would excite the group, but when she looked back, she only saw that they were all gazing toward Leonel with weird faces. Though I say this, I advise that you all take advantage of the golden tickets you all have now. Sometimes you have to spend money to make money. You're all currently too weak to even think of earning golden tickets by other means. It's better to improve yourselves now. The more Sale spoke, the more on she felt that of them were moving. Radlis finally cleared his throat. Beautiful big sister, we don't have any golden tickets. Sale frowned. How's that possible? That old man always gives those who, her words paused, finally following everyone's gaze back to Leonel. Finally realizing that something was off, Leonel looked around. Seeing Valiant Vault proudly displayed in front of him, he just shrugged. Sorry, I gave all my golden tags to someone else. Sale's lip twitched. Without a choice, Sale could only move on, introducing the other locations of Valiant City before dropping them off at their designated residences. Stay put here for as long as you can, she said sternly. And don't cause any trouble. Though she seemed to be speaking to them all, her gaze never left Leonel. Sale grit her teeth and walked away after realizing that Leonel didn't seem to pick up on her hints. She had managed to stop any trouble by being by his side, but she couldn't exactly do this all the time, right? I'll have to assign a mission in Valiant Hall and have someone keep an eye on the situation so it doesn't get too out of hand. Sale rushed away as Leonel prepared to walk into his abode. What they were both unaware of was the fact that news had finally drifted to Hephaestus's ears. Chapter 614, Heal Chapter 614, Heal. Hephaestus sat on a meditation pillar that stood 5 meters tall. One leg dangled over the edge while he brought his other knee to his chest. His gaze peered over the ledge, gazing upon the few that had come to report matters to him. This seemingly ordinary pillar was actually one of the resources that youths of Valiant Heart pined over. Yet Hephaestus was using it as a casual sitting stool, not even practicing force as one would expect. However, at this moment, the few beneath him didn't have the luxury of thinking about how wasteful their vice leader was being. Seeing that crooked smile that hung on Hephaestus's face with their experience, they could tell that he was just a step away from blowing his lid. We tried our best to cut them down, vice leader, but for some reason, no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't. There's some weird space distortion around the tree. As best as we can tell, if someone more powerful than us doesn't go, the words of the young man were cut off by Hephaestus's laughter. You want someone more powerful to go? Someone recognizable, maybe? Somewhat of a genius that everyone has seen before? Hephaestus laughed even more. He felt as though he was getting out of character in just this past day. Oftentimes, humans fell into the trap of doing something they never would. But instead of backtracking after they realized they had made a mistake, they rather chose to double down, causing them to continue down a rabbit hole of doing things they wouldn't ever usually do. Maybe Hephaestus had fallen into this very hole. Him? Spending time on a rookie? What an absolute joke. If it wasn't for the precarious time they were in, he wouldn't have even been sent to personally recruit anyone. Even though Ina had activated the pillars on her first try, Hero Peak wasn't short of individuals who had done exactly that. In fact, while Ina had succeeded in climbing the mountain pass that had been nerfed under the presence of the Elders, there were no shortage of people on Hero Peak who had succeeded under the full brunt of the pillar's strength. Yet, over this semi-decent talent, he had actually landed himself in such a situation. It was quite pathetic. This matter would be over as easily as him taking action personally, but that would only make a matter he thought was insignificant to begin with even worse. How could he not be furious? It was as though he had tried to squash an ant, only for it to survive and shit into his food later. It was infuriating. What a good little brat. Hephaestus chuckled, the force around him trembling as his muscles ripple like they had a mind of their own. Leave them up there for all I care. They can bleed to death. Hephaestus rose his dangling leg, entering a state and posture of meditation. Hidden patterns on the pillar he sat upon began to glow, causing a typhoon of force to form around him. The youths at the bottom of the pillar looked at one another, not knowing what to do. But in the end, they could only leave. None of them dared to disturb Hephaestus while he was in meditation. I don't need to do anything any longer. Speaking the name of Hero Peak so casually was already enough to seal your fate. As the commotions was only growing as more and more people attempted and failed to take the trio down from the tree, Leonel had entered his home for the next small while. As one might expect, the accommodations for rookies weren't exactly lavish, and since Leonel had given the segmented cube to Ina, he could only make do with what he had. The only things Leonel had taken with him out of the cube were his feather pen and little Tolly. Leonel didn't expect to be barred from seeing Ina. Even if he was, he didn't plan on taking it lying down. He had given her those things as though they might separate only so that she could focus on her training. Leonel knew how important it was to her, so he decided to give her some time to focus on those things. As for him, his goal here wasn't exactly to become stronger. Though that might happen as a byproduct, his main goal was to gather resources. The second reason Leonel had given Ina the segmented cube was because he believed that she would likely have a better training environment than he did. Only in a place like that would the segmented cube be able to grow faster. Resources, resources, resources. Leonel eyed his small bed and narrow window toward the outside. He hadn't gotten to experience college, but he felt like it wouldn't be much different from this at all. Though his accommodations would have probably been better as a 5-star quarterback, I guess the first thing I should do is focus on healing myself. Leonel made a decision. He couldn't keep running around like this. It seemed like his worst injury were his cracked ribs, but the truth was that his burnt inner organs had something to say about that. He really hadn't expected that using his Scarlet Star Force would have such a drastic impact on him, but now he had to deal with the consequences. I've already tried to improve Grand Heal as best I can, but it definitely can't heal me and is nowhere near good enough to heal Coach. Maybe, Leonel took a deep breath. The last time he looked at the core of Merlin's trial world, he almost passed out. But since then, he had crossed into the peak of the 4th dimension with his soul force. Maybe he stood more of a chance now. His only path forward seemed to be that complex world of force arts. Leonel began to cast numerous spells to lock down the defenses of his small room and shelter him from distractions from the outside. He had no idea the kind of surprise he was in for, and, even worse than that, he had no idea the kind of commotion his sudden disappearance would cause either. Chapter 615, Force Law Art. Chapter 615, Force Law Art. Leonel brought out a particular snow globe from his spatial ring, staring at its surface for a long while. He could immediately tell that something had changed about it, but he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly what it was. This particular snow globe had spent no small amount of time in the lab setting, sitting on a shelf. And what Leonel didn't know was that it had undergone this change long ago, more than half a year ago in fact. However, in his caution, Leonel had kept at arm's length from anything related to it, choosing instead to focus on other things. In the past, Leonel might have recklessly chosen to charge forth, but learning a bit of caution, he brought out the only tool he could continuously rely on. A part of his mind felt that he relied on the dictionary a bit too much. At least for now, though, he didn't feel that this was worth harping on. Is it safe for me to observe this force art? After a while of being unsure of how to approach this matter, despite the fact his instincts were screaming at him every which way, Leonel decided on the most logical question. Ping replying to Seed, "It is not completely safe," Leonel sighed. Once again with these overly straightforward answers. The more Leonel learned about crafting, though, the more he realized just what sort of feat it was for his father to create such a thing. If the dictionary had to be classified, Leonel was absolutely certain that it was beyond the silver grade. Leonel expecting more complex answers was akin to wishing this dictionary would birth intelligence of its own. But at that point, the dictionary wouldn't just be a treasure. It would likely be capable of being classified as its own form of life. Such a thing would be far beyond Leonel's scope of understanding and would likely be even beyond a gold-grade treasure. After thinking for a moment, Leonel settled on another question. What exactly is unsafe? Ping. The observation of force law arts requires a strong foundation of mental fortitude and computational ability. It is inadvisable to observe this force law art unless you have begun to reinforce your mind. Force law art? Leonel was intrigued. This was the first time he had heard this term. It had some familiar parts but wasn't entirely so. Realizing this, Leonel pressed for more answers. Ping, a force law art is a category of force art that has no functional ability but rather lays the law for the function of derivative force arts. The definition was simple, but Leonel felt as though an explosion had gone off in his mind. If he understood this to mean what he thought this meant, it was a massive boon. Steadying his breathing, Leonel calmed himself. He had already understood that this must be the true reward from the Camelot Zone. However, what he still didn't understand was exactly what change it had undergone for him to feel as though it was so much different now than it had been in the past. What caused the change in this force law art? Ping, the force law art was incomplete until the mythological zone it was constructed from was perfectly cleared. It was then that Leonel finally understood. He had thought that the only reward for completing the Camelot Zone and solving the love triangle was the evolution of Earth, but it turned out that he couldn't have been more wrong. What function did a force law art provide? When Leonel embarked on the journey of improving Camelot's spells, he tried his best to deconstruct their force arts into their most simple form. By breaking them down and rebuilding them, he was able to somewhat better understand how spells were formed. As a result of this, he became capable of layering and combining spells of even two separate attributes together, as he displayed during his battle with the Puppet Master. However, ultimately, the improvement Leonel was able to bring about wasn't very great. Though he allowed a peak third-dimensional spell to display power rivaling that of a fourth-dimensional one, it wasn't enough of a change to be worth it. When Leonel battled the seniors just now, he didn't even consider using spells because the trade-off just wasn't worth it despite the fact his mind was the most powerful part of himself at the moment. What this force law art provided was a path forward. Rather than stumbling forward himself, it was like Leonel had been handed a decryption key. Now the enigma that had been the laws that governed Camelot's spells opened up to him and read no differently from any other book. And the best part of all of this was the fact that the root of the law itself wasn't restricted by dimensions. There was no doubt that there were some mythological zones that were more valuable than others. Even if one cleared two and gained full rewards from both, there was no guarantee that the new magic system one gained from it would have the same potential. This was all to say that no two magic systems were built to reach the true heights of the universe, and the odds of stumbling into a new magic system that could rival the oldest of the existing ones was slim too. Still, even with all that being said, if there was going to be one world capable of producing such a magic system from the very first mythological zone it produced, it would most definitely be Earth. As for whether Camelot's magic system truly had such potential, only time would tell. However, Leonel didn't mind even if it became useless after the fourth dimension. All he wanted was for it to be of use now. As for the future, he could deal with it then. With these thoughts completed, Leonel sat on his small bed and sank his mind into the snow globe, still unaware that trouble had already come knocking. Chapter 616, Spiritual Medium. Chapter 616, Spiritual Medium. Leonel immediately felt overwhelmed. In order to hide the existence of the force law art, a treasure Leonel was sure that even worlds would war over, he had chosen to keep it within the snow globe, but he hadn't taken time to consider the disconnect his mind and body would feel in doing so. Leonel felt as though his concept of time had been completely destroyed. As much as he would love to believe that this meant that he had unlocked some new cheat, he knew better than to think this. Maybe it was a product of his high dream force affinity, but he was quite good at seeing through illusions of the mind. As a result, he could tell that while his mind felt as though time had come to a grinding halt, his body was still very much experiencing it in real time. This seemingly small matter resulted in Leonel wasting over an hour before he even thought of gazing at the force law art. Leonel immediately retracted his mind from the snow globe, a cold sweat on his forehead. He realized then that had it not been for his high dream force affinity, he may very well have been stuck in the snow globe to the end of his life. Of course, things wouldn't be so exaggerated. As long as just one person came to check on him, he would be able to leave. Well, as long as that person was determined enough to smash through the protections he had put up. But it was a scary thought, the less. Wow. So this is Time Force. This was the first time Leonel had come across Time Force, and it was only now he truly understood how fearsome it was. Much like everything else in his segmented cube, he took the snow globes for granted. But the reality was that their value was impossibly great as well. If someone with Time Force affinity knew that Leonel had such things and in such large quantities, they'd likely be willing to give up whatever large amount of wealth they had for just one. Well, that or they'd go all out to kill him. Being able to have the opportunity to observe Time Force at work was rare, yet it seemed like Leonel could do so whenever he wanted. Leonel took a deep breath. This time he steeled his mind and was prepared for the sudden change. The world within the snow globe was an expanse of white fog. At least, that was what it was normally when there was nothing to be stored within it. But now, there was a massive globe of floating golden symbols. It felt as though Leonel had stepped into the inner workings of a clock. Every shift in a rune or symbol here would cause a chain reaction that ricocheted throughout the whole Force Law art. Just standing there, Leonel found himself awed at its beauty. At that moment, Leonel felt a tiny prick on his finger. 20 minutes already? This time, Leonel had commanded little Tolly to give him a small prick in 20-minute intervals. He could hardly believe that even though he felt like he was on guard this time, that he still managed to wash away so much time so easily. Still, there was a difference now. Leonel hadn't gotten lost due to some feeling of time dilation, but rather due to the beauty of the Force Law art. Maybe only he would be able to say that such a complex system was beautiful, but this was truly how Leonel saw it. If he could one day create a craft so perfect, just what level would it be at? So that's why Camelot uses spiritual wood as a medium. Spiritual wood is such a terrible name. Let's call it mage wood. Wait, no, that's even worse. Let's throw out the wood part entirely. It ruins everything. Leonel settled on the name spiritual medium. Because, even after just 20 minutes of study, Leonel realized that this so-called spiritual medium didn't have to be wood at all. The basic principle of Camelot spells was amplification. When Leonel was first learning light elemental mage arts, he was stunned by how simple they were. But what he soon found out afterward was that the simple layered on itself to form more and more complex spell structures. The amplification of this layering was where the strength of powerful spells came from. A spiritual medium took advantage of this foundational law of Camelot's mage arts. During the conjuring of a spell, it amplified each one of the individual basic parts, thus making the whole more powerful. Leonel realized right then that if he really wanted to heal his coach, maybe reforming a new healing spell wasn't necessary. If he could just find an excellent spiritual medium, his strength could increase by 10 times without even learning a single new spell. As for what could be used as a spiritual medium, Leonel realized that anything with high soul force compatibility could work. The reason the trees Camelot formed their wands out of worked so well was because they were a special breed capable of purifying regular force. This made them good outlets for soul force, which was essentially just that. I don't have any spiritual mediums powerful enough, and I also don't want to carry around a wand. Maybe it was the teenage angst in him, but Leonel had no intention of running around like Gandalf. From what Leonel could tell, the wand format was just a product of circumstance. Wood wasn't exactly the easiest material to work with, and restricting the spiritual tree too much would cause it to lose its functions. But if Leonel picked a better spiritual medium, then he could mold it into anything he liked. Leonel nodded to himself. But for now, he didn't act on this thought. The spiritual medium he needed would have to be high grade within the fourth dimension. Getting such a resource from this place would require strength. And that once again brought him back to a need to heal himself. Leonel turned his attention back to the massive inner workings of the Force Law art again. Just 20 minutes got him such a breakthrough. Though it seemed meaningless and quite tiny, one needed to consider how long it must have taken Camelot to realize the benefits of a spiritual medium. There were many discoveries throughout history that seemed trivial until they suddenly weren't. Outside of Leonel's dorm room-like accommodations, the commotion was only growing. A youth stood amidst many. His face was flushed red from exertion, and his mouth opened so wide one could fit 2 fists into it. He looked somewhat comical, but the booming voice that came out as a result had already been shaking the freshman houses for several hours already. C.O. Ward of the freshman class, C.O.W. your punishment. All around this roaring youth there was a group of what seemed to be 6. But considering the emblem on their neckwear, everyone knew that they were from Hero Peak. It seems that coward isn't enough of an insult for him. Start with plan B, one of the youths said plainly. Chapter 617, bad luck. Chapter 617, bad luck. The young man with the large mouth hesitated when he heard these words. Saying such things, usually when two behemoths faced off against each other, it was always the little people who suffered most. He was just a freshman, no different from Leonel. Yet, because he, quite literally, had a big mouth, he ended up in this situation. In truth, he was among the group who had surrounded Leonel and Ina during that time. But, for obvious reasons, he hadn't been able to lay a hand on either. As a result, he ended up venting his frustrations in one of the few open bars freshmen could afford and happened to be overheard. Once again, because of his big mouth. Now, he had been standing here yelling insults for the past several hours. By now, his throat was scorched and his tongue felt heavy. He really needed water, but he was also too afraid to ask these seniors for such aid. He couldn't even muster up the courage to look at them. From time to time, he would send pleading glances toward his fellow freshmen, but they only returned rage-fueled gazes back. These were the freshman living quarters after all. In an ironic twist, Leonel, the one person they wanted to bother the most, was likely the only one unbothered by this turn of events. Obviously, as mere freshmen, they couldn't even dream of turning their anger toward the seniors. If even the likes of Incath had to tread carefully around these youths, who were they to do any different as youths who couldn't even match up to him? As a result, everyone turned their anger toward their fellow freshmen. Why the hell did he have to have such a big mouth? The young man was known as Thetris. But at this moment, the only thing he could be happy about was that very few knew this. He wanted to cry real tears, but could only suck it up. I'll just have to wear a mask and change my voice until all of this blows over. Taking a deep breath and holding back a stream of salty liquid, Thetris began to bellow once more. I hear your name is Leonel. It's too bad that you were too much of a cord to tell us yourself, so we had to call up your mother. Don't worry, we gave her a good time. How ELC do you think we got her to sell out her own sewn? A silence fell over the freshman quarters. Beads of sweat fell down Thetris's brow. He really thought that there was no way any man would allow such words to be said about his mother. If Leonel was ignoring him before, there was simply no fathomable way that he would continue to do so. The eerie silence that fell over the freshman quarters felt like a calm before the storm. But, even after more than 2 minutes, there was still no movement from the freshman quarters. The youth beside gave Thetris another signal. Since the first wasn't enough, they would just go down the rabbit hole. He really wanted to see if this Leonel would truly not dare to step out after they were through raking his name through the mud. Author's note, fair warning. I got a bit creative with these ones. I think I need to see a therapist. A man who doesn't step out to protect his own mother's name. I get it. When you were being conceived, your old man had his cock in his hand, bending over the side of the bed with sweat pouring down his face, taking bets for which of your whore mother's gangbangers would father you. I also hear that your mother birthed you along with a steaming pile of shit. She was so cum-drunk, she couldn't tell which pile of garbage was you. Who the hell knows what she was doing up until she went into labor? Well, don't worry about your little girlfriend. We have real men over at Hero Peak. She's getting your mother's treatment and then some. When next you see her, she won't even be able to remember your name. Her vocabulary will be whittled down to, yes, Daddy. And right away, Daddy, Thetris's barrage of insults only seemed to grow worse and worse. No stone was left unturned. It was like a rapid-fire collection of what would only expect to find in the worst kind of dojin. It was a horror to listen to without a doubt. The youths who had come to the freshman quarters knew their limits. They didn't dare to cause a commotion throughout the whole city, or else they would be annoying people they couldn't afford to annoy. So, Thetris's voice was restricted to the few kilometer-long strip assigned to freshmen. But that didn't stop news from spreading like wildfire, especially after there was not a single movement from Leonel even after all this time. On a building a distance away, a youth wearing the emblem of Valiant Hall sat, looking on with a half-bored, half-amused expression. He had come here to protect Leonel at Sale's will, but he didn't expect this brat to actually be such a coward. Of all the Hero Peak members you had to catch the attention of, it had to be that sadistic bastard. The young man, who went by Gerson, looked at the back profile of the youth standing by Thetris, handing him orders every so often. Even just his back view made him seem like a writhing snake, ready to pounce. He had only been in Valiant Heart for 3 years, yet he had already been promoted to a white belt, and was only a step away from entering the ranks of blue belts. Unfortunately, his strength was just one aspect. What he was truly known for was being the king of the ores. He was a business-savvy individual who practically hoarded merits thanks to his borderline evil business practices. Him targeting Leonel like this was truly a case of bad luck. It seemed that this king of ores, Seriath, was using Leonel as a stepping stone to ease his promotion to blue belt. Bad luck indeed. But what does this have to do with me? Gerson leaned back on the rooftop, half closing his eyes. Chapter 618, Mage Core. Chapter 618, Mage Core Leonel had no idea what was happening on the outside. How could he? Even if someone was knocking on his door at this very moment, he wouldn't hear it. The more he studied the Force Law art, the greater his comprehension became. Every so often, he would test this by, somewhat ironically, buffing the protections on his little room. This only made it even more unlikely for him to hear what was going on. Even if the whole of the freshman quarters fell to an earthquake, it was very likely that Leonel would be left unharmed. He might not even be able to tell that such a thing was happening to begin with. Leonel completely immersed himself in the world of Camelot's magic system. He made one discovery after another. He almost felt like a kid who had gone back to grade school. The rapid changes in his thought process almost left him in awe. He realized then that he was actually forming a way of thought. All throughout one's formative years, maybe what was most important wasn't what you learned, but how you learned it. What was more important than how much you knew was the way you had come to understand it all. Unfortunately, too often, methods of thought were extremely high-level classes left to youths who had already had their minds molded. By then, it was often too late to change much of anything. But at this moment, Leonel felt that he was in a unique position. Not only was he aware of the importance of this method of thought, but he was also simultaneously in the position of a youth learning everything for the first time. He immediately realized that this was yet another opportunity, and, maybe just as quickly, he realized what the cornerstone for his method of thought should be. There were two factors, flexibility and foundation. As described before, Camelot's magic system was bottom-up. Rather than constructing new spells for every use case, what it instead did was build upon existing spells to create new, more powerful, and more useful ones. One might wonder how this might be different from other magic systems. Well, one could take, for example, Leonel Morales' family's metal synergy lineage factor. This alone could be constituted as its own magic system, this one reliant on the absorption of metals. One could build an entire civilization on this concept alone. These two magic systems were similar in that they both relied on setting strong foundations. Leonel could build new affinities for himself, but he had to start from the bottom and work his way up. In this way, the two were very similar. However, where they differed was in their flexibility. The foundational pieces of Camelot's magic system could be easily swapped and weren't as rigid as the Morales family's. If Leonel started building a space affinity for himself, he couldn't just discard it for the sake of a time affinity. In Camelot's system, though, if Leonel began to build his way toward an extremely powerful fire mage art, swapping out its foundational pieces would be as easy as thinking it. One might think that this wasn't a fair comparison. After all, one was a mage art that could be deployed and retrieved at will, while the latter was a body cultivation art that was in perpetual action. But Leonel felt that this was an improper way to think about it, especially the more he studied Camelot's magic system. Leonel believed that the best way to maximize this magic system was to focus on the element you had affinity with and slowly build a massive spell structure over time. This spell structure would combine all the lowest level spells you had the highest compatibility with to form the strongest mage art you could cast. If one looked at it this way, with the spell being a lifelong partner that could be refined over several decades, to centuries, to even millennia, then was it really so different? Leonel believed that if given enough time, Camelot would have eventually stumbled onto this truth as well. They already had the foundation, and this was obviously the most logical next step. Yes, this is the right path, the most optimal path for this magic system, I'll call it, Mage Core. Mage Core. As a young mage, one would begin to form this Mage Core within one's ethereal glabella. Not much unlike the spear embryo within Leonel's, one would nurture and help foster the growth of this Mage Core. One would begin with the lowest level basic spells and build upward, eventually constructing an ultimate spell unique to yourself. This was the basic idea Leonel settled upon after the second hour concluded. But, by the time he got to the fourth, it evolved once again. By the time a half-day had passed, the concept of this Mage Core had been morphed once more. All the while, force elements were slowly congealing within Leonel's ethereal glabella. At first it was a sphere, but it began to slowly change, growing a stem and eventually beautiful twinkling leaves. As the hours and eventually days ticked by, a gorgeous multicolored flower had bloomed within Leonel's mind. Its stem was a swirl of colors that eventually opened to a budding rose. It had one petal that flickered with a deep crimson, licks of fire dancing across its surface. It had another petal that seemed white on first inspection, but had a delicate blue hue to it. It twinkled like the finest stars in the sky. Yet another petal was a radiant gold. Yet, unlike the heavy metal, it waved in the wind, looking more flexible than the lightest feather. The final petal was a deep black. Its every movement caused the space around it to crack and fold. How it managed to stay in place without shattering the delicate flower to pieces was a wonder of nature. Leonel felt that calling this a Mage Core was no longer appropriate. However, he chose to stick with it, not knowing how this budding flower might choose to change in the future. On that day, almost half a month after he first entered meditation, Leonel expelled a long breath and opened his eyes. At that moment, a swirl of force shot toward him, inadvertently shattering his protections. A massive cyclone formed overhead, throwing the freshman quarters into another upheaval. Leonel's Mage Core rose within his ethereal glabella, finding a home amidst his three rotating stars. Chapter 619, Leo the Cuck. Chapter 619, Leo the Cuck. The sudden change took hold of the whole of Valiant City. Whereas the commotion had once only taken hold of the freshman quarters, at this point it was as though the force of Valiant Heart had all chosen to concentrate toward one region. There wasn't a single person that didn't sense the change. From the weakest to the strongest, they all looked toward one particular direction. Leonel looked down at his own body, feeling strength flooding through it. This is it, Leonel lip curled. One had to remember that the core of Merlin's trial world encompassed the whole magic system of Camelot. Back then, was it only mages that had entered? The answer was obviously no. So, in that case, why was it that it seemed that Leonel was so focused on the path of a mage, but didn't say anything about knights from start to end? The truth was that there was a thin line of separation between the two. The path that Camelot had split into two had always meant to be one. The 4 petals on Leonel's Mage Core bloomed, growing a fold in size. At that moment, a fifth petal began to form, growing until it balanced the rest into a state of absolute perfection. Even the crackling of the black petal seemed to ease, calming until it only sent small ripples in every direction. This fifth petal was other than Leonel's Earth variant affinity. It held a beautiful bronze color, its every movement causing what sounded like sharpening metal to ring through the air. This was the process of Leonel's body perfectly combining with his magic. He could feel it coursing through his pores, filling his body up with a brimming strength. As the light element flooded through him, his body began to rapidly heal. As the fire and star elements surged through his veins, he felt as though his resistance against his own Scarlet Star Force had skyrocketed. As the earth element rippled through his body, the foundation of his metal body grew steadier, opening up a path toward forward progress. And finally, as the space element shook his body to its very core, he felt as though his divine armor had fused with him toward a new level of perfection. This is Camelot's true magic system, a system where the best spiritual medium is other than one's own body. Leonel felt like he could call down the elements with a thought, fueling his actions with the force of the world. It was difficult for Leonel to concentrate his half-month of study into just a few words, but if he had to, it almost felt like he had turned his body into a lightning rod for magic. Whereas in the past he needed to use his soul force to draw force arts to call down the elements, he didn't need force arts to do so anymore. It was almost as though Leonel had gained an ability. However, what was scariest about this ability was that when Leonel consciously chose to draw force arts, not only would it be even faster than his already blazing speed, it would be tens of times more powerful. This was the true beginning of Camelot's magic system, Grand Heal. A pillar of golden light fell from the skies. It tore a path through the dorm rooms, leaving everything practically unscathed. The only change was that everyone who passed by this light suddenly felt lighter on their feet, like all their hidden injuries and worries had been washed away. Leonel took a deep breath, soaking up all the golden lights as though a drunkard. With just a single grand heal, he had gone from 70% healed to over 80%. He cast it a few more times, feeling intoxicated. After the sixth, he finally managed to return to 100%. He felt his bones pop and crackle. He stood, the floors beneath his feet threatening to shatter. Having stepped into the true gate of this magic system, Leonel didn't even have to modify the spells he already knew to display combat prowess equivalent to the fourth dimension. This was how great a boost forming his mage core had given him. Even the simplest of spells had become exponentially more powerful. It's not quite enough to heal Coach, but I only need to focus on rebuilding the spell from the ground up to get the results I want. If I was a doctor, restructuring healing spells would be much easier. But unfortunately, as Leonel was lost in his thoughts, the commotion of force he had caused slowed until it was as though nothing had even happened. It was at that exact moment that a voice familiar to all the freshmen sounded once again. "Leonel, you scolding piece of trash." Huh. Leonel's gaze seemed to penetrate through the walls. He didn't like having his thoughts interrupted, and he would have already put up another silencing array had it not been for the fact he just heard his own name. I heard your mother picked your last name out of a hat. Too bad she couldn't remember who her bastard kid's daddy was. Leonel's gaze went cold. Outside, Thetris's voice continued to boom. He had been shocked by the sudden shift in force, but he regained his confidence after it dimmed down. Over the past 2 weeks, he had gotten more bold. Since Leonel was too scared to come out, what did he have to fear exactly? The best part was that he was also getting paid handsomely, and he didn't even have to yell continuously like he had in the past. Now, he only had to say something every few hours, and he even got ample time for rest and play. His only task was to remind everyone that Leonel was a coward who didn't dare to do anything in the face of such insults. He was quite happy with this arrangement, even though he wasn't necessarily needed. By now, Leonel's face was plastered all over Valiant City in the form of a bounty parody. Even without him, people wouldn't forget. He took a swing of water, a wide grin on his face. "Did you know, Leonel? Everyone knows you as Leo the Cuck now. The bounty posters are everywhere. It's a shame you can't see them. It's all right, though. Every night when we fuck your girlfriend to sleep, she cuddles up with one in her arms." Thetris took another swing of his water, ready to shout out at the top of his lungs again, but his words were suddenly caught in his throat. He didn't know when, but a tall shadow had suddenly appeared before him. On the roof of a building not far away, Gersan's eyes shot open. Chapter 620, Community Meditation Square. Chapter 620, Community Meditation Square. Leonel looked down toward Thetris, whose mouth hung half open. The latter was so stunned by the sudden change that the swig of water he had just taken drizzled out from his mouth, falling down his chin and drenching his shirt completely. Leonel's hand was like a snaking whip, shooting forward so quickly that Thetris didn't even have a chance to register its movement, let alone react to it. Thetris keeled over, feeling as though every bone in his ribcage had shattered simultaneously. His body seemed to lag behind the shot of pain he felt. Time dilated, his body convulsing in a fit of pain before, only then, shooting backward like a rocket. He crashed into a thick pillar, his spine warping. The freshman quarters fell into another bout of silence. Truthfully, over the past 2 weeks, they had learned to live with Thetris's voice. They had no choice in the matter. It was either they accept it or leave Valiant Heart entirely. None of them dared to deal with a person protected by a white belt, so how would they dare touch Thetris? The pillar Thetris had just crashed into was just one of many surrounding a community meditation square. It was meant to be one of the many tasked with helping concentrate force in this region. Though it was much worse than the personal meditation rooms, as freshmen who couldn't afford anything, this was the best they could do with. Knowing this, there was no surprise then that there weren't a small number of people present. Many of them had learned to ignore Thetris, so they hadn't seen the initial collision. But they had most definitely heard the end result. When they looked toward the direction Thetris had come flying from, they all felt their hearts skip a beat. Leonel was completely expressionless, but the energies around him seemed to be seething in rage for him. The wind around him was still, almost too still. But it was as though the world refused to regain its normal color. Leonel's figure blurred, appearing before Thetris in another blink. Hey! Leonel found his wrist clamped down by someone else just as he was about to grab Thetris's head. What are you trying to do here exactly? Kill him? Gerson frowned, looking at Leonel as though he had lost his mind. If you were going to vent, don't you think it's a bit pathetic to wait until the true culprits have all disappeared just to take out your rage on a pawn? Are you even a man? Gerson's disdain for Leonel boiled over. He couldn't help but feel disgust when he looked at this young man. He didn't know why Sale had asked him to protect him, but if he had to guess, it was because Leonel's family background wasn't simple. But for Leonel to have a family background robust enough for Sale to tiptoe around him, yet end up in Valiant Heart, well, wasn't the conclusion obvious? He was too pathetic to make it in his big-shot family, so he came here to flex his talent, only to realize that Valiant Heart had its fair share of steel plates to accidentally kick. The result was him hiding away in his little dorm room for weeks, only to come and bully someone far weaker than him. If that wasn't pathetic, then what was? It was clear that many agreed with Gerson's words. The freshmen remained silent in their places of meditation, but most of them agreed. Their looks of disdain alone seemed to make the atmosphere several times heavier, but what no one expected was for Gerson to have hardly finished his words before he suddenly found a knee approaching his chin. Gerson couldn't even react before he felt his jaw rattle. It was as though a steel club had swept up and through him. If it wasn't for the fact he had just shut his mouth, he would have bitten his tongue clean off. Leonel ripped his wrist out of Gerson's grasp. His fist cocked back even as Gerson's feet lifted off the ground. Flames suddenly erupted on his knuckles, concentrating to the point they formed a level of crimson that seemed reserved for hell. Bang! Leonel's fist collided against Gerson's chest. The latter flew backward, a trail of smoke and crackling flames following his trajectory. It felt like he had been before Leonel in one instant, but in the next he had collided with another pillar, blood flying from his lips. Gerson sank down, violently coughing. Unlike Thetris, though, he didn't lose consciousness immediately. He landed on the ground, his face grimacing in pain, but the flicker of rage behind his gaze was palpable. Attacking a member of Valiant Hall, it seems you really have a death wish, Gerson growled, pushing his body up. At that moment, his blue eyes flickered with arcs of lightning. He stood, his body exploding forward with an impossible speed. When next he saw him, he found a palm closing in on his face. Leonel appeared to Gerson's side, his palm shattering the latter's nose. In that very instant, his fingers clamped down on Gerson's skull, his back flexed, his thigh bulging. Bang! The back of Gerson's head smashed into the ground. The stone tiles of the community meditation square shattered, shooting up into the skies in a rain of rubble. Gerson's eyes rolled back, their whites looking up into the sky. Leonel stood, his pace even as he walked back to Thetris. It was as though he had never fought Gerson to begin with, as though he never truly took the latter seriously. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, a promising youth of Valiant Hall, a genius who had already gotten promoted to a white belt, was defeated. Leonel kneeled by Thetris's side, picking up the latter by his hair to force their eyes level. Thetris teetered and winced, his consciousness fading in and out. He wanted nothing more than to collapse and forget the pain his body was in, but the more Leonel moved him around, the less of a chance he had at this dream of his. Start speaking, or else I'm going to pin your headless corpse to this pillar. Chapter 621, Small Bar. Chapter 621, Small Bar reminder that since it's the weekend, there will only be 2 chapters today and tomorrow. Back to 4 on Monday. The streets around Leonel seemed to grow especially silent. The sight of a single young man dragging 2 half-dead youths behind him was quite one to behold indeed, especially when one of them wore the emblem of Valiant Hall. Even Hero Peak didn't dare to mistreat the members of that hall so blatantly, even though they had launched plenty of underhanded schemes of their own. It didn't take long for many to match Leonel's face to the bounty posters that had been plastered all around Valiant City. Though the most promising youths of Valiant Heart usually spent most of their time in their peaks, making use of training rooms, the city was almost always filled by the lesser-than characters of the organization. Beyond this, there were also some high-class establishments that the true talents used to blow off some steam. However, Leonel's goal wasn't one of these high-class establishments, but rather a low-class one almost anyone could afford. And, unfortunately for Gerson, who wouldn't be caught dead in such a place, his actions had made Leonel think that he was part of all of this, resulting in him being dragged through the city to this very establishment. Leonel's foot blasted through the doors of the low-class bar. One would think that he had to rely on his strength to do so, but he was certain that even if he was still a normal human, he would have been able to accomplish the same feat just as easily. The doors of the bar hung loosely from their hinges, barely holding on even before Leonel's actions. Now, however, they found themselves flying out, finally free from their rotting wooden frames. If the inside of the bar had to be described in just a single word, it would be stale. It had dingy yellow lights, a musty smell, and brimmed with testosterone. It was almost as though a woman had never set foot into this place, and if they had, it definitely hadn't been with pure intentions. This was apparently the bar that Tetris had been overheard in, and was also the place the so-called King of Ors had recruited him from. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The immediate response to Leonel's actions was hostility. Most of the businesses run in Valiant City were owned by youths. As one might expect, the competition over land and their rights was quite stiff. Even for a dilapidated place like this, there was no doubt that there was a genius behind it somewhere. Attacking a place like this was no different from slapping the face of a senior. So it was no wonder the reaction, despite the perpetual rowdiness of the place, was still so exaggerated. The bartender immediately jumped to action. Even in the dim lights, the white belt wrapped around his waist was clear for all to see. It didn't take Leonel more than a single glance to tell that he was Tier 5 in strength. Not only was he Tier 5, but compared to the Tier 4s Leonel had originally defeated when he first stepped foot in this city, he was exponentially more powerful. However, even as he jumped over the counter, planting a single palm down as an anchor, Leonel only spoke a single sentence that stopped him in his tracks. "You're free to keep attacking, but in return I'll burn this whole place to the ground." Flickering flames danced across Leonel's skin. He looked no different from a flaming human, prepared to blast the small bar to smithereens. The bartender paused, his brow furrowing into a frown. He scanned Leonel up and down, eventually landing on the two he dragged by their hair. His pupils constricted when he recognized Gerson. White belt might have been the line of demarcation between freshmen and seniors, but there were obviously lines of division between them. Usually this was decided by time taken. The bartender had taken 3 years to promote to white belt. But all geniuses like Gerson took less than a single year. The fact that Gerson was in such a state made the bartender realize that he should be thanking Leonel, or else he would have ended up in the same state. He gulped, his body tensing. Even though the owner of this bar wouldn't have to fear Leonel, by the time he got here for revenge, wouldn't he have already suffered the worst? Considering how little that senior cared about this place, why would he care about a small-time bartender? "Why have you come?" the bartender spoke, trying to maintain his calm. 2 weeks ago. There was a senior who came here to recruit him. Leonel threw Tetris forward without a care for his injuries. Who is that senior, and where is he? Leonel seemed to be asking a question, but his demeanor was so bitingly cold and his words so demanding that it almost felt like a statement. The bartender didn't even feel like not answering was an option. Sending a scared glance toward Tetris, a stream of memories immediately flooded the bartender's mind. But when he realized the kind of information Leonel wanted, he froze. A cold sweat began to pour down his forehead, his fingers beginning to tremble. On one side, there was the youth right in front of him, clearly uncaring about humiliating the senior who owned this bar. He was a madman, and clearly nothing like the coward the Leo the Cuck posters painted him out to be. But on the other side, there was the King of Ors, a vicious man known as a snake by many, the kind of poisonous existence who had done any and everything to claim the wealth he had now. Not answering the question would cause this demon incarnate to come down on him. But, while answering it would save his life for now, what would happen when the matters of today returned to the ears of the King of Ors? It's just a simple math equation, don't you think? Like the voice of a reaper, Leonel's voice drifted into the bartender's ears. If you do answer, you'll anger just one man. But if you don't, I'll burn down this bar and beat you half dead. That way, you'll enrage both me and your boss, while eventually telling me what I want to know anyway. So, what do you choose? Chapter 622 or Market? Chapter 622 or Market? The ore market was the most lucrative in Valiant Heart. If one thought about it, this wasn't too surprising. What else would one expect to find in a world of such mountainous regions if not an endless number of ores? Valiant Heart was especially known for its rich herby ore reserves. One might imagine then, for a mere white belt to claim such a large portion of this market, he definitely couldn't be a normal man. No one knew exactly what the King of Ors' secret was, but what they did know was that he was a vicious man not many dare to cross. All this said, the ore market of Valiant City wasn't what one would expect. The youths of Valiant Heart had no need for buying raw ores. Aside from some crafter factions within their organization, sales rarely, if ever, ended up in the hands of the students of Valiant Heart. Rather, the ore market was a hotspot for traders coming from outside Valiant Heart. The youths usually took missions that could range in anything from finding the sources of new ore veins to excavating already existing mines. Usually, these youths would be under the wing of factions who laid claim to these ores for themselves. These ore factions designated youths with unique abilities to find new ore sources while deploying their stronger members toward guarding the veins they claimed. The lowest-ranking members were tasked with minding and bringing these ores back. These ores would then be brought to the market and sold, mostly in bulk, to various trading companies. Valiant Heart Mountain was content to allow their students to battle it out over these resources, taking a kickback from the taxes. This way, they could both accumulate resources and funds while training the next generation all at once. Due to these reasons, the ore market was simultaneously a place of profit and a battlefield of commerce. At that moment, within one of the many pitched tents of the ore market, a palm slammed down on a large wooden table, rattling all the scales and measuring devices on it. This tent was among the largest the ore market had to offer, and a line that extended for hundreds of meters could be found outside its flaps. The tent alone was over 5 meters tall and had an almost 20-meter diameter. The inside placed a large, thick wooden table at the front. But to the back, rather than being one large room like most tents, there seemed to be several divided lots. It was hard to tell if these were storage spaces or if they were offices. Either way, neither the people within the tent nor outside of it were worrying about this at the moment. They were entirely focused on the scuffle that was about to ensue. Whoa, whoa. Calm down, Kayla. You'll destroy our precious map if you hit any harder. A young man sitting behind the large wooden desk chuckled, gently patting the beast skin map sprawled out over the table. Then, just as calmly, he picked up the measuring devices that had fallen over. Kayla, a young woman who stood over the desk fuming, only became more infuriated when she heard these words. Why is the price so high? It's 50% up from just half a year ago. How are you expecting us to afford it? Kayla was quite the looker, especially when her chest was heaving like that. She wore spectacles that couldn't hide her vibrant green eyes and had a curvaceous figure. She was definitely the subject of admiration for many male students. Unfortunately, she spent much of her time locked away in a lab. Even if one wanted to court her, it was near impossible. Even now, she wore what looked like a lab coat over her uniform, partially hiding what was definitely a sight that would be even more enticing. The young man picked at his ears. We set the price, you buy. If you don't want to buy, then don't. Kayla grit her teeth, her rage palpable. If it wasn't for the special gloves she seemed to be wearing, her nails might have already drawn blood from her palms. Does Saria think that just because he promoted to blue belt that he can do whatever he wants now? The young man smiled slyly. Yet, despite the fact he didn't give a verbal response, his entire demeanor seemed to scream, Yay? And what are you going to do about it? I'll remember this well, Nigmir. Your King of Ores faction can forget about buying any crafts from my polished glass faction. The young man was stunned for a moment before he began to laugh uproariously. He laughed so hard that one would have thought that he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He wheezed, only managing to calm himself after taking a large gulp of water. Almost immediately afterward, in striking contrast, his expression became bitingly cold. Do you see how many people are outside waiting to trade with us? Nigmir all but growled these words out. Your pitiful faction only comes here twice a year, so you have no idea that the prices have been like this for over a week already. Yet, do you see any of them running away from it? You think you can use your weak trash of a crafting faction to pressure us? What is the best weapon you can even provide at your best? Tier 4? If I trade enough ores, I can lay hands on enough Tier 7 treasures to outfit every captain of the King of Ores faction. Who the hell do you think you are? Kayla glared back, matching Nigmir's gaze. At that moment, a hair scrunchie that kept her hair in a ponytail seemed to come alive, dancing with flames. But in the end, she chose not to attack. She turned away, fury lighting her gaze. Oh, and since you seem to like pressuring people, how about this? You can forget about buying ores from Ore Market, period. Anyone who trades with you will now be an enemy of King of Ores faction. Nigmir's voice boomed, spreading across the whole ore market, drifting to the ears of everyone. Kayla's fists gripped tighter, her shoulders trembling slightly. But she didn't turn back as she continued to walk away. It was at that moment that a sudden commotion sounded from the outside of the tent. Stop! Can't you see there's a line here? Scram before I help you roll out of here. The only response was a muffled groan and a figure flying into the fragile fabric of the large tent, ripping another large hole open aside from its entrance. The entirety of the ore market fell into chaos. Chapter 623, Quarter Inch. Chapter 623, Quarter Inch. Leonel had entered the ore market with slow, deliberate steps. Everyone who saw him seemed to give him a wide berth, whether it be by design or instinct. Originally, he hadn't known exactly where to go, his hands now empty of Gerson and Thetris, with them having outlived their use. But Nigmir's shouts gave him an easy roadmap to follow. Since they wanted to roll out the red carpet for him, he would happily oblige. Nigmir shot up from his seat, a deep frown on his face when he saw one of their peacekeepers come flying through the tent's wall. At first, Nigmir thought that this was Kayla's doing. With her fiery temper, he didn't think that she would take this laying down. He had most definitely expected her to at least try to inform the elders of Valiant Heart. But directly attacking was a foolish choice. It would only give them even more leverage when it came to the inevitable trial. Nigmir didn't think Kayla was this stupid. and, as expected, when he turned to face her, she was just as surprised by the turn of events as he was. At that moment, a young man whose body danced with what looked like golden flames slowly made his way forward. His posture was casual, his hands even being in his pants pockets. Yet no one dared to approach him. The heat he was giving off was simply too much. Black belt? Nigmir was stunned. A mere black belt dared to make so much trouble? Not only was this brat a black belt, but he didn't even have a peak emblem on his belt either. The only youths who had yet to join a peak by now were the average to below average talents. They would need more accumulation before they could think of passing the peak exams. This meant that Nigmir watching Leonel stroll into the ore market like this was almost like a king beast watching an ant try to take over its territory. It wasn't just a small bit ridiculous. Before Nigmir could regain his bearings and realize that he should have been enraged at this moment, this so-called ant suddenly spoke. Seriath. Where is he? Leonel's voice was cold and detached. His words alone seemed to cause the elements to bow down even to the point many felt as though space itself had been constricted. Nigmir's mind went blank. Seriath? He, of course, knew the name. But since when did a mere black belt not respectively call him King of Ores? Since when was it a brat's turn to call out their leader's name so casually as though it was worth nothing more than dirt? It was then that Nigmir finally recognized Leonel. They had taken some liberties with the Leo the Cuck posters, almost making Leonel look like a caricature of his own self while making it recognizable enough to pick him out on the streets. But at this moment, Nigmir found it almost impossible to match Leonel with those posters. That said, this had long ago stopped being anything about Leonel's talent. No person who could defeat a Tier 4 existence while in the third dimension was weak. No person who could claim 10 tags during the freshman exam was weak. No person who could enrage the vice leader of Hero Peak was weak. Those who still thought this was about Leonel's talent were fools. This was about nothing more than seniors enforcing the hierarchy they had worked hard to climb. Nigmir stared at Leonel for a long while. Peacekeepers, Nigmir roared. At that moment, the sound of shuffling feet surrounded the massive tent. Everyone knew that the ore market was nothing more than a hidden battleground. Though it had been a long time since anyone deemed to test the King of Ores faction, that didn't mean they weren't prepared at all times. Amidst the peacekeepers, a young man with teeth as sharp and jagged as a shark's burst into laughter. Nigmir, your prestige seems to have taken a hit. You can't control a black belt on your own and even had to call for help? Don't blame him too much, Cormus. His senses have gotten dull after doing nothing but counting money all day. The peacekeepers erupted into laughter together. Their two leaders, Cormus, the jagged-toothed young man, and Ardrin, a young woman carrying a massive great sword, bantering back and forth. Kaela frowned at this sudden change of events. Though Cormus and Ardrin only seemed to be joking, their underlying point still stood. It didn't make sense for the King of Ores faction to bring out so much firepower to deal with one young man. It was as though they wanted to end this swiftly and strongly, displaying their dominance to the utmost degree. But the question was, why? Who was this boy? Since when did King of Ores care about a mere black belt so much? Unfortunately for Kayla, who spent 99% of her time in the lab, she was completely unaware of the viral Leo the Cuck phenomena. And she was equally unaware of how much of an uproar Leonel's actions today had already caused. This is not good. Kayla snapped out of her thoughts, suddenly realizing the severity of the situation. If King of Ores wanted to make an example of Leonel, even if they didn't kill him, beating him half to death would at most get them a light punishment, especially since Leonel was seen as the aggressor in this case. To make matters worse, even though King of Ores was all constructed of youths who had joined at the same time as Seriath, no more than 5 years ago, each and every one had become a white belt within 2 years, and the most elite of them would at most need another half year before becoming blue belts. If the elite of the sophomore class had to be picked out, it would most definitely be them. And now, they had all turned their weapons toward this one boy. Yet, when Kayla laid eyes on Leonel, she suddenly felt frozen in time. He stood there in silence, his hands in his pockets and his expression emotionless. Every so often, his eyes would flicker with a wild shade of violet red, only to return to their original pale green as though the change had never occurred to begin with. The wind was oddly still around him, the pumping of his heart even slowing to a crawl. Bang! Land in a 10-meter radius around Leonel instantly sunk down by a 1/4 inch. Chapter 624, Synergy. Chapter 624, Synergy. The earth seemed to respond to Leonel's call. At that moment, bronze runes jumped to life all across his toned torso, a halo of light appearing about his head. But this time, something seemed different. Black sparkling energy, radiant golden light, glimmering soft blue brilliance, and a raging inferno of crimson followed the path of his runes, fusing with his body as though they had always been there. In the blink of an eye, over 80% of the peacekeepers fell face first into the ground, facing a level of gravity they had never experienced before. Even those who managed to remain standing found it difficult to stop their knees from trembling. Many innocents were caught in the crossfire, namely those who had been waiting to purchase ores of their own, and even Kaela, who had been thinking of helping Leonel. But at this moment, the youth didn't seem to care. Leonel could feel the ground beneath his bare feet. Well, he had always been able to, and this only became easier after he began to wear Valiant Heart's uniform. But at this moment, it almost felt as though the world was in the palm of his hands. He could feel it. Even without summoning a force art, controlling the earth was as easy as thinking it. The instant he thought it, numerous earthen chains shot out for the group, shooting toward every peacekeeper present. Those that had been on the ground didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, their limbs were wrapped and locked, their faces pressed so hard into the ground that they even found it difficult to breathe. Cormus, Ardren, and Nigmir reacted quickly, the first and the last jumping high into the air while Ardren swung down her heavy sword, bashing the ground beneath her apart. The white tent collapsed, everything that was once inside it falling to the ground in a bloom of dust. However, that had only been the beginning. A pillar of earth formed beneath Leonel's feet, rising 2 meters into the air. As though it was an artillery unit with a mind of its own, a rain of earthen arrows began to fly out from within it, aiming toward Cormus and Nigmir, who had both jumped into the air. Unable to dodge, Cormus growled, baring his sharp teeth as a tough, leathery gray skin instantly spread across his body. The bones in his knuckles grew out, piercing through his skin and forming gloves of white that shimmered with a glossy finish. He rained a hail of fists forward, displaying much more power than he should have been able to mid-flight. Nigmir's reaction wasn't slow either. An illusory pair of greenish wings appeared to his back, his body becoming wrapped in a typhoon of wind. With a single flap, a violent, surging tornado tore the earthen arrows apart. Bang, bang, bang! Cormus landed on the ground and instantly shot for Leonel. By that point, Ardren had done so as well. Her speed was much slower than Cormus's, but their teamwork was impeccable. Their timing was so on the nose that they both reached the base of Leonel's pillar in unison, the latter jumping into the air again with a rain of fists, and the former swinging her heavy sword with every intention of cutting the pillar in half. Nigmir stood in the air, a whirl of wind around him. He brought his hands together, his lips beginning to move in a silent chant. The more words he spoke, the greater the winds around him seemed to become. It grew more and more dense, the illusory green becoming almost solid as time went on. The wind gradually coalesced, forming a vibrant ivory armor around him. His hand grabbed out, causing an ivory lance with a length of over 4 meters to appear in his palm. The sky whimpered and wavered as he shot downward, his gaze flickering with thoughts of violence. At that moment, Cormus's fist reached Leonel even as the base of the latter's pillar was cut across by Ardren. However, Leonel didn't even react. Cormus found his fist smashing into Leonel's chest, a bloody grin on his face. Bang! Cormus's face twisted. In that split instant, he looked up to meet Leonel's indifferent gaze. The man stood above him, his hands still in his pockets. In fact, it didn't even look to Cormus that Leonel was actually gazing upon him. Rather, it felt like he just happened to be in his line of sight. Nothing more, nothing less. An audible crack sounded. The bones that covered Cormus' fists fractured and shattered, causing a roar of pain to leave his lips. Ardren, who had just severed Leonel's connection with the earth and sought to take advantage of the moment, was caught off guard by Cormus flying back toward her. She sidestepped, gritting her teeth and ignoring her teammate for the moment in hopes of still getting to Leonel. But what she didn't expect was for the pillar she had just cut down to suddenly shoot into the air, taking Leonel alone with it. Bang! Cormus landed heavily on the ground, his entire arm feeling as though it had been shattered into a million pieces. Leonel rose his foot, his gaze locking onto Nigmir, who was swooping toward him with lance in hand. Nigmir's expression changed, but it was already too late. Leonel lightly lowered his foot, a ripple spreading across the pillar beneath him. What once was a pillar of more than 1.5 meters tall was suddenly left with nothing more than a small disc beneath Leonel's feet. The rest of it, plunging down toward the ground, directed toward a horrified Ardren and Cormus. Boom. The 2 peacekeepers were instantly buried, their life and death completely unknown. The collision was so violent that even if there were cries of agony, it wouldn't have been heard over the loud, cacophonic ripple of the earth. The ground quaked and splintered, cracks spreading like wildfire all through the ore market. Leonel stood in the air upon his thin disk of earth, his hair violently flying about. A dense fog of violet hung around him, his body singing as it brimmed with overwhelming strength. The synergy between Leonel's metal synergy lineage factor and Camelot's magic system was completely beyond even his expectations. But now, the King of Or's faction had to accept the brunt of this surprise. Nigmir came to a grinding halt. His body quaked with rage and the wind around him kicked up a violent storm. The clouds above him seemed to react, becoming a churning swirl of white hanging in the skies. Chapter 625, Playtime. Chapter 625, Playtime. For a freshman brat, you sure have a lot of guts. Nigmir's voice seemed to be everywhere, being carried by the wind to all corners. If Leonel didn't know better, he would have thought that he had cloned himself. Since someone has yet to teach you your place, let it be me. Nigmir's 4-meter-long lance trembled, a tempest of wind kicking up and concentrating around its shaft. In one moment, it looked no different from an enormous lance. In the next, it had become a drill bit, tearing through the skies with a momentum that would send a cold shiver down anyone's spine. Nigmir's arm flexed. In that instant, a cone of rotating wind shot through the skies. It was impossibly fast, crossing a distance of 100 meters in what felt like a blink. Leonel's gaze narrowed, a deep black force flickering around him. His body vanished, reappearing just a meter to the side. The cone of wind shot by, causing the merchants below to scatter. It tore through the ground, burrowing through the earth. The force was so concentrated and controlled that not a single crack appeared outside the hole. However, even with that being the case, the cone shot through at least 10 meters of ground, and might have had no intention of stopping had it not been for Nigmir's force running out. Leonel's expression looked at his arm. Numerous shallow cuts had torn into his skin, some of which even drew blood. His gaze shifted back to the hold in the ground, flashing with a hint of something unknown. It had to be known that Valiant Heart was a fifth-dimensional world. Even though it was nowhere near the most powerful fifth-dimensional worlds there was, it still had a very sturdy construction. Any attack that could affect change in its landscape was a powerful one. Leonel, himself, despite how overwhelming his current strength seemed, was also very limited. At that moment, he could only control the elements in a 10-meter radius around him, and even then, it required much more effort than it had on any fourth-dimensional world he had ever been on, especially since he wasn't a natural citizen of this world. For Nigmir to be able to display such prowess, Nigmir's arm flexed once again. This time, his attacks became like a blur, raining down an avalanche of spiraling cones. They whistled through the air, screaming with an ear-grating harshness. Kaela's eyes widened. He's gone insane. Run! What are you all still doing here? Kaela roared. The merchants, even if they didn't have guards, were often well-versed in the art of self-protection. And, those that didn't, had most definitely heavily invested in protection from outside sources. But they were ultimately still small-time merchants. The true elite merchants wouldn't be trading with what effectively amounted to college kids. Or, more accurately, they wouldn't be waiting in line to do so. If these fools didn't run, a few really might die. Leonel seemed to have had a sense of propriety in his actions outside of what he had done with his gravity field, but Nigmir didn't seem to care even the slightest bit. Leonel drifted through the skies. Every time he appeared again, he would only shift a single meter in any direction, but with his calculative abilities, he was able to make use of this single meter as though it was an endless lifeline, shifting through Nigmir's barrage with an almost practiced ease. However, Nigmir didn't seem to care in the slightest, a savage expression lighting his face. The wind in the surroundings seemed to only grow more and more volatile. With each spiraling cone of death, the situation only grew worse. Outside the scope of the battlefield, a violent tempest was being kicked up. If a normal human had been in such a situation, even just walking around would have been impossible. Tents went flying, dust clouds kicked up, and even keeping one's eyes open became an impossible task. Wind style. Hurricane paradise. Nigmir's voice covered the skies. Kaela's expression changed. This madman is using a style on a freshman? However, what Kaela felt next made her close her mouth. If using a style on a freshman was shameless, then what could this be called? Nigmir peered down from above as though a god. He watched Leonel continue to dodge, his lip curling with disdain. 4 Seasons Realm, Spring Storm. At that instant, what once were violent, uncontrollable winds became even more so. The entirety of the ore market seemed to have become Nigmir's domain. Do you think that what you saw before was the extent of a senior's prowess? We went easy on you before, but it seemed that you didn't take our kindness to heart. So, today I'll show you the difference between a brat like you and the elites of the King of Aura's faction. Nigmir was truly an elite amongst elites. Not only had he mastered a style, but he had also comprehended a season of the 4 Seasons realm, even to the point of perfectly fusing it with his style. This wasn't a simply additive change to his strength. The combination of his style and his spring realm was no weaker than if he had comprehended the entirety of the 4 Seasons realm through second-hand means. If he mastered a second season realm that perfectly fused with his style, he would even be able to match up to someone who had self-comprehended 1 or 2 seasons. The clouds above reacted to Nigmir's call. The scent of spring hung in the air, the almost metallic scent of wet grass assaulting the senses. Nigmir rose his arms into the skies as though basking in his own glory. The tempest of wind seemed to only grow more and more powerful, the strands of green, illusory air becoming like whips lashing through the skies. Nigmir opened his eyes once more, his body brimming with strength. Then he exploded forth, booming concentric circles of air lighting his pathway and accelerating him forward. Playtime was over. Chapter 626, Wind. Chapter 626, Wind. Leonel watched as Nigmir shot forward. To everyone else, it looked as though it was effectively teleportation. Nigmir had almost instantly reached speeds of several hundred kilometers an hour. At such a speed, the mere 100 meters or so separating them might as well have been teleportation. But in Leonel's mind, this might as well have been a snail's crawl. This wasn't because Leonel was faster. In fact, Nigmir, in raw speed, was likely faster than him unless he used his Four Seasons realm to fuel his speed branch lineage factor. Rather, it was because Leonel's mind simply processed things too quickly. This combination of style and the Four Seasons realm fascinated Leonel. If Nigmir was right about anything, it was that he had indeed underestimated the so-called seniors of Valiant Heart. He definitely had to reevaluate how easily he would be able to defeat them. If this combination was possible, it wouldn't be surprising if other combinations were likewise in existence. Leonel was too ignorant of the ways of the dimensional verse. Who knew how many unique things he had missed on? In fact, now that he thought about it, that weird chant Nigmir had used to solidify his wind force into armor and weapon, Leonel had never seen something like that before either. Of course, it could just be Nigmir's ability, but it was fascinating the less. I guess there is value in learning things from this place. Well, if they let me stay here after this, that is. Nigmir still had half the distance to travel when Leonel flipped his palm, causing a long, flexible spear to appear. The spear itself seemed hollow, several deep etchings across its surface showcasing its empty insides. However, it was a truly beautiful sight to behold. The spear was almost 4 meters long. Its blade was long, thin, and sharp. Just a small flick of Leonel's wrist caused the spear to bend and sway, waving about like a rigid whip. Nigmir crossed the 50-meter distance between them, blazed through the 40, and erupted past the 30. His speed only seemed to grow. The wind pressure from his movements alone blew against Leonel's body, seemingly ready to send him tumbling back and press him into the ground. However, it was only after Nigmir reached the 5-meter distance between them, just a meter or two from thrusting his lance through Leonel's heart, that the latter finally reacted. Wind domain. Leonel's body flickered. Nigmir's gaze sharpened. All this time, Leonel had been using a space teleportation art. Though Nigmir had been surprised about this at first, after a while, he calmed realizing that Leonel could only move a single meter in any direction. This made sense. After all, this was a fifth-dimensional world. Space was far sturdier here. Nigmir concluded that Leonel likely had a treasure on him of some sort that had lost most of its effectiveness after entering a higher-level world. This was a common matter. With this conclusion, he realized that there was no way Leonel was faster than he was, so he confidently shot forward, ready to end this battle in a single sweep. But at that moment, Leonel displayed speed no slower than his own. No, it was even faster. Before Nigmir could react, he found a spear at his throat. For the first time, he didn't have the weapon-length advantage in battle, making his eyes widen. Still, he reacted quickly, his body shifting slightly. Just this slight movement required all the speed he could muster. It likely would have been impossible for anyone else, but he was able to time it perfectly. The spear should graze off my pauldrons. I can use this opportunity to attack. Nigmir was confident in the defense of his armor. Leonel had been right. This was indeed his ability, and it synergized perfectly with his lineage factor. As for which was which and how they were related, that was something Nigmir would never tell. However, what Nigmir didn't expect was for the blade of Leonel's spear to shear through his armor entirely, nicking his shoulder and shattering a part of his wind armor. What? Nigmir reeled, countering with his lance as he had planned. However, somehow, despite having attacked already, Leonel was faster once again. Leonel's spear jetted out like a venomous viper. His two arms controlled its polearm with a deft accuracy and mind-numbing speed. Nigmir began to panic and soon found himself continuously blocking. He didn't even realize that Leonel was no longer rising in the air with the help of a piece of earth. Leonel's speed only grew faster and faster. Every exchange seemed to cause another piece of Nigmir's armor to chip and another slice of his lance to be taken. Leonel's indifferent gaze was grating on the soul. Nigmir couldn't understand what was happening. His mind simply couldn't wrap itself around the current events. He wanted to retreat, but Leonel's pursuit was endless. Shallow cuts began appearing all over his body. It wasn't long before there was nothing left of his armor, yet Leonel's speed seemed to only be growing. Nigmir's lance began to feel heavy, as though it wanted to fly out of his hand and return to the skies. It was only then that Nigmir realized what was happening. The wind, his hurricane paradise, it was no longer under his control. Nigmir's gaze landed on Leonel's spear, but now it was swirling with the very same green force Nigmir had been relying on from the very beginning. Leonel's wrists flicked, causing the spiraling tip of the lance to finally be cut off. He turned his blade toward Nigmir, tearing a deep cut through the latter's chest. His gaze flashed, the tip of his spear beginning to spiral just as Nigmir's had. This time, he wasn't sweeping across. He had every intention of skewering Nigmir through just as he had planned to do to him. At that moment, the commotion of such a large-scale battle could no longer be ignored. Stop. Chapter 627, Valiant Heart Squad, Chapter 627, Valiant Heart Squad. Leonel's spear didn't pause, shooting through Nigmir's chest without the slightest halt in momentum. Nigmir looked down, stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. Even though he could feel that Leonel had deftly avoided all of his most vital points, the pain that shot through him was not fake. Wasn't this exactly what he had planned on doing to Leonel? How had he ended up on the other side of things? What was going on exactly? Nigmir lost his strength, feeling as though standing in the air was impossible. But, even as he wanted to fall to the ground, he found himself stuck on the other end of Leonel's spear. His body bowed and swayed following the movement of the flexible spear, but he never seemed to dip down far enough to slip off. Leonel's gaze shifted downward, only to find a squadron of Valiant Hall members led by other than Sail making their way forward. Looking at the carnage, Sail felt as though her head was going to explode. But seeing the state Nigmir was in, and even worse how Leonel seemed completely unaffected, she couldn't help but feel that this world was truly too unreal. Unfortunately for Sail's mental health and Nigmir for that matter, the latter was simply asking to be directly countered. Nigmir relied on a combination of his style and Four Seasons realm comprehension to form a pseudo-domain for himself. Leonel had to admit that he was quite innovative and had definitely shown a level of ingenuity Leonel had yet to. Leonel still felt that his ability had a lot of room to grow, but ever since it reached the quasi-silver grade, he hadn't come up with any new groundbreaking abilities. He still felt that he hadn't unlocked the full potential of his ability, something he couldn't really say for Nigmir, who had very clearly squeezed out a lot of potential in his. This aside, Nigmir's goal was always to raise the concentration of wind force and make the area as volatile as possible. The more torrential wind there was, the faster and stronger his attacks would be. Unfortunately for Nigmir, though, Leonel's flexible spear was the perfect counter. So perfect, in fact, that Leonel almost instantly ended the battle. At the end of the day, the wind domain spear was created to gather momentum through wind force and continuously increase the speed of attack of the user. Yet, Leonel was able to skip all of those steps and ignore the fact he had a poor affinity, all because Nigmir set the perfect stage for him. This was all to say that the moment Nigmir began to take Leonel seriously, he was destined to lose. And, maybe more depressingly, if he hadn't begun to take Leonel seriously, he would have lost anyway. Leonel shifted his gaze away from Sail, ignoring her completely. In his eyes, Valiant Hall was nothing more than a joke. He had no idea the true reason Gerson had been there in the first place, so he only assumed that Valiant Hall was just about as corrupt as every other organization he had been a part of. At this moment, the weight of Sail's words might as well have been non-existent to him. Even if Gerson wasn't a part of this, the fact that Valiant Hall did nothing while one of their students had their name dragged through the mud for weeks on end, and even worse that they simply allowed the relentless bullying of the freshmen for just as long by Thetris's antics, was enough for Leonel to turn his nose up at them with disdain. This sort of world where organizations thought that the best way to train their youths was to pit them against each other in a dog-eat-dog environment, it made Leonel sick to his stomach. Sail froze when she saw Leonel's look of disdain. She would have thought that Leonel was just acting like a typical young master from a lofty family again had it not been for the very clear underlying disappointment in his gaze. Disappointment? Why was that emotion there? Where is Seriath? Leonel asked coldly, flexing his wrist. The action caused Nigmir, who had been just about to fall unconscious, to wince. Pain shot through his body, his muscles seizing and his breathing growing short and hurried. One could hardly imagine the amount of strain it took to carry one's own body weight with nothing more than an already near-fatal wound. Nigmir coughed violently, blood drizzling from his lips. A hint of undisguised fear was now in his eye. He felt like if he really chose to not say anything, his life would be forfeit. He's not here. Where is he? Leonel asked just as coldly. I don't know, Nigmir coughed again. But instead of feeling pity, Leonel turned his wrist. Nigmir's face turned pale. Even though the thin blade had already run all the way through him, the polearm of this spear had numerous etchings drawn across its surface. Even if it was a smooth pole turning inside of him, he would have felt untold pain, let alone a pole with edges that could catch on his fragile inner organs. I really don't know. I really don't. By the end, Nigmir was practically pleading, but Leonel didn't stop slowly turning his wrist again and again. I really don't know. It's policy not to tell us which mine he's visiting. It was only after Leonel heard this that he finally let Nigmir slip off of his spear, not even watching as he hurtled toward the ground. Sail snapped awake the moment she heard Nigmir screaming. Damn it, catch him! She bellowed, ordering those around her to help Nigmir. In the meanwhile, Leonel had begun slowly descending toward the ground. As for his aim, it was other than the rubble of what remained of King of Or's faction's white tent. He didn't seem to notice how many eyes were on him at all as his eyes scanned the wreckage. Chapter 628, Are You? Chapter 628, Are You? Leonel used what remained of his wind domain's momentum to blow the white tarp away, leaving behind what looked like a garage yard of scrap metal and splintered wood. Nigmir was finally caught by one of the Valiant Hall members, and now many were looking toward Sail to figure out what to do. But the young woman suddenly felt stifled. She had come here after receiving reports on what happened to Gerson, But the investigation led to a matter she had no idea how to deal with, especially since Leonel was involved. To make matters worse, while her own prestige and that of Valiant Hall was on the line, Leonel had completely turned his back to them as though they were worth nothing in his eyes. Sale grit her teeth. Help the others. The Valiant Hall squad members looked at her in confusion. Were they really not apprehending this brat? What was going on here? Can't you see how many of them are buried beneath a pile of rubble? Are you going to take responsibility when they all die? Sale held on to her final lifeline. It was only then that those around remembered that Cormus and Ardren had been buried beneath a pillar of earth, their life and death completely unknown. They had almost forgot how terrible this matter could become. Leonel found what he was looking for and pulled up a beast skin map. He had seen through the flap opening earlier. Obviously, this had happened before he sent one of the peacekeepers flying. But with Leonel's memory, that split moment was all he needed. He spread the map out with his hands, scanning through it. As expected, there were no small number of mines marked on this. The territories of the King of Or's faction, along with their competitors, were all marked out. Of course, Leonel knew that the most valuable mines were most definitely not marked on this map. Sariath's caution was made obvious by the fact he didn't let anyone know which mine he was traveling to. However, even still, there were more than 20 mines marked here alone. Leonel memorized the map with a single look, then incinerated it. As for whether the King of Or's faction needed it or not, who cared? After he was done with that, Leonel flicked a finger. At that moment, a large swath of ores shot up. With a single look, Leonel could tell that all of this wouldn't fit in his spatial ring, which had shrunken in size considerably since coming to this world, and it definitely wouldn't be convenient for him to carry it around like this. Unfortunately, Leonel had left the segmented cube with Ina, and since she hadn't reacted to all of this, in all likelihood, she had her head down, training, just like Leonel had for the past half-month. In fact, if it wasn't because his mage arts had shattered during his breakthrough and he had happened to hear Thetris's voice, Leonel likely wouldn't even be here. Leonel could use a few of the snow globes he had kept in store for himself just in case he would have need of them. But he decided on doing something different after a moment of thought. Leonel's gaze shifted and it happened to land on Kayla. You want these? Kayla was startled. Leonel's hand spread out. A portion of the ores went to Kayla while the rest spread out to the merchants who had gotten caught up in the battle. In an instant, a small fortune's worth of ores was given out for free. Leonel kept a large portion for himself, putting it all into his ring without a care. Then he turned to leave. His destination? Well, wasn't it obvious? He was going to destroy every one of the mines on that map. One by one. Leonel, wait. Sale grit her teeth. She finally couldn't continue to watch what was happening. For one, even though it seemed like this business was entirely owned by King of Or's faction, this couldn't be further from the truth. Over 80% of this world was owned by Valiant Heart Mountain. This was obviously the same for the mines. Every ore was the property of Valiant Heart. King of Or's faction was only selling them on behalf of the organization and taking a cut. They would then need to pay taxes to Valiant Heart depending on their sales, and this amounted to upwards of 70%. Beyond this, there was a reason that of the ores Leonel had picked out were of the 5th dimension. In fact, there wasn't a single tier 7 or and above either. All of these were exclusively sent to Valiant Heart's founding peak. In fact, students weren't even given jurisdiction over ore mines that could produce such high-level ores to begin with. And in the rare cases they stumbled upon such treasures, they were obligated to report to the organization in exchange for some compensation. This was all to say that while it looked like Leonel was stealing from Sariath, he was, in fact, stealing from Valiant Heart Mountain. Everyone else seemed to be aware of this with the exception of him, which was why the reaction of the merchants hadn't been too excited. However, that didn't stop a few of them from taking advantage of the chaos to embezzle a few for themselves. Sale's words were caught in her throat, especially since Leonel didn't even stop to listen to her. Those ores, they're the property of Valiant Heart Mountain, not the King of Or's faction. Leonel continued to walk as though he hadn't heard a single thing. Damn it, you aren't allowed to leave Valiant City unless you've joined a peak. Sale might have been grasping at straws, but she wasn't lying. After seeing the map, it was too obvious what Leonel planned to do. She really couldn't allow this. Those mines represented 30% of Valiant Heart Mountain's ore resources, at least when it came to tier 6 ores and below. Then I quit, Leonel said plainly, continuing to walk away. Sale clenched her jaw so hard that she almost drew blood. Think of your girlfriend. Are you really going to leave her alone? Leonel suddenly came to a grinding halt. A heavy air descended, the slow beating of a heart sounding in everyone's ears. It would be a long while before they realized this heart was their own. Leonel cocked his head backward, his irises beginning to flicker with red-violet once again. Are you threatening me? Chapter 6299? Chapter 6299? Sale froze. That wasn't what she had meant at all. All she was trying to say was that if Leonel left now, it wasn't exactly easy for those not of Valiant Heart Mountain to see peak students. Unless Ina left on her own accord to go and see him, it would likely be a long time before they could see one another. But after several weeks of observation, it was clear that they often got lost in their own worlds. In fact, part of the reason Sale hadn't intervened with the Leo the Cup posters was firstly because she was busy with her own matters and hadn't even been aware of it until recently, and secondly because so much time had passed since the initial action versus when she found out that she thought Leonel simply didn't care about any of it. Sale couldn't figure out where everything went wrong. She thought that she had been as accommodating as she possibly could be. Was it her fault that the higher-ups had chosen to keep his identity under wraps? Was it her fault that Hephaestus felt his authority had been subverted? Was it her fault that Leonel offended Hero Peak so severely that even those of the peak that hadn't been involved previously, like Seriath, had chosen to get involved? None of these matters were her fault. She was trying to make do with a situation that only seemed to become more volatile with every passing day. Seeing the expression on Sale's face, Leonel finally frowned. He knew Sale's strength. He had experienced it personally. If she wasn't already in the fifth dimension, then she was very close. One only needed to look at the violet belt around her waist to understand this. Leonel had seen it too many times. When people of this level of strength acted, it usually had very little to do with logic. Just take Hephaestus for a moment. Was it really about Leonel's lack of talent? Of course not. It was never about that. Once again, anyone who thought such a thing was nothing more than an absent-minded fool. What had exactly happened that day? If one thought about it, Hephaestus hadn't even insulted Leonel. Rather, he insulted the 4 youths who failed to climb up the mountain pass and ignored Leonel. Leonel hadn't even been on his radar. One might think this was a version of underestimation, but this was a level of arrogance that shot past narcissism. Who was Leonel that he deserved to grab everyone's attention just by standing there? As far as Hephaestus was concerned, Leonel was just a person who hadn't taken the mountain pass challenge. It wasn't until he stated that Ina would be the only student they took in, and she then proceeded to challenge him on this fact, that he became enraged. Once again, from beginning to end, it had little to do with Leonel's talent. If it was about that, the moment he defeated those 3 floor sweepers, he would have been admitted. This was about nothing more than authority. But it was exactly all of this that made Leonel's aura suddenly deflate seeing Sale's reaction. He felt like he was missing something, as though there was a massive piece to this puzzle that hovered right in front of him, yet he had no ability to grasp. Sale didn't look angry. She didn't look like she was holding back her rage in the slightest either. With Leonel's senses, he would have most definitely been able to pick up on it. No, she just looked defeated. Why would someone so powerful feel defeated? If she was going to threaten him, why would she reel it back now? She should feel that she was powerful enough to squash him beneath a single finger. And, honestly, Leonel wasn't convinced that she'd be wrong in thinking that. If he wanted to fight Sale or someone of her level, he would definitely have to go all out. Not only would he have to use his divine armor, but his quasi-silver spear couldn't remain dormant either. The only reason he challenged her so boldly was because he refused to let anyone talk ill of Ina or threaten her. He didn't care even if she was a monster of the 6th dimension. She couldn't just say whatever she wanted to say before him. But at that moment, Leonel was just as confused as Sale had been previously when she read disappointment on his face. Neither of them could understand the other. And, as fate would have it, Leonel had picked up on Sale's previous confusion as well. It was just that he was in the middle of a battle and didn't have the time to spare her, so he had ignored it. Leonel's frown furrowed tighter and tighter. A misunderstanding? But a misunderstanding where? And why? Arcs of lightning flashed throughout Leonel's mind, and his memories continued to spin. Maybe someone else would have continued to allow this misunderstanding to go unchecked. In fact, maybe the only reason Leonel had realized this disconnect earlier was because he had let his emotions cloud his judgment. If he hadn't allowed his anger to get the best of him, Sale's actions after he put those 3 Hero Peak experts up in the tree would have been enough to tip him off. The root of this, my talent assessment, Leonel's gaze flashed. That was right. Sale began treating him oddly the moment his talent was assessed. But he was so happy about seeing Ina again for the first time in months, more than a year if he counted what he experienced in Camelot, that he didn't have the mind to care about anything else. However, of this changed the fact his memory was impeccable. He could practically rewind all of Sael's mannerisms from that day in his mind. All of this might have taken a while to explain, but in the real world only a blink of an eye had passed since Leonel's rage-fueled sentence was spoken. And in that moment, the other Valiant Hall members who had been holding back for the sake of Sale's orders couldn't do so any longer. Once they got over the shock of Leonel's aura, they felt nothing but fury. Chapter 630, can we? Chapter 630, can we? I can't take it anymore, Sael. This brat needs to be taught a lesson. Not a small number of those who had followed Sael to this place took a step forward. First, their junior had been beaten half dead to the point his eyes rolled to the back of his head. Second, even after they appeared, Leonel dared to strike a near-fatal blow on a senior of his. And third, he was now blatantly threatening their captain. Wait. Sale tried to step forward to stop things again, making another effort. That's enough, Captain. I know you have your reasons for acting like this, but I don't give a damn what special background this brat has. We'll take the heat for you. Growling, several members of Sale's squad stepped forward, glaring at Leonel as though they were a pack of wounded animals. They wanted nothing more than to tear him limb from limb. Leonel had been absent-minded, still trying to put the pieces together when he heard those words. Background? What do... Leonel's eyes flashed with a bright arc of lightning. It almost seemed to manifest itself into a spiraling whip, beating against his mind for taking so long to come to the proper conclusion. Is this about Earth? No, if Terrain could just attack us because they felt like it without any sort of intervention, that should be impossible. If anything, since Sael had alluded to troubles Valiant Heart had been having, they would be salivating at the prospect of Earth entering the fifth dimension so they could send an attack force of their own. If this was about Earth, they would just kill me off. There would be no need to allow a talent from there to live. That means this either has something to do with my maternal grandmother's snowy owl lineage factor and the family it came from, or Dad's metal synergy lineage factor. Leonel didn't know which one it was. Technically, both could have been exposed during his talent assessment. Now that he thought about it, Sael didn't read his results aloud back then either. It wasn't that Leonel didn't know how powerful his background was. He did. Well, sort of. He was well aware that the Morales family was of the seventh dimension, and he was also aware that the Snowy Owl family, or rather the Luxnix family, according to the dictionary, was of the sixth dimension. The issue was, he didn't really know what this meant and what weight it carried. He was like a baby carrying around a shotgun, having no idea where the trigger was or what kind of backlash pulling it would have. What Leonel was lacking was context. The universe was such a massive place. He didn't know what influence, if any, a family on that level could have. This might sound silly, but think about it for a moment. With how large the universe was, how many countless light years away would the Morales or Luxnix families be situated? From so far away, how much influence could they possibly have on every corner of the universe? In Leonel's view, there was a high likelihood that the people here wouldn't even know of the existence of these families, almost like how the common people might not even know the name of their governor. As powerful as Leonel's grandfather was on Earth, it still took outfitting every single person with a monitoring wristwatch to maintain perfect control. Now imagine if instead of just having to control a single world, he had to man an entire galaxy, or several galaxies, a galaxy cluster. These were sizes and measurements Leonel couldn't even wrap his mind around. Even if Leonel ignored all of this, he wasn't even sure how to prove that he was from these families. It wasn't like he hid his last name ever, but practically no one cared that he was named Morales. And if the more powerful Morales name was useless, there was obviously no point in changing his naming to Luxnix because he was sure that the result would be just as underwhelming. Beyond this, there was an even more important point. The most important, in Leonel's estimation, he didn't even know if these families cared enough about him. Even if these families did have great influence, even if everyone knew he was a part of them, where was the guarantee that this would mean anything? He had no idea if these families would even accept him at all. From what he knew of Ina's backstory, her mother was executed while she and her father were expelled from the Brosinger family. And why did all of that happen? All because her mother wasn't of a particular bloodline. Leonel had no reason to believe that these higher-level families weren't even stricter. Why else would his father raise him on the much weaker Earth? Why else would his mother vanish like that despite the loving eyes she used to look at him? This was the only explanation Leonel could come up with considering the limited information he had. So, why would he trust this backgrounds of his at all? Stop. Sael blocked the path between her squad and Leonel. If you all defy my orders one more time, I'll really get angry, Sael growled. Though her heart felt warm, these little fools were in over their heads. This was a seventh-dimensional family they were talking about. What did they mean by take responsibility? Did they think the Morales family would only take them? With their strength, they only needed to send one sixth-dimensional monster to annihilate their entire world. No, that was just foolhardiness on Sael's part. Just look at Leonel's strength. Maybe it would only take one of their fourth-dimensional geniuses to uproot their organization entirely. Everyone thought that Leonel was a reject from his family, but Sael knew quite well how rare it was to awaken both of the Morales family's lineage factors. Not only was Leonel not a castaway, he was probably the topic of hot discussion over there. He, under no circumstances, could be allowed to shed all pretenses with them. Leonel snapped out of this thoughts, his gaze locking onto Sael's back view. Sael turned to face Leonel, her face flickering with all sorts of emotions. "Can we talk?" she finally managed to eke out, almost pleading. Chapter 631. What? Chapter 631. What? Leonel and Sael gazed toward each other somewhat awkwardly. Well, Leonel seemed to still be trying to get a read on Sael, with the latter felt as though she was walking on pins and needles. At this moment, the both of them were in the private room of a nearby restaurant. Usually, only seniors of high standing would be able to come to this place, but with her standing, it wasn't a difficult task to get Leonel in. Though she had to withstand quite a number of odd looks, she was still able to brave through it. Finally, unable to take the silence any longer, Sael finally spoke. "Are you from the seventh-dimensional Morales family or not?" She spoke all these words out in a single breath, the tension she was under carrying a palpable weight. Leonel blinked slightly. So this was indeed the case. It seemed that his deductions were correct. This made everything make much more sense. If this was the case, then in all likelihood Gerson hadn't been there to help Thetris, but had rather been there to either monitor or protect him. It seemed he had jumped to conclusions. That said, he didn't feel very bad about teaching Gerson a lesson. At worst, the young man would suffer a mild concussion. This sort of injury for someone in the fourth dimension might as well have been non-existent. His worst injury was definitely to his pride. But who asked him to speak such venomous words? No. Leonel finally responded. This response seemed to be enough to deflate Sale completely. Had she really done all of this for no reason? But in that case, how was this situation supposed to be handled? If she began to punish Leonel appropriately now, what kind of message would that send? Everyone wanted to claim to be upright and morally superior, but when you were facing a behemoth like the Morales family, was it really possible to hold on to your ideals? In the face of absolute power, there were very few that wouldn't bend. And those brave enough not to were either courageous beyond belief or were just as stupid. In all likelihood, it was both. And of course, such people were also likely dead. Sale sank into her seat, feeling as though all her worldviews had shattered. Her situation only seemed to become worse when she heard Leonel's next words, though. But my dad is. So that's likely where the confusion comes from. Sale froze before her lips started to twitch. She looked up from her hands to meet Leonel's placid gaze. For some reason, she really wanted to strangle this handsome boy to death at this very moment. However, she managed to calm herself. This hardly changed much of anything if she was being honest. The fact that Leonel seemed to indeed be related to the Morales family made her previous actions warranted. But this didn't fix her almost existential crisis. It really grated on her conscience to not be able to follow the rules. She loved Valiant Hard Mountain. If she didn't, she wouldn't have been so eager to gain Leonel's help. She thought that meeting him with a light at the end of the tunnel. It wasn't until she spoke to her master and the other elders, who were far more wise than herself, that she remembered nothing ever came so easily. If one wasn't strong enough to achieve your dreams on your own, then it was best to accept that they would never happen. Relying on someone else was no different from selling your soul. Is there a difference? Sale replied, trying to curb her sharpness. Yes, there is. Leonel nodded in affirmative. I have never stepped foot onto the Morales family lands a day in my life. I am not even sure if they're aware I exist or not. I was raised on another world from birth to this point. I might be aware of them, but this doesn't mean much of anything. Hearing these words, Sale was stunned before she finally came to an understanding. So, from the very beginning, this was all a misunderstanding. You're saying that you're not affiliated with the Morales family, and they might not even be aware you exist. Sale's breathing grew hurried. That's right, Leonel said, raising an eyebrow. Why did she look so excited? And you came here of your own free will, just to join us? Sale's face flushed. Out of context, this was really too precarious a situation. She looked as though she had been through. Well, Leonel didn't even want to finish the thought for fear that it might manifest in the universe. Well, I came here for Ina's sake, but yes? It shouldn't have been so difficult to say yes. But Sael's gaze seemed to put a heavy pressure on him. This girl seemed to have forgotten how powerful she was. If it wasn't for his strong mind and body, Leonel would have collapsed. Any other freshman in his seat would have definitely drowned their seat in sweat by now. Leonel felt as though Sael had become a beast stalking her prey. If he didn't know better, he would have thought she was a cougar with a youthful taste. He didn't know how old Sael was, but she definitely had to be at least a few decades older than he was. At least that was his guess. Leonel blinked. For a moment, he swore he could sense killing intent in Sael's eyes. It can't be that she could read his mind right, or were women really so sensitive? But it disappeared as quickly as he saw it. This is great news. Excellent news. Couldn't be better. Ha. Leonel was taken aback by the sudden outburst. He could only watch on in a daze, certain that if Sale jumped around any harder, her chest band definitely wouldn't be able to hold up anymore. Wait. Sale stopped dancing and turned back toward Leonel. So you really have no idea about the air trials? Be honest with me. Leonel blinked. Air trial? What's that? Chapter 632, why? Chapter 632, why? Hearing this, Sale was stunned for a moment before she sighed and sat back down again. To think, she mumbled to herself. This was the real cause of all this trouble, but you weren't even aware of it. Sale kept shaking her head as Leonel waited patiently. It seemed he had much more fortitude than she did. The air trials are the reason we were so cautious with you. Sale finally looked up. In fact, the air trials are the only reason we even know of your existence in the first place. Usually, seventh-dimensional organizations are way too far out of our reach. As far as we know, they're the pinnacle of the universe. But then again, that's just our limited knowledge. There might very well be an 8th or even 9th dimensional existence, maybe even 10th, we have no way of knowing. However, our Valiant Heart Mountain has records of your Morales family's air trials because of how unique they are. I stumbled upon a record of one of our ancestors from several generations ago. According to him, he got the chance to participate as a friend of someone who, I assume, is one of your ancestors. He speaks of this experience as being one of his fortuitous encounters, and it's even because of this that we were able to lay claim to 70% of the Valiant Heart world. In the past, we barely had control of even 20%. Leonel continued to listen quietly. That said, while the ancestor said this had been a great opportunity, it was simultaneously a terrible thing as well. If all he received was benefits, let alone 70%, even 100% of the Valiant Heart world would be in our hands. Don't look down on this. Valiant Heart has the potential to enter the 6th dimension. In fact, if it wasn't for particular struggles we face, we might have cleared enough zones to do so already. Having full control of this world would be a great boon for us. Unfortunately, we couldn't. Do you know why? Leonel didn't respond. Obviously, he didn't. Participating in the air trials might have given us great benefits, but we were ultimately just cannon fodder, too weak to make a large difference. The memoir made it sound like our ancestor participated alone, but in the end, he explained the whole truth. It wasn't just him, but tens of thousands of our fellow Valiant Heart disciples, and yet he was the only one who came back alive. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Such a high death total? In truth, our ancestor almost died as well. He was lucky to come back alone. Sale sighed. That year, there had only been 2 candidates for the air trials, and the one our ancestor sided with lost. Despite the fact there were just 2, the carnage was unimaginable. Of course, the air themselves always survived to the end. But what about the people under them? Sale looked up to meet Leonel's gaze. My Valiant Heart Mountain is too small to get involved in such conflicts. Leonel paused. So the reason you've stayed at arm's length is because you don't want to owe me any favors. Nothing in the dimensional verse comes free, Sale replied. If we used your help to solve our problems, it would be impossible to refuse your help in the future. The rage of a 7th dimensional existence isn't something that we can afford to bear. I see. Leonel nodded. But now that you know I'm not affiliated with the Morales family, at least not in any important capacity, you're hopeful that I will be able to help you now without asking for anything in return later? Sale bit her lip hard, but eventually nodded. Leonel nodded, looking out the window of the restaurant. Down below, the streets were quite clean and orderly, a far cry from the freshman quarters. Everything seemed prim and proper. There was just a single thing out of place, a picture stapled to a pole light that carried the face of someone easily recognizable, having the words, Leo the Cuck, written across the top. Leonel didn't react much to seeing this caricature of himself. Why would he? By now, he had already seen hundreds of them plastered everywhere. So what you mean is that you expect me to help as a student of Valiant Heart Mountain, and for nothing more, is that right? Leonel didn't look back towards Sale, but he could tell that she had nodded, and I assume that, as a student, the reason I would want to do this is because I should feel a sense of camaraderie and hominess from this place. Is that also right? Sale nodded, biting her lip harder. Leonel looked back towards Sale, his indifferent gaze causing her heart to shudder. Leonel's life wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. After all, he had spent most of his childhood going to school with those he thought had far higher standing than himself. Back then, he had no idea he was a prince. So all he saw was himself, a commoner, facing an entire class of nobles, each one with a nose arched higher than the other. One might wonder then how it was that Leonel had managed to go from that reality to suddenly becoming a celebrity everyone greeted on campus. Let alone being bullied, everyone seemed to love him. Obviously, this wasn't because everyone at Royal Blue Academy happened to have kind hearts. What kind of ridiculous statement was that? There was no such thing as pure goodness or pure evil. This was why Leonel always found the notion of light versus darkness to be so asinine. In Leonel's opinion, the youths of Royal Blue Academy were no better nor worse than the youths of Valiant Heart, or any organization he had been in for that matter. In fact, in Leonel's mind, the only difference between that organization and these ones was that he hadn't spent very long in any of the latter. So what was the answer? Obviously, he beat them into submission. He defeated them one after another, so harshly and so resoundingly that they could only smile when they saw him, fearing that he would turn around and crush them again. In the past, Leonel had used academics, sports, and a sharp tongue to achieve this effect, but in this world, the only thing he could use was his fist. Then why is it exactly that I don't feel that way at all? Chapter 633, accept? Chapter 633, accept? Leonel's words made Sale feel as though she was sitting on pins and needles. She never thought that there'd be a day where she felt so uncomfortable in the face of a junior. The worst part was that Leonel didn't even seem to be trying to pressure her. He simply sat there, asking a simple question. It was only at this moment that Sale understood that even though Leonel had no real connections with the Morales family, that didn't necessarily mean that he would make some with Valiant Heart Mountain. He had already made his stance clear multiple times already. He wasn't here for the sake of this organization. He was here for Ina and no one else. He didn't give a damn about anything other than her well-being. As for using Ina to pressure Leonel into doing something, sure, that might work. In fact, Sael was slightly worried that some fool would try to do exactly this. But ultimately, the action would be akin to shooting themselves in the foot, all in an attempt to take just one step forward. An organization was built on an expectation of mutual benefit. If they showed that they were willing to sacrifice talent so easily for the sake of their own goals, it wouldn't be long before they no longer had an organization to speak of at all. Leonel's meaning was as clear as crystal. What right did they have to ask anything of him when he'd received nothing but disrespect since the moment he stepped foot into this place? On top of that, they were actually trying to stop him from getting revenge too. There was something else that Leonel had said that made Sael realize that just because Leonel wasn't associated with the Morales family, it didn't also follow that he had no backing to speak of. Namely, that father he mentioned. Even if Leonel's family was from the lowest rung of the Morales family, it would still be more than enough to ride atop their heads with impunity. Sael felt stifled. She really couldn't allow Leonel to do as he pleased. If she did, there would be no law and order left in the organization. After a long while, she managed to organize her thoughts. I will make sure that all the posters are removed within the half hour. That's not enough, Leonel said plainly. Was that a joke? Did Sael think that she was doing him a favor by undoing something that shouldn't have been done in the first place? Then, what then? He was supposed to graciously help her now? Let me finish, Sael said with an exasperated sigh. I can't allow you to rampage about as you please, but there are plenty of ways to get revenge that are above board and don't require breaking any rules, don't you think? You could join a peak and make your own Or faction. That way any battles that happen outside of the mountain range would be sanctioned, for example. Leonel's gaze remained placid as Sael tried to make an unappetizing suggestion seem palatable. He was supposed to patiently bide his time and wait? Why? All to deal with Valiant Heart's red tape? No matter what it might seem like, Leonel wasn't a patient man when it came to certain things. If there was one character trait that he would always have, it was an unwillingness to lose. If this wasn't losing, then he didn't know what was. Seeing that Leonel was completely unimpressed by her suggestion, Sael bit the sides of her cheek, really not knowing what to say. Damn it, how had things gone this far? She really shouldn't have allowed Gerson to handle matters, but she had things to do. She couldn't very well sit idly by for weeks watching Leonel's every move. In a lot of ways, her combat strength was far more linked to Valiant Heart's survival than even Leonel's help might be. She couldn't afford to fall behind in strength, no matter what. Seeing Sael struggle so much, Leone shook his head and sighed. Feed me. Huh, Sael looked up in confusion. Feed me, Leonel repeated, picking up a menu from the table. Under Sael's stunned gaze, Leonel called in a waiter and ordered a feast that would easily feed 20 men. He didn't say a word even up until the point the food was prepared and brought over, and also didn't say anything as he began to gouge it all down. Sael's lip twitched. How much would this meal cost exactly? It was then she remembered what Leonel said before he ordered all of this, and that was exactly when the heartache set in. Leonel devoured the meal in what felt like a few minutes. Sael had no idea how he managed to do so without her being disgusted, but she didn't even consider this thought until Leonel was getting ready to leave. This wasn't as good as Ina's food. Leonel shook his head as he stood. It seemed that he had been spoiled. He had thought that such a high-end restaurant would be able to at least be close, but it seemed that girlfriend of his was more amazing than he knew. Leonel, please wait. Sael began to panic again. Even after watching Leonel eat all this time, she still didn't have any good answers. She bordered on shedding real tears at this point. She knew that if Leonel did as he pleased, the upper echelon wouldn't be able to stand by for long. At that point, to save space, they would at the very least expel him. If that happened, it would all be over. Just, please at least join a peak first. Leonel looked back toward Sael and raised an eyebrow. He looked her up and down as though he was observing a new species of animal he was fascinated by. And in truth, he was. He found Sael to be quite curious indeed. You're too naive, don't you think? What peak do you think would accept me now? Sael froze. Chapter 634, confusing. Chapter 634, confusing. Leonel continued to observe Sael. She knew well how the peaks operated. There was no small number of internal conflicts. The question was, which peak would be willing to be enemies with Hero Peak? And the answer was, it was that simple. From the very beginning, the idea of joining a peak to get the right to leave the mountain was asinine. It would never happen. As for joining Valiant Hall, that was even more ridiculous. Compared to the peaks, the restrictions they had on their members was even fiercer. They weren't even allowed to become involved in such struggles to begin with. After all, their main purpose for existing was to remain neutral. From the very beginning, Sael's ask of him was ridiculous. There was no other way to put it. You want to save your organization, but you aren't willing to risk owing any favors. You want my help, but you don't want me to seek revenge for the slights levied against me. You want me to lower my head, not to rock the boat, follow all your rules, and still care enough to help you in the end. You take everything and sacrifice nothing. Don't you think this is a little too naive? Sael opened her mouth to say something, but she really couldn't find a response. Maybe I'm too naive too, Leonel muttered. But considering Sale's dazed state, it was unknown if she even heard him. He might have been right in that he was, because at this moment, seeing how lost Sale looked and knowing how much effort she had tried to put in to make sure everything stayed together, he didn't know if he even had the heart to go after Seraph any longer. He might have reprimanded Sale about sacrifice, but maybe James was right. He was just a hypocrite. He wasn't much different from her at all. Leonel made it to the ground floor of the restaurant, walking out. He looked across the street, finding that the poster had already been removed. It seemed that while he was eating, Sale had kept her promise. But this only made him sigh again. I want to see Ina. Leonel took out a talisman and poured force into it. But there was no response. It seemed that Ina was still neck-deep in whatever training she had thrown herself into. Since that was the case, he'd leave her be for now. Remembering Ina, though, Leonel's gaze flashed with rage. He never cared much about what other people called him. It was only because they had dragged his parents and Ina into this that he was so furious. If not for this, would his reaction have been so violent? Definitely not. Leonel shook his head and took a step forward, only to find a figure blocking his path. Leonel's gaze traveled up from the well-paved roads, up a pair of slender, long legs, only to land on a familiar face. This woman. He had seen this beauty at the ore market. In fact, he had given her a large amount of ores as well. He distinctly remembered that unlike everyone else who was cautious with accepting their piece of the pie, she wholeheartedly swallowed up everything, leaving nothing behind. Leonel remembered feeling curious about it, but he had more important things on his mind back then, and most definitely did now as well. Yes? I don't have any more ores to give you if that's what you want. Hearing the light teasing tone in Leonel's words, Kayla found herself rolling her eyes to avoid her feeling of embarrassment. She really had looked like a bit of a beggar back then, but her faction really needed those ores. At the same time, though, she sighed a breath of relief. After seeing Leonel battle, she had thought that he was some hardened brute. At least he was easy to talk to. She didn't even know why, but she felt relaxed in his presence as though there was no expectations. That was quite an odd thing to find in the men she spoke to. Usually, more often than not, they all wanted to crawl into her bed. Truthfully, with all the stress she was always under, sometimes she wanted to accept such an offer just to blow some steam. But with how this world treated women who weren't picky enough, well, let's just say she didn't want to add any more stress to her plate, so she avoided such things as well. Kayla was the type of woman who would curse the unfairness of it all, but secretly also couldn't be bothered to deal with the backlash that came from stepping outside the status quo. I'm not here for ores, but your help would be nice. My help? Leonel raised his brows. My faction happens to need a bodyguard like you. Word of me accepting all of those ores will definitely reach Sariath's ears, and I just need you to help us bide some time. Oh, how much time? And why are you so certain that you only need a small amount of it? Leonel was intrigued by this. He quite liked Kayla's boldness. The Valiant Heart Zone is opening up soon, so there's going to be a lot of preparations for it. I'm confident that with these ores, we'll be able to complete a project we've been working on for years now. With it, we'll be in the good graces of a lot of peaks, including Hero Peak, which Sariath is from. As long as we succeed, Sariath won't dare to target us so blatantly. The Valiant Heart Zone? Leonel blinked in confusion. Was it a subdimensional zone? But why did it have a name? It made sense to be able to predict the opening up of a zone, but this name seemed fairly permanent. Wouldn't a zone that had been opened so often been cleared by now? There were too many confusing things about this single line. Chapter 635, News. Chapter 635, News. What's this Valiant Heart Zone? Leonel asked. Oh, I keep forgetting you're a freshman. Kayla looked Leonel up and down, as though observing some kind of extraterrestrial creature. The Valiant Heart Zone is the world the Valiant Pillars Gate. It's a zone? Well, yes and no. There are 4 types of zones. Normal types, mythological types, variant types, and unique zones. Valiant Heart Zone is a unique zone. Aren't unique zones? Leonel was confused. He was certain that unique zones were zones where outside interference caused their difficulty to multiply several times over. It was only after he heard Kayla's explanation that he understood the definition of unique zone was far broader than he thought it was. The strict definition of a unique zone was any zone that was influenced by outside forces. In this case, it encompassed both the zone which had to deal with Shield Crosstar's interference and apparently this Valiant Heart Zone. According to Kayla, organizations of a certain level kept and refined certain zones for different levels of benefits. Sometimes these zones could perpetually produce resources for an organization, almost like a respawn rate in a game. Zones kept for that purpose were an easy income source for worlds and could act as a renewable resource. However, the Valiant Heart Zone wasn't this kind of zone. Rather, it was a training ground. Yes, the Valiant Heart Zone when it first appeared was a variant zone. In the past, Valiant Heart Mountain was on the brink of destruction, and it was because of one of our ancestors and the appearance of this zone that we were able to survive. According to legends, our ancestor brought back a treasure that allowed us to monopolize this variant zone for continuous use. Those treasures are the pillars that guard the mountain pass. Leonel's eyes widened. If he was a betting man, he would certainly put no small amount of money on the fact this ancestor was the very same one that Sale had mentioned. He didn't know what level of treasure it would take to claim a zone for yourself, let alone a variant zone which was known to have the greatest treasures. Kayla spoke of the treasures so simply, but wasn't she a crafter? Shouldn't she know how difficult it was to construct such a treasure? Leonel might not understand much about the dimensional verse, but what he did know about was force crafting. Any treasure on this level couldn't be from the fourth dimension. It was a surprise that Valiant Heart Mountain had lasted for so long, letting such a secret become common knowledge amongst its disciples. Or maybe that was exactly the point. Are they using the prestige of the Morales family as a protective covering? Thinking to this point, Leonel almost wanted to laugh. He couldn't blame them. They gave up tens of thousands of their members for the right to use this shield of protection. But that only made things more ironic. It was because of this sacrifice that they were able to enjoy such spoils. And now what? They suddenly weren't willing anymore? Leonel felt that this was a matter that started at the head, this all-pervading cowardice. Valiant Heart Mountain was quite literally rotting from the inside out. The worst of them were so worried about holding onto their authority that they made enemies of freshmen for perceived slights despite supposedly being holy seniors. The best of them were too cowardly, trying to hold on to a meaningless status quo that held no weight whatever. And what were the heads doing? Weren't they the exact same? In the blink of an eye, Leonel felt that he had completely grasped the weakness of Valiant Heart Mountain in an instant. All of this only confirmed the first of his thoughts. He had no intention of tying himself to this place. As for the so-called air trial, he had not a single intention in participating to begin with. But even if for some reason he changed his mind, this sort of weak, backboneless organization wouldn't even be on the list of allies he chose from. They thought too much of themselves. Of them all, this Kayla was the first one he had run across that was slightly better to look at. Obviously, this wasn't because of her looks, but rather because she didn't carry the same hypocrisy. Are you sure you want me to join? There's likely not a single peak that would take me in right now, and from what I can see, you're a part of Brave Peak. You sure your seniors would be okay with this? Kayla snorted. If they kick you out, they'll be kicking me out anyway. Plus, whether I'm part of a peak or not, my Polish glass faction will exist no matter what. There are members from plenty of peaks in my faction. Crafters are too rare, so I couldn't afford to be stingy. I mean, I'm very open-minded, so it was never a problem. Kayla rubbed her nose slightly beneath Leonel's smiling gaze. All right, that's enough. Follow this senior of yours. I'll take you to see a world you never have before. Leonel had his wrist grabbed by an oddly firm and sturdy hand, especially since it was from a woman. Seems she's quite a decent force crafter. As Kayla was dragging Leonel around, another uproar was sweeping across Valiant Heart Mountain. News of a freshman defeating several sophomore-level white belts spread like wildfire, especially when it was learned that one of King of War's captains, Nigmir, wasn't spared in the slightest. In fact, according to reports, he was defeated without even a chance to fight back. This news might as well have been like a ton of bricks slamming against the minds of seniors. However, this had only been the beginning. News of Valiant Hall removing all the Leo the Cut posters posted around the city caused another uproar. Rumors that Leonel had joined Valiant Hall began to spread. It was then that the landscape completely shifted. Someone had spotted King of Ors, Seriath, returning to the organization. Everyone sat patiently, waiting for what they thought might be an eruption to explode forth. Chapter 636, Sensitive. Chapter 636, Sensitive. Kayla quickly led Leonel to a small house near the base of Brave Peak. It was so close to the peak, in fact, that the back of the house was no more than 10 meters from a rock face. Luckily, the home wasn't very close to the main path of the peak, or else it would be too loud and bustling to get anything done. The space was under the perpetual shadow of a floating island as a result of this, though, so it was give and take. But it seemed that Kayla quite liked the darkness they were cast under. Luckily, Kayla had had the sense to let go of Leonel's wrist long ago, or else who knew what kind of new rumors would be spreading through the city. She kicked down the door as though she wasn't its owner, her excitement almost being too great. Leonel couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Everyone, I come bearing gifts. Beautiful big sis. Hearing a familiar voice, Leonel's lip twitched. How did Radless get here exactly? Did he just follow all the beauties of the organization like a dog without a home? Radless stormed up from what looked like the basement with every intention of throwing himself into Kayla's arms. But all he received was a kick in return. Kayla's elegant leg hung in the air. Unfortunately, she wore the customary uniform of Valiant Heart, so there was no soft skin or slenderness to enjoy. Radless crashed against the wall beside the opening to the basement, sliding down with a hurt look on his face. Damn useless mutt. You're lucky I didn't kick you out of here after learning you can't craft anything, yet you still want to take advantage of me. Here. Kayla threw over a spatial brace to Radless. Organize all the ores in here. You probably don't know their functions, so just do it by feel like you usually do. After you're done, you can get Lecha to take inventory of them. Ah, yes ma'am. Radlis stood up quickly as though he had never been hurt. It was only after he finished leering at Kaela that he finally realized that there had been someone by her side all this time. In fact, it was also at this moment that the others came from the basement. Aside from Radlis, there were 5 others, all wearing a lab coat similar to Kaela. It seemed that this lab coat was their marker as a faction. It wasn't a bad look, though. It did seem a bit out of place. Ah, bro, it's you. You actually have the confidence to show your face. Respect, respect. Radlis laughed for a moment before looking wearily between Leonel and Kaela. After a moment, his eyes sparkled. How's your girlfriend doing? Is everything all right at home? You have a girlfriend? Kaela looked at Leonel curiously. Radlis grinned as though a devious plan of his had succeeded. Don't blame me, bro. You can't keep hogging all the women. Us ugly men need to live too. I do. Leonel nodded with a smile. I see. Kaela nodded. Then, as though it was nothing more than a brief interlude, she looked toward the 5 who had come up the stairs. The giant who can barely stand to his full height is Rum. The twin sisters are Medea and Latia. As for the final 2, the girl with the spectacles is Thilly, and the boy who's even lankier than Radlis is Voglor. Radlis opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he just closed it. Are all women so shameless? First Balthorn and now Kaela? None of them care that he has a girlfriend? Where is the justice in this world? Nice to meet you all, Leonel said with a smile, greeting them all warmly. I may have gotten us into some trouble, Kaela coughed lightly. The moment their leader began, the 5 sighed as though they were already used to this. Leonel could imagine the number of conundrums Kaela had caused in the past. Crand. Anyway, the short of it is that we've been banned from buying more ores from King of Ores faction and Hero Peak may or may not be coming to find trouble with us in the coming days. Krala. Lichia looked exasperated. What did you do? Nothing. Honest. Those bastards wanted to double the prices. How was I supposed to take that laying down? She already knew her leader was exaggerating, but there was nothing more she could say. It's all okay, though. I found us a bodyguard. Everyone looked toward Leonel. But when they saw his black belt, they felt as though black was all they could see. Their legs swayed and they almost fell over. They were supposed to entrust their safety to a freshman? Even Radlis, who had seen Leonel in action, was one part speechless. He definitely did something to beautiful Big Sis. Radlis wanted to shed real tears. Just because he's good in bed, Big Sis, doesn't mean he's good at fighting. Those are 2 completely different battles. Radlis felt as though his world was crumbling. It seems he would have to find a new Big Sis to fawn over. This was too depressing. His dreams of sleeping on a beauty's lap were going up in smoke just because of Leonel. You're all thinking too much about it. Leonel is even stronger than I am by a good margin. Stop worrying so much. Come on, let's go work. Litia shook her head. Seeing that Radlis was trying to escape, she grabbed him by the ear and pulled him down into the basement. Everyone followed, even Leonel. He was quite curious to see what kind of lab the Polish glass faction was working with. The result was completely out of his expectations. I'll show you around so you can think of some security measures. I haven't really thought of your payment, but, I'll think of something. How about free room and board? This place might be shabby, but it's still far better than the freshman quarters. Oh, don't touch anything and try not to breathe too hard. The experiments we're working on are very sensitive to outside stimuli, especially impurities. Better indeed, Leonel looked around. The basement was filled with endless walls of white and steel tables. It looked more like a biology lab than a crafting station. But they were dealing with a very precious ore that Leonel immediately recognized. They're working with something so sensitive? What are they trying to do here exactly? Chapter 637, I guess. Chapter 637, I guess. The ore Leonel immediately recognized was quite a unique metal that manifested like glass. It had all the texture, feel, and pliability of metal, but also happened to be see-through. This ore was simply known as polished glass ore, and it seemed that Kayla's faction received their name directly from this source. The only difference between it and normal glass was that it had a slight black hue to it, as though in warning of its danger. The issue with polished glass, though, was that it was incredibly volatile. And as Kayla mentioned, it was best not to leave it with any impurities unless one wanted a face of what would amount to a stack of TNT. However, as it seemed with most things, the more difficult they were to deal with, the better the reward for dealing with them. The problem, though, was that polished glass had a very specific use case that would benefit it the greatest, and it was difficult to reach this balance. Seeing that Leonel had spent so long looking toward their stores of polished glass, Kayla smiled. Definitely do not touch that. Radlis, that brat, actually almost caused us to go up in smoke a few days ago. It's lucky that he has some use, or else I really would have strangled him to death by now. Though Kayla seemed casual with her words, the lab itself was in great order. Even at this moment, the polished glass was locked away safely and securely. The 5 members of the faction, excluding Radlis, had all gone off to work. Rum held 2 massive hammers, pounding away at something with his head hidden under a hood. Licha and Madia seemed to be taking whatever product he finished and purifying it what looked like flames. Philly inspect their products, while it was the lanky Voglor who took the most volatile product and placed it within the protective covering. To give Radlis some credit, though, it seemed that he had also gotten started on the task Kayla had for him. But, for whatever reason, he kept looking back toward Leonel and Kayla with tears streaking down his cheeks. One would have thought that he was cutting onions. The last station was completely empty. Leonel was certain that whatever processing was left would be left to Kayla herself. "You want to watch?" Kayla asked, seeing that Leonel was still curious. "Sure." Kayla made her way to the last lab table, her expression turning serious. Everyone seemed to take a pause on what they were doing to look over. The hair scrunchie that kept Kayla's ponytail in place began to flicker to life, dancing with a golden red. Taking a deep breath, she slipped her hands into the two openings within the transparent container, her gaze growing focused. Her flames licking across her hair danced down her neck, along her shoulders and arms, through the slots and onto the tips of her fingers. Very delicately, she began to handle the piece of transparent polished glass. At this moment, it already looked like a finished product. There was no amount of polishing that could make it any clearer. But, as force crafters, they all knew that this was an illusion. Handling such a piece of polished glass felt no different from standing in a nuclear war zone. Even if your eyes couldn't see it, you didn't have to for you to already be considered dead. The most dangerous part of handling polished glass didn't come from purifying it to this extent. This shouldn't be taken out of context, because it was indeed dangerous to reach this step. Rather, because the impurities were so obvious during the first steps, they were easier to deal with and manage. But right now, they were like hidden assassins ready and waiting to take your life. This was the most dangerous step. Not the purification, but the molding of polished glass into your weapon of choice. It took Kayla several hours of careful step-by-step processes to finally mold the final product. She gently pulled her hands out and grinned triumphantly, sweat matting her brow. Despite how happy she was with her work, she didn't take it out of the container. Rather, after pressing a button, the container collapsed inside very gently and formed a small box of metal that Kayla then put to the side, ready to receive the next. "So, you're making grenades?" Kayla gave Leonel a surprised look. "How did you know that?" The final product looked no different from a Christmas tree ornament. It had a small round body, so small, in fact, that one could fit 3 into the palm comfortably. Combining with its transparent appearance, and it was quite a beautiful ornament indeed. The slight black light it radiated only made it more intriguing. The only other oddity about the design was the small hole at the top. It was barely 1.5 centimeters across, and was hard to pick out amidst all the transparent glass. This was all to say that, other than a vague similarity in shape, it should be impossible to tell what the purpose of the vessel was, especially since it wasn't truly the final product. There was still one more step Kayla had to complete in secret before it could be deemed to be finished. Leonel shrugged and spoke casually. "Just a guess." Kayla's mouth opened to answer but couldn't come up with anything. Was it really just a guess? It's definitely an innovative idea. Usually, polished glass is used as the edge of blades due to its extraordinary sharpness. But your design is innovative. Since you can't purify the polished glass completely, you're taking advantage of this to finish a completely novel craft. It's quite genius. Leonel's casual remarks filled Kayla with pride in the beginning, before she was left more stunned than anything else. You? How? What? What? This wasn't analysis a layman could complete no matter how learned they were. Just telling that the polished glass wasn't completely purified required a deep level of knowledge. How? Leonel blinked. "Oh, that's what you mean. I'm a force crafter too, I guess. Chapter 638, take a chance. Chapter 638, take a chance you." Kayla was speechless. Having such combat prowess at such a young age, yet also having such insight as a force crafter, was this supposed to be a practical joke? Kayla could be considered rare enough, having decent strength along with good skill as a crafter. But she was also much older than Leonel. Though she didn't want to admit it, she was easily over double his age. Well, double what she estimated his age to be. If she knew Leonel was only 19, it would be much closer to triple than double. Leonel raised his brows. Was it really so shocking? He understood that crafters would be rare on Earth, but even if they were also rare here, running into 1 or 2 every so often shouldn't be impossible. There was no need for such surprise. Kayla shook her head. "You're right, we are making grenades. Initially, as you said, we wanted to use the polished glass stores we found for the sake of making sharp weapons. If we managed to succeed, even if the finished products were only Tier 3, they'd be able to rival Tier 5 and 6 weapons in pure sharpness alone. They'd be hot commodities among the lower class of Valiant Mountain, and there would be more than a few elites interested in them too." Leonel frowned. Polished glass was a Tier 6 ore. To use it to make Tier 3 weapons was a bit wasteful. He didn't quite understand why they would do that. If he thought about it more deeply, though, Kayla likely planned on using an exceptionally small amount right on the edge of the blade. This would indeed make a big difference in the sharpness of a weapon. But Even then, Kayla spoke as though she had no plans at all of making true Tier 6 weapons. If used properly, they could nearly rival Tier 7 weapons. That would truly make them a hot commodity, and this endeavor would be far more worth it. Of course, that was ignoring the idea of grenades, which Leonel felt was an excellent pivot. Seeing Leonel's look, Kayla put on a wronged expression. I know what you're thinking, Leonel raised his brows. But Valiant Heart Mountain only has stingy people. If you came here hoping you could find a pathway to Tier 5, 6, or higher, this senior of yours will have to disappoint you. The elders hoard everything, even from their disciples. I used to be under the tutelage of the best crafter Valiant Heart has to offer, Tier 9 Black Crafter, Jack Banala. But after realizing that old fogey only want to work me to the bone while giving me nothing in return, I left. Kayla sighed as she broke the news to Leonel. She had correctly guessed that Leonel's weird expression was about her not being able to complete Tier 6 crafts. But what she incorrectly guessed was that Leonel was also unable to. Because of that bastard, I can only craft up to Tier 5 on an excellent day, and that's despite the fact I already have the skill to complete Tier 7 crafts. Even if I have all the materials, I just don't have the knowledge of force arts necessary to bind them properly. The lab entered a somewhat depressing state. Oh? So that's the limitation? Leonel grasped a bit of what was going on. He agreed with Kayla's assessment of herself. Her hand speed and control was indeed at the Grade 2 designation. Though it was a far cry from Leonel's own superior Grade 1 designation, it was still good enough. Speaking of which, Leonel had long since begun on his bronze hand exercises, so he had actually already entered the Grade 3 designation and was approaching advanced Grade 3 designation. So, technically, he was already beyond his previous superior Grade 1 designation for the Black Grade and could begin to work on 5th Dimension crafts. Still, to put this matter into perspective, not all bronze crafters even reached Grade 1 designation first. So, Kayla was indeed not wrong when she said she had the skill to complete Tier 7 crafts. What did all this mean? It meant that Kayla's only real limitation was her lack of understanding in high-level force arts. Leonel sighed. This was his first time finally understanding the scope of what he had in his hands. Even a bronze organization like this one was hoarding knowledge Leonel might not even deem important enough to write on a piece of tissue paper. The words of his grandfather couldn't help but come back to his ears. Should he be handing over his things to those who were less privileged than he was? Leonel could only sigh again. At that moment, he felt a light pat on his shoulder. There's no need to feel so down, Kayla said with a smile, trying to comfort Leonel. Those old bastards are just jealous of our youth. Once they croak, it's not like they can take their knowledge with them. By then, we can just rob their graves. Hearing such words, Leonel could only burst into a fit of laughter. This Kayla was indeed quite an interesting character. She somewhat reminded him of Mordred. I wonder how Camelot is doing now. Leonel thought somewhat absent-mindedly before shaking his head. Clearing his mind, Leonel suddenly clapped, startling everyone in the lab. By now, even a casual clap from Leonel seemed to send swirling winds in every direction. Whoa, 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 are you trying to kill us all? Kayla panicked. Leonel grinned. Hey Kayla, I have some ideas. I wonder if you're willing to take another gamble on me. Kayla blinked, her beautiful eyes sparkling somewhat. For some reason, whenever Leonel entered such a state, just his aura alone seemed to make everyone gravitate toward him. The confidence he exuded bordered on intoxicating. Kayla looked around at the others, only to find that they were curiously observing Leonel too. It seemed that they had been caught up in it all as well. In the blink of an eye, the depressing atmosphere had vanished with the wind, the entire room orbiting around Leonel's bright smile. All right, freshman, what ideas do you have? Leonel's eyes sparkled. Since Valiant Heart wanted to hoard high-level force arts, he would just have to show them how powerful low-level force arts could be. Chapter 6-9. Baffling. Chapter 6-9. Baffling. What plan do you have in mind? Instead of answering, Leonel walked over to Rum's station. The massive man towered over Leonel, but he seemed to be the quiet type. In fact, aside from Lisha and Kayla, excluding Radlis, it seemed as though every member of Polished Glass was quiet. I'm just going to borrow your station for a little bit. Leonel smiled. Rum hesitated but bowed out of the way eventually. None of them knew how skilled Leonel was, but at least in this station, even if there was an explosion, it would be manageable. If Leonel insisted on starting at Kayla's station, then maybe even Kayla herself wouldn't have been able to allow it. However, what stunned Rum was that instead of going under the hood like he had, Leonel removed the coverings entirely, revealing the existence of a special violet light and numerous unprocessed ores. Without a spirit, Rum could only use the most primitive method of purification, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was an inferior method. There were many force crafters who swore by their blacksmithing methods. Leonel had even read about a famous crafter who wielded 16 hammers at once during all his crafts, though he obviously used a special telekinetic ability, or else it would be too ridiculous. Rum, however, used just 2 hammers. But in his hunched position, one could imagine the limited range and control he had. It took a lot of discipline to work at his station, for sure. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so. The polished glass faction could only afford a single open space like this. So, in order to maximize the special light he used to pick out impurities, he had to use such a posture. Leonel picked up a piece of ore under the horrified gazes of everyone present. Rum couldn't help but take a few steps back. Even Radless scrambled away, pressing his hands together in prayer. But what happened next left them all stunned. A regular wristband that had been wrapped around Leonel's arm with not a single hint of movement suddenly made its presence known, enveloping the ores completely. "Metal spirit," Kayla screamed out, her breathing hurried. Her face flushed red, her body trembling as though it couldn't grasp what it was seeing. A familiar of any kind was rare beyond compare. Kayla's hair scrunchie seemed to be a fire spirit, but this couldn't have been further from the truth. It was nothing more than a manifestation of her ability. Kayla's ability was somewhat like Monet's, except it emphasized control over both flames and their heat. She could make flames as fluid as gas in one instant and as solid as iron in the next. She could also make her flames as flexible and soft as a scrunchie. The only downside of her ability was that her output of flames wasn't very powerful. So, usually, she went out of her way to find sources of good flames, then stored them on her body in various ways. Her scrunchie was just one aspect. This was all to say that Kayla had never even seen a spirit in her life before, let alone the metal spirit. The metal spirit was widely accepted as one of, if not the best familiar for crafters to have. But they were notoriously impossible to control, and there were very few with the ability to do so. Yet, even those people would never casually leave a metal spirit on their wrist as though it was any other accessory. That was ridiculous and asking for death. But that was exactly what was happening before her. Leonel overturned the piece of ore in his hands, his eyes flashing. His aura became stifling, a heavy air hanging over the lab. Dream sculpt. In the blink of an eye, the ore, its every imperfection, its every crevice and peak, was perfectly reflected in Leonel's mind. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, what took Rum hours of hammering to accomplish was completed by Leonel in just 10 minutes. No, this couldn't be said. Compared to Rum's unfinished product, Leonel's was perfect. Bloop bloop little Tolly hopped around Leonel's palms happily. In one of Leonel's palms, there was a rock that looked no different from any other. It had a plain grayish appearance and sat silently. On his other palm, there was a perfect glass ball. Not a single imperfection could be picked out of it. Kayla didn't need to ask Leonel to understand. That perfect ball, it was exactly the product she slaved over continuously, but this was the first time she was actually seeing it. This, Kayla's eyes brightened. With this, we could actually make those Tier 3 weapons, Leonel smiled. We could make a better version of your grenades, but in that state, the polished glass is completely inert. Kayla could tell this easily. In fact, anyone could. The way was simple. The black light the polished glass usually gave off had vanished, leaving behind nothing but a shallow, barely perceptible gray light. This was how one knew you had reached perfection. True. But this still exists. Leonel tossed the pile of impurities up and let it land on his palm again. "You, what?" Quote, Ekla was confused. She didn't understand. The impurities were exactly that. Impure. They weren't even unique to Polish glass ore. Impurities were just anything that happened to be in the environment the ore was birthed in. Ore veins had to grow around a lot of rock and sediment, and oftentimes these impurities would seep in and disrupt its growth. These would have to be taken out during the refinement process. Though some ores could only be grown in special environments, and thus usually had impurities in common across their ores, polished glass ore had too many potential growing spots to have anything so convenient attached to its lore. This was all to say that the impurities in Leonel's hand could be from anywhere. In fact, it was no different from a rock one could pick up on the roadside. If one tried to sell it, you'd get beaten to death for being a fraudulent merchant. Leonel's actions were simply too baffling. However, he only smiled and his hands began to move again. Chapter 640, Not Lying. Chapter 640, Not Lying. This time, having snapped out of her daze due to the appearance of a metal spirit, she paid more attention to Leonel's hands. Seeing how deft he was and the level of speed he was able to maintain, Kayla felt as though she had entered a completely new world. This is at least grade 1 designation. That's impossible. Elder Shakbianala only allowed them to watch him work from afar, but she was certain that he was at the advanced grade 2 designation at best. In fact, Kayla was only able to reach grade 2 thanks to a fortuitous encounter while searching for flames to empower her crafting. It was thanks to this that her scope broadened and she realized the Banala wasn't as great or mysterious as he claimed to be. But even though she was aware of this, seeing Leonel now still made all she had learned in the past several decades feel like nothing more than a waste. In 10 more minutes, the rock of impurities had been reformed into 6 different segments. Leonel's right palm, which held the Polish glass, let go, allowing a portion of little Tolly to let it float. With a flip of his palm, an elegant black quill appeared in Leonel's hand. Just its sight alone made Kayla's breathing quickened. This time, it wasn't only her either. The metal spirit was so rare in this corner of the universe that only the most well-learned would recognize it on first sight. But this quill was something they all recognized because all of them had one. A crafting quill wasn't a rare thing. However, one of the quality Leonel was wielding now, well, that was a different matter entirely. They all thought that it was at least tier 7, having never seen a quasi-bronze quill before. If they had broader knowledge, it would have been easier to guess. But even without knowing, they were practically drooling. Leonel, however, was completely focused. His wrists flicked, several force arts being drawn in what felt like in an instant. It felt as though his quill would pass by a region only for a pristine force art to appear where he had just been. This was the first time they had watched someone draw force art so quickly, and on a useless piece of rock no less. But at that moment, they didn't care. Unlike Jack, who always found ways to hide his process, Leonel didn't hide a single thing. Kayla even managed to see through what force arts Leonel was drawing. The language was a bit different, but the function was the same. She felt certain that these were just modified versions of the arts she had drawn on her so-called final product, but Leonel was drawing them on the useless rock. "We'll use the same arts you used with just a single change." Leonel began to speak. Kayla's lip twitched. A single change? Leonel had already altered the whole design. She had no idea what he was thinking. You combined an air purification, windshield, and air suction force art in order to simulate a vacuum. It was a genius combination. I won't change anything about that. Leonel knew a higher-level force art which didn't require this combination and could simply form a vacuum by itself. But he felt that there was no need to do this. Kayla was the leader of this team, not him. There was no need to make her years of hard work meaningless when it was a method that would work well enough. Kayla beamed with pride, practically grinning ear to ear. "The only thing I'll add is a spacer. It's a simple magnetic force art that adds a charge to an ore." Kayla blinked. She was really curious because she had never seen such a force art, but at the same time, she was even more curious about what it would be used for. At that moment, Leonel's left had began to move. Little Tolly, who had been doing nothing but holding the pristine ball of polished glass ore up, shifted. The pristine ball was separated into several marbles. A single palm-sized ball formed what seemed like over 30 thumbnail-sized ball. Leonel took just a single one, his fingers moving like a blur. The marble was molded and folded, forming small surgical knife blades that couldn't have been thicker than a hair's width. Leonel's pen began to move again, placed the final force arts in place. With deft fingers, he slid the knife blades into the 6 pieces of rock. Then, snap. Kayla jumped. When she saw the complete craft, she was stunned. It was a small ball, less the third the size of a palm. But it had numerous thin perforations. If it wasn't for the fact she had seen Leonel slide the polished glass ore pieces into them, she wouldn't have noticed this at all. On top of the ball, there was a small pin no different from any other grenade. Leonel smiled, his expression just as relaxed. "This is the final product. It looks like the blades are touching, but they aren't. The blades are just a small bit thinner than the perforations in the ball. The magnetic force arts repel each other from all sides equally, causing them to hover in place. The pin completes the circuit for the completion of the vacuum. The moment the pin is removed, air rushes in. The sudden surge, caused by a high concentration of air flowing into an area of low concentration, will cause the thin blades to rattle. The moment the thin blades touch the impurities, the etchings I had to carve in for the sake of the magnetic force arts will ignite. The magnetic force art on the polished glass ore will shatter before the ones I drew on the impure rock. The disruption will cause the blades to be ejected outward. The combination of the magnets and the explosion of the polished glass ore will combine into one, making the explosion far more violent than it was originally. I'm fairly certain that this grenade could put someone in Tier 5 at death's door. Someone in Tier 6 would still be severely injured, and it only costs 1/30th of a weapon." Leonel smiled, pointing toward the 29 remaining marbles. Kayla and the others looked toward Leonel as though they were looking at a monster. Radless especially was at a loss, remembering what Leonel had said on the mountain pass that day. He wasn't lying. 1, he isn't a fool. He really doesn't care about Tier 7 weapons. Chapter 641, Change. Chapter 641, Change. Radless felt his intestines overturning. Was this the mysterious goldmine of legends? Was his luck finally turning for the better? Bro? No. Big bro? No. Senior Leonel. Radless flashed and appeared in front of Leonel, a wide smile spreading across his pale face. If Leonel didn't know better, he would have thought that Radless was a ghost doing its best to scare him half to death. However, before he could say more, he found himself being kicked away by Kayla again. "You idiot, that's a ticking time bomb in his hands. What would you do if it accidentally fell because of you?" After she was done, Kayla immediately looked toward Leonel with sparkling eyes. Radless saw a gold mine, but she saw an endless store of information. Even if she was beaten to death, she wouldn't believe that Leonel had gained all this skill on his own. He most definitely had a teacher, and with a teacher came all sorts of information. Kayla knew that all the force arts Leonel had used to form this grenade were Tier 4 at best. But she didn't believe that this was the extent of Leonel's knowledge. It had taken her months of research and experimentation to complete the sequence of force arts she needed to form the vacuum that kept the grenade stable. But, in the blink of an eye, Leonel saw through its purpose and even adapted her design to suit his changes. Her breathing quickened. The only way he'd be able to do this was if his knowledge of force arts was so far beyond hers that there was no comparison whatsoever. She didn't even believe her former master could see through her intentions without at least a few days of observation and tests. After a while, Kayla slowly calmed herself and smiled bitterly. If even a hack like Jacques was so close to the vest with his knowledge, how much more so would a true master like Leonel's teacher be in this regard? As arrogant as Jacques was, Kayla had no doubt that Leonel's teacher was several times more, but at least he would have more of a right to be. Kayla knew it would be ridiculous of her to expect a junior she just met to divulge such important information, so she didn't even bother to ask. Recollecting herself, Kayla finally found a few oddities with the grenade. Namely, there was one she just couldn't wrap her head around. Hopefully, Leonel wouldn't mind answering this. How did you manage to get the inert Polish glass to explode, though? Hearing Kayla's question, the 5 members of the Polish glass faction seemed to realize something too. Sighing, the excitement in their eyes also dimmed. The dimensional verse was a cruel world where those at the top always sought to hoard power for themselves. Even if Leonel was a good person, asking something so great of him would be too much and far too ungrateful. Leonel nodded when he heard Kayla's question. If the inert polished glass could be forced to explode so easily, then it would never be used as the blade of a weapon. No one wanted to deal with their own weapon lashing out at them mid-battle. That would be too ridiculous. It had already been established that the so-called impurities were just regular rocks. Since there was nothing special about them, who was to say that contact with an enemy's blade wouldn't also cause the Polish glass to explode if it was really so unstable? The secret is the thinness of the hidden blades, Leonel explained. The explosive effect of unrefined Polish glass is caused by disruptions in its chemical structure. After it has been properly refined to the point of becoming inert, there are no longer any impurities to disrupt its structures. When you refine it into a blade, any outside interferences are too small to affect the overall situation. Whatever chain reaction that would have occurred is easily halted before it can gain any steam. But when it's thin enough, to the point where it's just a few atoms thick, the structure is much easier to disrupt, especially when you draw force art onto it, thinning it out even more. Kayla's eyes glowed. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't wrap her mind around how Leonel had come up with such a design in just a few minutes. Everything about it seemed perfect. It was the kind of design one should have spent years laboring over every detail of, yet he had completed it in an afternoon. It was baffling. Leonel grinned. Want to test it? Kayla shivered. She felt like she was looking at a madman. No way. The testing rooms that could withstand something like that are way too expensive to rent. Forget it. The two looked one another and burst into a fit of laughter. Not long later, the first grenade of polished glass faction was completed and stored. Having let the excitement sink in, the team prepared to make as many as possible. The Valiant Heart Zone wasn't an event just anyone could join. One had to gain enough merits to enter a tournament, and only by placing well in this tournament would one then be able to enter. However, gathering merits was simply too time-consuming, and many would rather spend the time training. The fact that they were time-consuming was just one aspect, though. Oftentimes, missions were a good way to train as well. The main issue was the fact the injury rate was simply too high. If one suffered a severe injury, how would they recover in time to participate even if they managed to gather enough merits? This consumable device would fix much of this. There were a countless number of missions that would be made far easier if one had such a destructive device on hand. Kayla herself, who had participated in a number of these missions to gather enough funds to buy more ores, knew exactly how much such a product would be desired. Unfortunately, they often could only be bought from outside markets and in small quantities. The Polish glass faction would change all of that. Chapter 642, Exchange Fair. Chapter 642, Exchange Fair. The next month passed by in an odd silence. Leonel didn't appear again, but neither did Seriath seem intent on doing anything. For those who had been waiting for sparks to fly, this was an exceptionally odd lull that left many feeling disappointed. However, whether or not the two had actually thought of letting matters settle just like this, it was completely unknown. That should do it. Leonel raised his head for the first time in a long time. He seemed to have sat in the same place endlessly, completely focused on his task. Before him, there were two finished products. One was the grenade they were all familiar with, while the other was most definitely not. However, considering the nonchalant responses the others had to this phenomenon, it was clearly not the first time in this last month that they had seen this design. Leonel ended up having to simplify the two designs he created, effectively forming a stream of 4 different products, 2 of which could only be crafted by him, while the latter 2 were made easier for the other members of Polish Glass to complete themselves. The result was a line of elite products and common products that would give the group some better leverage on the market. Kayla smiled. Rum obediently took hold of another behemoth-like stack of boxes and began to bring them out. Leonel stretched his back, his eyes slightly red. "Go take a shower, hermit. We can't have our prized engineer walking around like a rat's nest," Leisha teased Leonel ruthlessly. Toward such a thing, Leonie could only smile bitterly. "Big sister, that's too mean." Medea tried to stop Leisha from being too harsh, but all she got was a palm to the forehead. "He's a big man, he'll be fine." Leonel gave Medea a thankful smile before rushing off to shower and get dressed. At the very least, this small home had such accommodations. It wasn't long before the group had set off. "How exactly does this showcase work?" Leonel asked curiously. "I applied for a section from Valiant Hall half a month ago, and it was decided that today would be our day. As long as we perform well, our products will appear on the Valiant Hall exchange list, and the system will be pretty much automated for us from then on." Leonel was enlightened. "I thought we would have to open a shop or something." Kayla's expression darkened a bit, taking Leonel off guard. Had he said something wrong? "We can't afford that." Kayla looked up into the skies as though she was truly hurt. Leisha cleared her throat. "Don't mind her. She's a bit of a money grubber. The Valiant Hall exchange list is safe and about as no hassle as you can get. But the consequence is that the taxes we have to pay are higher. It would be better for us to have our own store as long as it was in a decent part of the city, but all the land has been bought up by seniors long ago. Usually, you would just have to defeat the store owner and take over the rental fees to take over a store, but the network of store owners is too complex right now. Most store owners are part of union. Defeating one essentially means offending the whole union. It's really too much of a headache to deal with. So, stores usually only get passed on willingly these days, and most of the time to close family juniors thanks to nepotism." Hearing Latia's explanation, Leonel could only shake his head. The more he learned about Valiant Heart's system of competition, the more he realized just how little real competition there was. Not long later, the group made their way to Valiant Hall, Rum's heavy steps causing the cities to quake. "You sure you don't need any help, Rum?" Leonel asked for the third time already. "No, I'm okay." Rum smiled almost too gently for a man his size. He was practically an enormous teddy bear. "You've already done so much work for us, this is the least I could do." Leonel finally gave up. This big teddy bear was truly too stubborn. "Philly, this is the registration information. We'll go start setting up." Kayla handed over some forms over to the thin and spectacled Philly, who quietly accepted them and moved into the building. Kayla put her fists on her hips like a valiant hero, a bright smile spreading across her face as her lab coat fluttered in the wind. After a moment of basking in her own glory, she strode forward, finding a space outside of Valiant Hall to begin her setup. Rum followed obediently behind her, a sheepish smile on his face. Seems the big guy has a crush on Kayla. Leonel chuckled to himself. Valiant Hall was just as grandiose as Leonel remembered it. The only difference between now and then was that there were a few groups gathering around its entrance as though setting up a fair. Kayla found a nice location beneath the shade of some trees and began to set up their display. It even reminded Leonel somewhat of his school science fair projects, a wave of nostalgia he wasn't quite ready for. The number of people here to witness this event were quite small in number, though. But Kayla and the others didn't mind. After all, as long as the judges approved of their product, they could enter the exchange list. Out of habit, before going out to any missions, students would always check for new products so they'd be able to get their name out that way. At least, that was what Kayla thought until there was a sudden change to the situation. On the horizon, a large number of people began making their way toward the exchange fair. There were only a couple hundred at most, not even enough to make the entrance of Valiant Hall feel crowded, but compared to the mere 4 or 5 stations of crafters and force tool masters ready to display their products, this number was massive. Kayla couldn't ever remember there being such a large influx of people. Even when the most famous factions displayed their products, there would never be this many. Her eyes, along with Leonel's, narrowed simultaneously. They couldn't help but feel that some sort of conspiracy was afoot. Chapter 643, Old Timers. Chapter 643, Old Timers. As the crowd around Valiant Hall was steadily growing, Philly came back out seemingly having completed his task. But even he, who was usually even-keeled and expressionless, couldn't help but be shocked by the sudden change. Why were there so many people coming? What was going on exactly? Leonel had been certain that they had come to cause trouble. During his month of time with Kayla and the others, he hadn't lowered his guard, always being prepared for a sudden ambush from the King of Or's faction. But even to this point, he hadn't seen a single thing. However, what was even more shocking about what was going on was the fact that after reaching the exchange fair, the more than 200 youths who had come began to observe each display curiously. Leonel thought it was just an act. How could he not? According to what he learned from Kayla, they would be lucky to have a dozen audience members, and that was including the judges themselves. But the longer he observed, the more he realized that he was wrong. Leonel was very good at reading the intentions of people. He thought himself to have quite a high level of emotional intelligence. It was part of the reason many were fond of him. However, even with these skills and his acute senses, he couldn't find anything wrong with this crowd of people. It was as though They had really come for the fair? Just what was going on? While Leonel was distracted, the entrance of Valiant Hall opened up once again. This time, 3 old-timers came out. Kayla's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Leonel was about to ask this question, but Rum was far more attentive to Kayla's change than even he was. Kayla blinked, trying to regain her bearings. She shook her head and took a deep breath. Kayla couldn't take her eyes off of the old man in the center. Though Leonel had only known her for a short time, he was easily able to guess who the old man was. Jacques Benalla, the only Tier 9 black crafter Valiant Heart Mountain had to offer. He was an old man that seemed to have a foot in the grave already. His skin was loose, his wrinkles prominent, and his face was covered in age spots, making it difficult to tell what its original tone was meant to be. However, despite this, and despite the fact he used a metallic walking cane to move, his back was ramrod straight, making one wonder why he needed the walking stick at all. As though this old man wasn't odd enough to look at, his eyes seemed to have aged even quicker than his body, reflecting a milky white beneath his spectacles. And, much like Kayla, he too wore a lab coat. It seemed that during her time under his tutelage, she had still managed to pick up some of his habits. Beside Elder Benalla were 2 others, both of whom were women. They were considerably younger than Benalla, but they had still been classified as old-timers in Leonel's mind. So, it went to show just how old Kayla's former master was. The 2 old women seemed to be in their late 50s to early 60s. Compared to Benalla, their skin was much more well taken care of. It was rare to see an older woman exposing so much, but such was the reality of Valiant Heart Mountain and their uniforms. Regardless, it made it clear that these 2 older women had taken good care of their bodies and even still seemed somewhat perky in some areas. If it wasn't for the deep wrinkles by their eyes, they would have looked closer to 40 than they did 60. Observing the atmosphere between the 3, Leonel had a feeling that they had quite a close relationship. He wouldn't be surprised if they were married. Leonel felt weirded out when he had this thought. Despite how much time had passed, monogamy was still very much the norm on Earth. In fact, now that all cultures had been assimilated, it was even more prevalent. Leonel had never seen a person with 2 wives before. Why are they here? Kayla's voice was hardly audible, but it snapped Leonel out of his useless thoughts. That was right. Usually, only minor students and members of Valiant Hall would come to judge the exchange fair. Something like a Tier 9 black crafter coming to oversee what should amount to children's playthings in his eyes was ridiculous. What the hell is going on? Leonel furrowed his brow. He felt a bit stifled at this moment. His instincts were screaming at him that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. There were only 2 possibilities. Either whoever was playing games with him now was far smarter than he was, or they were working with information Leonel simply didn't have. Leonel calmed himself almost immediately, his irises becoming deathly still of all emotion. The world that had slowed under his exceptional thinking speed seemed to pick back up again. The crowd of people began to roam freely, going from station to station as they curiously observed the products. Having not been ready for such an audience, many of the smaller factions presenting alone with Leonel and the others were flustered. But, without a choice, they could only press forward. At their own pace, the 3 old-timers also began to visit the stations one by one. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with their actions. But, for the first time since this crowd had come, Leonel finally picked out some oddities from the 3. Every so often, their gaze would sweep over their station as though there was something interesting to pay attention to here. Leonel's eyes narrowed. Finally, the time came. The 3 judges finished with the station nearest to them and moved forward, their expressions impossible to read. Is it coming now? Chapter 644, genuine Chapter 644, genuine at least, that was what Leonel thought. But when the old-timers actually came to their station, he began to question himself all over again. Hello, Kayla. How have you been? Kayla's face was a bit stiff, but she still managed to squeeze out a smile. I've been good, Elder Benalla. AI, what a distant form of address. What happened to the little girl who would always cutely call me master? Is there a need to be like this? Kayla's face still remained somewhat stiff. Every fiber of her being wanted to stick a middle finger up and tell this old fart to go to hell, but she knew that despite the amiable personality of this old man, he wielded quite a bit of power in Valiant Heart. She didn't want to risk her path being cut off for no reason. She had already managed to separate from this old man without incurring too much of a penalty. She didn't want to risk any more. All right, Jack, stop teasing the poor girl. If you had lightened up the workload on those poor little kids like I told you, she would have never left. I was just trying to get her full potential out. All right. You've said this many times already. It seems your favorite disciple is doing quite well for herself, even ready to submit some new designs for the exchange list. How about we give her the stage? Who Leonel thought were Benalla's 2 wives mediated the situation, finally letting them get down to business. Leonel realized at that moment that he might have misread the looks the old-timers had been given their station. He forgot to consider the fact they might just be looking because they recognized Kayla. From their talk, it seemed that these old-timers were closer to Kayla than he thought. At the very least, though Kayla was unsatisfied with their relationship, the three of them didn't dislike the young girl. They even seemed to somewhat understand her decision. If this was the case, was there really no trump card coming? Was there no table flip? No sudden evil plot? Leonel couldn't wrap his head around it at all. Kayla took a deep breath and began to introduce the products. We have 4 products total split into 2 categories. We have a consumable product and a defensive product. Starting with the consumable, we call them the Polished Grenade and Elite Polished Grenade. They make use of our faction's signature ore, the Polished Glass ore. One of Binala's wives perked up. She was a great crafter in her own right, being tier 8. So, she was obviously aware of the difficulty there was in handling polished glass. Kayla nodded, growing more relaxed. Both the common and elite version work on the same principle. We make use of, when Kayla regained her wits, her words became more confident. Soon, her presentation became somewhat of a performance. Leonel couldn't help but think that she'd be a good saleswoman. You say that the Polish grenade can kill anyone below tier 4 and severely injure someone at tier 4, and the elite version can kill anyone below tier 6? Kayla beamed. Yes. She had never actually tested the grenades, but she was confident in Leonel's assessment. If there was anyone whose calculations could be trusted without a doubt, it was his. And, of course, Leonel used the standard of Valiant Heart, not Earth. And the price? Jock asked the final question. Kayla's smile grew brighter. The common version will cost just 5 merit points. The elite version will cost 10. The old-timers blinked, looking at each other in shock. The only reason they hadn't been too shocked by the strength of these grenades was because they expected it to be expensive. This was usually the case with the inventions of youths. They would have good ideas, powerful even, but they would be much too expensive to manufacture on any large scale. However, 1 merit point was just 10 kilograms of 4th-dimensional herbe ore. To buy something that could kill a tier 6 existence with just 100 kilograms of herbe, that was cheaper than even the price of a tier 3 weapon. Even money grubbers might jump at this chance. Are you sure that this is the price you want to sell it at? Biennala looked toward the youth steeply. Certain, Kayla said confidently. Biennala's wizened eyes narrowed, but he eventually turned his gaze toward the defensive product they had brought forward. And this? Kayla smiled. This is our mending armor and elite mending armor. As you might guess from the name, the main function of this armor is in stitching and cauterizing wounds. The mending armor has the ability to defend against weapons at and below tier 4. The elite mending armor has the ability to defend against weapons at and below tier 6. However, in the case that their durability fails or a location is overloaded and pierced through, its main function will kick in. The armor will not only self-mend, but it will do the same for the skin beneath, constricting any wounds below until medical attention can be sought. It's the perfect flexible armor for many. Biennala took a deep breath. Even if this armor was too expensive, it would still be worth the buy for many if it worked as advertised. And the price? Kayla sent a glance toward Leonel, grinning. The mending armor will be sold for 50 merit points. The elite mending armor for 100. The old-timers were stunned once again. If everything is as you say, and the final tests show the accuracy of your words and sustainability of the designs, I can take responsibility to place your 4 products on the golden exchange list, Jack said with an amiable smile. Kayla was stunned before her expression became ecstatic. This was more than she ever even dreamed of. Leonel watched all of this silently, not knowing what to think. Everything seemed so genuine. Was this really not a plot? Chapter 645, Celebration. Chapter 645, Celebration earning a place on the Golden Exchange list was indeed a marvelous turn of events. Usually, only the most well-established factions with years of experience earned the right to be placed on such a list. The Golden Exchange list wasn't just a small honor, it also came with many tangible benefits. For one, the taxes they would have to pay was lessened by more than half. Whereas 65% of their profits would have had to be handed over previously, now they would only have to give up 30%. Though this was still higher than the 20% stores had to give up, they had one added benefit the stores didn't have. All items on the Golden Exchange list were products Valiant Heart Mountain had recognized personally. As a result, aside from orders from the students, their faction would also receive bulk orders from the organization as well. These bulk orders were where the true money was waiting to be made. It was still unknown if a product would become popular among students even if it made the Golden Exchange list. But these bulk orders would guarantee a large sum of merit points to be paid in advance. This influx of merit points would allow a faction the breathing room it needed to experiment with other creations, and also gather enough resources to fulfill their orders. Even if Valiant Heart Mountain only ordered once, it was enough to give a faction a great kickstart as long as they took advantage of it. For them to gain such an honor while presenting their first products, how could Kayla not be excited? The young faction leader couldn't help but beam, her smile spreading from ear to ear. Jock took the samples to be tested, and they would learn of the results in just a few hours. She couldn't help but be ecstatic. Unfortunately, for some reason, Leonel couldn't find it within himself to be happy. If something is going to go wrong, now would be the time. Their samples had been taken away to be tested by the old-timers. If nothing went wrong, maybe Leonel would really have to admit that he was just being paranoid. But what happened next left him stunned. Barely half an hour later, Elder Binala came back with a smiling face and officially announced the matters. The team could no longer hold back their excitement. Even Thilly, who was always expressionless, had his lip curl ever so slightly. In fact, Radless, who had been running around getting them refreshments, also beamed. Though whether he was smiling because he was happy about their success, or the bounciness of Kayla's chest as she celebrated, well, maybe only he knew the answer to that. Jack chuckled. Don't celebrate too early. This is where the real challenge begins. The organization has ordered 500 polished grenades and elite polished grenades. On top of that, we also want 100 of each type of mending armor. Can you do it? Kayla's eyes brightened. Of course, of course. Though she didn't say this, in the past month, they had already made more than 10 times this number. Handing over such an amount was child's play, mostly due to Leonel. She could only say that that young man was a monster. She remembered the first time she watched Leonel craft 20 elite Polish grenades at once. She'd only recently been able to pick her jaw up from the floor. Plus, the organization never set deadlines for their bulk orders. Even if they took half a year, it wouldn't be a problem. This could only be considered to be a medium-sized order. Good, good. Your merits will be transferred over immediately. You've done well. I hope to see more in the future. With those final words, Binala and his wives left to Valiant Hall, and, true to their words, someone soon came to take the massive crates Rum had been holding away. Kayla almost squealed with delight when she saw the merit points flood her identification ring. She felt as though she was floating on a cloud. Leonel. She turned toward the man with a hint of moistness in her eyes. Leonel hid his worry and smiled back. Don't look at me that way or else your fan club would think I did you wrong. Kayla sputtered with laughter. What fan club? Stop teasing me. Here. Kayla touched her ring to Leonel's, causing over 80% of the merit points to flood over. I don't know why you insisted on handing over all the credit to our faction, but as promised, here are your merits. Leonel blinked. This seems to be more than we agreed upon, no? They had made 15,750 merit points after their bulk sale, but Kayla had given Leonel more than 12,000 in one sweep when they had only agreed to a 40-60 split, with Leonel receiving 40. This wasn't only because Leonel was kind-hearted, but rather because he was providing of the materials. Plus, there was just one of him and 6 other members, excluding Radless and including Kayla. He thought that taking 40% was already asking for a lot. However, he had no choice but to ask for this. As soft as he was, he couldn't forget the reason he came here in the first place, and that was for the sake of Ina. Not just for her sake, but specifically to cure her curse. Without resources, he couldn't do this, and the best resource to have in this place were merits. Kayla smiled. Consider it a down payment for the future. I can tell that you probably won't be here for long, but I hope that during the time you are here that you'll stay with us. Leonel raised his brows before grinning. That you don't have to worry about. Who would want a castaway like me anyway? The team looked toward one another and burst into a fit of laughter. Let's go celebrate, Kayla happily shouted. Dinner's on the newly minted rich tycoon, Leonel coughed. It seemed that Kayla hadn't reformed from her money-grubber ways just yet, despite her generosity. However, he didn't fight it. He might as well. Just as Leonel was about to accept, his eyes flashed. He pulled out a talisman from his spatial ring, a happy light shining in his eye. Aina had contacted him. Chapter 646, Nod. Chapter 646, Nod. The polished glass faction members looked toward one another as Leonel dashed away as though his feet were on fire. Was this the same young man who displayed such confidence the whole time they had known him? Why did he seem so whipped? See, I told you he had a girlfriend. But his smile didn't last for long before he found Latia's foot and Kayla's fist closing in on him together. Leonel dashed through the city, most seeing nothing but a golden blur as he whizzed by. Despite the fact he hadn't trained his body in a month, his control over force had reached new heights. Leonel's purpose in spending a month crafting went beyond just accumulating merit points. It also allowed him to train his mind. He hadn't just been showing off when he began to craft 20 elite polished grenades at once. He had actually been focused on honing his split minds. The same way Leonel found that he could dull his senses by splitting his experiences of them between different streams of consciousness, he also found that he could sharpen these same senses by doing the reverse. By focusing on the same task with many different minds, he could also heighten his senses. But what Leonel ultimately found was that this approach was much less effective than the dulling of his senses. If one thought about it, it made sense. Ultimately, Leonel's split minds would lose some computational ability in comparison to if he focused his entire mind on one thing. What was the solution to this? It was obviously to strengthen his individual streams of consciousness. Leonel found that there were 2 ways to do this. The first was to improve his control of Dreamforce. It was ultimately Dreamforce that allowed him to do all these fanciful things. The second method was more crude, and that was simply to practice. So, Leonel did both simultaneously and continuously for the last month, only resting rarely. As a result, his control had reached new levels in just this month alone. The use of his mage core and its connection with his body especially had become far easier. During his battle with Nigmir, Leonel mostly relied on his earth element because he still found that he was most comfortable using it despite the fact his fire element affinity should be higher. But now, he believed he could be far more versatile in battle. Leonel was happy with his progress. Soon, he'd feel confident enough to break into the fifth dimension with his soul force. Once he did this, he would finally have enough capital to look for the latter portions of dimensional cleanse. When he reached that step, curing Aina would become much easier. Of course, there was also the chance that he wouldn't have to go so far to help her at all. Who knows, maybe the Valiant Hall Zone would have a solution. Leonel blazed a trail to the freshman quarters, a place he hadn't been in a long time. He couldn't help his smile from blooming when he saw a familiar silhouette standing near the community meditation grounds. Before she could react, Leonel had dashed over, sweeping her petite figure into his arms. Ah! Aina, caught off guard, couldn't even react before she found herself practically enveloped. If it wasn't for the fact she was currently wearing her mask, even her lips might have been assaulted at that moment. Leonel hugged her tightly, taking a deep breath. A familiar smell of apple tickled his nose, making him feel at peace. For a moment, he forgot about all his worries and basked in her softness. Aina wiggled around in his embrace, her face flushed completely red. She seemed keenly aware that she was being looked at by all sorts of people. And how could they not be? After all, they were in what was effectively a community square. Finally, Aina managed to wiggle her way out. But she simultaneously wanted to hide her face away from everyone, leading her to the point of resting her forehead against Leonel's chest in defeat. Leonel grinned. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. With a wave of his palm, Aina and Leonel seemed to disappear from everyone's view even though they hadn't moved a single inch. Happy now? Leonel's smile became gentler as Aina looked up toward him. Without a word, Aina wrapped her arms around his back. It seemed this workaholic missed him too. Aina stood to the tips of her toes, taking her mask off to plant a kiss on Leonel's cheek. Sorry, I missed your call before. Aina was a bit embarrassed. She hadn't seen Leonel's attempt to contact her until more than a month later. Leonel raised his brow. Just a kiss on the cheek? Is this how shallow your apology runs? Leonel's voice sounded broken and hurt, causing Aina to pout. She didn't get to finish her words because Leonel had already sealed her lips. He greedily took a taste, his mind whirling. It had really been too long. This girl dared to disappear for almost 2 months. She deserved this bit of punishment. Aina's spine tingled as she felt Leonel's hand slide down her waist. She almost lamented the exposed skin. How gently he caressed her, as though he was afraid to harm a hair on her head, made her heart flutter. She hopped up a little bit when Leonel's palm traveled just a bit too far down. Like a scared little rabbit, she wanted to escape, but found that her knees were a bit weak. Leonel pulled back, his eyes jumping back and forth between Aina's own. Her gaze seemed somewhat hazy, her lips still slightly parted. The feeling of her plump bottom in his hands made him feel just as intoxicated. The combination of firmness from her training and elasticity from her excellent genetics made Leonel feel as though he couldn't get enough. He almost didn't notice Aina's slightly hurried breathing. Leonel couldn't decide what felt better between a memory of a soft chest and this, though. He guessed the former would have an edge since it wasn't impeded by any fabric. Want to go back to my dorm room? Leonel asked with a slightly expectant and gruff tone. He rarely, if ever, spent time over there. But it should technically still be his. Aina nodded almost imperceptibly, something that Leonel himself almost missed. With a smile, he swept his girlfriend into his arms and dashed off to the freshman living quarters. At that moment, 4 new items silently appeared on the golden exchange list. Chapter 647, The Look in Her Eyes. Chapter 647, The Look in Her Eyes. Leonel slammed the door of his room closed, his lips sealed over Aina's. His hands clasped beneath her thighs, holding her small frame up. He found himself completely lost in the feeling of her touch, though still not forgetting to blanket the room in protective and silencing arrays. The room wasn't anywhere near big enough to accommodate the segmented cube Aina had surely brought with her, so Leonel gently laid her onto the small bed. Aina's body coiled around Leonel's, immersed in her own hazy feeling. She allowed Leonel to toss away the heavy neckwear that hung around their shoulders, not caring the slightest bit when they clanged to the floor. The feeling was intoxicating. Their tongues intertwined in their own sort of dance, but that alone was enough for Aina to flush completely red, her breathing somewhat labored. She felt something hard pressing against her from below. It was the sort of sensation that filled her with one part fear and another part ambiguous excitement. Memories of the last time she had seen that beast below ran through her mind. She could still remember the throbbing heat in her hand. Something about it made her heart quicken with a faint anticipation. Lost in her own haze, she hardly realized when Leonel had taken off his pants. Even though he still had a pair of undergarments below, the steely rod only seemed to become more prominent and more difficult to ignore. Her hand reached out as though with a mind of its own, gently following the outline. This is just an apology for disappearing for so long. Leonel sucked in a cold breath, feeling the sudden touch. Even he didn't realize when Ina's hand had disappeared from the side of his face to appear where it was. But he had no intention of stopping her either. He pulled away from their kiss, his eyes opening to meet Ina's. He could see a partial absent-mindedness behind her gaze, but there was also a sparkling hint of excitement. Leonel held himself up with a hand, using the other to outline Ina's silhouette, her hand still proceeding below. He felt the curve of her breast through her chest band, the toned softness of her belly, and traced down to her belt before tugging at it. Leonel's breath quickened, feeling a slight squeeze below. Seeing his reaction, Ina's lip curled, the happiness in her eyes growing as she felt her belt slip off. As Leonel continued to look in her eyes, he realized something. At that moment, all of Ina's pleasure was being derived from making him happy. She seemed to enjoy this very much, but for some reason, this wasn't the kind of look Leonel wanted to see her wear right now. He had never been with a woman before, but whenever he imagined the woman, a part of him wanted to see his every touch make her melt, his every kiss cause her body to convulse. Maybe these were just the idealized dreams of a teenage boy who didn't know the faintest thing about a woman's body, but a man could hope, right? On one hand, Leonel felt a sweetness in his chest that Ina looked so happy right now, but on the other, he didn't just want to see happiness. He wanted to see pleasure, he wanted to see intoxication, he wanted to hear sounds and see sights that could make his legs weak. But how would he do that? Leonel's thumb traced along Ina's hip. Just beneath the waist of her pants, he could feel 2 layers of fabric. His heart couldn't help but quicken again when he realized what was just below. Hooking his thumb between the 2 fabrics, he slowly pulled Ina's pants down. Ina's flushed appearance deepened, but she didn't stop Leonel's hands. She pulled her hands away from Leonel's crotch, still feeling that faint heat on her palm. Leonel took a deep breath, his eyes unable to come off Ina's body. He had expected to find Ina's usual boxer briefs, but for whatever reason on this day, she had instead worn a pair of black panties. It wasn't anything fancy, nor was it the lingerie one might see a model wear, but it was so tight that it was practically like a second skin. It clung tightly to Ina's hips, curling around the precious lips below in a way that almost gave Leonel a perfect outline of what was beneath. The sight was so tempting and enticing that Leonel simply wanted to rip them away at that very moment, and he could tell by the look in Ina's eye that she wouldn't stop him. In fact, she would be happy as long as he was happy. Do you want to see? Ina's soft voice caused him to gulp. He looked down again, but this time, Ina's arm partially obstructed his view, having found its way to his heated shaft once again. Every fiber of Leonel's being screamed yes. Not only did he want to see what was below, but he also wanted to rip that damn chest band away. He wanted to drown in the pleasure that was his girlfriend's body, lose himself in her fragrance, and fall into her soft touch. But there was that look in her eye again. There was a slight haziness, and her breathing was somewhat shallow, but ultimately there was of the look Leonel wanted to see. He wanted her to feel what he was feeling, to be enraptured by such a feeling of pleasure that she almost lost control just like he almost did. He wanted her to have shyly nodded when he asked if she wanted to come here, not because she wanted to please him, but because she wanted to please herself. But Leonel was at a loss. As easy to understand as the male body was, he had no clue about a woman's. He didn't even know where to begin. Leonel looked up to meet Ina's eyes again, his breathing haggard. In his eyes, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He just wanted to make her happy. At that moment, Leonel's mind suddenly flashed with thoughts of Mordred. What would she do? Mordred's laughter sounded in Leonel's mind, her words teasing him about not knowing how to treat women resounding. Leonel's gaze cleared somewhat. He looked toward Ina from above and lowered his head for another kiss. Chapter 648, More Potent. Chapter 648, More Potent. Ina felt that Leonel's reaction was a bit weird. In truth, she had 2 favorite types of underwear. The first were loose boxers, and the second were these skin-tight plain panties. The latter allowed more freedom of movement, but was less comfortable, while the former was far more comfortable to wear. This time, she purposely chose to wear the second not just for her training, but because she thought they were more flattering to her figure. As expected, her heart rushed with excitement when she saw Leonel's reaction. That said, she had also expected Leonel to practically lose control when he saw them as well. She was looking forward to seeing him react like this. Much like Leonel wanted to see her in throes of pleasure, how could she not also feel the same way? In Ina's mind, during their moments of intimacy, she only cared about Leonel. He did so much for her, wasn't it her duty as a girlfriend to help him in this regard? It was also a bonus that she quite liked doing it too. Since that first time in the pool, her and Leonel had had this dance more than a few times, and she found it just as pleasurable every time. In fact, she faintly anticipated these moments. What she didn't know was that a building determination had been rising in Leonel's heart all along. Take it slow. Leonel's mind reached a state of calm. He kept his eyes closed, not wanting Ina to see the sharpness hidden within them. Dreamscape. Ina's body in every perfect proportion was reflected in Leonel's mind. Her every bead of sweat, the precise shade of her flushed skin, and every curve of her body was being updated in real time. Beginning the analysis on partially nude form, Aina couldn't tell that anything was wrong. Leonel had already split one of his minds to focus on her entirely. He kissed her just as patiently and reacted just as passionately to the movement of her hands along the outline of his cock, and that was when his hands and lips began to move. Leonel gently pulled down Ina's chest band, revealing the bounce of her breasts. The two delicate orbs rebounded healthily, shimmering with a slight pink hue beneath the dim lights of Leonel's room. Ina blushed, but was quickly distracted by Leonel's caring touch. His lips dotted across her body, causing her back to arch slightly under the novel stimulation. She was caught off guard, even to the point of forgetting that her hand was on Leonel's crotch at all. Leonel's hands caressed her chest and played with her protruding pink nipples. Ina's hips subtly grinded upward, making contact with Leonel's shaft. It was only for a brief moment, but she felt as though a sharp arc of electricity had shot through her spine. She took in a sharp breath. At first, Leonel seemed to touch odd places around her body. Her love handles, her belly button, she even felt him gently rub her earlobe while caressing her cheek. But, lost in allowing Leonel to do with her body as he pleased, she found herself gradually rising along a slow-rising peak. Leonel's head rose, his lips planting on Ina's once again. As though finally getting a taste of water after so long, Ina greedily nibbled at Leonel's lips, loving the feeling of his large hand gently rolling her breast in his palm. Hints of arousal, change in breathing rhythm, increased perspiration, goosebumps, rising hair, moving to facilitate action, hand grabbing. Leonel's hand moved from Ina's breast, trailing down her toned belly and toward her skin-tight black panties. He slipped a finger beneath their fabric, slowly pulling them down. Ina rose her hips, seemingly forgetting her embarrassment in her haziness. The beautiful, steamy picture of nature's perfection below almost made Leonel lose track of his focus. But he immediately split the stimuli between his more than 20 minds, shutting his eyes closed again. Even with his eyes closed, though, the dream sculpt of Ina had already changed in his mind. It was truly a gorgeous sight beyond belief. There was a well-kept patch of black hair hovering above two gently folded lips. An enticing pinkness plucked at the strings of the mind, a fresh fragrance tickling the nose and making one feel as though flames were dancing within their veins. Leonel steadied his breathing, continuing to build his dreamscape of cues for Ina's arousal. He noted down his ever action and her every reaction, stringing together a list of combos that left Ina floating on a cloud. Leonel's lips trailed down Ina's body, his tongue testing the curves of her breasts and the sensitivity of her torso. His breathing hitched as his nose grazed past a patch of hair below. It was only then that Ina seemed to realize what was happening, causing a slight panic to take hold of her features. Leonel's senses immediately caught on. Arousal plummeting, Leonel pinpointed the problem immediately, his head raising back up. He began to kiss the sensitive skin just below Ina's belly button, his hands running across her body. Her anxiety seemed to give way to a breath of relief, which shifted to a hint of disappointment, which soon gave way to pleasure. Her hands drifted to the back of Leonel's head. Leonel's every action became slow and deliberate. He reacted to Ina's wants instantly, building a more and more robust dreamscape with each passing moment. Most sensitive regions, neck, collarbone, lower belly, inner thighs, areas where forcefulness is appreciated, butt, hips, thighs, breasts, areas where softness is the best approach, kissing, earlobes, neck, best combination attacks, neck and breasts, scared to try new things, will take her out of the experience, best approach to combat, take it slow, attack nearby region. Before moving toward target, Leonel found a formula that worked, finally breaking past Ina's mental block and touching his lips to those pretty pink folds. At that moment, for the first time, a long moan left Ina's lips. She didn't even seem to realize what was happening. In fact, all her panic about Leonel's mouth being down there was completely forgotten. Her mind was entirely filled with the feeling of Leonel's tongue running through her most sensitive region. The experience was so electric that she found it difficult to control her legs, her toes curling along the bedsheets. Hints of arousal, add leg trembling, toe curling, cunnilingus files, prefer soft to medium sucking over just tongue. Arousal increases when hands are in motion as opposed to staying stagnant. Exposing the clitoris makes her reel back, too sensitive. Keeping clitoris hood on is best sides of both worlds. She tends to run away from feelings of pleasure, keep her clamped in. Place. Oh, Ina's breathing hitched, her hands gripping onto Leonel's head tightly. Leonel. Ina's moan came out in a low groan, her legs snapping shut as her body curled. Within his dream world, one of Leonel's minds expressionlessly observed her form writhing with pleasure before its face gave way to a smile. At that moment, Leonel realized that he had always been taking the wrong approach to battle. He expected his main dreamscape to grow enough such that he would be able to guess the movements of any enemy even without battle. But such a goal was far too lofty and far too far away to ever achieve. It was also exactly because of this flaw that his dreamscape battle sense took so much stamina to use. However, if he built a separate dreamscape for every battle, not unlike how he had just done to bring his precious girlfriend to the best feeling she had ever experienced, how much more potent would his battle sense become? Leonel gazed at the pure ecstasy on Ina's face. He took in the bounce of her breast as she curled, the fragrant liquid that dripped from between her legs, the way every muscle of her toned body flexed simultaneously. This was the look he wanted to see. This was the happiness he wanted to bring to his woman. Orgasm achieved. Time taken, 27 minutes and 39 seconds. Chapter 649. Torture. Chapter 649. Torture. Leonel gently nuzzled his nose between Ina's pretty pink folds, feeling a faint wetness and soaking in a sweet scent that took over his mind. Ina's body trembled, her fingers tensing at odd angles. Her mouth opened and closed, seemingly wanting to say something but not having the strength to do so. It was only after Leonel's tongue still didn't seem satisfied that she could only use what remained of her stamina to pull his head up. Her body was weak and feeble, the astonishing power she usually had fading into near-nothingness. Things might have been fine if Leonel stopped after the first time, but he hadn't. Ina's body was like a small rowboat swaying to Leonel's whims. By now, she had already lost count of the number of times that strong electricity had coursed through her body. At this point, she couldn't even see or think straight. Leonel felt Ina struggling to pull his head up. He knew that he could easily fight against it. Compared to her usual strength, the current Ina was practically a toddler now, but he didn't. Ina faintly felt Leonel over her again. Her lips puckered gently, searching for Leonel's touch. But she didn't seem to have the strength to do even that. Luckily, Leonel completed it for her. Ina faintly caught Leonel's lower lip, sucking on it slightly before letting go. A gentle smile spread across her face, her eyes half open and half closed. At that moment, Leonel's eyes opened, a cold sharpness still within them. Though it slowly faded, Ina was still able to catch a glimpse of it. One would have thought that seeing such a thing would have completely ruined her mood, but her reaction was almost the exact opposite. Seeing Leonel's cold gaze woke up an excitement within her. As though she forgot her fatigue, there was a flame that lit within her heart, fueling a growing want for Leonel to ravage her. The feeling slowly faded, overwhelmed by Ina's heavy limbs and tired eyes. Leonel blinked, realizing that he had made a mistake. "Sorry," he said softly. He began to explain himself, somewhat afraid that Ina wouldn't like what he had done. Though he had acted for her sake, he could also understand a reality where she wouldn't like it very much. Breaking down such an intimate moment into raw numbers and calculations was something that Leonel could see not many people liking, which was why he had closed his eyes to begin with. If he wasn't worried about it, he would have never tried to hide it. 4. It's all right, though. In the future, I won't have to, because just as Leonel was about to finish his explanation, he found Ina's small hand over his mouth. Her gaze was still somewhat absent-minded, but now had a bit of focus to it as she looked up at Leonel. "I like it. Don't stop doing it," she said softly. "Huh?" Leonel blinked, not understanding what she meant. Ina blushed. As her mind regained some clarity, she understood what she was saying a bit better. Weren't women supposed to like it when their partners were lovey-dovey? Why was it that she felt so excited when Leonel looked at her so coldly? She wanted to explain what she meant, but she couldn't bring herself to say the words. What was she supposed to say exactly? "I want you to look at me like I mean nothing to you." Ina's blush deepened even further when she had this thought. Was there something wrong with her? Of course, she was only thinking about the worst possible way her desire could be taken. It wasn't that she wanted Leonel to treat her like she was worthless. Rather, she just liked the cold look in his eyes. She didn't really know how to explain it. Ina had always been the only one completely unaffected by Leonel's suffocating aura and the only one unperturbed by his cold gaze. Well, at least that was what it seemed like. But the truth was that it wasn't that she was unaffected, but rather that she wasn't impacted by it like everyone else was. While others feared it and were filled with thoughts of anxiousness, Ina found it to be like a magnet that drew her closer and closer to Leonel. What she liked the most about Leonel wasn't his charisma, not his leadership, not his handsome looks, his kindness, or even his smile. Of course, she liked those things about him too. Without them, he wouldn't be Leonel. But what she liked the most was his coldness, his detached logic, and his emotionless control. It was his ability to act as though nothing could faze him, as though the world were a meaningless ant to be squashed beneath his feet. That was what filled her with the most infatuation. Ina regained her bearings, the blush on her face receding. The thought of Leonel's cold eyes staring down at her as he broke past her final line of defense was most definitely a fantasy she hadn't thought would come bubbling up like this. But she also knew that this was probably the only chance she'd have at not having to explain it all in so many words. If there ever came a day she had to, she might very well die of embarrassment. So instead, she was thankful she now had a way of making Leonel continue without having to say why. Ina smiled lightly. "You're a smart boy. You can figure out what I mean. Just don't close your eyes next time." Ina already felt a faint anticipation for this next time. If her loins weren't screaming no, she might want it to be right now. Leonel continued to blink in confusion. How could he guess the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind? His dreamscape sputtered and fell flaccid, unable to understand in the slightest. He was just an innocent teenage boy in the youthful stages of his first relationship. How could he know that women could have fantasies, sometimes even more elaborate and eyebrow-raising than men? Since Ina had said so, he could only accept her word at face value. Ina used the last of her strength to pull Leonel down to her side, wrapping around him like a koala bear before falling into a deep and satisfied sleep. Leonel found himself looking up at the ceiling, confusion still lighting his gaze. To his right, a beauty clung to his body tightly, her cheek resting on his arm. Leonel suddenly realized that Ina's breasts were pressed flush against his torso. He still couldn't understand how such a petite body could form such mountains. But as though that wasn't bad enough, her leg wrapped over his own, so he could faintly feel the outline of that special place on his skin, the softness of her thighs, and those lips hammering against his mind. Leonel looked down at his boxers, which still hadn't been taken off from start to finish, the prominent outline of a rod standing at attention clearly visible with nowhere to vent. I think I can give Dark Cloud Prison a few tips on how to torture their prisoners. An illusory tear fell down Leonel's cheek. Chapter 650, Sonorous. Chapter 650, Sonorous. Leonel slowly woke up to the feeling of something soft in his palms. His hand subconsciously squeezed at Ina's bottom, the elasticity bringing a smile to his face. How comfortable! His Ina was quite petite, but whether it be her breasts or her bottom, they existed on a plane of their own. He hadn't been bold enough to touch her so freely in the past, but as their relationship grew deeper, he found an odd piece doing exactly this. Pervert. Ina mumbled under her breath, but she didn't open her eyes. It seemed that she still wanted to nap. At the moment, she was feeling very comfortable. In the past, she wouldn't have dared sleep by Leonel in the nude either. But it seemed a bit silly for her to be so reserved after what happened in the past day. Leonel smiled. How's Hero Peak been? Ina's brow furrowed when she heard this question. Her cheek continued to rest on Leonel's arm, but it was clear that she didn't like this question very much. Or rather, she didn't seem to like Hero Peak very much. The peak is fine, but it's not right. It doesn't make sense for you to still be in the freshman quarters. Ina had obviously known that this would happen, or else she would have never come here to find Leonel in the first place. But that didn't mean that she would be satisfied with such a thing. Leonel chuckled. Am I missing a lot by not joining a peak? Ina bit her lip slightly, but even without saying anything, it was clear that the answer was yes. After a bit, she began to explain, and Leonel too realized that he was indeed missing out on a lot. If one thought back to Brave City, it would be easy to recall the number of resources that city had. Whether it was the Special Force abodes, to the style monuments, and even to the secret formations within the tower at the center that neither Leonel nor Ina got to experience, they were all top-tier places to train. If there were such things for a mere city reserved for recruitment, just what did the main organization have? Those things were just the tip of the iceberg, but many things Leonel learned in the place were still a part of his main fighting prowess. To this very day, Leonel still used the dream force he gained from Brave City, and it was responsible for the greatest leap in his strength. Even if he ignored that, he used the angelic swordman's movement style almost as often. If Leonel were to have never stepped foot into Brave City, he wouldn't even be half as powerful as he was now. When he put these matters into perspective, it seemed that he was indeed missing out on a lot. Maybe he should be more infuriated about being blue-balled in this way. Well, maybe, but he couldn't bring himself to be mad with a naked beauty by his side. Who cared about those things? Leonel smiled stupidly, gazing down on Ina's face. At that moment, she happened to be itching her cheek, causing a small pang to ripple through his chest. He didn't care about Ina's scars. Even if they never disappeared, he would still choose her over everyone else. But watching her suffer through such discomfort left him feeling more rage than any mere vice leader of Hero Peak could cause. Noticing how stuffy the room was, Leonel felt a bit guilty. The dorm rooms left for the freshmen were indeed terrible. The room only had a small window nearing the ceiling, the room itself being barely 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. As expected, there was hardly any ventilation in here. To Leonel, though he hadn't realized before, but humidity and heat had little to no effect on him. So, he hadn't even realized that the room was getting so uncomfortable. Leonel had never even thought of resources before, but at that moment, the thought of never allowing Ina to suffer bloomed in his heart again. She was his girlfriend, his future wife, the woman he wanted nothing more than to spend his life with. Leonel's gaze flashed with a cold light. Anyone who wanted to make her experience such discomfort deserved to pay a severe price. It seemed he would have to move out of this place. Leonel reached out a hand. With a thought, the concentration of fire elemental force in the room dispersed. It was just a simple principle. There was no such thing as cold. Fundamentally, cold was just the absence of heat. If he wanted to help Ina feel more comfortable, it was just as easy as if he had some sort of ice ability. The itchiness Ina felt plummeted instantly, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. Don't worry about the peaks. Even if I don't join one, I'd like to see if they'd really stop me from using their facilities. Leonel's lip curled. You're going to cause trouble again? Me? Trouble? Does this look like the face of someone who causes trouble? Leonel grinned. Ina opened her eyes just to give Leonel an unimpressed look. But, unfortunately for her, while Leonel only had to look down to see her, she had to prop herself up on an elbow to see him. The result was Leonel's vision being drawn to two delicate pink protrusions. When Ina realized where Leonel was looking, she blushed profusely. However, she didn't get a chance to run away before Leonel's lips found their way to her own. Leonel pulled Ina on top of him, his hands firmly grasping onto her plump ass. His fingers sunk into their softness, a certain member of his standing at attention almost immediately. Ina pulled back from their kiss, her gaze already having become somewhat glossy. "I almost forgot. I brought you something to eat." "Don't you want to? We can eat later," Leonel said quickly, greedily tasting Ina's lips again. Just as the couple seemed intent on entering a round two, a blaring siren rang over the organization. No, not a blaring siren, but rather the sonorous ring of a large bronze bell. Leonel was shocked into sitting up, a single arm of his wrapped all the way around Ina's waist. It shouldn't have been possible for such a sound to reach them through all his protections. It was then he realized that the sound hadn't reached the room. Rather, it was touching upon his senses that hovered outside of it. This was his first line of defense. He had decided to put it up after what happened last time with Tetris. As for what reached the room itself, it was a strong vibration that shook the whole building. The direction of the sound, Leonel was sure that it was Valiant Hall. But why? For some reason, Leonel got a sinking feeling. Sparks sputtered in his dreamscape, unable to connect.